This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Room Survival Game. There is no decoration in the black room. There is only a bed and a door, which is only about 10 square meters. The incandescent lamp above her head is very bright, which makes Lin Qing's eyes hurt a little. She sits on the bed and feels that she has not woken up yet. Could it be that the recent work pressure is too great, and she has begun to hallucinate? At this time, the imperceptible radio at the door suddenly vibrated, and a magnetic female voice came out. Welcome to the room survival game. Here, you will start from the same starting point as all the selected players. Clear the heavy fog, and explore the truth of the world. Some players may notice that there is only one door in the room. Outside each door is an unpredictable world. The hut can guarantee your most basic safety, so please remember to protect your hut. In an unpredictable environment, opportunities and dangers coexist. You can search for treasure chests, but you may also encounter many dangers. The supplies in the treasure chest are enough to solve your survival crisis and make your adventure more secure. But you may also encounter some dangers and lose your life. So, everything is up to you to decide. Do you take risks? Or hide in the hut and passively wait for death to come? The novice period has been open for 48 hours. During this period, all players have novice protection and can open the door to explore the world and find supplies. In addition, the cabin has a certain degree of defense and can block dangers from the outside world. After that, the broadcast sound disappeared. Lin Qing was shocked. So is she in the game now? Or in an unknown space? Lin Qing was not sure. Soon, she noticed that there was a bracelet-like device on her wrist, forming a three-dimensional light screen-like projection. There were 3 icons on the screen. Lin Qing first clicked on her personal panel column. Room level, LV1. Name, Lin Qing. Net name, get rich overnight. Note, this player is physically weak, powerless, and has a very low survival rate. When she saw the net name, it looked vaguely familiar, as if it was randomly chosen when registering for the mini-program game, and she has been using this name. In addition, looking at the note, Lin Qing was speechless. She was a hard-working worker. For $2, she stayed up all night to work overtime and eat takeout all night. How could she have time to exercise? Unexpectedly, she was ridiculed by a game. Then, she moved her eyes to 2 other apps, one showing the backpack system and the other showing the chat channel. Currently, there are only 3 spaces in the backpack system, showing that each space can store 1 cubic meter of supplies. Lin Qing clicked into the chat channel and found that it was divided into 4 parts, including the World Channel, Regional Channel, Team Channel and Private Channel. However, only the Regional Channel was lit up now, indicating that communication was possible. Lin Qing clicked in. Soon, messages flashed across the screen and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Help! Where is this place? Am I kidnapped? Why am I trapped in a completely closed room? What kind of room survival game? Is this a variety show? Family, didn't you hear the announcement on the radio? We have been dragged into some kind of real-life survival game, just like what is described in the novel. There are no supplies in the room, and we need to go outside to survive and search. There is a certain probability of death, so we must be vigilant. Real-life survival game? Help! Mom, I really don't want to participate. I am a rookie, and have never played any games. Where is a big guy who can let me hug his thighs? Don't panic, everyone. The system just announced that we will have a 2-day novice period. As long as we don't commit suicide, there will be no problem. During the novice period, everyone must not stay in the room, and go out according to the system's prompts. Explore and look for treasure chests, so that you can survive in the future. Thanks for the reminder. I just checked. There is nothing in the room except a door, a bed, a broadcasting device, and an incandescent lamp above the head. If you want to get food and water, you really need to go out and look for it. Yes, I saw that there are only 1,000 people on the regional channel, which is probably the number of us who are put into the room in the new batch. It is equivalent to being in the same server in the game. If the player dies, the account will be cancelled and the number of people on the regional channel will decrease. Everyone can pay attention to it. Seeing this, Lin Qing's heart tightened. She is an ordinary working social animal, although she has played some online games and listened to some novels. Her physical fitness is not very high. if she goes to the unknown area outside the door to survive. She is not completely sure. Lin Qing felt a little regretful. If I had known earlier, I would have worked less overtime and spent more time on physical exercise. Now I am in an unknown environment, and I don't know if I can go back. It's useless to earn so much money. It's better to improve my physical fitness. But it's useless to think so much now. Let's live a good life first. At this moment, a system voice completely different from the one on the radio sounded in Lin Qing's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for awakening the prompt system. This system can provide prompts for the host to see through the world outside the door and increase the chance of survival. Ding. After the system detection, there is now a beach outside the door. The difficulty is extremely low. The host can explore freely. Lin Qing was happy in her heart and burst into tears in an instant. She has lived for more than 20 years and is finally no longer an ordinary person, but a lucky person favored by luck. She must make good use of this opportunity. Sure enough, after the system prompt in her mind, the silver radio by the door sounded again. The world outside the door has been updated, and the 48-hour countdown has been started. Please explore as much as you want. After going out, the backpack system of the bracelet will be activated soon. Congratulations to all players for good luck. After these two sentences, the regional channel of the bracelet instantly exploded. Wow! I don't want to go out. Although the broadcast says it's the novice period. Who knows what's going on outside? It's so scary. I want to go out. Anyway, it's the novice protection period, which is equivalent to the novice village in the game. With a novice aura, I should hurry up to find supplies and kill monsters to level up. Staying at the birth point is definitely not a solution. Yes, this is a survival world. The broadcast also said that staying in the room all the time is not necessarily safe. Let's go. Since we are here, let's relax. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? I'm going out to find supplies first. Some big guys just analyzed it. Now there is no problem outside. Everyone should go out quickly. I hope that when we come back again, there will still be 1,000 people in our area chat. Take care of yourselves. Family members. There are fewer messages in the chat channel. It seems that everyone has gone out. Only some timid people are still brushing the screen, saying that they are hiding in the room and don't want to go out. Lin Qing closed the chat channel and realized that she was the only one who awakened the prompt system. Others may also awaken, but like her, they didn't say it. The chat messages clearly show that others don't know what is going on outside. For room survival games, the prompt system is more like a virus bug. If she is discovered, she may be in danger of her life. So choosing to hide her strength at this time is the safest way. Besides, hearing the faint sound of the sea waves coming from outside, Lin Qing vaguely felt that the world outside her door might not be in the same area as others. And this needs to be confirmed after returning. Chapter 2 World 1 Deserted Island World. Lin Qing pushed open the only black door. The next second, the bright and dazzling sunlight filled the dark room. Lin Qing subconsciously raised her hand and squinted to block the warm light. Instantly, she felt that the texture of the door next to her had changed strangely. It seemed to have become a wooden feel. Lin Qing suddenly opened her eyes and saw that the black metal door handle in her hand had turned into a wooden handle. She took a deep breath and stepped out of the room. In a blink of an eye, she saw that the original 10-square-meter hut had become a small thatched hut built on the beach. Fuck. What's going on? How come in the blink of an eye? Even the room has changed. This survival game has changed a lot with the changes in the world outside the door. At the same time, Lin Qing also realized what the radio said about the update of the world outside the door. On the beach, there is a basic thatched hut that can indeed shelter from the wind and rain. If you don't go out, there is really no danger. But if you encounter a beast, the thatched hut may be a bit difficult. Thinking about this, Lin Qing slowly left the low shrub forest and walked towards the golden beach not far away. This should be an island, with a cloudless blue sky, tall coconut trees and palm trees, and some low plants on the beach. Lin Qing took off her shoes, picked them up and walked barefoot on the beach with warm seawater, and saw small crabs and shellfish in the clear seawater. If you ignore the fact that this is a survival world, it is indeed a good place for vacation. She worked hard for so long and never had the opportunity to travel. Unexpectedly, she enjoyed the beautiful scenery of the sea and the beach in this survival game. Lin Qing had not forgotten that this was a survival game. The system in her mind prompted. The host can go to the bushes and take a look. Maybe you can find a surprise. Since it was a message from the prompt system, Lin Qing would certainly not miss it, and walk slowly along the beach. The sun above her head quickly baked the beach hot. Lin Qing's forehead was sweating a lot, and her mouth was dry. When she wanted to ask the system in her mind again, she finally saw a wooden box in the bushes. Lin Qing's face lit up, and she quickly walked over to open the box. At the moment of opening the wooden box, the voice from the original broadcast suddenly sounded in the bracelet. Congratulations to the player for finding the wooden treasure chest. Level 2 room upgrade conditions. 2/20 wooden boards. 0/4 bronze ingots. And 0/20 nails. Level 2 room upgrade conditions have not yet been met. Please keep working hard. The moment she heard the treasure chest reward, Lin Qing's face lit up. She immediately took out the mineral water, unscrewed the bottle cap, and gulped down 2 mouthfuls to relieve her thirst. She didn't finish it immediately. I don't know how much supplies can be found on this beach, and whether there is water in it. Otherwise she will need to rely on this bottle of water to survive the next few days. As for the bread, Lin Qing did not choose to eat it immediately. She was not hungry yet. She tried it, and imagined putting the bread and the wood board into the backpack. Sure enough, the two disappeared in an instant and turned into supplies in the backpack space. She said to herself, "It seems to be the same as I imagined. It is indeed used in this way. With the support of the space backpack, there is no need to worry about how to store supplies without a backpack. She could carry some simple items on her back and put a large number of supplies such as wooden boards into the space backpack." Lin Qing continued to walk and found 2 more wooden treasure chests. He harvested 2 ham sausages, 1 bottle of mineral water, 1 steamed bun, and 4 wooden boards decomposed from the treasure chest. Although they were all ordinary treasure chests, at least today's food problem was solved. At this time, the system in his mind suddenly prompted. Ding! A bronze treasure chest is floating on the sea. But it is dangerous. But the danger is not high. The host can try to get it. Hearing this, Lin Qing's eyes lit up. She looked along the coastline and found a bronze box floating on the sea. However, along with the bronze treasure chest, there was also a dying sea snake. It was about as thick as Lin Qing's forearm, more than 3 meters long, and the pattern was gray and white. At this time, the snake's body was coiled on the treasure chest. A large piece of meat was bitten off in the middle, and its tail drooped weakly in the seawater. It did not look very dangerous. However, Lin Qing did not relax her vigilance. After all, dying prey is the most ferocious. Moreover, sea snakes are generally highly poisonous. If you are bitten rashly, you will definitely die on this small island without medicine. Therefore, Lin Qing waited until the bronze treasure chest was completely stranded on the beach before slowly walking over. She carefully picked up a 1-meter-long branch and slowly picked up the sea snake and put it aside. At this moment, the sea snake's squinting eyes suddenly opened, and the snake head opened its mouth and bared its teeth and rushed over, ready to hit Lin Qing hard. Fortunately, Lin Qing was prepared and rolled to the side reflexively, and the sea snake missed and ate a mouthful of mud and sand. But it had been injured long ago, and now it seemed to have used up all its strength, and collapsed on the beach limply. Lin Qing patted his butt and stood up, sweating coldly. No wonder the system reminded me to pay attention to safety. It seems that this sea snake is really dangerous. The danger was lifted, and Lin Qing opened the heavy bronze treasure box, and his eyes suddenly lit up. There were actually 2 bottles of mineral water, 2 bags of instant noodles, and most importantly, a lighter and an iron dagger. It is worthy of being a bronze treasure box. Not only has the quantity doubled, but even useful items have been delivered. It is really timely rain. With the fire, Lin Qing does not have to consider using the most primitive method of drilling wood to make fire. Just light the lighter. As for the dagger, it can be used for self-defense, which is a bit more secure in this unknown world. After decomposing the bronze box, Lin Qing also harvested 2 bronze anchors. After doing so much work, Lin Qing ate bread and drank water, planning to rest in the shade and see if the sea snake can attack again. After all, it would be great to have some snake meat to eat on this desolate island. As expected, she did not let him down. After half an hour, the sea snake was completely roasted to death by the scorching sun. Lin Qing tried to put it into his backpack. The survival system prompted. Congratulations to the player for winning a sea snake. The system is automatically decomposing it. Decomposition items. 10 pieces of ordinary sea snake meat, non-toxic and safe to eat. 2 pieces of precious sea snake meat, good for strengthening the body. 2 sea snake front groove teeth, highly toxic. Neurotoxic to humans, can be used twice. Hearing the information about the sea snake meat decomposed by the system, Lin Qing showed a happy expression. These supplies can be regarded as unexpected gains. Chapter 3 Precious Sea Snake Meat. As night fell, the sea breeze was salty and slightly cool. On the first day of survival, Lin Qing harvested 3 wooden treasure chests, 1 bronze treasure chest, and an extra sea snake. She was already very satisfied, so she did not choose to continue exploring and returned to the small thatched house. There may be unknown dangers on the deserted island at night. Even if there is no system reminder, she will choose to return to rest. As soon as she entered the door, she clicked on the regional communication group and saw the messages quickly swipe past. Oh my god! Where have you all gone? I'm in a tropical rainforest here, and I can only hide in a leaky grass house and shiver. Your side is fine, but here it's icy and snowy. A small grass house alone in the cold wind, and I'm still wearing a summer short-sleeved shirt, with snot and tears running down my face. I'm almost crying from the cold. Yes. Is there a protection period for novices? There's a python here. If I hadn't run fast, I might have been entangled. It's really scary. I'm in a swamp here, but I didn't encounter any danger. But the dark sky and the strange crows stared at me coldly. However, I found 2 wooden treasure chests and got food and water. So today is okay. I am in an abandoned mining area with strange terrain. I got antibiotics. Does anyone have extra food and water? I will exchange medicine for your food. I am really starving after running for a day. Most people in the group were complaining. Some were injured, and a few refused to leave the room and didn't even see what the outside world looked like. Some people found treasure chests and got water and food, but they were a minority after all. There are also people like Lin Qing, who lurk in the group to observe and see if there is any useful information. Finally, Lin Qing saw a familiar ID start to speak again. This player named Qi Fengzhan provided a lot of suggestions at the beginning, and the situation Lin Qing encountered was basically the same as what he said. Everyone, I got a bronze treasure chest here, which contains a bow and arrow, which can be used to hunt prey, and there are more rewards than wooden treasure chests. So, it seems that treasure chests are also divided into levels. Wooden treasure chests are the lowest level, and the materials opened are limited, or even useless. Bronze treasure chests have a guaranteed bottom line, and can open the necessary materials needed at present. I recommend everyone to observe more near the thatched house. If you get a more advanced treasure chest, you will definitely increase the probability of survival in the later stage. Wow! It's Qing Feng again. Thank you. I went out according to your advice, found 2 wooden boxes, opened a bag of cream bread and a bottle of water. At least I don't have to starve today. Will it really get harder and harder? Now in this unknown place, the surroundings are not safe. It's already difficult for me. Woo woo woo. How can I get through the future? Is there any big guy to help me? Help? How can we help when the people in the group are not together? We are all trying to survive. Everyone is an adult. Can't they even take care of themselves? That's right. But did you notice? The number of people in our group shown in the upper left corner has changed from 1,000 to 991. Does it mean that someone has died? As soon as these words came out, the group paused for a few seconds, and soon another speech swept the screen. Oh my god! What can I do? I will die if I go out or stay in the house. I will stay in the hut and not go out. Fortunately, I didn't go out and hid in the house. If I went out to look for treasure, my account might be wiped out. What do you think? Boss Qing Feng? Isn't it the novice period now? Why are there so many deaths? When Lin Qing saw this message, her heart skipped a beat. She thought of the sea snake entrenched on the bronze treasure chest. If it weren't for the reminder of the prompt system and her precautions, she might have ignored the danger because of coveting the supplies in the treasure chest, and became a dead soul in the mouth of the sea snake. After all, this sea snake has fangs containing terrible neurotoxins that can kill people. Ordinary people will be killed without even reaction time. When she realized this, Lin Qing was about to turn off the screen and happened to see a message about the exchange of supplies. Please give me food and water. I will exchange it with an iron pot. Family, who has ever seen a treasure chest with no food but only a big iron pot? The child is starving to death. Give him something to eat. This person's ID name is a mouthful of food and a mouthful of water. His gender cannot be seen. But Lin Qing is very interested in his supplies. A big iron pot. She can use it to cook precious sea snake meat. Precious sea snake meat has the effect of strengthening the body. In this uncertain environment, quickly improving one's physical fitness is also the key to survival. In addition to upgrading the thatched house, she also wants to add an extra guarantee for going out for adventure. So, Lin Qing clicked on the contact avatar of this player. Hello. I have a steamed bun and a bottle of mineral water in my hand. Can I exchange it for your big iron pot? After Lu Yen sent the message in the group, he didn't have much hope. After all, this was only the first day of survival, and many people didn't open food. Even if there was food, who would be willing to exchange for a useless big iron pot? When Lu Yen saw this message, his eyes lit up immediately. Yes, of course. We can exchange through the trading system. After waiting for a while, Lu Yen saw an unopened bottle of mineral water and a steamed bun in his hand. And he was so happy that he cried. He immediately unscrewed the bottle cap, took a bite of steamed bun and a mouthful of mineral water and drank it. Benefactor. This is definitely his benefactor. After eating and drinking, he saw the idea of the exchanged items and became rich overnight. A very unique online name. It seems that everyone did not use their real names. After Lin Qing got the big iron pot, he made a simple bonfire with the firewood he picked up in the afternoon. Then he poured a bottle of water, boiled the water, cut a piece of precious snake meat into thumb-sized pieces with a dagger, and then put it into the water. She had no seasonings at hand, so she just opened a pack of instant noodles and planned to sprinkle some noodles on it. After about 20 minutes, the water in the iron pot gurgled, and the white snake meat kept rolling on the water, emitting bursts of meaty aroma. Lin Qing picked up a piece and tasted it curiously. It tasted a bit like boiled chicken breast, and it was barely edible. The effect of precious sea snake meat is very significant. Soon Lin Qing felt a clear breath rising from his dantian, and his whole body instantly became hot, as if the cells in his body were stimulated. Lin Qing clenched his fists and felt that his hands were strong, as if he could break wood with one clench. She tried to do a few more push-ups. Normally, she could only do 4 or 5, but she did 20 in a row this time. She still felt a little unsatisfied. She opened the personal panel of the bracelet and checked the attributes. Note, the player's physique is improved, and the chance of survival is increased. Lin Qing looked at her slightly bulging arms in surprise and explained, "It's so powerful. I didn't expect that my physique would be improved by several levels." Just then, the sound of crackling rain came from outside the hut. Now that she was in the hut, she didn't have to get wet in the rain, and she had a full meal, so she was quite comfortable. However, Lin Qing still vaguely heard some footsteps. Staying outside the hut, she immediately became alert. Who is outside? Chapter 4 Wild Boss on the Beach. There was no answer from outside. Lin Qing held a dagger and quietly came to the door of the hut. Through the door, she vaguely heard a breathing sound similar to that of a beast, as if some huge beast was crawling outside the door. Observing the situation in the hut, was it because she cooked snake meat, and the smell of meat attracted nearby beasts? Lin Qing was not sure. However, fortunately, the smell of meat had dissipated, and soon the things outside also left the vicinity of the hut. Lin Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that because of the novice protection period, the beasts will not enter the house. But what if the novice protection period is over, or the hut can't stop the huge beasts? I'm afraid I'm in danger. It seems that the hut needs to be upgraded as soon as possible to improve the room's defense. When you get the treasure chest, you will decompose it to get the upgrade materials and information about upgrading the hut. People with intentions will definitely not sell materials such as wooden boards. After all, for the novice period, this is precious survival information. Lin Qing opened the upgrade panel. The thatched house is a level 1 room. When it is upgraded to a level 2 room, it will be a wooden house in the outside world. The thatched house can only keep out the rain, and only the wooden house can resist the attacks of some small beasts. The upgrade materials require 20 wooden boards, for bronze ingots, and 20 nails. At present, she only has 6 wooden boards and 2 bronze ingots, which is a long way from upgrading the wooden house. The novice protection period is only 2 days, so she has to hurry up and prepare. The mall on the screen can be opened. Lin Qing went to look around, and most of them were useless things put up by players. For example, There were deflated mineral water bottles, worn-out mobile phone cases, and broken bowls. Basically, there was nothing to eat or drink. Lin Qing opened the regional channel again and sent her experience to remind everyone not to go out at night, as it might be dangerous. Sure enough, after this sentence was sent out, a player responded to her. Yes, I also saw many red-eyed things in the swamp forest at night, which looked scary. I always felt it was very scary, so I didn't go out. Me too. I just heard someone knocking on the door outside, and I thought I heard it wrong, but I didn't expect it to be true. My God, I'm in a desolate mountain now. What is outside? When you say that, I always feel that something is lying on my roof, and the small thatched house is crumbling. I'm already trembling and hiding under the bed. It's so scary. Don't scare me. I'm a girl. I'm in the desert now. I always feel there's some noise under the sand. Woo woo woo. It's so scary. You're a girl and I'm a boy. Who wouldn't be scared on the first night of the survival game? Hee hee. Girls are noobs. Cannon fodder. What's wrong with girls? Did girls eat your rice? Judge at the beginning. We're all noobs at the same starting line. Who's looking down on whom? Finally, it was Qing Feng who came out to stop their quarrel. Don't quarrel. It's dangerous at night, but it's safe to stay in the hut for the time being. Remember to get up early tomorrow. Collect treasure chests and upgrade the hut. Upgrade the hut? Yes. The group members who got the treasure chest should have seen that the wooden box can be decomposed into wood. I just said that I got a bronze treasure chest, and the materials of this treasure chest are decomposed into bronze ingots. Upgrading the room requires a certain amount of materials, so it is best to get these things first and upgrade the room level, which is the safest. Thank you for the tip. I understand it too. The group discussed the topic of upgrading the room again. This time Lin Qing did not participate. After she found that the things outside had left, she felt sleepy instantly and soon lay down on the bed and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, there was a sudden knocking sound outside the room, and there were faint human voices. The continuous noise woke Lin Qing up. What's going on outside? She was puzzled, but she didn't intend to care about it. After all, during the novice protection period, as long as you don't leave the room, you are safe. However, the system in the brain suddenly prompted. Ding! It is detected that there is a wild boss outside. There is a certain danger, and there may be a chance of injury, but they are hunting down humans stranded on the deserted island, and there is a certain chance of obtaining precious treasures. Do you want to go and get them? Hearing the system prompt, Lin Qing was stunned for a moment. Everyone thinks that hiding in a cabin at night is the safest, so the suggestion given by the prompt system is somewhat dangerous, but it is also very tempting. After all, the precious sea snake meat dropped by the sea snake has already improved Lin Qing's physical fitness to a certain extent. It is another precious treasure. Will it be more useful? Lin Qing thought about it several times in her heart, and finally decided to go out and take a look. She still believes in the prompt system. So far, it has brought her good news. After her physical fitness improved, her escape speed also improved to a certain extent. At worst, I can hide and observe for a while. If the situation is not right, I can run back to the hut. Lin Qing did it right away. She put the iron dagger into her waist, put on the hood of her sweatshirt, and took out the front groove of the sea snake. In case of danger, the iron dagger and the front groove venom of the sea snake are her only two self-defense weapons. After doing this, she slowly opened the wooden door of the hut, without making any sound, and slowly walked towards the source of the sound in the wild. Dulululuasu. On the beach not far away, 3 savages were talking together, and a bonfire was lit in front of them. It had just rained on the beach, and the air was full of the humid and misty sea water, which was a little lower than the temperature during the day. These 3 savages should have prepared a bonfire for warming themselves. As for the rare seals they hunted, they had been skinned and were being strung into pieces of seal meat, which smelled extremely fragrant. It seems that the 3 savages have high IQs. They can store fire, roast meat, and find dry firewood for heating. Lin Qing estimated her strength and that of the 3 savages, and felt that they were definitely not as good as the savages who lived on hunting. Their strong muscle lines were obviously trained by chasing prey for many years. It must be admitted that she could not compare with them. However, how should she get the precious seals in their hands? I can't just go out and rob them. Her little arms and legs may just be a dish for others. since the system prompts that there is a chance of getting it. Lin Qing plans to squat for a while to see if there will be any changes in the situation. Just when Lin Qing's feet were numb from squatting in the bushes, suddenly, he found that the savages had different behaviors. After the three talked, two of the savages held bone forks and ran towards the distant seashore with a wow wow. As if they had found something? A savage? Lin Qing realized that her chance might have come. Chapter 5 First Kill in the Region Dungeon Reward. The remaining savage had long hair, a full beard, and a strange pattern on his forehead. The two companions seemed to have discovered unknown prey floating on the seashore, leaving him to guard the food to prevent wild beasts in the jungle from approaching here. But now it is after the rain, and many wild beasts don't like to dirty their fur, so there is generally no danger. While turning the barbecue, he hoped that his companions could bring back more prey, because they got lost due to the weather. They came to an unknown sea area and did not catch up with the main force to return to the territory in time. If they did not bring back the prey, their team would definitely be excluded and despised. But if they could bring back more prey for the tribe after the disappearance, their status in the tribe would also rise, and they would get better treatment. Rustle. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound coming from the bushes behind him, and subconsciously turned back to look back. But after staring for a while, he did not see any dangerous prey, so he turned around. At this moment, he heard a sound of breaking air from behind him, and subconsciously raised his hand to block it. Instantly, a burning pain swept through his body, and the savage screamed, his eyes full of ferocity, and his other hand turned into a fist, punching the beast behind him. Lin Qing didn't expect that the savage who stayed behind would counterattack so quickly after being hit by her flying knife. She immediately adjusted her posture and took 2 steps back. Unexpectedly, she was still hit by a fist on the chest, and a fishy and sweet mouthful of it suddenly surged into her throat. However, Lin Qing still resisted the nausea and didn't fall down. Her knife was coated with sea snake venom, and this neurotoxin took effect quickly when it came into contact with blood. As expected, when the savage turned around angrily and fell down with horror before he could touch her, seeing that he was stiff and unable to move, Lin Qing was relieved. While checking the savage's condition to see if he was really dead, she reflected, I didn't expect that I was injured even though I was well prepared. It seems that I need to practice more in the future. After confirming that the savage was dead, Lin Qing took the precious seal meat roasted from the campfire, put it in her backpack, and planned to leave here. At this time, the survival system reminds. Ding! The player triggers the main plot of the Deserted Island Cannibal Tribe Dungeon. Dungeon Mission 1, Level 3 Cannibal Savage Boss, achieved. Dungeon Mission 2, Rescue the cruise shipwreck tourists stranded on the deserted island, not achieved. Boss Killing Reward, Savage Blood X1, can enhance the player's physique. Savage Hair X1, can disguise as a savage once. Savage Ordinary Bow and Arrow X1, can be used 3 times. First Kill Reward, Room Upgrade Items Nails X10, Wooden Planks X10, Sanity Recovery Candy X1, each can restore 5 sanity points. Hearing a series of rewards, especially the Sanity Recovery Candy, it sounds like a good thing. Before Lin Qing's curved mouth corners fell, the whole person was suddenly struck by lightning again. All area channel notification, player ID, get rich overnight. Won the first boss killing reward in the entire area. Deserted Island Cannibal Savage Dungeon, Level 3 Savage Boss has been killed. Congratulations to the player who became rich overnight and achieved the first kill in the entire region. This. What? This is the achievement for the entire region? How did she get exposed to the public? At this time, the chat system of the entire area exploded. Oh my god! Who is not sleeping in the middle of the night and is so bold to run out to kill monsters? What a guy! I admire you. When others think it is dangerous at night and dare not go out. Some big guys have already started to go out to fight the boss alone. We rookies are destined to be sleepless today. I was just awakened by the broadcast. What happened? Who has achieved what? Woo woo woo. I'm still hungry here. And someone went out to kill the boss. Where is justice? You can go out at night, but the environment outside is more dangerous than during the day, and you need a certain amount of force to deal with it. But there will also be corresponding rewards. It seems that this player is also a ruthless person with high skills and courage. Big Brother Qifeng has also come out. Judging from this statement, you have also gone out. Do you recommend going out? Not recommended. Ordinary people without the ability to protect themselves can only become food for monsters. To be honest, I just encountered a 3-meter tall black-brown bear outside the house. If you don't have the ability to deal with it, it's easy to fall. Ha ha ha. The name of this first kill boss in our district is so funny. He became rich overnight. Look at this name. It's so nerdy. The first boss kill was not obtained by luck. Is it naming fun? This rich boss sold me food. Who of you is willing to sell food now? He immediately sent another message. A bunch of noobs. Instead of questioning others here, you might as well go out and see what the world is like in the dark, and whether you are lucky enough to survive. Lin Qing subconsciously opened the chat interface, and when he saw this comment, he was a little moved. When she clicked on the avatar, it was indeed a mouthful of food and a mouthful of water. She had a good impression of this guy. At least he was willing to help her at this time. The conversation below began to get confusing again. Lin Qing was outside now, so she didn't continue to watch. Other players were right. She was able to kill the wild man boss because of good luck. Now thinking back to the situation just now, she was also scared and sweating. It was indeed a bit risky. Time was tight. If she wanted to complete the second task, she had to use the wild man's hair props to camouflage before the other wild men came back. After the wild man's props fell out, they were always put into the backpack. Lin Qing had already considered this situation. The 3 grids were easily filled, so she picked out some items that were not needed for the time being and put them in the room. She estimated the time to camouflage. And then, there was a sound of footsteps in the distance. The wild man's mumbling scolding, the woman's soft sobbing, and the insults and wailing of an adult man. Although there was a wild man's hair prop camouflage, Lin Qing was still a little unsure in her heart. After all, it was just a beard, and she was wearing normal clothes. Normal people could tell that she was not a savage. Soon, 2 dark-skinned savages appeared in her field of vision. They were wearing grass skirts and animal clothes, holding spears cut from tree trunks, and gestured to her, Jili Gulululuji. It seemed that her disguise was very successful. There was nothing unusual about the 2 savages, and Lin Qing understood what they meant. There were some more floating objects on the beach, and 2 strange foreigners, who looked extremely delicious, just right to take back for the tribesmen to eat. As they were talking, a man and a woman were pushed out from behind by them. Both of them were white, and the girl looked young. She lowered her eyes slightly and cried softly. Her long golden hair was wet and stuck to her chest. She was wrapped in a tight-fitting long skirt and shivered in the cold night. As for the man, he was tall, had curly hair, and limped because of a broken leg. He was tied up with hemp rope by 2 savages, his face full of anger, and he looked at the savages in front of him with hostility. Chapter 6 Complete Mission 2. The 2 savages ignored the man. They were barbaric in nature, but they regarded the 2 as prey struggling before death. Lin Qing remained calm, chatted with the savages for a few words, and handed over the roasted seal meat. After a while, the 2 also died with foam at the mouth, until Lin Qing took off the disguised beard and untied the ropes. The 2 captives were still confused. It was the man who reacted first, and his eyes were alert and said, "Who are you? Why do you want to save us?" Lin Qing curled his lips. "It's just a person who was stranded on a deserted island. I know some of the habits of savages." Seeing the strange man in front of her picking up the remaining items of the savages, Anna realized that she was safe and hugged her knees and cried. Matthew was obviously much quieter than before, sitting in front of the campfire with a gloomy face. From him, I learned that the 2 were originally passengers on the crashed cruise ship and drifted to this desolate and remote island. Lin Qing nodded and saw the message of the survival system on the side. Mission 2, Rescue Tourists Stranded on Deserted Islands completed. Mission rewards, a satellite phone, 2 ordinary thermal blankets, and a water purification device blueprint. Mission rewards have been sent to the backpack. Note: satellite phones and ordinary thermal blankets are specific world items and cannot be taken out of the deserted island. This mission reward looks very ordinary. The comprehensive system notes that it should be for 2 tourists. However, when Lin Qing saw the water purification device, her eyes lit up. And it was not in vain. With the water purification device, it means that she can use water without restrictions and can convert it at will. The other thing is precious seal meat, although it has been roasted by the savages. Lin Qing still received a list of decomposed seal meat. Congratulations to the player for harvesting a barbecued seal. The system is automatically decomposing it. Decomposition items. 20 pieces of ordinary barbecued seal meat can effectively increase satiety. 2 pieces of precious barbecued seal meat can restore health plus 20. 1 warm seal skin can withstand an environment of minus 50 degrees. Hearing the effect of warm seal skin, Lin Qing was delighted. This is a good thing. The two did not seem to see Lin Qing's actions. Lin Qing pondered for a moment and decided to be a good person to the end. This is the barbecue of the savages. You can take some. I have a repaired satellite phone and 2 thermal blankets here. Try to contact your family. The two took the blankets, and there was an unconcealable light of gratitude in their eyes. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Especially Anna. After wrapping herself in the blanket and eating the barbecue. After he recovered completely, he glanced at Lin Qing from time to time with his blue eyes, full of curiosity. For the sake of the drawings, Lin Qing reminded the two, there are savages on the island. You'd better leave here as soon as possible. Matthew nodded, okay. Thank you. Matthew saw that this strange man had impressive strength. Not only did he save them from the savages, he even took out a satellite phone and a thermal blanket to get them to leave early. This might be a weirdo on a deserted island. Near the campfire, Matthew struggled to dial the satellite phone. From being cautious at the beginning to gradually getting anxious later. Fortunately, he finally got through this time. 911? I'm Matthew. I'm a passenger on a crashed cruise ship. Luckily, I was stranded on a deserted island. There's another person here. A passenger with me. Yes. According to the satellite positioning. Are there any ships nearby? But there is a cannibal tribe here. Come and save us. Okay. Okay. You must make arrangements. After contacting the rescue team, Matthew finally breathed a sigh of relief and returned the satellite phone to Lin Qing. Thank you, benefactor. If it weren't for you, Annie and I would have been killed by the cannibal tribe. It's okay. It's just a little help. I didn't expect this NPC to talk so much. And Lin Qing gradually became a little impatient. Lin Qing was hit by a savage, and her health points actually dropped by 20. And now it is 80. Luckily, precious seal meat can increase her health points. Otherwise she would have lost a lot on this trip. She is now digesting precious seal meat, slowly increasing her health points, and doesn't want to be disturbed. Fortunately, Matthew was very perceptive and knew that he had disturbed the strange man in front of him. So he stopped harassing Lin Qing and ran to talk to Anna to discuss the next step. When Lin Qing finished consuming the precious seal meat, Anna picked up some dry firewood from nearby. It was not safe at night. She had to go back to the cabin, and she had no intention of taking the two people back to the room. She saved their lives for the mission, and it was impossible to take 2 strangers back. Lin Qing stood up, said goodbye to them, and then walked back to the bushes. Anna originally wanted to keep this strange man. After all, she was the one who saved herself and Matthew. But Matthew grabbed Anna in time and shook his head at her. Anna? No. Have you ever heard of the legend of the sea? There will be such a strange man there. Looking at this man, he is obviously abnormal. So don't follow him. Besides, there is a boat nearby. 911 sent the satellite location. The rescue boat will arrive in about an hour. We can't leave here. Anna nodded, with obvious disappointment in her eyes. Okay. I know. Before the morning light rose, they finally saw a boat in the distance. The rescue speedboat arrived, and they left the island. After Lin Qing returned to the wooden house, he began to sleep soundly until dawn. While rinsing her mouth, she glanced at the channel chat. In addition to her and King Fengzhan, there was another netizen named Ghost, who was discussing the hot topic. It turned out that after her, King Fengzhan and Ghost successively appeared on the list of bosses killed. It seems that after she accidentally killed the boss last night, these players began to roll inward. At the same time, the number of people in the channel dropped to 906. It seems that some smart people also went out and became cannon fodder. There were also various requests for food and free stuff on the screen. Lin Qing felt that there was no useful information, so she turned off the screen. At present, in addition to upgrading the room and improving physical fitness, she is looking for materials for the synthetic water purification device. This means that she doesn't have to bother looking for mineral water anymore. The blueprint of the water purification device shows that if you want to build a basic water purifier, you need activated carbon X10. wood planks x5, and nails x10. She has both wood planks and nails, but only lacks activated carbon. I hope that today's unboxing will be a great success. Outside the room this time, a layer of milky white sea fog rose. The bonfire went out, and it seemed that the two people last night had left. Host can go to the beach opposite to yesterday. There is less chance of encountering danger there, and there is a chance of opening a precious treasure chest. After receiving the prompt from the prompt system, Lin Qing nodded readily. Okay, let's go there. Because of the sea fog, her speed was slower. But compared with yesterday's cautiousness, Lin Qing had a lot of confidence with the prompt system. Soon, after walking about a few hundred meters, she saw the first wooden treasure chest on the beach. The treasure chest was inserted diagonally into the beach. Only half of it was exposed, and the body of the box was damp, which made people wonder if it had been floating on the sea for a long time. The materials inside won't all deteriorate, Lin Qing muttered, just as she was about to clean the mud and sand and open the treasure chest. She didn't expect the system to suddenly remind her. Warning! This is a trapped treasure chest. When it is opened, it will trigger the hidden weapon inside, even if the host wants the decomposition materials of the treasure chest. Don't open the box directly. Chapter 7 Picking Up a Bargain. Hearing the system warning, Lin Qing broke out in a cold sweat. If the system hadn't reminded her, she might have opened it rashly. It's too dangerous. Okay. Thank you. With the system prompt, Lin Qing decided to give up the treasure chest. Are you kidding? The treasure chest can still be found, but there is only one life. She won't use probability to gamble on safety. Lin Qing was about to leave, but she didn't expect that a broken canoe floated on the fog on the sea. She hid subconsciously. A player who was also looking for treasure got off the canoe. He was a middle-aged man with a tired face and looked hungry for a long time. After seeing the treasure chest, he rushed over in surprise. Treasure chest? Treasure chest. I have been drifting on the sea for 3 days and 3 nights and didn't get anything. You must bless me to open food. The moment he pried it open with force, the surprise in his eyes instantly turned into fear. An arrow made of fine steel shot out from the treasure chest and pierced his forehead. The treasure chest was empty. Lin Qing witnessed all this and broke out in a cold sweat. If she had been the one to open the treasure chest, she would have been the one to fall to the ground. Lin Qing bowed and mourned for the unlucky old man on the beach. Then she picked up the steel arrow that had pierced his brain, which she considered her own trophy. With the death of the unlucky old man, 2 items fell from his body. A blue boxing glove and a black card. Hey, what is this? She tried to put the 2 items into her backpack. The blue boxing glove showed that it was an offensive prop. Name, Boxer's Glove. Lin Qing's eyes lit up when she saw this prop. It seems that this is a very useful offensive item, and it can also be used as a life-saving artifact when necessary. I don't know how the unlucky brother got it. As for the black card, it is even more magical. Name, World Selection Black Card. Lin Qing feels that the black card for selecting the world outside the door is more precious. For players, whether the world outside the door is a safe world is a blind state. If you have this black card, you can choose to go to a world with more abundant resources to avoid being affected by the dangerous world. After observation, Lin Qing found that the room has been completely materialized after determining the world. Houses of different levels must have different protection strengths. Once the house is damaged, the players inside will definitely not escape the disaster. This is why she wants to upgrade the room urgently. Even for Lin Qing, who has a prompt system, the role of the black card is very large. After all, she can only know what the world outside the door is, but she can't avoid its dangers. It's easy with a black card. She can directly switch the world. For others, using the black card is like opening a blind box. But she has a prompt system that allows her to know the allocated outside world, which is just right for use. She decided to keep the black card and take it out when there is a dangerous area. Lin Qing decomposed the empty wooden box and got 2 wooden boards as usual. As for the unlucky brother's canoe, Lin Qing wanted to put it in her backpack, but she didn't expect the system to prompt. This is a damaged canoe and cannot be put into the space. Does the host choose to decompose it? Lin Qing thought about it and nodded. Okay. Decompose. The next second, the canoe was decomposed into 10 wooden boards, which were also put into her backpack. Lin Qing felt better instantly after getting 2 items out of thin air. Thanks to nature for the gift. Thank you. My unlucky brother. She thought about it, and decided to help her brother dig a simple sand pit to bury it. After all, she had taken a lot of good things from others, so she might as well do something good. After leaving this area, Lin Qing continued to explore. This time, she came to a small coconut grove. Ding! A bronze treasure chest is detected in the southwest corner. But the treasure chest is located in a lizard cave, which is dangerous. The host can prepare for defense. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Qing's eyes lit up. That's a bronze treasure chest. Maybe it can open something useful. She followed the path and came to the southwest corner of the system prompt, and indeed found an underground cave. It was the bronze treasure chest inside. Lin Qing's face lit up. However, she had not forgotten the system reminder. She took out a piece of ordinary snake meat from her backpack, carefully placed it not far from the cave, made a trap camouflage, and squatted nearby. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, a brown-green lizard as thick as an adult's thigh crawled out from the depths of the cave. Its eyes were green. It was spitting out a thin core. Its limbs and body were covered with hard scales, and it crawled towards the trap made by Lin Qing without any warning. With a plop, the branch on the trap broke, and the lizard was stuck in a small pit and began to struggle violently. Lin Qing seized the opportunity, ran towards the cave, and opened the bronze treasure chest. Congratulations to the player for finding the bronze treasure chest. Level 2 room upgrade conditions. Wooden planks 28/20. Bronze ingots 4/4. Nails 14/20. Level 2 room upgrade conditions have not yet been met. Please keep working hard. Only 6 nails are needed to upgrade the room. Lin Qing was shocked and looked at the struggling lizard not far away. If the lizard is killed, can it be decomposed? As soon as the thought came out, Lin Qing acted immediately. While the lizard was struggling, she picked up the dagger and stabbed it into the abdomen of the big lizard. This guy has thick scales, and there is a strong sense of shock when the dagger stabs. It was not until 3 minutes later that Lin Qing took a lot of effort to stab the big lizard to death. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo. This guy is really hard. It would be great if I could decompose something good. Don't let me down. Lin Qing was eager to try, and covered his palm and tried to put it into the backpack. Sure enough, the survival system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the player for harvesting a deserted island chameleon. The system is automatically decomposing it. Decomposition items. 10 pieces of ordinary lizard meat can effectively increase satiety. 2 pieces of precious lizard meat can restore health points. Lizard color-changing scales can help the wearer hide his body in certain environments. Lin Qing's eyes lit up. Color-changing scales? That's a good thing. Chapter 8 Selling Coconuts and Bald Eagle Eggs. It is about 2 o'clock in the afternoon now. Lin Qing put the color-changing scales into his backpack, and after eating, he chose to continue exploring. Following the system's prompt, Lin Qing found 3 more wooden boxes, a total of 6 wooden boards, 2 bottles of mineral water, 1 apple, 10 activated carbons, and a heavy and old machete were harvested. This time, his luck was good, and the activated carbon for the water purification device was complete. On the way back, he passed by the coconut forest. Seeing that it was still a while before dark, Lin Qing climbed up the coconut tree and planned to pick a few coconuts. Coconuts have a strong water storage capacity. There are many players in the regional channel asking for water. She plans to pick a few more and sell them on the trading mall. Maybe she can get some useful things in exchange. What Lin Qing lacks most at the moment is nails for upgrading. Whether it is room upgrades or the manufacture of water purification devices, nails are needed in large quantities. She set up the exchange conditions specifically. Since nails are difficult to open, 3 nails are needed to buy 1 coconut. If the conditions are met, the trade can be done automatically. As long as there are players who are short of water, they will always grit their teeth to exchange. After all, it's okay to be hungry. But if the body lacks water, it's unbearable. So the existence of coconut water is still good news for some players. This is only the 2nd day of entering the survival game. Some unlucky players have not opened the box to get edible food. In this case, even if nails can be opened, knowing that it is a material for upgrading the 2nd level room, they have to grit their teeth to exchange. On this tree, all the slightly green coconuts were picked by Lin Qing. Lin Qing got down from the tree and put the coconuts that fell on the sand on the trading mall. Soon, all 10 coconuts she hung up were taken down. The chat channel also reminded Lin Qing that she had received many private messages. She quickly glanced at one of the familiar IDs, taking a bite of food and a sip of water. Big rich man. Do you have any extra coconuts? Woohoo. My hand speed is slow. I don't have a nail yet. And I didn't grab your coconut. Big man. Do you have other food and water? I'll exchange it for you with an incubator. QAQ. Incubator? Lin Qing thought about it, and didn't have any use for it. So she didn't reply to him for the time being. At this time, a big discussion broke out in the regional channel. Who is this player who got rich overnight? Not only did he get the first kill in the region, he also started selling coconuts in the mall. Yes. Is this the same survival game? To be honest, the food in the treasure chest is just enough to fill my stomach. And the boss started buying and selling survival supplies. Coconuts are island products. The boss is not on an island with abundant supplies. Envy, jealousy and hatred. Who can pity me who can only see cacti? Trying hard to open the box, seeing the coconut in discussion. Crying, who knows my family? There is only a bottle of muddy water in the box that I finally dug out of the soil. The non-Africans are jealous, going crazy, turning into monkeys, flying into the primeval forest, swinging on vines, flying past the monkey eating bananas, roaring, screaming, twisting, crawling in the dark. Nails can only be opened from bronze treasure chests. How much is a broken coconut worth? Can the money grabbers get out? Lin Qing didn't know that she had started a big discussion in the regional channel just by using coconuts. There weren't many such opportunities. So she planned to pick a few more coconuts and put them on the trade mall. All 10 coconuts on the mall were sold out. So she could get 30 nails in return. She hadn't forgotten herself yet. So she picked 10 coconuts for herself and put them in her backpack as food storage. Before the water purification device was synthesized. If no mineral water could be found in the treasure chest, these coconuts would be her freshwater resources. After all, maybe the next world would not be as abundant as here. At this time, the sky was getting dark. Lin Qing picked up some dry firewood in the forest and planned to go back to cook instant noodles. Unexpectedly, the sea fog suddenly became thicker, and she was a little far away from the hut. So she got lost. Originally, the sky was getting darker, mixed with gray sea fog, and the noise of wild beasts. The atmosphere suddenly became terrifying. Even though Lin Qing was very bold, she was still a little scared in this unfamiliar, mysterious and terrifying place. At this moment, the system in her mind prompted. Ding! A bird egg that can be picked up is detected on the nearby cliff. The difficulty is relatively low. The host can go to get it. Bird egg? What bird egg? The fear in her heart instantly dissipated a lot after being interrupted by the system. Only then did she realize that there was a hard reef cliff under her feet. If she walked a few more steps, she might fall down. I don't know if it was sea water or beach below, or how high the cliff is. But if she fell down, she would either lose her arms and legs or die. It's even more terrifying to think about it. Lin Qing hurriedly searched for bird nests nearby, wanting to leave this ghost place as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, a strange squeak broke the tranquility of the night. There was also the sound of wings flapping the air, fluttering, biting, accompanied by a tragic squeak. There were many, 2 figures biting and falling off the cliff. Under the sea fog, Lin Qing could not see clearly what was not far away. It vaguely felt that a bald eagle and an animal were fighting. The animal was probably so bold that it sneaked into the bald eagle's nest, but was discovered by the eagle and started fighting with the animal. In front of her eyes, the bald eagle and the animal fell down, and it was a good time for her to take action. Lin Qing wrapped her clothes and took the only egg left in the bird's nest back. Before the night fell completely, Lin Qing finally found the familiar road and returned to the cabin in time. Today was a close call, and Lin Qing also gained a lot. 2 props that were picked up. A bronze treasure chest, 3 wooden treasure chests, a decomposed lizard, and more than 30 coconuts. I don't know if the coconuts have been sold completely, Lin Qing thought and turned on the bracelet projection. Unexpectedly, the extra private message startled her. Boss, do you still have coconuts? Please, can other items be exchanged? Boss, are you responsible for after-sales service? Please cut a hole for the coconut. I don't have a knife. Boss, please cut a hole for the coconut. Lin Qing was embarrassed. No wonder she felt that she had forgotten something. It turned out to be about coconuts. On the second day of the survival game, many people did not have knives like her. so they naturally could not handle the raw coconuts. Lin Qing opened the store and found that the 10 coconuts that were hung up again had been sold out. She thought about it and added an explanation in the introduction column. To cut a coconut, you need to add an extra nail handling fee. As a result, 6 of the 20 players who sold the coconut immediately came to the door. Boss, I can add more handling fees. Please open it. A transaction request followed. Lin Qing clicked to agree. The coconut that had just been sold was returned, and there were more scratches on it. It seemed that the player had spent a lot of effort to open it but failed. Lin Qing took out the old machete and chopped the coconut skin with a few slashes. Following the gap at the top of the coconut, she chopped open the hard coconut shell, just enough to see the white flesh inside. She sent the open coconut back to the buyer. After doing all this, Lin Qing felt a little tired, but fortunately there were enough nails. Chapter 9 Room Upgrade Workbench Water Purifier. Since the upgrade materials are complete, Lin Qing opens the bracelet panel and clicks on the upgrade next to the room. Soon, the system prompts. Second level room upgrade materials. Wood board 34/20. Bronze ingot 4/4. Nail 66/20. Upgrade conditions have been met. Ding. The second level room upgrade is successful. Ding. The workbench has been unlocked, and the blueprint synthesis has been unlocked. After a flash of white light, the room in front of Lin Qing has changed a lot. The originally dark thatched house has become a brown wooden splicing structure. Even the ground has changed from mud to wooden floor. What surprised Lin Qing the most was that the area of the wooden house has increased a lot compared to the thatched house, and it looks like 15 square meters. In addition, there is a wooden table in the corner of the second level room, and there is a mechanical arm next to it. This should be the workbench mentioned by the system. Lin Qing put the blueprint and materials of the water purifier on it, and then waited for the workbench to be built. The materials for the water purification device are as follows: 10/10 activated carbon, 14/5 wood, 46/10 nails, and a water purification device drawing. In a ball of white light, the mechanical arm began to work, and it was shown that it would take 12 hours. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Qing used a large iron pot to cook a bowl of instant noodles with ham sausage, and added a piece of ordinary seal meat. Burning firewood is not so easy, especially after the rain. The firewood is wet. After struggling to light the fire and cook, Lin Qing felt that she had recovered a little energy after eating instant noodles. It's too troublesome to cook like this, she thought, and went to the trading mall to look around, but didn't find any things like selling cassette stoves or alcohol stoves. So she posted 2 contents asking for cassette stoves or alcohol stoves. Just then, she saw Yabushi Ishui send her another message. Boss, don't forget me. Support. Lin Qing then remembered that this player seemed to have exchanged something for her coconut. It was an incubator. Lin Qing just got a bald eagle egg from the cliff. It would be a pity to eat it directly. Thinking about the sea snakes and lizards she encountered, if they were stronger than her, Lin Qing felt that she really needed an assistant. If the bald eagle eggs could be hatched directly, she would make a fortune. So, Lin Qing sent a message to Yabushi Ishui. Incubator. I don't think I have any use for it now. It can only keep the food warm. What else do you have? Soon, Yabushi Ishui replied to her message. I have a watch, a backpack, a bag of vegetable seeds, and a roll of bandages. Is there anything I need? These are all I have. Please have mercy on me. I will definitely repay you when I return to my original world. My name is Lu Yen. My mobile number is XXXX. And I live in Building 11. Phone 1 Villa, Binxia City. I have plenty of money at home. If you have any questions, just come to me. Lin Qing, these things are really useless. As for the information about the original world, who knows if I can go back and use it? Everything is still unknown. However, Lin Qing really likes the incubator, which is a more suitable incubator. So she said, forget it. I just need something to keep warm here, so I'll exchange it with this incubator. How about a coconut? After taking a mouthful of food and a mouthful of water, he quickly replied, okay. Okay. Thank you for saving my life. I will definitely repay you in the future. Lin Qing hummed twice, and did not comment on his words. Soon, she hung an open coconut on the mall. After a while, a white foam incubator appeared in front of her. Lin Qing took out the eggs she picked up, shone them under the light, and found that there was a vague embryo inside. which seemed to be developing well. She piled up the fire which she picked up, put the eagle egg in it, and placed it next to the fire, hoping to provide it with some heat. If it fails, just treat it as tomorrow's breakfast. After doing all this, Lin Qing did not get enough sleep the night before, and soon felt sleepy, lying on the bed and fell asleep. She did not notice that there was a scratching sound of nails on the wall outside the hut, and some kind of sobbing ghost cry. Early the next morning, as soon as Lin Qing woke up, he dazedly opened the regional channel to see if there was any useful information. Fuck. Did you hear anything outside the door last night? Yes. It felt louder than the night before. The room was shaking, and I was so scared that I didn't dare to sleep. I went out last night and found zombies crawling out of the graveyard outside. Fortunately, I ran fast and hid in the room and stopped them. Oh my god. I slept soundly last night. Is it so scary? Wow. I'm sure there is a big snake as thick as a human waist entwined on my roof. This small broken house can't hold on any longer. I feel that it will come in after the novice protection period ends. The world outside the room will change. It should be no problem to survive this world, and then look for upgrade materials in the next world. But the difficulty will increase a lot. Ah. It's Qing Feng. Will the world outside the door be more difficult after the update? Then are we rookies going to have no way out? The regional channel has begun to be filled with panic. After eating an apple, Lin Qing looked outside the door thoughtfully. She realized that it was definitely a wise choice to upgrade the room last night. At this moment, the sound of the prompt system rang in her ears. Ding. The world outside the host has been updated. Ding. After system detection, the world outside the door is now a zombie world with medium difficulty. The host can explore moderately. The zombie world is relatively abundant in supplies, so you can stock up appropriately. In addition, other players in the same area have appeared, and the host should be vigilant. Hearing the zombie world, Lin Qing was no longer sleepy. What? Zombie world? The novice protection period has just ended. And it's such an exciting world? And this other player? Is there going to be a competitor? Sure enough, the voice of the survival system came again in the room broadcast. The world outside the door has been updated, and the 48-hour countdown has started. Please explore as much as you want. Note, room assimilation has been enabled. The room level that each player is currently in represents the defense level of the world outside the door. Good luck to all players. This time, Lin Qing vaguely understood what the survival system meant. The second level room she upgraded, which is a wooden house, will definitely be safer than the first level thatched house. The regional channel was also in an uproar at this time. What? The room level represents the strength of the room's defense. This survival system didn't say that in advance. What are you talking about? Isn't it obvious? Can this kidnapping thing have good intentions and let you hide in the room for the rest of your life and become a Buddha on the spot? Woo woo woo. If I had known, I would have gone out more in the past 2 days. I was afraid of danger if I ran too far, so I only found food that was barely edible. And the materials for upgrading the room were not found yet. Ha! Fortunately, I was smart. I cut trees for a long time to get enough materials. And I also found enough bronze ingots and nails. The room is level 2. And the safety is increased by 1 point. I feel relieved. Chapter 10 World 2, Hot Spring Town. What are you showing off? The big guys in the district haven't said anything yet. What are you proud of? Yes. Look at the avatars on the channel rankings. Baofu, Qi Feng and Yuling have all reached level 2. But they are not as superior as you. Hey, I'm just showing off. I'm lucky. What can you do? Can you hit me through the screen? You're envious and jealous. Right? Haha. It's useless. I'm still living well. Black Storm. Right? I remember your ID. Don't let me meet you. Otherwise you're done. Seeing that the channel was arguing again, Lin Qing couldn't find any useful information, so she simply closed it. She opened the regional rankings and found that hundreds of people had appeared overnight. This regional ranking seems to be related to the rarity of the boss killed, the time taken to kill, the level of clearance, and the level of the room. So her ranking is currently the highest. Qi Feng Zhan is below her, and below is Yuling. However, Lin Qing doesn't care much about her ranking. Life is the most important thing, and she knows it herself. She can't put her life aside just to compete for the regional ranking. Besides, this time she is in a zombie world, since she knows that it is a zombie world. She must be well prepared before going out. Lin Qing first checked the workbench and the water purification device made last night. A wooden cylindrical object similar to a wine barrel was placed there, with a device for adding water source on top, as well as a water storage part and a faucet position for receiving water. This can purify water? But the game cannot be measured by ordinary thinking, and Lin Qing wants to try the effect. Unfortunately, she was no longer in the deserted island world, and she didn't know what this zombie world was like, and whether there would be enough water. Fortunately, she had enough bottled mineral water to last for a while. Unexpectedly, when she checked the introduction of the water purifier, she saw an interesting introduction. The first time you use the workbench, there is a certain amount of luck bonus. Congratulations! Your water purifier has obtained a certain attribute improvement and has become a device that can automatically add water. The water purifier can automatically collect water sources and obtain 0.5-1 L of water sources every day. The water source has been purified by the water purifier. Please drink it with confidence. After reading the introduction, Lin Qing felt a little happy. It seems that her luck is not bad. At least the daily water source problem has been solved. If there is any surplus, maybe it can be sold for other items. Lin Qing checked her current weapons again. Iron dagger. The ordinary bow and arrow of the savages can be used 3 times. There is also an old machete. It looks a bit shabby. If you encounter zombies, it will be a bit difficult. Although she didn't want to face the zombie world, she had a black card in her hand, and there were only 3 fixed worlds: Vampire Manor, Abandoned Space Station, and Ghost Night in Mountain Village. It sounded like a world with extremely high survival difficulty. In the zombie world, at least you can know where the enemy is. In these 3 worlds, players may not know how they died. To be on the safe side, Lin Qing deliberately used the blood of the wild man before going out. She originally thought that this was the product of fighting the wild man boss, and it sounded a bit weird and bloody. After all, they are all human beings, and it is hard to accept it in the heart, and they can't cross that hurdle. But the zombie world is extremely risky, and only by improving physical fitness can the chance of survival be increased. Lin Qing could only pinch her nose and drink the blood. After drinking, she opened her personal panel and found that her speed, strength and agility values were all improved a little. Note, the player's physical fitness has reached the average level, and the chance of survival has increased. Unexpectedly, her sanity value has dropped a little. Lin Qing thought about it. Maybe she knew that the outside world was a zombie world, and she was a little nervous subconsciously. She had seen a lot of zombie movies, and blood suddenly dripped in front of her eyes, which was also the reason for the decline in sanity. After everything was ready, Lin Qing sighed softly. Hold the long-handled machete in your hand. After adjusting your mentality, turn the doorknob. Outside the door, there were no zombies rushing towards you as imagined. But what came towards you was actually steaming mist. There was a smell of rotten eggs in the air. Lin Qing immediately covered her mouth and nose, and as the mist dissipated, she saw the water mist steaming up from the ground. Only then did she realize that there was a hot spring nearby. The smell of rotten eggs in the air was the smell of sulfur. However, Lin Qing did not relax her vigilance. She held the machete tightly in her hand and planned to walk slowly forward along the path under her feet. Suddenly, a girl in a blue skirt called her not far away. Lin Qing, why are you still here? Didn't you make an appointment with Xiaofeng and the others to go to the hot spring together at 10 o'clock? Lin Qing was stunned for a moment, and then realized that she was called. The girl knew who she was, but Lin Qing didn't know who she was. So, this world is a scenario simulation? As expected, the system in my mind prompted the missing background information. You are an employee of a company. During a 3-day holiday, the company organized an outing for employees. You and your colleagues took a bus to the hot spring town for vacation. But the crisis also came. Your colleagues and the residents of the hot spring town gradually turned into zombies due to unknown reasons. You know that something must have gone wrong, so they turned into monsters. So, you are careful and carefully distinguish every detail of the hot spring town. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Qing knew what was going on in this zombie world. But it was still scary to watch colleagues turn into zombies one by one. Lin Qing noticed that the system reminded her that there was a problem with the hot spring town. Only by being vigilant about everything here could she avoid being turned into a zombie. So, what exactly is the problem? How can she avoid it? Lin Qing, are you going or not? If not, I'll leave first. Seeing that Lin Qing was in a daze and didn't answer herself, the girl gradually lost her patience. Lin Qing thought for a moment and replied, "You go first. I feel a little uncomfortable. I'm going out to buy some painkillers." "Ah, you feel uncomfortable. If you have something to say, tell me earlier. Isn't this a waste of time? Xiaofeng and the others have already gone. I am the only one waiting for you. If I had known, I would not have waited for you. They must have started bathing first." The girl left in a hurry and rolled her eyes. She felt that Lin Qing had delayed her time to bathe in the hot spring. She also muttered, "I heard that hot springs are good for beauty and skin care. I have to hurry up and go. If I spend less time bathing, it will not be worth it." After the girl left, Lin Qing instantly became alert. It seems that the disaster has not yet completely occurred. She has to find the box quickly. Ding! A bronze treasure chest is detected 150 meters southwest. There is a zombie animal nearby. The danger level is medium. It is recommended that the host go to get it. The system in the brain suddenly prompted. When he heard about the bronze treasure chest, Lin Qing's eyes lit up. The items that appear in bronze treasure chests are usually very useful. I wonder if some powerful weapons can be found this time. Chapter 11, Fighting Zombie Dogs, New Gun Set. According to the system prompt, after walking more than 100 meters up the mountain, Lin Qing came to a forest. She saw at a glance that an unopened bronze treasure chest was hidden behind a low pine tree. The zombie animal mentioned by the prompt system was also there. It was a zombie dog, with black and red eyes, covered with dirty blood, gnawing at the human corpse. Its teeth were extremely sharp, and it was very easy to tear it apart. Soon most of the chest was eaten clean. Lin Qing estimated the distance between her and the zombie dog, about 10 meters away. The zombie dog's movements were not slow at all. It seemed that its speed increased after it became a zombie. She couldn't act rashly. Just then, a hen suddenly came down from the mountain to peck at food. Clucking and looking down for food, the zombie dog stopped tearing and looked at the hen that suddenly broke in with its cloudy and red eyes, grinning and crawling to hunt. The hen still didn't notice and continued to peck at the ground and move forward. If she took a few more steps forward, she would fall into the hunting range of the zombie dog. At this moment, Lin Qing moved. She took out the ordinary bow and arrow of the savages and directly drew the bow and put the arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow shot straight at the zombie dog. The zombie dog sensed the danger, made a dodging move, turned around and flew. However, Lin Qing shot the second arrow immediately. The ordinary bow and arrow of the savages had a certain injury rate, and this time it hit one of the zombie dog's thighs. The zombie dog howled. The hen finally realized the danger, clucked and flapped its wings, and ran away. The zombie dog also noticed Lin Qing's location, and became angry and dragged its injured hind legs towards Lin Qing to bite. Lin Qing was calm, and replaced the bow and arrow in her hand with a machete. The moment the zombie dog rushed over, she dodged sideways and swung the machete fiercely, just cutting the zombie dog's neck. Ah! The zombie dog screamed in pain after being hit in the neck, and lay straight on the ground, still thinking about continuing to attack. Lin Qing didn't give it a chance to fight back, and slashed it a few more times until the zombie dog was completely dead and the dog's head was chopped off by her. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. However, some blood was still splashed on her clothes. I don't know if it got on my face, and whether this zombie virus can be transmitted through the mucous membrane. At this time, she realized that she was a little impulsive. I have to find a mask to wear later, she muttered to herself and walked towards the bronze treasure chest. After such a fierce battle, the things in the treasure chest can't let me down. Lin Qing opened the treasure chest and saw what was lying in the box, and her face was instantly happy. The survival system on the bracelet reminds. Congratulations to the player for discovering the bronze treasure chest. Level 3 room upgrade conditions: 9/40 planks, 2/12 bronze ingots, 36/40 nails, 0/50 stones. Level 3 room upgrade conditions have not yet been met. Please keep working hard. A pistol was actually opened. In the zombie world, having a pistol instantly gives you confidence. Lin Qing simply checked the pistol and found that there was no malfunction. So he put away the magazine and planned to continue exploring. Just then, the chicken that was scared away by the zombie dog just now slowly strolled down from the mountain again. This is probably a hen, with ordinary linen fur, but it is fluffy and clean. And it looks well groomed. If you roast it and sprinkle some cumin on it, it will be fat and oily. Lin Qing weighed the gun in her hand and felt that it was a pity to use the bullets. In order to use it on zombies, she decided to let the hen go. Unexpectedly, when Lin Qing walked in front, the hen automatically followed behind. Looking fearless. Lin Qing, it's strange. I met someone who volunteered to come to my house to make food. Follow me. She continued to explore far away along the mountain road. Suddenly, there was a scream at the hot spring at the foot of the mountain, followed by a noise and a cry. Lin Qing realized that the zombie virus had broken out. Fortunately, she didn't go to the hot spring at the foot of the mountain. Otherwise she would have suffered. However, she was also thinking about the cause of the zombie virus outbreak. Judging from the corpse of the zombie dog, it died in the past 2 days. I don't know what caused the different progress of infection in humans and animals. While thinking, she walked forward vigilantly with a gun in hand. After a while, on a gravel and cobblestone road going down the mountain, she saw the girl she had just met. She had been infected by the virus. Her eyes were cloudy, and a large hole was torn in her abdomen. She was struggling to crawl forward in pain, shouting, "Save me!" Not far behind her, there were a few wandering zombies with blood in their mouths, and they seemed to be the culprits. Lin Qing clenched the gun in his hand and shook his head regretfully. It seems that the infection has reached the transformation stage, and there is no hope. At this moment, the 3 wandering zombies found Lin Qing on the mountain, and instantly ran over like a fully charged motor, roaring and running wildly. It was just right to practice her shooting skills. Lin Qing was calm and collected. She raised her pistol with the safety pin pulled and aimed to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 shots, a zombie fell to the ground and 2 zombies rushed towards her. Lin Qing sighed in her heart. She didn't expect that her accuracy was so bad. She hurriedly distanced herself from them. Half a minute later, the 2 zombies finally fell to the ground. When Lin Qing returned to the original place again, she found that the girl had completely lost her human consciousness and stood up with her limbs twisted uncoordinatedly. Lin Qing shot her in the head. "We met for a while. Rest in peace." After dealing with the zombies, Lin Qing continued to explore. It was about 10 o'clock in the morning. Tourists who came to the town were probably soaking in hot springs. In order to avoid being blocked by too many zombies, she specially chose a remote path to go down the mountain. On the way down the mountain, Lin Qing unexpectedly found a wooden treasure chest. She got a bottle of mineral water and an unopened box of self-heating spicy hot pot. Lin Qing happily put it away. "Finally, I can eat something tasty. I'll have this for lunch today." After walking a few steps further, she found an open wooden treasure chest next to a wild hot spring. "Hey, is this an empty treasure chest?" She felt that the empty treasure chest appeared too abruptly and looked extremely suspicious. Thinking of the other survivors mentioned by the prompt system, Lin Qing's heart sank, and he had to think of another possibility. That is, there are other survivors nearby. He left this empty treasure chest to detect whether there are any survivors nearby. If she didn't have a brain and went up to decompose the empty treasure chest, it would expose her existence. If Lin Qing was discovered, she would probably be attacked and die in this world. Then the supplies in her backpack would belong to others. Chapter 12 Hate Hunting Order Other Survivors. Knowing that someone is setting up an ambush, Lin Qing is not too worried. She has not been discovered yet, which means that the enemy is in the open and I am in the dark. Now neither of them knows who is the survivor, and it is still uncertain who will win and who will lose. Besides, Lin Qing still has a gun in his hand. As long as the survivor does not have a more powerful hot weapon, Lin Qing is confident that he can eliminate him. The current situation is that she'd better not reveal her identity and do a good job of concealment. But if she finds a treasure chest with supplies on the road, she will not give up because of choking. After all, the strong take everything. She will not miss the opportunity to let another person grow. At this time, in the regional channel, "Help! Is there anyone in the zombie world? I fell into a trap set by a survivor. He is a murderer and is now chasing me to steal my supplies. I am injured and the smell of blood is strong. I don't know if he found me first or if I was eaten by the zombies. Fuck. My friend. Are you kidding me? Someone dares to kill people. Don't panic first. Describe the environment around you and see if there are other players in the same world who can help you. TSK. Survival games are difficult to begin with. Even if there are survivors over there, they may not be able to get there. What's more, it's thankless to help others. Girl, you're on your own. I seem to have many hot springs and zombies in the mountains. The man chasing me looks fierce, with a scar on his face and a red coxcomb. He looks very difficult to mess with. The most important thing is that he has a chainsaw, which is very powerful. He can easily cut a zombie in half. It's so scary. No way. The designer of this survival game has bad intentions. Don't think that our regional chat is so peaceful. In fact, everyone is not used to the rhythm of the survival game, and many people don't realize the meaning of the rules. Yes, to put it bluntly, if you are put into the same world, the survival players are competitors. This game encourages competition and fighting. The winner takes everything, and the loser dies, and nothing is left. After the discussion was posted, many lurking players began to panic at the same time. They also realized that after the bottom line was broken, the players in the regional channel were no longer their companions, but potential enemies. Then, the war of death is about to begin. Why didn't the girl just now speak? Is she still alive? Don't look for her anymore. The number of people online in the channel just now dropped. It seems that the person should be gone. Look at the system notification. It actually issued a death notification. Emergency notification in the regional channel. Player exploding will-o'-the-wisp killed player Rose Knight. Player Rose Knight is dead. Player Rose Knight used the item hate hunting order to issue a district-wide notice. Any player who killed exploding will-o'-the-wisp can inherit her mysterious item and 3 worldwide gold coins. The hate hunting order is activated after the death of player Rose Knight. There is no limit on time and place until exploding will-o'-the-wisp dies. Instantly, the channel exploded. Fuck. The girl is so cruel. She is not at peace even after her death. I don't know whether to say that this player is lucky or unlucky. Judging from the meaning of the system, the hate hunting order, the mysterious item, and the world gold coins are all very difficult to obtain. I didn't expect that it would be easily caught in the hands of such a person. It's really a pity. It's Boss Chiefone. Alas, such a lucky guy has fallen into the trap. I don't know what we should do in the future. Are there other players in the zombie world? Where there is a hot spring. Kill the exploding ghost fire, and you will be the hero of our entire district. Damn. This kind of scum should die. At the same time, in the northwest direction of the hot spring town, a tall and thin man with a red coxcomb, wearing sunglasses and holding an electronic cigarette in his mouth, was waving the chainsaw in his hand and diving forward like crazy. His seemingly casual movements cut 3 zombies in half. Under the dim sunlight, the dazzling heavy blood color spread all over the ground, and the air was full of a strong smell of blood. Not far away, a group of zombies found the man's trace and rushed towards him with a low roar. However, the man just clicked the bracelet casually, and when he saw the channel chat, his face suddenly changed. Even the scar on his face shook. Bitch. No wonder nothing good dropped from the backpack. It turned out that it was used on me. Hee hee. You used me to attract hatred. But you didn't even look at my strength. It would be better if there were players. They would all be my prey. At the same time, Lin Qing came to a convenience store according to a map of the hot spring town she picked up. After cleaning up the 2 zombies in the convenience store, she pulled up the light-blocking curtains and began to collect supplies. The message from the prompt system was indeed correct. This world with convenience stores is really a good place to stock up. Snacks, drinks, bento, daily necessities. Everything is available. Bags of bread, desserts, snacks, ham, instant noodles, chocolates and sugars of various flavors, as well as some Odin seasoning packets and ingredients. Well-packaged rice balls and sandwiches, bottled water, beer, liquor, juice, sparkling water, and other beverages. Daily necessities such as toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, etc., and all kinds of seasonings that Lin Qing was looking forward to. It was like a hamster fell into a warehouse. There was food on the left and food on the right. He didn't even want to go out. Lin Qing was also envious of the shelves and kitchen utensils for cooking Odin, as well as equipment such as microwave ovens. Unfortunately, after the room was upgraded, there were only 2 more space grids in the backpack. A total of 5 square meters of storage space. These 2-meter-long shelves and extra items could not be put in. She could only put some useful items into the space first, and planned to move the shelves back to the cabin. After cleaning up for a while, her stomach growled. Lin Qing planned to eat something before leaving. Directly heated tuna rice balls and ham sandwiches, plus a bottle of sparkling juice. It was really nice. During the meal, Lin Qing browsed the channel and noticed the discussion about the murderer. She immediately became more vigilant. Once the bottom line of trust is broken, everyone will be suspicious. The appearance of such people is like a troublemaker. It seems to be beneficial to oneself. But in fact, the cost of survival for everyone will be 10% higher in the future. For players with a little strength like Lin Qing, they may just need to be vigilant. But for some weak players, they may become the target of robbery. This phenomenon will be hard to prevent in the future. In addition, the information provided by the girl who asked for help in the channel was the zombie world. Hot springs, traps and chainsaw killers. She couldn't help but think of the hot spring town where she was. It seems that there are more than 2 players who survive in this zombie world. Chapter 13 Hunter and Prey. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the killer knew about the existence of other survivors. That's why he set traps to hunt other players. Realizing this possibility, Lin Qing was not afraid, but instead felt a secret excitement in her heart. I wonder who will win between her and this chainsaw killer. At this moment, the prompt system rang again. Ding! The chainsaw killer is approaching the convenience store. Please pay attention. Complete the task of killing the chainsaw killer, and there will be a chance to get a hidden reward from the system. A peach with sword to ward off evil. Does the host accept it? Hearing this reward, Lin Qing hesitated. The peach with sword to ward off evil sounds like a weapon to deal with the world of ghosts. On the world selection black card she accidentally obtained, there is a world outside the door of a mountain village ghost night, which means that there is a high probability that a world with ghosts will be opened later. With a peach with sword to ward off evil, she will have an extra chance of survival. Moreover, she had a gun, a lizard's color-changing scales, and boxer's gloves, so she might not be unable to give it a try. So far, the tips given to her by the prompt system have been very useful and have never harmed her. Finally, Lin Qing chose to give it a try. Anyway, there was no penalty for mission failure. And at worst, she could just sneak away if she couldn't win. For survivors, convenience stores are extremely attractive places. Even a murderer would not let go of such supplies. Did he come to the convenience store because they wanted to go together? Or was there another reason? When Lin Qing was almost ready, she had already vaguely heard a short, sharp and piercing mechanical sound coming from near the convenience store, like the buzzing sound of a chainsaw, and the friction sound of cutting objects. The sound was getting closer and closer until there was a sizzling sound. The chainsaw cut through the door frame, and a wild male voice with a strange tone came. There seems to be a little mouse hiding in the convenience store. Ah, is the little mouse waiting for me? Hearing the voice, Lin Qing's heart tightened instantly. It's the chainsaw killer. With a clang, the wooden door was kicked to the ground, and the red coxcomb head broke in with a chainsaw. He showed his sharp and pointed teeth, and the corners of his mouth were exaggeratedly curved, revealing a perverted and terrifying sneer. Little mouse, I'm coming in. Are you scared and hiding? Don't worry. I will find you. He licked the corner of his lips with the tip of his tongue and strode in. With heavy footsteps, the coxcomb head pulled the rope of the chainsaw, and his eyes wandered between the shelves. Little mouse, are you terribly scared? You want to scream like crazy, but you're shaking with fear. Hee. I've already cut one survivor. She's actually quite lucky. She's issued a prop like the hate hunting order in just 2 days. She wants to use this thing to hunt me down. Do you want to avenge her? The voice of the coxcomb echoed in the convenience store. He wandered between several shelves that had been emptied by Lin Qing, and from time to time, he nervously swung the chainsaw and chopped the wooden shelves in half. Why can't I find you? Where are you hiding? You should be here. At this time, Lin Qing was hiding 2 shelves away. Using the scales of the chameleon, she successfully concealed her figure and disappeared next to the shelf. As the coxcomb moved, she also changed her position, looking for the right time to shoot. Unfortunately, the shelf has both advantages and disadvantages. It can help her hide her body and inadvertently help the coxcomb to go to cover. You are clearly here. Why don't you show up? I want to kill you. I want to kill you. The coxcomb's face and tone became more and more rapid and crazy, and the facial scars became more and more distorted and terrifying. He seemed to know that Lin Qing was nearby. But he was not sure of the specific location. And he was wandering among several shelves. From time to time, he swung the chainsaw in his hand and chopped at the shelves, making a mess in the convenience store. Is there a prop to determine the player's position? It seems that he also killed another survivor with this method, Lin Qing said in his heart. The weapon in his hand seems to be only a chainsaw. And the means of attack are also very simple. I can give it a try. Lin Qing changed another position and moved to the cash register. After observation, he came to a conclusion. The originally small convenience store soon became overcrowded due to the destruction of the coxcomb. If this continued, she would definitely be blocked by the coxcomb. She had to act quickly. This time, while the coxcomb was sweeping across the shelves, Lin Qing acted decisively in his blind spot. With a bang, the coxcomb seemed to sense the danger and subconsciously tilted his head to avoid the bullet. The bullet streaked a trace of blood in the corner of his eye. But the coxcomb suddenly became excited and turned his head to look in the direction where Lin Qing was dodging. Ha ha ha. Little mouse. I knew you were there. He pulled the cord of the electric saw, and the saw head buzzed louder and louder, which was deafening. With a swing of the electric saw, the coxcomb excitedly sawed off the shelf in front of him and strode towards Lin Qing. The sharp saw head with the breath of death flashed a cold light above his head and suddenly fell into the counter. Huh? No one. The coxcomb waved around randomly a few times, but did not cut anything solid. He narrowed his eyes slightly. TSK. It ran away again. The little mouse is very cunning and even has an invisible prop. You? Before he finished speaking, 2 more gunshots rang out. Just as he was dodging again based on his instinct for danger, he suddenly felt an uncontrollable fear. He was locked by something. A powerful force came from the void and hit his jaw hard, without giving him any time to react. The coxcomb felt his teeth shattered and instantly felt dizzy. Then, this force attacked his soft abdomen again, and the huge inertia pushed him to the shelf behind him. And the shelf fell to the ground with a bang. And finally, he hit the hard stone wall. The chainsaw was also knocked out and lay on the ground with a buzzing sound. At this time, Lin Qing lifted the chameleon stealth effect and stood out from a blind spot of the counter. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, with a blue boxing glove in her left hand and a pistol in the other hand. The red coxcomb still wanted to struggle to stand up from the wall, but Lin Qing did not give him any chance to fight back and shot again. Bang! A bullet was fired, and this time it hit the coxcomb head accurately on the forehead. Red blood flowed out of the bullet hole, and the coxcomb head was completely silent. Ding! The host has completed the task of killing the chainsaw killer, and the reward is a peach with sword to ward off evil spirits, which has been issued to the host's backpack. Hearing the system notification, Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief. The red coxcomb head is finally dead. Chapter 14 New Props. At the same time, the bracelet and the regional channel issued an official announcement at the same time. Player Exploding Will-o'-the-Wisp has died. Congratulations to the player for becoming rich overnight and completing the hate hunting order issued by the player Rose Knight. A-level props and world gold coins have been sent to the player's backpack. At this time, the regional channel was in an uproar. Oh my god! Exploding Will-o'-the-Wisp died so quickly. Who is Rich Overnight? Why does he look so familiar? Rich Overnight. He was the first person to kill a boss in the novice world. It's Rich Boss. That makes sense. I didn't expect Rich Boss to be in the zombie world and kill Exploding Will-o'-the-Wisp. Sister Qiangwei's revenge is finally done. Alas, Qiangwei is such a lucky person. She got A-level items and world gold coins in just 2 days. But she still failed. It's such a pity. Yes, people like Exploding Will-o'-the-Wisp may only dare to secretly abuse small animals in the civilized world. Even if they have dark ideas, they will not put them into action. I agree. This survival game is designed to stimulate the dark side of people. All kinds of dark maggots have crawled out from the bottom of the pit. Hearing the notification from the survival system, Lin Qing took off her blue gloves and was completely relieved. Coxcomb must be dead. She simply bandaged her injured arm and began to check the supplies that fell from Coxcomb. 4 bottles of mineral water, half a bag of millet, a bundle of green vegetables, 10 mutton chunks and 15 beef chunks, 17 nails, 24 planks, 6 stones, 10 bronze ingots. There are also flints for starting fires, and a black hyena nose prop. The hyena nose is probably a prop for disassembling hyenas. The introduction only says that it can be used to distinguish the breath of the same kind. And the number of uses is 3. The coxcomb has been used twice. And there is only one last time left. Finally, Lin Qing set his sights on the silent chainsaw on the ground. The handle of the chainsaw is bright red. And the teeth are silver. A closer look reveals a circle of misty black and red, which looks very ominous. Although Lin Qing knew that the chainsaw had chopped people, this tool with such strong lethality, and can also be used for logging, is indeed a good tool. She tried to put the red chainsaw into her backpack, and saw the information about the chainsaw. Name: the killer's chainsaw. Lin Qing's face was relatively calm after seeing the introduction of the chainsaw. No wonder Rose Knight was afraid of the exploding will-o'-the-wisp. It turned out to be because of the negative effects of the chainsaw. Because she wore boxing gloves, she used anger to offset the psychological damage. In addition, it was about the exploding will-o'-the-wisp. Lin Qing felt that even if he had the idea of killing, he would not act arrogantly in the first few worlds and expose his deeds. According to the explanation of the chainsaw's notes, he lost half of his sanity and became crazy because of the negative value of the chainsaw. This kind of middle school and conceited chattering villain tone made Lin Qing very suspicious that the exploding will-o'-wisp held the chainsaw for more than 20 minutes. Which led to this effect. It seems that this prop must be used carefully in the future. The sound in the convenience store just now has attracted nearby zombies. Lin Qing threw the body of Coxcomb out to attract zombies. Then she quickened her pace, put away the last few useful supplies, and took the microwave and Odin pot with her. Maybe she could cook freely when she got a generator. Finally, she did not forget to pick a relatively undamaged shelf, and planned to move it back by hand and put it in the hut for storage. It was also good to block zombies on the way. The sun was setting in the west and began to set. Perhaps because the night was about to fall, Lin Qing encountered more and more zombies on the way back. These guys were ready to move in the shadows, and began to wander around as the sun disappeared. Fortunately, Lin Qing successfully returned to the original hut before the last ray of sunlight disappeared. With her experience of watching zombie movies for so many years, the risks at night would increase exponentially, not to mention in this mysterious game world. Even now, she did not dare to exaggerate too much. It was not until she returned to the room that Lin Qing finally relaxed. From time to time, the sound of zombies wandering outside the door came, and through the creaking wooden corridor floor. It made people panic. Fortunately, the room has been upgraded to level 2. Otherwise, with the defense of the thatched house, I won't be able to sleep well tonight, Lin Qing said with some self-mockery. Taking advantage of this time, she began to take off the blood-stained clothes and threw them into the bonfire to burn. Then she checked if there were any wounds scratched by zombies. When fighting with the zombie dog, its blood splashed on her face. Fortunately, it didn't get into her eyes. Otherwise, the possibility of zombie transformation would be greater. Lin Qing wiped the blood-stained skin with a wet wipe and changed into a simple and comfortable sportswear. This was found in a tailor shop in the town. Let's see what happens tonight. If there are no signs of transformation into a zombie, I should be fine, she said to herself. Then, she planned to count the generous reward she had received today, as well as the props rewarded by the system. But at this moment, Lin Qing heard a clucking sound outside, as well as the sound of wings flapping. It seems to be the crowing of a chicken? There was an uncoordinated running sound on the floor outside, and the zombies nearby were approaching here. If this continues, it may attract all the zombies nearby. Lin Qing frowned, put on a mask, gloves and sleeves, and planned to go out and take a look. As soon as the door opened a crack, she saw a hen fluttering around in the courtyard. Some zombies were attracted by the hen and wanted to pounce on it and bite it. But unexpectedly, they were all dodged by the hen's sharp steps. Lin Qing didn't expect that a fat hen could dodge so calmly and even agilely. It was more novel than seeing the old men and women playing flower swords in the square. At this time, the hen didn't seem to notice that there was a zombie approaching from behind. Lin Qing didn't want it to be scratched by the zombie, so she reminded it, "Watch out behind." The hen seemed to understand what Lin Qing said, and it spread its wings and flapped over several zombies and flew towards her. Chapter 15: Hatching Eggs and Taking Inventory of Supplies. The hen stood on her head. Lin Qing was a little speechless. I didn't expect that as a food. It would be so rampant. Several zombies were attracted by the hen and rushed towards Lin Qing at the door. She raised her hand and shot. Dealt with several zombies on the porch. Stepped back a few steps and closed the door with her backhand. Then she pinched the wings of the hen on her head and pulled it down. She said viciously, "Food? What do you want to do?" The flax hen was not afraid either. She stared with her small eyes, tilted her head left and right, and looked at Lin Qing calmly. "Cuckoo! Cuckoo!" accompanied by a low roar. The zombies outside the door were scratching the door with their nails frantically, and the wooden door frame clanged, as if it would fall down in the next second. If the second-level room had not had a certain degree of defense, the zombies would have broken in. "You've brought so many zombies to me, and you've sent them to me on your own initiative." Lin Qing was so angry that she laughed, and took out the iron dagger to threaten. "Tell me, do you want to make a roast chicken? Or stew it in an iron pot? Or just bury it in the ground and make it a beggar's chicken?" The hen continued to stare at Lin Qing with her innocent little round eyes. Suddenly, it stretched out its long neck and pecked Lin Qing's forearm hard. "Ugh!" Lin Qing screamed in pain and let go of her hand. The hen flew up again and finally landed on her bed. Lin Qing no longer meant to joke, and a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. At this moment, the hen clucked again, stretched out her butt, and a white egg rolled down on the bed sheet. It flapped its wings, jumped off the bed, and strolled not far from Lin Qing. It seemed careless, but it carefully looked at Lin Qing's face. This series of actions, Lin Qing instantly understood what it meant. Picked up the warm egg that the hen had just laid, and shook it slightly at it. "You want to lay eggs for me?" Cluck. "You want me to take you in?" Cluck. Lin Qing scratched his head. Strange. The hens in the game are all spirits. After the egg was put into the space backpack, it was shown as an ordinary egg, which could increase satiety. However, Lin Qing had another idea for the old hen. She got a bald eagle egg from the deserted island world, and it happened to be possible to use this old hen to hatch eggs. Lin Qing waved her hand, took out half a bag of millet, and tempted the hen to come closer. "Cuckoo chicken, come here." The hen saw the millet, walked over in small steps, stretched her neck to peck at the millet in Lin Qing's palm, and seemed not afraid of people. Lin Qing tentatively touched the hen's head. It tilted its head, felt there was no danger, and continued to peck at the millet. "Cuckoo chicken, let me call you this name first. It's not enough to just lay eggs every day. I have an important job for you now." Lin Qing took out the bald eagle egg from the incubator. "You have to help me hatch it." Cluck, cluck, cluck. "Then take it as your consent. If you can't hatch it, you can eat chicken." Lin Qing put the bird egg back, threatened it in a tone, and pointed at his neck with his hand. The hen shrank, ate the millet on the ground, and jumped into the incubator on her own initiative. It seemed that she was ready to lay down and hatch eggs. "Do you agree?" Lin Qing scratched his temple and poured some sand dug from the deserted island world as a cat litter box. "If you poop, poop here. Pay attention to the hygiene of the room." The hen stretched her head and called out. After solving this little episode, Lin Qing did not forget to count the spoils of today. First, the system prompts the evil repelling peachwood sword. The peachwood sword is 3 feet long and dark brown. It looks like it is carved from a whole piece of peachwood. The carving is exquisite, but the sword has mottled marks, and even the red rope hanging on the hilt is very worn, and it looks very old. A careful smell gives off a faint fragrance. The introduction shows. Name: Evil Repelling Peachwood Sword. Lin Qing was a little disappointed with the introduction of the peachwood sword, but it is still an A-level prop after all, and it is also a magical weapon in her hand that can be used to deal with ghosts. As for fine wine, Lin Qing doesn't know if the fast-moving liquor in the convenience store counts. If not, she needs to expand the scope to look. Lin Qing hammered a nail into the wall, hung the evil repelling peachwood sword, and then placed a bottle of liquor whose name he couldn't understand on the ground, as a tribute to this uncle. And by the way, to get close to him, it has to be said that no matter which world you are in, tobacco, alcohol, and tea are hard currency. Lin Qing was already thinking, if he put the cigarettes in the convenience store in the store and sold them, would he earn some upgrade materials or something? Opening his backpack again, Lin Qing took out the prize for completing the hate hunting order, a mysterious item and 3 world gold coins. This mysterious A-level item turned out to be an item from the Zerg world. Name: Zerg Mother Core. Lin Qing after seeing the Zerd Mother Core. ABA. This item looks even more speechless than the evil repelling peach with sword. It is an item that cannot be solved once used. No wonder Rose Knight didn't use it before he died. It felt that the consequences would be more serious. Finally, there are 3 world currencies. The introduction shows that this is the official currency of the room survival game. It can be used when you meet a world merchant to buy some magical props. And it can also be used as daily currency to exchange materials with other players. Okay. It seems that there will be copper coins, silver coins, and other currencies in the future. Lin Qing accepted it naturally. After sorting out the props, she began to sort out the materials bought from the convenience store for free. There are food and some daily necessities. Lin Qing specially reserved a space for food. After all, it is a static space, which can preserve the quality of food to a greater extent. Then put the shelf brought back from the convenience store in the corner, and disinfected it with alcohol from inside to outside. The rest of the matter is to put some daily necessities on it to make room for the backpack. Chapter 16 Trading. Unexpectedly, after sorting out these supplies, Lin Qing was exhausted. However, she finally sorted out the backpack space and became more organized. After a tiring day, of course she had to reward herself. She prepared the Sichuan spicy self-heating hot pot from the treasure chest. Put some green leafy vegetables, a large chicken leg as an extra, a can of iced cola as a drink, and dessert and yogurt after the meal. While the self-heating hot pot was heating up, Lin Qing started to check the channel chat messages. Since she killed the exploding will-o-wisp, a big discussion has been set off in the channel. Most players agreed, while some people had mixed opinions and even mocked her in a yin-yang way. Lin Qing said that he would not pay attention to these people. Then, there were some players' requests for help or material exchanges, and a small number of them were asking for water and food. It seems that these players want to change some different food and change the taste. It seems that the food problem has been basically solved, which is normal, as long as you are willing to go out and find a box. It must be food supply if it is not an empty box or a trapped treasure box. Lin Qing judged based on her experience. After all, she had a lot of gains on the first day. Although some players refused to leave the room, Lin Qing believed that most people had gone out to explore. But those who spoke were covered by some extreme speeches, and most people were lurking to observe the dynamics. After all, the silent ones are the majority. At present, the upper left corner of the channel shows that the number of people has dropped to 664. From more than 900 to more than 600. Nearly 300 people were lost, just because the novice period ended. Lin Qing clearly felt the pressure exerted by the survival system. If her room was still at level 1, the zombies outside the door would break in. It's not her turn to eat hot pot water channel in the room. Only by upgrading the room as soon as possible and strengthening personal strength can you survive in this world. Thinking of this, Lin Qing clicked on his own information to check the materials needed to upgrade the 3rd level room. Level 3 room upgrade conditions. Wood planks 37/40, bronze ingots 12/12, nails 53/40, stone 6/50. The exploding ghost fire didn't drop many upgrade materials. I don't know if it's because he just upgraded the room and there are not many remaining materials, or he didn't find many supplies. It looks shabby. However, after getting together, there are only 3 wood planks and 44 stones for the 3rd level upgrade. I don't know how to get the stones. Is there a related treasure chest? Or can I just mine the stones on the mountain? Lin Qing thought for a while, and remembered that a player said before that he relied on logging to upgrade the room to level 2. And he was still showing off during the chat. It seems that it can be obtained by logging. And stone can also be tried. However, does digging stone require any professional tools? Lin Qing thought about it, but couldn't come up with an answer. She searched the mall directly to see if there were any tools for digging stone. Unexpectedly, this search really made her find it. It was still a familiar ID. A mouthful of food and a mouthful of water. I have a blueprint for a pickaxe head for digging stone. I want to eat cherries, drink yogurt, drink ice cola, eat chicken legs, and eat delicious food. You can exchange if you meet one of the conditions. If you have other delicious things, you can chat privately. Lin Qing's face was a little strange. She didn't expect it to be this person again. The two of them really have a destiny. As far as she knew, the manufacturing blueprint could only be used once. Since this one mouthful of food and one mouthful of water was willing to give out the pickaxe blueprint, it meant that he had obtained at least 2. He was really lucky. Lin Qing directly chatted with him privately. Hey, brother. Can I buy your pickaxe blueprint? I have yogurt and ice cola here. You can choose one. After a while, one mouthful of food and one mouthful of water replied to her message. Ah, it's the rich boss. It's you again. Yes, of course. Wow, you are the only one who understands my thoughts best. In addition to yogurt and ice cola, do you have other delicious food? Hiss hiss. To be honest, I'm going crazy thinking about delicious food. But all I can get is moldy food or shriveled bread. Woo woo. Put me in this place. I'm going crazy. Lin Qing glanced at it, and his brain automatically blocked his complaints. Of course, I have other food here. But do you have other supplies? I need to see them first. The other side quickly replied, yes. 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 You want a pickaxe to mine stones. To be honest, the world I am in is a quarry. So I got the pickaxe blueprint. Quarry? What's the situation there? Are there monsters? Lin Qing asked subconsciously. This looks like an abandoned quarry. There is a kind of monster that can travel through the stones. They will pull animals and people into the stones and suffocate them to death. But as long as you don't touch the stones, there will be no problem. Lin Qing nodded in understanding. Thank you for telling me. Oh, there is nothing wrong with this. If you need stones, rich man, I can help you mine them. Hee hee. As long as you give me some delicious food. Lin Qing of course chose to agree. Thank you. I need at least 44 stones. Is it convenient for you to mine? No problem. No problem. In addition to the room upgrade, I have an extra 22 stones here. I will put it up for you first. You can exchange it with ice cola first. Okay. After a while, the personal mall of a mouthful of food and a mouthful of water refreshed 22 stones. Lin Qing clicked to take a photo and paid for a bottle of ice cola and a can of yogurt. The other party immediately sent a message. Hey. 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 You paid an extra can of yogurt. Lin Qing replied to him. It doesn't matter. These two are my deposit. And the rest of the food will be given later. Woo woo woo. Thank you very much. Don't worry. I will go out to mine stones early tomorrow morning, and will definitely send it to you as soon as possible. Okay. I submitted the purchase information of the manuscript production drawings. Please send it to me too. It turned out to be a can of canned fruit. Thank you very much. I will bang my head against the wall for you. Lin Qing has already accepted his expression very calmly. For this player, her senses were good, and the transaction was smooth. Using food to connect with others was not a problem for Lin Qing, who had cleared out the convenience store. After all, in the district channel, the negative impact of the Rose incident had already begun. Some players were beginning to form small groups. They just hoped to have more protection when entering the same world. Soon, the pickaxe production drawings were sent over. Pickaxe drawings, 1 stick, 2 nails, 1 iron block or bronze ingot. Note, the pickaxe has a certain number of uses, and the quality will be damaged after use, reducing the efficiency of digging stones. Lin Qing had a bottom line in her mind. If there were enough materials, she could try it. If she could dig something one day, it would be too late to regret without a pickaxe. Chapter 17 Main Mission. After about half an hour, the zombies outside the door scratched at the door, but found that they could not break in. So they gradually dispersed. Only then did Lin Qing lie down on the bed and sleep peacefully. In the middle of the night, she was woken up by the reminder system again. Ding! It is detected that the key person of the main mission has appeared nearby. She is being chased by mutant zombies. The danger level is high. The prize is zombie serum. Do you want to go and get it? She thought she was dreaming, and it took a while for her to understand what it meant. Zombie serum. It sounds like it should be a vaccine to delay turning into a zombie, which is very precious. What interested her most was that the main mission was settled. With her current strength, it is not a problem to go out and protect herself. It would be great if she could escape if it was really dangerous. Lin Qing checked her weapons. There were 15 bullets left in the pistol, a dagger and a machete, and the chainsaw of the killer. The pistol and dagger can be kept close to the body. The machete is a bit blunt, but the effect is good. As for the chainsaw of the killer, it is very lethal and will have a certain impact on emotions. Another point to note is that the holding time should not exceed 20 minutes. After preparing these, Lin Qing wrapped his arm with tape and put on a mask to avoid being scratched by zombies, and then pushed the door and set off. Dr. Gu, please leave the laboratory quickly. This special variant is beyond our expectations, and it has begun to evolve. No, I can't leave here. The development of the vaccine cannot be delayed. And your leadership is even more needed. That special variant is too cunning. He deceived us, cut off communications, took away the initial virus in the laboratory, and spread it through the water source. That's right, Dr. Gu. The virus has spread around the laboratory. We need you to pass the message and ask the military to handle this matter. It's too late. Go quickly. We will back you up. It was because we didn't listen to your advice and acted on our own that this disaster happened. We are the sinners of mankind for causing such a serious accident. The low roar of the zombies came from outside the door, accompanied by the occasional cry for help from humans, which made it even more desperate and miserable. Gu Yin's eyes were red, and her head was splitting. She hadn't closed her eyes for 3 days and 3 nights. The company's secret laboratory was deep in the mountain, and a level 1 biochemical accident broke out. She was sent out by relevant colleagues, and finally came to the hot spring town. Unexpectedly, this place also fell. The mutants spread the virus through the water source. This hot spring town has a well-developed water system and hot springs everywhere, which made the zombie virus spread rapidly. Is it really impossible to escape? No. The vaccine is in my hands. No matter what, I will send the vaccine out. This is a single-family homestay on the mountain. Originally, a couple lived there. Gu Yin locked them in the bedroom and stayed in the living room. Gu Yin had wounds on her body, and the smell of blood attracted another wave of zombies. They are extremely sensitive to blood, and are a group of stink bugs that cannot be released once they are touched. We can't hold on here for long. We have to move quickly. Gu Yin put on a mask to protect her exposed skin and tied her backpack tightly behind her back. The only weapon she had was a submachine gun given by the security personnel. Thanks to it, she was able to successfully reach the town. However, the submachine gun was running out of bullets. She had to leave the town before that and pass the message to the outside world. Gu Yin opened the curtains and saw that outside the French window, there were densely packed zombie heads. They were crowding frantically, trying to enter the room. This homestay was originally built with simple wood, and it would soon be unable to support. No matter what, we must break out first. Gu Yin gritted her teeth and prepared to go to the second floor and move to another homestay from a balcony. Even at the closest place, the distance between the 2 balconies was nearly 3 meters. The distance between the buildings was full of zombies ready to move. She almost slipped down the balcony next door, and her arms could not support her body a little bit, and she began to slide down. Just when she thought she was dead this time, a buzzing motorcycle sound suddenly came from the asphalt road in the forest. The motorcycle turned on the headlights and fired at the zombies recklessly. These monsters heard the movement of living people and began to move gradually to the asphalt road. Gu Yin's pressure was relieved instantly. She used all her strength, using both her hands and feet, to climb to the second floor of the next door B&B. When the night wind blew, she realized that she was in a cold sweat. Fortunately, this motorcycle attracted most of the zombies. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble. We have to leave quickly while there are fewer zombies now. Gu Yin killed a zombie and went downstairs. She heard the sound of the motorcycle getting louder. Unexpectedly, he turned around and came back. On the cool black motorcycle was a very tall driver. He wore a black helmet that blocked his eyes and a leather jacket. It was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. Is it an enemy? Or just an ordinary motorcycle thug? Gu Yin subconsciously tightened the submachine gun in her hand. Unexpectedly, the man took the initiative to open the visor of his helmet and said to her, "A survivor? Hey, are you injured?" Under the visor, it looks like a young woman, with a lazy and uninhibited look. Very calm. Gu Yin choked. I am not injured. Are there any other survivors in the town? The man shook his head. No. You are the only living person now. Gu Yin shook his hand. His eyes dim. Sure enough, all of them have fallen. Lin Qing sat on the motorcycle, looking at the key figures of the main task in the system. She looked to be in her 30s, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and her eyebrows were extremely serious. She was still wearing a white coat that she had not taken off in time, but it was covered with bloodstains, and it was unclear whether she was injured. She muttered in her heart, "No infection. Otherwise I wouldn't be so energetic. But the key figures have come out. Where is the main task?" Just then, The prompt sound of the survival system rang from her ears. Ding. The player triggers the main plot of the Hot Spring Town zombie copy. Copy Task 1. Help the female scientist escape from the Hot Spring Town, not achieved. Copy Task 2. Kill the special mutant boss of the Hot Spring Town, not achieved. Copy Task 1 Reward. Open the Wisdom Value panel. Wisdom Value plus 5. A zombie serum. After use, it can clear the zombie state and cannot be assimilated by zombies. Copy Task 2 Reward. The player will get the title of Zombie Controller. After having the title, you can subdue one zombie in the zombie world and drive it for your use. Note: Zombie Controller is an upgradable title. You can use zombie crystal cores to upgrade it. Hearing the rewards of the two tasks, Lin Qing instantly became interested. It sounds interesting. Chapter 18 Escape from the Town. Are you going to leave the town? My name is Lin Qing, and I'm a traveler from outside. Now all communications are cut off. I guess the military has blocked this place. I plan to escape from the town. Maybe we can be companions together, Lin Qing said directly. Gu Yin was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect the girl to be so straightforward. But this was also her purpose. This may be a little strange, but she was eager to leave the town and subconsciously ignored it. Great. I'm Gu Yin, a staff member of a nearby laboratory. For this outbreak of the zombie virus, I have detailed first-hand information. And now I'm eager to contact the military outside and send the information out. As long as a vaccine that suppresses the zombie virus can be developed, this biochemical crisis can be solved. Otherwise, if it continues to spread at the current rate, the degree of human mutation will increase exponentially, and the whole world will fall by then. Lin Qing blinked. It's so serious. It's really important. Seeing the zombies gathering around again, Lin Qing raised her hand to knock off the head of the zombie behind her, and patted the back seat to Gu Yin. Then get on. Let's go together. Gu Yin did not hesitate. Perhaps she was desperate. Or perhaps she was desperate. She raised her legs and sat on the back seat of the motorcycle, hugging Lin Qing's waist. Before she sat firmly, Lin Qing stepped on the accelerator and reversed the front of the motorcycle. Gu Yin took a mouthful of cold air. I was careless. I didn't expect this young girl to be so crazy. The motorcycle was running on the asphalt road, and occasionally encountered zombies blocking the road. Lin Qing would choose the steep grass slope, this violent bumpy degree. Even if Gu Yin hadn't eaten all day, her stomach still had unpleasant acid. She covered her mouth and shouted at Lin Qing against the wind. Do you have a map to leave the town? I'm not familiar with the terrain here. Lin Qing searched for a while, and threw her a tourist map of the Hot Spring Town. Yes, this should be enough. With the dimly flickering street lights, Gu Yin saw that what she had in her hand was indeed a map of the town, which mainly introduced the various scenic spots in the town. The exit was on the elevated road bridge in the northwest. It seemed that this strange motorcycle girl did not lie to her. Gu Yin was relieved a little. Behind her was the first-generation vaccine for zombies. She might really be able to do it. This was too lucky. As soon as this thought flashed through her mind, Lin Qing, who was driving the motorcycle, suddenly braked urgently. The rear tire made a half circle on the asphalt road, braking with sparks. Oops. What happened? Gu Yin was dizzy for a moment, and her sight focused on the group of zombies in the darkness not far away. They turned their backs to the headlights of the motorcycle, and the crowds blocked the entire road. Hearing the sound of the motorcycle braking, all the zombies turned around at the same time, revealing hideous and dark faces. These are all residents and tourists in the town. For some reason, they all gathered here and blocked the way for the survivors to leave the town. Lin Qing cursed in her heart. She didn't expect this mission to be so exciting. She had prepared for the NPC to go crazy, even to be a saint, and to be bitten by zombies. But she didn't expect to have to deal with such a large number of zombies. Losing the novice protection period is not that simple. She briefly waited, and when she was about to give up the mission and sneak back to the safe house to live for the next 2 days, she suddenly found a small path where the zombies were scattered. She quickly checked the map and found that she could take a shortcut over the hill by following this path. Seeing the zombies getting closer and closer, Lin Qing came up with a plan. Hey, Scientist Gu, can you drive a motorcycle? Gu Yin was taking out a machine gun and sweeping the first batch of zombies that surrounded him. He instantly understood what she meant. You want me to drive? I can drive a little. But do you have a way to deal with them? Yes. As long as you don't flip the car. I have the confidence to rush out. But does your vaccine work? If I get bitten, it won't be worth it. It works. This vaccine can effectively inhibit the proliferation of the virus. My experiment has begun to show results. Lin Qing laughed in her heart, and didn't have much trust in the words of this NPC. She was just testing Gu Yin's attitude. As long as she completed the escort mission, she could get a guaranteed serum. So she could try it. Lin Qing took out the chainsaw of the murderer from her backpack. And the chainsaw buzzed. There was a hint of blood in her eyes. And she swung her arms, and cut off the arms of the two zombies that caught her. A drop of blood instantly appeared on the windshield. Switch positions. You drive. Go to the path ahead. Lin Qing pointed casually. Okay. Gu Yin agreed. Her intuition told her that this strange girl was very powerful. Since she was surrounded by zombies, she might as well give it a try. With a hum, the motorcycle started again and rushed towards the zombie group. This time, it was Gu Yin who was driving. The ferocious buzzing sound of the electric saw rang in her ears, accompanied by the sound of cutting some blunt objects, splashing liquid, and ferocious monsters coming from all directions like a tide. It was like a nightmare that would wake you up. But it was still real. Gu Yin had only one goal in her heart: get out. She must get out. She couldn't waste the chance to escape that everyone had fought for her. The mutant was too smart and cunning. If it was allowed to grow, it would become a major crisis for mankind. She must not die. After an unknown amount of time, the motorcycle drove on this winding mountain road. There were still sounds of monsters running and roaring behind the car. But after all, they had been shaken off. The two succeeded. Gu Yin's heart was shaken. Don't slow down. There are other dangers nearby. Keep going. Lin Qing behind him suddenly whispered. When the 20 minutes were about to expire, the two escaped, and Lin Qing decisively put them into the weapon space of the backpack and switched to a machete and a pistol. But under the negative influence of the killer's chainsaw, her body was still trembling slightly, and her eyes flashed with excitement and crazy blood red. Her hand tightly grasped the handle of the knife, trying to suppress the desire to kill that burst out from her heart. Blood and cutting. The sound of chainsaws. It was a gorgeous and grand feast of blood. No, I can't be controlled by the negative effects of chainsaws. Lin Qing closed her eyes, tried to delay her breathing, and calmed down as much as possible. This is just a game. There is no need to get so involved. Just when Lin Qing was about to calm down, the prompt system in her brain gave her another prompt. Beep. Beep. Warning. After testing, the special mutants among the zombies are rapidly approaching the host. And the danger level is high. Please prepare for the battle. Fuck. Hearing this, Lin Qing couldn't help but curse subconsciously. Is it over yet? Can't you give me a way to live? Chapter 19 Complete Mission 1. What's wrong? Is there danger nearby? Hearing Lin Qing's sharp tone, Gu Yin's heart sank, not daring to relax anymore. He stepped on the accelerator hard. The motorcycle climbed the dirt road trampled by climbers with difficulty. The headlights occasionally swept across the shadows in the mountains. It seemed that something was crawling in the darkness, which was creepy. Fortunately, the motorcycle's shock absorption was done well, and the path ahead could be barely seen clearly. Lin Qing simply said, "There is a powerful zombie approaching here, and it seems to be chasing us." Powerful zombie? Gu Yin murmured, and a black figure flashed in his mind. Could it be that he is here? Who is he and why is he chasing us? Lin Qing pretended to know nothing. Gu Yin frowned and sighed softly. It's all over now. So it's okay to tell you. He is A013, a special mutant infected with the zombie virus. In the second phase of the virus study, we found serious effects far beyond our expectations, and immediately began to study vaccines. All patients infected with the virus died, transformed into the living dead, and completely lost their minds. But only A013 is a special case. He just showed a zombie state, but his mind is completely the same as that of a normal person. Everyone in our group felt that A013's example proved the correctness of the experiment. While extracting relevant serum from him, we started a series of follow-up studies. But unexpectedly, A013 betrayed. He behaved normally, and was just looking for the right time to escape. In an experiment, one of my colleagues was negligent, and was caught by A013 to escape. He released all the mutants in the observation room, cut off the power and communication lines, and spread the original virus, causing this crisis. After listening to Gu Yin's words, Lin Qing roughly understood what happened. So, he is a zombie with human intelligence. But his combat power is comparable to that of zombies. Gu Yin nodded, yes. He? Scientist Gu. Then the special mutant you mentioned is a zombie man wearing the same white clothes as you? Yes. That's right. But how did you know? Drive steadily. Don't throw me off. Lin Qing once again grasped the ferocious buzzing chainsaw. And his eyes instantly turned blood red. The next second, he stood up with his knees bent by the pedal. And swung fiercely to the upper left front. He blocked a blue-black claw as hard as iron. The moment the saw's fast and powerful teeth came into contact with A013's iron hand, a string of red sparks burst out again, along with blood. Hiss. A013 seemed to have not expected that there would be a weapon that could hurt him. He flashed back to the treetops and disappeared into the darkness again. Gu Yin also felt the huge impact, gritted his teeth and gripped the handlebars, and stepped on the accelerator again to accelerate. The zombie man in white had a slightly cold face, and narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the roaring motorcycle in the distance. So strong. Sure enough, he's here. A013 is very cunning. Maybe he led the zombie group just now and ambushed us on this road specifically. Oh no! He knows we are leaving the city. He will definitely not let us go. Gu Yin looked unhappy, knowing the seriousness of the matter. With A013's personality, he would never let anyone send the vaccine away. Lin Qing was still calm. She had roughly known A013's strength from the contact with him just now. As long as she could still hurt him, it wouldn't be a big problem. However, with the help of the killer's chainsaw, Lin Qing's senses became extremely sharp. She realized that the previous attack seemed to be just a test by A013. He was not repelled, but continued to follow behind like a fish that had taken the bait, waiting for an opportunity to attack. At this moment, the front of the locomotive suddenly fell. The two climbed over the hillside and landed on a solid asphalt road. From this position, they could already see the viaduct connecting the two valleys not far away. There were bright searchlights on the other side of the bridge, and the sound of helicopter propellers could be vaguely heard. As expected, the military had blocked this place. Hey, scientist, it's safe after crossing this viaduct? Yes. But? How about this? I'll stay here to help you stop A013. And you'll give me a serum. My work won't be in vain. Gu Yin was shocked. She didn't expect Lin Qing's request to be this. After a little thought, she realized that this was a good deal. But she didn't understand. Why are you helping me? Lin Qing made up a reason. Alas, I'm not alone. My boyfriend who came with me was also bitten by zombies. Since there is a chance to save his life, I have to try. Gu Yin, I didn't expect this girl to be a love-brain person. But A013 is more dangerous than you think. He seems to have mastered a special healing ability. Ordinary physical attacks don't have much effect on him. Are you sure you want to stay? As a researcher, she naturally agreed with Lin Qing's choice. But as a fellow survivor, she felt bad and her conscience was condemned. She still explained the pros and cons to her. Lin Qing did not answer. She noticed that A013 had also caught up with her. He was very fast and only a few steps behind. But he seemed to be afraid of the chainsaw in Lin Qing's hand and wanted to find an opportunity to attack. The motorcycle is left to you, and I'll take the serum. See you later? Lin Qing took out a blue serum from her backpack, put it in her arms, and put it into the space. She jumped off the motorcycle and rolled on the ground, rubbing against the ground. The exhaust pipe of the motorcycle spewed out exhaust gas. Buzzing away, Gu Yin pulled off the submachine gun on his chest and threw it back heavily. This is for you. Hang on. I'll find someone from the army to help you. Okay. While Lin Qing caught the gun, he pulled the trigger and forced A013 to chase him back. The bullet passed through A013's calf, and some remained in his body. A013 just frowned slightly, looking down at her indifferently. The bullet squirmed slightly, automatically discharged from his body, bounced and fell to the ground with a ding, and the injured part was restored to its original state again. For me, these conventional weapons don't do much harm. The zombie man pointed out the facts. You don't look like a local. What kind of deal did Gu Yin make with you? Are you willing to help her escape from here? Lin Qing raised his eyebrows slightly, seeing that he had no intention of attacking, patted the dirt and stood up from the ground. Guess? A013 put his fingers in his pockets and sneered. The only thing that can move you should be the most precious thing. Or the serum? Lin Qing curled his lips. You guessed well. A013 seemed very confident. Gu Yin should have told you that I am a special mutant zombie. Very cunning. And I want to destroy the world. But, no. 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 He casually extended an index finger and swayed it left and right to deny. Chapter 20 Complete Mission 2. But this is not entirely true. He waved his hand with contempt in his eyes. A013 denied some of Gu Yin's words. Gu Yin told you those. But only part of it. You should have seen that. I am also a scientist. Actually a colleague of Gu Yin. I was infected with the virus purely by accident. But I was surprised to find that special mutants, like me, who can retain consciousness, are the darlings of evolutionary selection. You see? I still retain human consciousness. Only my body is zombie-like, which exceeds the human limit many times. It is much stronger than the extremely weak humans. So, humans should embrace evolution instead of suppressing this phenomenon. A013 preached to Lin Qing very arrogantly, as if he thought that this would impress her. Lin Qing. She actually wanted to tell him that he was not the only one who had this idea. She had seen many movies like this 800 years ago. And the villain bosses who have this belief are happy to talk nonsense. It does sound good, but only a few people can evolve. If all your relatives and friends die, you will become irrational zombies, and life will not be very meaningful. Lin Qing talked some nonsense to him casually, but A013 seemed to be moved by Lin Qing. He smiled and shook his head, saying meaningfully, No. The meaning of evolution is to become powerful. When you reach a certain level, you will pursue a higher level and understand that some things are unimportant. Lin Qing secretly gave him a movie review, a conservative and paranoid scientist. She estimated the time and prepared to take action. But with my power, you still seem to be injured. Is this part of the plan? A013's smile froze. No. This is just a manifestation of imperfect evolution. Oh. Lin Qing nodded, estimating the time to end. At this time, the system voice finally came from the bracelet. Dungeon Task 1. Help the female scientist escape from the hot spring town. Achieved. Dungeon Task 1 Reward. Open the Wisdom Value panel. Wisdom Value plus 5. A zombie serum, which can clear the zombie state after use and cannot be assimilated by zombies. The task reward has been sent to the backpack. Hearing this, she quickly took out the zombie serum rewarded by the system and injected the blue-silver injection into her arm. A013 looked at her actions and did not react, but continued to smile and said, It seems that you are already injured. Gu Yin should have only told you that this serum is effective, but did not say that the extracted serum comes from me. My serum is not only an antidote, but also a poison. The zombies that accept my blood will obey me. It seems that you are really my chosen companion. He folded his hands and walked to Lin Qing confidently, looking at her red eyes, trembling all over, picking up the chainsaw that fell on the ground. Don't struggle. Give up resistance. You will like this powerful force. Even if Gu Yin takes the serum out, it can't stop me. Ha ha ha. You will be my powerful warrior. Seeing that Lin Qing didn't speak, he thought she had accepted this situation. Stretching out his arm, he gently patted Lin Qing on the shoulder. Unexpectedly, Lin Qing suddenly raised his arm, swung the chainsaw quickly, and chopped at his soft neck with lightning speed. A013 reacted quickly and subconsciously stretched out his arm to block. And the smile on his mouth had not disappeared, but the ferocious sound of the chainsaw rang in his ears. This time, it accurately cut through his arm and chopped off his head. The powerful mutant zombie was full of disbelief. After rolling on the ground for several rounds, he was still conscious. How could it be? Your chainsaw can't cut me. I am an extremely powerful mutant. 1 in a million. The best mutant. A013 was still cursing, and his body seemed to be resisting, waving his claws forward. Lin Qing kicked his body fiercely, and with a thud, the headless body fell heavily on the bridge. Who said I injected the serum given by Gu Yin? TSK. I've heard enough of your middle school declarations, which are worse than the soap opera in the middle of the night. But how come you are so tenacious and still so energetic now? This is really difficult to deal with. Lin Qing sighed regretfully. You? What do you want to do? A013 on the ground seemed to have a bad premonition, but his strong body recovery ability made his chopped flesh begin to sprout granulations. Lin Qing used a dagger to pry open the zombie's head. Is there a crystal core? She remembered that the main quest mentioned the crystal core. She tried ordinary zombies and found no. But this powerful mutant might not. Sure enough, Lin Qing searched and found a glowing blue diamond crystal core in his head. This is it. At the moment, the crystal core was taken out. A 013 on the ground seemed to have lost consciousness and his body stopped shaking. The voice on the bracelet sounded again. Dungeon Mission 2. Kill the special mutant boss of the Hot Spring Town achieved. Dungeon Mission 2 reward. Zombie controller title has been issued. The player has a zombie crystal core. Do you want to upgrade the title? Lin Qing chose to agree. The next second, the system's voice sounded. Level 1 zombie controller title has been upgraded. Level 2 zombie controller. The number of zombies that can be controlled will reach 3. The player can use one ability of the controlled zombie. Hearing this benefit, Lin Qing's eyes lit up. A 013 was lying on the road. I don't know if he can still move normally after sewing his head back. She has seen a 013's force and strong defense. If he wasn't too arrogant and conceited, he would be fooled by her to delay time. After getting the prize of Mission 1, he would have to work hard to improve his physical fitness and suddenly attack. Lin Qing thought about it and dragged him back. Soon after Lin Qing left, a group of tanks and military vehicles passed by at high speed on the opposite side of the viaduct. They stopped at the place where the two fought. Gu Yin jumped out of the car and anxiously looked for Li Qing, but found no trace. Dr. Gu, there is no girl and special mutant as you said. Are you sure it is here? A fully armed officer stepped forward. Yes, it is here. Gu Yin looked around and found the bullets left on the ground. He said affirmatively. It is here. This is the bullet model I left for her submachine gun. Dr. Gu, please accept my condolences. Maybe she has been taken away by the special mutant. Or, she has successfully escaped from here and may return to the town to find someone. Don't worry. Our people have completely surrounded this place and will gradually start to clean up the town. Your health is the most important. You should take a good rest. The development of the virus vaccine still needs you to take the lead. Gu Yin's eyes were red and a little unbelievable. Chapter 21 Discussion. Lin Qing dragged a 013's body and head back. It's not that she hadn't thought about putting it into the space, but she still felt a little disgusted. She couldn't accept the pollution of her space. But soon, she realized that this behavior was also a bit strange. Using a 013's breath, the zombies around didn't dare to come forward. But in the dark night, she was the only living person walking among the zombies, which was more terrifying than the ghost stories in zombie movies. So she tried to find out if there were any vehicles along the way. For example, the motorcycle she picked up not long ago. It would be best if the key was still inserted, and it could be used normally after starting the engine. But because the incident happened suddenly in the town, it caused many traffic accidents. The vehicles were all broken and tattered, and even if they could be driven for a while, they might break down. So she took a fancy to the simplest bicycle. Simple and convenient. Tie a 013's body to the back seat. Put his head in the basket. And Lin Qing rode back to the original room with a groan. After a night of tossing and turning, she fell asleep. I don't know why another discussion started in the regional channel in the middle of the night. Oh my god! Am I dazzled? The number of boss kills of the rich boss just became 2. Is he secretly killing monsters behind our backs again? I took a look and it seemed so. Currently, the number 1 is still rich overnight, but the number of boss kills has changed. Alas, survival games are all about life and death. Do you want to give me a way to survive? I couldn't sleep all night, and now I can't sleep even more. The boss is still killing monsters in the middle of the night, but I stay in the room to hide from monsters. I don't know how long I can survive. I'm so bad. So bad. Haha. You all said you were ready to give up. But who sneaked out and thought I could do it after the news of the first kill in the area came out on the first night? A lot of people died that night. This kind of dungeon boss can only be obtained by triggering the main quest. But it's a pity that you don't have enough strength. It's not easy for ordinary people like us to find treasure chests and get supplies during the day, let alone kill dungeon bosses. As the novice protection period ended and they entered the second world, the difficult situation of ordinary people became more and more apparent. Some players who upgraded their rooms and had the ability to protect themselves began to feel complacent. But for some more cautious players, they realized that the world in the future would only become more and more difficult. The next day, Lin Qing woke up to the sound of the hens cooking. He looked at the time. Oh! It was almost 10 o'clock. No wonder he was a little hungry. Lin Qing washed his face with water from the water purifier, rinsed his mouth to make sure he was clean, and added some millet and water to the cuckoo chicken as a reward for hatching eggs. The cuckoo chicken jumped out of the incubator, revealing an intact bald eagle egg, and started eating. Lin Qing was also slightly relieved. Then she opened a box of tiramisu and a bottle of milk for breakfast. While eating breakfast, she opened the regional channel again to see if there was any important news that she had missed, except for her going out to fight the boss in the middle of the night, which triggered a wave of discussion. The rest were mostly messages for help. Most of these players were in level 1 rooms with low defense, and they also encountered monsters that attacked the room, and they had no ability to deal with the monsters. So there was no sound afterwards, and the avatar dimmed. The number of people online in the entire channel is still decreasing. Lin Qing felt a little heavy in her heart. At this time, she noticed an important piece of information. Friends, you have all seen that the number of people in our area has been nearly halved in just 3 days since the start of the game. To be honest, although I am just an ordinary player and not as powerful as the big guys on the list, I am also willing to help you and your friends. Why don't we unite and describe the environment of each world every time we enter the world outside the door? Maybe there are players from the same world there. In this way, players can travel together, which can increase the chance of searching and the ability to resist danger. To be honest, I have an old friend here. We met in this world and used materials to upgrade the room to level 2 together. At this level of defense, monsters outside cannot break in. This is a suggestion made by a player named Black Mamba. It is very attractive to some weak players of low level, but some people question. I report my location in the regional channel, which is equivalent to announcing my approximate location to the whole region. What if someone with bad intentions knows it? Yes. What I encountered in Rose Night before was also a player named Exploding Willow Will. He was still hunted down and killed. I agree. Don't believe his lies. For now, you should focus on finding treasure chests and improving your own strength. Otherwise, for some powerful players in low-level rooms will be prey. Brother Qifeng has also stood up. Let's listen to what the professionals say. Alliance is possible, but an alliance without guarantees will only be a mess. Not to mention netizens who have never even met. What's more, at the beginning, the survival game said that only by guarding your own room can you ensure the most basic safety. I agree with the view of Mr. Qifeng. Who knows if others have bad intentions and do something bad under the guise of inviting you to upgrade the room together. I also agree that the essence of this game is competition, and it will never leave such an obvious loophole. Don't believe it. Sometimes you may suffer a big loss if you are greedy for small gains. Hee. I just made a suggestion, and you don't need to slander me. Anyway, I am eating delicious food and drinking spicy food with my friends in a safe room. You don't need to listen. Anyway, it doesn't matter to me if you die. Lin Qing didn't read on. Basically, she knew what was going on. She agreed with Qin Fengzhan and the others. After all, it was made clear in the broadcast on the first day, emphasizing that the hut must be well protected. This Black Mamba wanted to be a leader. I don't know whether it was out of good or bad intentions, but it was a bad thing. It was even more stupid to actively expose his position. Isn't this deliberately attracting some people with bad intentions? Lin Qing currently lives in a safe place and has no such idea of forming an alliance. After all, no matter what time, only one's own strength can be relied on. After eating the cake and milk in one breath, she put cigarettes and alcohol, as well as clean water on the shelves of her personal mall to exchange for room upgrade materials such as wood. These two things are hard currency, and some players will definitely be willing to buy them. But she can't just rely on them all. She plans to continue to go out and explore. Today's goal is to get enough materials for making pickaxes and wood for upgrading to level 3 rooms. The materials needed for level 3 rooms, as well as stones, should be done as soon as possible today so that they can be upgraded as soon as possible. I don't know how the food and water are prepared over there. Chapter 22 Zombie Crocodile. When going out, Lin Qing almost forgot an important thing. A 013 was still thrown outside. His head and body were in a half-dead state. Lin Qing found some pins from the convenience store and barely put his head on. At this time, a 013 finally showed signs of coming back to life. However, without the crystal core, his intelligence obviously declined a lot. He couldn't speak, and could only walk unsteadily. Lin Qing could still accept it. After all, he was chopped up by her yesterday. It was good to be a human bodyguard. Besides, a 013's breath could make ordinary zombies around dare not approach. She had made a fortune. Lin Qing rode on a small bicycle, followed a 013 slowly, and began to patrol her territory. Because of the pollution of the water source, the residents of the town basically did not escape, and the site was full of desolation. In addition to looking for treasure chests, Lin Qing also planned to search the town and bring back some useful supplies. There were still a lot of things left from yesterday's convenience store. Lin Qing didn't take them all, and her heart was bleeding. She went back to search again and took everything she could carry. She finally felt relieved. Then she cut down trees and got wood. Under Lin Qing's supervision, a 013 started logging. The tool she used was a low-power electric saw from a resident's home. It was not as powerful as hers, but it was enough for cutting trees on the mountain. While A013 was cutting trees, Lin Qing used the title of second-level zombie controller to find 2 zombies that looked stronger in the surrounding area and find boxes for her. Then she could rest. Before noon, the 2 zombies dragged a treasure chest to her, one of which was a bronze treasure chest. The zombie that dragged the bronze treasure chest looked even more tattered. Lin Qing guessed that it was the monster guarding the bronze treasure chest that did it. I wonder what's in the bronze treasure chest. Lin Qing opened it with great interest. There was still an unopened bottle of mineral water, and a basin of fresh strawberries with dewdrops inside. And the weapon was actually a fine steel saber. This saber looked very sharp, and was very useful to Lin Qing. She could replace the worn-out machete. After all, she needed a useful weapon, but not like the chainsaw of the murderer, which had 2 strong side effects. She would not use this prop unless it was absolutely necessary. Good job. Lin Qing gave it a thumbs up and praised it, and issued another command. See if there is anything else. Keep looking. The tattered zombie left, and the zombie that dragged the wooden treasure chest also left again. Compared to the bronze treasure chest, the supplies from the wooden treasure chest this time were obviously a bit pitiful. There was only a roll of medical gauze. However, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Lin Qing still accepted it happily. After disassembling the 2 treasure chests, a 013 was still chopping trees, and the wood was already piled on the ground. However, because Lin Qing did not give him the order to end, he continued to chop. After eating some strawberries for lunch, Lin Qing finally felt that staying in the room was a bit boring. Decided to go out for a walk, preferably to find some medicine. However, this time she brought A013 again. With A013, the nearby zombies basically avoided them. Unconsciously, a man and a zombie came to a place similar to a small town park. There is a large lake here, and the water surface is sparkling under the sunlight. However, a closer look reveals that this piece of water is very strange, because there are no living creatures living nearby. But occasionally, dark shadows can be seen floating under the water. These are aquatic animals that have been transformed into zombies. Due to the reasons of A013, all nearby water systems are contaminated by the zombie virus. As long as no solution is found, this place will always become a place of death. I don't know how far Guyin's research has gone. This virus that can survive in both water and hot springs must have a strong vitality. And the water flow is cyclical. In addition to this town, the outside may also fall. Lin Qing sighed infinitely. She herself was able to save her life because of the serum guaranteed by the system. And she didn't know what the people in this world should do. Just when she was feeling deeply moved, the prompt system sounded again. Ding! A black stone treasure chest was detected on the lake island in the northeast. There is a universal elixir in the treasure chest that can bring back the dead. But there is a zombie giant crocodile guarding the treasure chest, which is dangerous. Do you want to go and get it? It's actually a black stone treasure chest that I have never seen before. It can be a universal elixir that can bring back the dead. Lin Qing read it again, and his eyes lit up. Isn't this equivalent to a life-saving elixir? This is equivalent to having one more life than others. Take it down. Must take it down. Lin Qing looked to the northeast and found a small island in the middle of the lake. But because of the dense vegetation, he couldn't see where the giant crocodile guarding the treasure chest was. Lin Qing also considered the zombie giant crocodile. The monster that can guard the black stone treasure chest must not be an ordinary monster. She had to prepare in advance. However, how should she get there? Lin Qing took a quick look and noticed that there was a sightseeing boat for tourists on the other side of the small river not far away. A 013. Get a boat from there. Lin Qing pointed it over to him. After receiving the order, a 013 jumped into the water expressionlessly and immediately attracted a wave of zombie fish. However, these fish sensed the same zombie aura and quickly dispersed. A 013 swam in the water and successfully pushed the sightseeing boat on the other side over. Well done. Lin Qing gave a 013 a thumbs up. It looked more haggard than before, with its hair wet and its white coat covered with blood and water. No different from the zombies wandering on the roadside. Lin Qing got on the boat and rowed to the island in the lake with a 013. Strange. There are only zombie fish in this area, but no other creatures? Even if it is a zombie giant crocodile, there should be traces, right? Lin Qing was talking to herself on the boat, and a 013 was sitting opposite her, looking at her expressionlessly. At this moment, the water surface not far away suddenly had slight ripples. A black hardwood that was originally floating on the water was silently and quickly crossing the water surface, rushing towards the only small boat on the water surface. Lin Qing always paid attention to the surrounding environment and saw the rushing hardwood. Her heart jumped violently in an instant, realized that this was not a giant tree at all, but a zombie giant crocodile under the water. It was not on the small island in the middle of the lake, but had been lurking under the water, waiting for an opportunity to act and hit its prey hard. Oh no! The underwater is the home ground of crocodiles. I have to get ashore quickly. Lin Qing's heart tightened, and he sped up the paddling speed. And in just a dozen seconds, it was here. Chapter 23 Blackstone Treasure Box. The sightseeing boat was hit by the zombie crocodile and tilted instantly, with a tendency to capsize. A 013. You row the boat. Seeing that it was still 5 or 6 meters away from the island in the lake, Lin Qing threw the oar to a 013's hand, took out his saber, and chopped hard at the zombie crocodile that attacked again. I'll use you to try my new weapon. With a clang, the saber chopped on the hard and thick scales without causing any damage. This was a bit beyond Lin Qing's expectations. The stern was hit, and the sightseeing boat shook violently again. Fortunately, it was close to the island at this time. Lin Qing stood on the bow and jumped forward, landing steadily on the shore. A 013 also weighted down. However, the zombie crocodile in the water also quickly approached the shore, and it seemed that it was biting her and didn't let her go. It seems that in order to open the treasure chest, we have to get rid of this thing first. Okay, let's exercise our hands and feet today. The zombie crocodile quickly came ashore and crawled towards where Lin Qing was standing on all 4 claws. It was about 3 meters long, with gray-black scales all over its body and strange red eyeballs. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing sharp teeth and fishy breath. Lin Qing dodged sideways and chopped at the crocodile's tail again. Clang! Still no trace was left. Lin Qing was shocked, and he ran into a tough guy. A 013 on the side also helped. This time, when the crocodile attacked, a 013 grabbed its tail. Although he could deal with it, he was still attacked. The crocodile was obviously angry, and it swung its powerful long tail out of inertia, trying to pull away the enemy behind it. His unsutured head rolled off his body again. Lin Qing seized the opportunity and stabbed the crocodile's eyes with the blade. The crocodile roared in pain, but Lin Qing twisted the blade and crushed its eyes. The crocodile turned and rushed over, but Lin Qing drew out his saber and rolled over the giant crocodile to the other side. This time, he just swung the saber roughly and cut the other eye of the giant crocodile. The zombie giant crocodile was furious and used the remaining blurred vision to rampage on the island, trying to retaliate against Lin Qing's attack. But Lin Qing was not a fool. She took advantage of the giant crocodile's blind spot and stabbed deep into the eyes from time to time to destroy its brain structure. Finally, after spending half a day, the giant crocodile's eyes bled more and more and crawled slower and slower. Lin Qing turned it over and gave the zombie giant crocodile a fatal blow to the abdomen. Huh. It's quite hard to beat, but it won't bother me. Lin Qing went straight to the point and tried to decompose the survival system. This world is different from the deserted island. After beating the zombie dog, the survival system stopped working. For the zombie giant crocodile, Lin Qing still hoped that some good things would drop. Sure enough, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the player for killing a Class A mutant animal zombie giant crocodile. The system is automatically decomposing. Decomposing items. 10 pieces of zombie giant crocodile's rotten meat can attract the attention of undead creatures. Zombie giant crocodile's mutant crystal core can be used to upgrade related items. Zombie giant crocodile's tail. The tail is the giant crocodile's most powerful attack weapon, with extremely strong explosive power. Under the system transformation, it becomes a weapon giant crocodile whip, which can launch group attacks, with a cooling time of 20s. A whip for group attacks. Sounds good. After dealing with the zombie crocodile, Lin Qing came to the center of the island and opened the black stone treasure chest with great interest. The black stone treasure chest looked like it was polished from a complete stone block, as black as ink. It took some effort to open the box. Even Lin Qing used a little effort. With a bang, the stone cover fell to the ground, instantly making a pit. Inside the box, there was a glass jade bottle with a blue pill in it. Is this the universal elixir that can bring the dead back to life? Lin Qing picked it up curiously and played with it, noticing that there was indeed a haze of light on the pill. As for the effect, it was similar to what she imagined. As long as there is still a breath, people can be saved. Good luck. Lin Qing put the universal elixir into the space backpack, and then decomposed the black stone treasure chest, and actually got 6 black crystals. Is this also the raw material for upgrading the room? She touched it curiously, and the surface of the black crystal was warm and looked quite valuable. Whatever. Let's put it away first. After finishing all this, the sunlight began to dim again, and Lin Qing decided to return along the original route. As for A013, he still had to rely on his breath to drive away the zombies. Lin Qing put his 2 parts on the boat, and this time he was determined to replenish him well, to avoid falling off at any time. After landing, Lin Qing dragged A013 back along the original route. On the way, she met 2 zombies who were looking for treasure for her. The 2 dragged back 5 wooden treasure chests and a bronze treasure chest. Unexpectedly, in this bronze treasure chest, there was a pistol of the same model and a refill magazine. She was really lucky. At this time, Lin Qing's bracelet popped up a message from Yabushi Ishui. Big rich man. I have mined all the stones. I will open a personal mall for you. Remember to take pictures when you have time. One more thing. I found black crystals here. The quantity is rare and looks very precious. I wonder if you are interested. Black crystals? Lin Qing immediately thought of the black crystals obtained by decomposing the black stone treasure chest. What does it look like? Send it to me. Okay. I'll open a personal mall. Lin Qing? I didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. He shipped the goods without even discussing the price. She opened Yabushi Ishui's personal mall and found these 2 things. So she took some food from the backpack space and put it on. After a while, Lin Qing showed that the transaction was completed. The backpack space instantly had a lot of things. 33 stones, and 1 black crystal. Lin Qing compared the decomposed black crystals with the black crystals obtained by Yabushi Ishui. Sure enough, they were the raw materials for upgrading the room. I didn't expect to be so lucky. Lin Qing's face lit up. Now I have the upgrade materials for the future. Black crystal is indeed an upgrade material. What do you want to exchange for it? Lu Yin on the opposite side instantly lit up. Big brother is straightforward. I want to exchange for an offensive weapon that can defend myself. Is a pistol okay? It comes with 2 magazines. A total of 30 bullets. Yes. Yes. Of course. Lu Yin excitedly replied. It's not that he didn't search in the player mall, but no player was willing to give out weapons. Even knives were rare. After all, this is only the second world, and weapons are important life-saving tools, equivalent to a second life. Lin Qing is willing to give him a pistol, which at least shows that there is no shortage of weapons. As expected of a rich man, Lu Yin has made up his mind and clung to her thighs. At least this kind of person will not easily harm him. Chapter 24 Level 3 Room. After returning to the room, night fell again. Lin Qing began to work on the upgrade. She also brought back the trees that A013 had cut down, but it showed that they needed to be processed on a workbench before they could be turned into wooden boards for the upgrade. She was eager to upgrade, and she had enough wooden boards at the moment. So she decided to upgrade the room first. The system panel that was open showed Level 3 room upgrade conditions. Wooden boards 49/40ths. Bronze ingot 16/12. Nails 53/40. Stone 61/50. Do you choose to upgrade? Lin Qing clicked yes. This time, the walls of the room changed again in a series of shaking. The white light lasted for at least half a minute. When the shaking and white light disappeared, Lin Qing found that the room had changed a lot this time. The walls turned into gray concrete masonry, which looked extremely solid. The floor was still made of wood, but it was more beautiful and solid than the floor of the level 2 room. And it no longer creaked when walking. More importantly, this time the room not only doubled in size, but also had 2 more small rooms in the corner of the wall at the door. Before pushing open the door of the first small room, Lin Qing's heart was beating for no reason. She was even more nervous than meeting her first love. Oh my god! This is actually a bathroom. There is also a simple toilet and a wash basin. Lin Qing was almost moved to tears. God knows how much she has suffered in the past 2 days. The other 5 square meters is empty, and can be used as a small storage room. Another thing worth praising is that her space backpack has also been upgraded. It shows that there are 10 space grids. 10 cubic meters. The space grids can be merged, and large items can be carried. The 3rd level room is really nice. The sooner you upgrade, the sooner you can enjoy it. Lin Qing happily walked around the room and put a set of soft mattress and quilts on the small bed. These were all from the looted homestay. Clean and tidy. She didn't forget to feed the cuckoo chicken. The little hen was obviously surprised to see the changes in the room just now, and kept hiding in the incubator and refused to come out. Lin Qing reached out and fed it a handful of millet, and it ate it all in one breath, touching the back of the chicken's butt. There was indeed an extra egg, still warm. Let's have steamed egg custard tonight. Lin Qing made up her mind and started to cook dinner. However, the electrical appliances brought back from the convenience store need to be plugged in, and she forgot to bring back a battery. Sadness was written all over her face. Suddenly, Lin Qing realized that the radio and the incandescent lamp above her head were all electricity. Right? Wouldn't it be better to connect a line from there and get a socket? Lin Qing felt that she was really smart. She immediately searched the channel comments to see if anyone had done this. As expected, she found several comments. Family, I really think I'm so smart. It's just electrical appliances that use electricity. Wouldn't it be okay to run wires from the lights above and the radio lines on the wall? What do you think of this idea? Haha. You can try it. I found out in one day that both the radio and the lights are independent items, and there are no wires behind them. Huh? What about the radio and lights? Nuclear power. Just like the bracelet. Have you found the charging socket? Don't take it seriously. We're just in the game. Nothing is strange. If the line can really be drawn, it is a bug. The game will not let us off so easily. After reading this conversation, Lin Qing was instantly deflated. It seems that we still have to find batteries or solar charging panels, or other power generation devices. She did bring back a few power banks and tablets, but they certainly can't cook with them. She simply cooked with firewood, egg custard and grilled ordinary seal meat, and a bowl of instant miso soup. The survival system said that the stay time in this world is 48 hours, which means that the world outside the door will change tomorrow. Lin Qing thought it was better to go out and see if there was anything to find. At least bring back something that can store electricity. Before going out this time, Lin Qing did not forget to sew A013's head. The needle and thread were picked up from the convenience store, and they just happened to be used. She really felt that a genius. After appreciating the complete A013 with his head sewn up, Lin Qing felt that he was a bit shabby now. The originally fair-skinned scientific researcher was made into a homeless person by her. Even his spirit was much less. Although Lin Qing didn't like A013's eloquent chatter on the viaduct, but at least he looked alive. She remembered the decomposed items of the zombie giant crocodile she killed, and it seemed that there was a crystal core that could be used for upgrading. I wonder how it would work on A013. Outside the room, Lin Qing handed him the zombie crystal core, stared at him and said, "Eat it." A013 swallowed the thumb-sized black crystal core without any hesitation, carefully observing A013's expression and actions. Lin Qing was a little worried, fearing that the original A013 would come back. Unexpectedly, the attribute title given by the system came out to remind her. The player improves the strength of the bound zombie. Intimacy +1 Lin Qing? There is also an intimacy system? At this time, She opened the personal panel and found the introduction of A013 in the pet line. Okay. As a pet, Lin Qing can accept it. As for pet 1, the name of the cuckoo chicken is displayed. Lin Qing's face was a little strange, but she was not surprised. After all, it was an animal with a name, and she couldn't treat it as a storage food. Lin Qing rode on the bicycle and took A013 out for another round. By the way, he was given a suit on the way, which made him look like a human. If he wore a hat and a mask, it would be difficult to find that he was not a human. As for power generation, she actually found a bicycle that can be ridden to generate electricity in a gym? I don't know if the owner has modified it and added a voltage stabilizer and a battery. Lin Qing looked at A013. A vague idea flashed in his heart, and he quickly made up his mind. Then she carried the cycling power generating bicycle set back to the room. She placed A013 and the cycling power generating bicycle in another small room and told him solemnly, "Being my pet requires work, and your job is to cycle and generate power. Come on, zombie scientist." A013 did not question it, watching Lin Qing ride on it and pedal 2 circles to demonstrate, and then imitated her movements. The charging light bar on the battery slowly lit up. What kind of nuclear power generator is this? It doesn't even need fuel. If it were in the normal world, Lin Qing would not believe it. Only games can satisfy this kind of Zhou Pai behavior. The more Lin Qing saw A013 working hard, the more he liked him, and encouraged him again. Come on! I'll give you my Odin tomorrow morning. Chapter 25 World 3, Mountain Village Ghost Night. Ding! The world outside the host's door has been updated. Ding! After system detection, the world outside the door is now the Mountain Village world. The original name of the dungeon was Mountain Village Ghost Night, but due to unknown reasons, the dungeon world has undergone certain changes, and the danger level is medium to high. It is recommended that the host explore with caution. In addition, other players in the same area have appeared, and the host should be vigilant. Affected by the dungeon type, the use of props will be limited to a certain extent, and only 3 items can be taken out, and items in the dungeon world cannot be brought back to the room. When Lin Qing woke up in the morning, she was originally dazed. When she heard the words Mountain Village Ghost Night, her mind was instantly awakened, and even the quilt was cold. If she heard it right, this Mountain Village Ghost Night was one of the ones mentioned in the World Selection black card she obtained from the deserted island world. Ghost-type dungeon. Medium to high danger. Limited use of props. This debuff is full. At this time, the voice of the survival system came again from the door broadcast. The world outside the door has been updated, and the 24-hour countdown has been started. Please explore as much as you want. Note, in this exploration trip, the backpack function cannot be used, and only 3 items can be carried. Given the special nature of the world, players cannot refuse this world, cannot bring back items from this world, and cannot return to the room before the time is met after leaving the room. Good luck to all players. It is exactly the same as what the prompt system said. Lin Qing looked outside the door and knew that this world was a challenge. She had to be prepared. After solving the personal hygiene problem first, Lin Qing opened the small storage room and found that A013 had ridden the bicycle all night and the battery was full. Looking at the diligent A013, Lin Qing was very satisfied. Well done. She took out the battery, put on the pot for cooking Odin, and planned to have a delicious breakfast first. Water from the water purifier, Odin ingredients, and then wait for the water to boil. Slowly put in a fresh shrimp lucky bag, fish roe lucky bag, konjac silk string, kelp knot string, vermicelli string, arctic fin, and her favorite chicken cartilage. The delicious and fragrant soup boiled up, instantly mobilizing Lin Qing's taste buds. With an empty stomach, she couldn't help swallowing. No, I have to hold back. This is respect for food. Lin Qing was righteous and opened her personal panel, ready to turn her attention and see what to take out. At present, her panel values have changed a lot. In the zombie world, affected by the zombieization, her physique has also changed to a certain extent. It can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. In addition, there is the newly added wisdom value. Lin Qing remembered that the system seemed to have rewarded 5 points, which seemed to be added. In addition, there is her weapon column. Weapons, iron dagger, savage bow and arrow, machete, Pistol. Fine steel saber. Props. Boxing gloves, discarded. World selection black card. Killer's chainsaw. Evil repelling peach with sword. Worm mother core. Worm seal skin. Chameleon scales. Hyena nose. Giant crocodile whip. Since she knows that the outside world is a ghost world, she must bring the evil repelling peach with sword. The second item is the chameleon scales. This item has no time limit for use. If it is really dangerous, she can just stay still and be invisible. As for the third item, Lin Qing was a little troubled. She wanted to bring a pistol, a saber, a chainsaw, and a hyena's nose. Needless to say, the first three are harmful. The hyena's nose can be used once more to identify the player's information, especially in key places. In this world, there are ghosts and people, and relying on props like the hyena's nose is equivalent to cheating chips. After several struggles, Lin Qing chose the hyena's nose. Maybe she is lucky and can open other cold weapons. If it is really dangerous, find a place to hide. Seeing that there is still some time, Lin Qing took the opportunity to scan the regional channel to see if there is any new news. Family, is your dungeon still 48 hours? Mine has become 36 hours. I'm scratching my head and wondering? I only have 12 hours. It seems different from yours. It's better to have a shorter time. Isn't it nice to stay in a safe room? Maybe something strange will run out of the world outside. My wooden house was trampled by migrating elephants nearby. Sad is really unlucky. It seems that the time of the world outside is not fixed. Lin Qing has a point in her heart. At present, she has not seen anyone with the same survival time as her in the chat. It seems that other players do not want to expose the world outside. Just at this time, the Odin is almost cooked. Lin Qing started to eat the Odin, and soon her body became warm and her satiety reached 100. She did not forget to leave a day's worth of millet and water for the cuckoo chicken, and clean the cat litter box. Then she prepared to leave. Before leaving, Lin Qing tried to catch a bug and wanted to take A013 out. As a result, before she opened the door, the system directly reminded her, "Ding! Items in the room cannot be taken out. Please pay attention." Xingpa. Outside the door, there was a gray and cold fog. The temperature was obviously not that low, but Lin Qing felt a chill on her back when she took the first step out of the door. The next second, the door disappeared. In the gray fog, there was a faint opera singing voice. The voice was gentle and sad, and it lingered for a long time with the fog. Lin Qing didn't know much about this, and couldn't tell what the play was. Or is it Night Calling Souls? Lin Qing muttered, stamped his feet, and put on the hood of his coat. However, in the fog, there was only a small path extending from the sound, leading to the depths of the fog. Lin Qing held the evil repelling peach with sword tightly, and walked forward. However, at the end of the path, it turned out to be a magnificent mansion. The big red lanterns were hung high, and the red light illuminated the plaque at the door of the mansion, which was written with the two words Lin Mansion in a dragon flying and phoenix dancing style. But the strange thing is that there is no one at the door. It is obvious that there is something wrong. Is this a mountain village? Ghosts are possible, Lin Qing commented in her heart. She thought she should walk around to see if she can find a supply treasure chest. However, as soon as she turned around, a circle of children wearing doll masks suddenly appeared in the mist. Their masks were a tuft of hair on their foreheads, round faces with smiling eyes, and chubby cheeks with rouge, which looked extremely weird. Guests are coming. Guests are coming. My master has been waiting for a long time. They used their hands and feet to push and shove, trying to drive Lin Qing to the gate of the Lin Mansion. At this time, the evil repelling peach with sword on her body finally moved. The sword light circled around the top, and the masked dolls around screamed and ran away. Chapter 26 Bronze Treasure Chest at the bottom of the well. Hoo-hoo. My friend, you are really awesome. My liquor was not given in vain. I didn't know how far I ran out until I could no longer see the red light of the Lin Mansion. Lin Qing was slightly relieved. Now it's good. She can conclude that there is a big boss in the Lin Mansion without the system prompt. Who would use a group of little ghosts to receive guests? This is too weird. Even more weird is yet to come. Not far away, a ball of red light emerged from the dark fog. Lin Qing's eyelids jumped fiercely. The female voice that was singing just now seemed to start again, sobbing and complaining. This is not willing to let her go. According to Lin Qing's experience of watching countless ghost movies, no matter how many laps she runs, she will return to the starting point. Okay. Do as you say. Lin Qing held the peachwood sword, raised her hand to knock on the door, and honestly acted as an NPC following the plot. Knock. 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 The door knocker knocked 3 times, and footsteps were heard in the courtyard. Who is it? My master has gone to bed, and outsiders are not welcome. With a creak, the door was opened by an old man with slanted eyes and a melon-shaped hat. He was hunched over, much shorter than Lin Qing, with an upturned nose and rolled eyes, obviously looking impatient. Who wants to be your guest? I can't wait to leave. Who is the one who is shamelessly asking for someone to come in? Lin Qing rolled his eyes at him in dissatisfaction in his heart. He still put on a kind smile on his face. This old man? I am a Taoist priest who came from afar. I heard that your master is entertaining guests, so I came here to ask for a glass of wine. I wonder if I have offended your family. Are you a Taoist priest? After hearing this, the slant-eyed old man's expression seemed to relax. He glanced at her and said, You are handsome. My master has indeed been entertaining guests these days. Come in. Following the old man who was guarding the door, Lin Qing passed through the courtyard and finally stopped at a remote courtyard. The old man still slanted his eyes and looked up at her, with a strange smile on his lips. Little Taoist priest, stay here tonight. Lin Qing agreed happily, but did not miss the opportunity to communicate with the NPC. She stopped the slant-eyed old man and said with a smile, Old man, I don't know the name of the master of this Lin family. I came here rashly to disturb you. I must know who the master is. The slant-eyed old man said proudly. My master's name is a single character, Fu, but he is a wealthy family within 100 miles. His ancestors were high officials. Now that he has moved here, he is also famous and loved by all relatives and neighbors. Lin Fu? This doesn't sound like an ancient name. Lin Qing was confused. Old man, when I was in front of the door just now, I heard a woman singing in the courtyard. The lingering sound was very pleasant. I wonder which singer in the mansion is it? What singer? The old man's face changed, and he scolded her angrily. That's Our Lady. You are so rude. He suddenly realized that he had said something wrong, glared at Lin Qing, and left angrily. Lin Qing didn't expect this NPC to change his face so quickly. He was very angry and ran away without chatting for a few words. She didn't chase him, and she didn't plan to enter the small courtyard arranged by the old man. There was a trap at first glance. It's better to walk around this strange Lin mansion to see if there are any treasure chests. At this moment, the voice of the prompt system came. Ding! There is a bronze treasure chest under the well in the courtyard in front of you. There is a water ghost in the well. The danger level is medium. It is recommended that the host go to get it. Hearing the news of the treasure chest, Lin Qing instantly became energetic and full of energy. Even the body temperature that dropped due to the surrounding coldness boiled up. With a creak, the wooden door that was about to fall apart was pushed open. In the dark and gloomy night, Lin Qing held the scales of the chameleon to hide her figure in the night. She sneaked quietly, circled the courtyard, and finally found a withered well in the southwest corner. The well was built with stones. Due to its age, it was missing a corner and looked dilapidated. It seems that this is the place. If there was no system reminder, she would never explore an abandoned well. After all, in this environment, the well is easy to produce bosses, and the probability of seeing a female ghost in white with long hair covering her face is not low. Lin Qing lowered the rope of the windlass and planned to go down the well along the rope. With the faint moonlight, she could only see that it was a dry well and vaguely saw fallen leaves. There was no water in the well, which made it much easier for her. Amen. Buddha, bless you. Lin Qing silently recited the 24-character declaration in her heart, and then climbed down along the rope. Thanks to her improved physical fitness, if it were her original weak physique, going down the well would be a big problem. Lin Qing complained in her heart, and it took about a minute to get to the bottom of the well. There was a thick layer of fallen leaves under her feet. Her eyes adjusted for a while, and finally she saw the space at the bottom of the well. It was not small. In addition to the 2 or 3 meters below the well mouth, there was also a space extending out. A bronze treasure chest was at the end of the space, and there was a female ghost in white lying on it sleeping. Her skin was pale, her black hair was messy, and her dark blue eyes were tightly closed. It seemed that she used the treasure chest as a pillow. During the process of descending to the bottom of the well, Lin Qing had been controlling the amplitude of his movements. so he did not make a loud noise, and did not alarm the female ghost. In view of the unstable properties of the evil repelling peachwood sword, Lin Qing planned to be careful. He had to think of an idea. She scanned the well, and found some broken stones in the corner. She grabbed a few small stones, and planned to try to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. With a click, the small stones rolled to the ground not far away, and the female ghost did not move. Lin Qing did not believe in evil and tried again. The female ghost was still sleeping with her eyes closed. Hey, this is not a water ghost but a sleeping ghost. This time, with a bite, she chose to hit the female ghost's head directly. With a slight thump, a bump was hit on the female ghost's head, and she slowly opened her eyes. She picked up the small stone that fell on her body, stared at it with dull pupils for a while, and finally didn't understand how it fell on her forehead. So she crushed it bit by bit. Lin Qing took a breath. This young lady is so strong and powerful. At this time, the female ghost found that there was an extra rope at the wellhead, and tiptoed to the wellhead. She stood still for a while, with a puzzled look on her face, and finally decided to go up and take a look. During this time, Lin Qing hurried to open the bronze treasure chest. There were 3 cinnabar yellow talismans, a small pot of sake, and a steamed bun. Although the space backpack could not be used normally, it could still store materials for decomposing the treasure chest. So far, she has only decomposed the treasure chest to obtain bronze ingots, and Lin Qing will not miss this opportunity. So when the female ghost came back, she realized that her home had been stolen. She stared with wide eyes and circled at the bottom of the well, trying to find the intruder, and kept muttering, "Box. My box? Where is the box?" Lin Qing slowly circled around her and avoided her, thinking that she was not dumb. Chapter 27 Water Ghost. A stranger. There is a smell of a stranger. Someone broke in here. Suddenly, the ghost girl realized something. Her nostrils flared, sniffing around the bottom of the well, trying to find the intruder. Gradually, her expression began to get angry, and her index finger grew black nails. Damn it. It's all the smell of the intruder. My box. My box. It's all at the bottom of the well. Where is the person? Where is he? She muttered in her mouth, scratching at the air at the bottom of the well without any rules. It seemed that the smell confused her cognition, and she didn't know the specific location of Lin Qing. Suddenly, the ghost girl saw the shaking rope at the bottom of the well. She cried shrilly, "Woo woo woo woo." The originally dry bottom of the well unexpectedly gave birth to a surging black well water out of thin air. It spread rapidly along the wall of the well. At this time, Lin Qing, who was planning to take the opportunity to climb up the rope, also sensed the danger and could not help but speed up. Just when she was about to climb to the well mouth, the black water flooded her abdomen. Lin Qing suddenly felt her shoulder sink. The female ghost's voice echoed in her left ear. "I found you, intruder." Lin Qing did not hesitate, and immediately slapped the cinnabar talisman behind her. "Ah!" The female ghost screamed and fell from Lin Qing's shoulder. Lin Qing took the opportunity to burst out with amazing strength, and climbed up the well wall with the rope. She was relieved until she jumped out of the well mouth. At this time, the female ghost also climbed out of the well mouth. The power of the cinnabar talisman was not small. It was slapped on her forehead, and it looked a little funny when it was slapped on her forehead, and the small bag caused by the stone was parallel. Her eyes also shed strange black blood. Her hair swelled up into a ball, pouring out from the bottom of the well, and she looked completely enraged. "I'm going to kill you!" Lin Qing was about to run away, but she didn't expect the peachwood sword behind her to move again without any command. With a whoosh, the peachwood sword jumped into the air and stabbed directly at the female ghost. This time, the peachwood sword went straight through the female ghost's chest, breaking a hole through it. It flew around from behind and returned to Lin Qing. "Well done. You are a great protector of the master." Lin Qing was about to praise it a few more words, but she didn't expect the peachwood sword to directly rub the small pot of sake in her pocket. Lin Qing had no choice but to take out the wine. Okay, I'll give it to you. As long as you work hard, you will have enough wine in the future." I don't know if the sword spirit understood it, and it just turned around with a small wine pot. As for the female ghost, after being pierced through the chest by the peachwood sword, there seemed to be an incredible look in her eyes. And finally it exploded with a bang, and the body parts scattered, and finally dissipated in the night. Looks dead? Lin Qing walked forward and saw the place where the female ghost disappeared, leaving behind a snow-white coat that looked like a prop. At this time, the system's voice finally sounded. Congratulations to the player for killing the dungeon water ghost and obtaining a random dropped item. Name, Water Ghost Coat. Function, after wearing the Water Ghost Coat, you will gain the ability to hold your breath underwater. Note, the Water Ghost Coat carries a certain amount of yin energy. Wearing it for a long time will consume the player's yang energy, continuously reduce the sanity value, and eventually be accompanied by severe hallucinations until death. Although there are certain side effects, Lin Qing seems to feel pretty good. Holding the evil repelling peach with sword can maintain at least 70% of the sanity value and break the illusion. For others, the Water Ghost's coat might be tricky. But for Lin Qing, it was more like icing on the cake. Lin Qing happily accepted it. However, the obvious explosion just now was also heard by other people nearby. Soon, the squinting old man who was watching the door appeared at the door of the courtyard. He looked at the messy courtyard and was obviously a little anxious and flustered. He clapped his hands and complained, "Oh, my aunt? What happened here? Why did it become like this? If the owner sees it like this, he will definitely blame me. Oh, my God, how come the old well was blown up?" As he spoke, he looked at the bottom of the water, as if he was sure that there was something inside. There was a ghost at first glance. Lin Qing looked confused and didn't know anything. She pulled her wet clothes to show him. "Old man, I don't know either. What happened? You brought me here. There was no water and no one. I wanted to see if I could get some water from the well, but I didn't expect that as soon as I looked out. A large amount of water gushed out of the well, and it exploded directly. Hey, how could a well explode automatically? I have never seen such a strange thing in my life." The old man looked unconvinced and pointed at the well and asked her, "Did you use any tricks?" Lin Qing looked innocent. "Old man, you said I was also a tenant, and I didn't have time to thank the owner. So how could I blow up the owner's well? Isn't this ungrateful? Oh my, this is a damn sin." The squinting old man was so angry that he beat his chest. But at this moment, a steady male voice came from the gate of the courtyard again. "Old Zheng, please don't embarrass the young Taoist priest. Our master said that visitors are guests, and the young lady is about to get married. So please ask the young Taoist priest to stay in the guest room with the other guests." Lin Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, and saw a middle-aged man of medium build, and wearing a long robe standing in the shadow of the door. Old Zheng slapped his thigh and groaned, and greeted him flatteringly. "Butler Wang, you said I was so confused. I just wanted to play a joke on the young Taoist priest. I will take him to the guest room now." "No need." Butler Wang did not look at him. His gloomy eyes fell on Lin Qing, and his tone was flat. "I am sorry for the neglect just now. Please follow me." Young Taoist priest. Lin Qing curled the corners of his lips and narrowed his eyes slightly. "No problem. Thank you for the host's hospitality." She walked slowly to him without any hesitation. "Please lead the way, Butler Wang." Butler Wang's face remained unchanged, and he opened his mouth and said, "Please follow me." This time, under the leadership of Butler Wang, Lin Qing finally came to a prosperous courtyard. The corridor here was decorated with lights and colorful lights. The flower garden in the courtyard was fragrant, and some servants walked by from time to time, dressed gorgeously, and looked curiously at Lin Qing behind Butler Wang. This seems to be a place for entertaining distinguished guests. It seems that we have come to the right place, Lin Qing thought to herself. Butler Wang led her along the way in silence until they came to a door. Then he stopped and said, "Little Taoist priest, this is the guest room of my master's house. Please take a rest. If you have anything, you can directly tell the servants in the courtyard." Lin Qing nodded, "Okay." At this time, a young man walked in from the courtyard door. When he saw Lin Qing, his pupils couldn't help shrinking. Lin Qing also noticed that he was dressed in the same modern clothes as her, which was out of tune with the people in his house. Chapter 28 Teammates. Butler Wang. Who is this? The young man's complexion quickly returned to normal, and he asked Butler Wang beside him. This is the young Taoist priest. Surname? At this time, Butler Wang paused, still with a stern face, looking at Lin Qing. Lin Qing smiled and said, "My surname is Lin. I am a wandering young Taoist priest. You can call me whatever you want." A hint of hesitation flashed in the young man's eyes, but he still respectfully called, "Hello, Taoist priest Lin." Butler Wang introduced, This is Mr. Chi who is passing by. And he is also passing by here and staying in my humble home temporarily. Because there are too many guests visiting in recent days. I have to arrange a few of you in Tingy Courtyard. And you are reluctant to bear some grievances. Lin Qing caught a key word. How many? Before Butler Wang answered. Mr. Chi told her yes. There are several other guests attending the banquet. I will tell Taoist priest Lin later. So I won't bother Butler Wang anymore. Butler Wang didn't react and left coldly. There were some servants in the courtyard. So it was not convenient to talk. The young man signaled with his eyes. Master Lin. I have also been reading a book about metaphysics recently. I don't understand some parts. Please enlighten me. Lin Qing heard his implication and continued to act with him. Mr. Chi is too modest. I am just a small Taoist in an unknown Taoist temple. And I also went down the mountain to practice. I can't ask for your advice. But I am happy to discuss some things together. The young man clenched his fist and coughed lightly. Well, come to my room. I just got a pot of good tea. Just right for tasting with Master Lin. As soon as he entered the room, the young man immediately closed the door. He looked a little nervous. And he breathed a sigh of relief after making sure that there was no one outside the door. It's okay. It's okay. You just now, acted with me. Act? Lin Qing raised his eyebrows in surprise. From what he said, if he didn't act, something serious would happen. That's right. The young man nodded seriously. He remembered something and said hurriedly, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Qi Sheng. I am also a player participating in this dungeon. I came earlier than you. This dungeon of the world outside the door is relatively complicated than the ones we encountered before. It's like a large-scale script killing. Seeing the confusion flashing in Lin Qing's eyes, Qi Sheng explained, entering the Lin mansion is the only choice for this dungeon. But if you can't choose a suitable identity to attend the banquet and maintain your own personality, you will be taken away by Butler Wang and never come back. He thought of something, and a trace of fear flashed across his face. I saw with my own eyes that a player was dragged away by him. And then I followed him out of curiosity and locked him in a small building at the innermost part of the mansion. There was a strange chewing sound coming from inside. And finally, only Butler Wang came out. He was eaten. I went to the small building later, and there was nothing inside. The player disappeared completely, and his account went dark. After hearing Qi Sheng's words, Lin Qing's face became serious. If he hadn't lied to her, this would be too terrifying for a new player who had only experienced 1 or 2 worlds. Currently, the regional chat channel is temporarily unavailable. But you can add each other as friends and form a team. Let's add a friend first, and pull you into the team group. If you find any clues in the Lin mansion, you can share them. Lin Qing thought for a moment, and decided to agree to him. Since the clues are in front of us, let's wait and see. After all, whether we can work together later is still uncertain. How many people are there in your team now? Qi Sheng stretched out his left hand with the bracelet, clicked on the team group, and took the initiative to show her. There are 5 players in the team now. Me, a big brother, a couple, and a little girl. We just went out to explore according to the designated area. And the time is about the same. They will be back soon. Lin Qing glanced at the team message, and saw only 4 avatars lit up. She raised her eyebrows slightly, and pointed out the problem. Why are there only 4 people? Where is the other person? Speaking of this, Qi Sheng touched the back of his head and laughed. The other person is Xiao Imo. She is also a player. But because she is not in the same zone as us, she can't add friend information. Just then, there was a noise in the courtyard again. My dear, we found a lot of good things this time. Thanks to your good luck. Oh, what good luck do you have? It's all because of your wisdom and bravery. If you weren't with me, who would want to go into that kind of kitchen? The two began to kiss each other, and there was a sticky sound of water stains. It was not until the door of the room was opened that the two stopped playing Princess Hug. The woman exclaimed in surprise. Ah, why is there another person in the room? Oh, this is just a new player in the dungeon. Let me introduce you. Qi Sheng looked embarrassed. But the two just tidied up each other's messy clothes without any embarrassment, and even snuggled up to each other. Even Lin Qing had to admire their strong psychological qualities. The woman's name was Meng Shan, and the man's name was Feng Shuo. When they entered the first world of the survival game, they met each other and chose to upgrade the room together and explore supplies. The two quickly survived the novice period and upgraded to the second level room. This was also the third world outside the door that the two had experienced. Meng Shan snuggled in Feng Shui's arms and said softly, "The east side where Ah Shu and I went looks fine. It's a small kitchen for servants. And there are some utility rooms. Isn't it?" Ah Shu? Feng Shu, who was hugging Meng Shan, nodded. He looked domineering and hooked Meng Shan's chin. "Of course, dear." Lin Qing blinked innocently, looking like a loving couple who wanted to show it to the world. Qi Sheng coughed lightly. "Don't worry. Haha. This is how they get along. You'll get used to it after seeing it more." But Feng Shui is already on the regional ranking list. Within the top 100? With him around? There shouldn't be any big problems. Lin Qing nodded, understanding the capital of the young couple getting along. "What about the other two?" Qi Sheng was about to answer her. Just then, a rough male voice came from outside the door. "You all go out first. We are not used to being served by servants. But Master Tu, you are a good friend of my master. And Steward Wang specifically told us to take care of you. How can you go outside the courtyard to wait for the transfer order?" "Yes, Master Tu. This is not in line with your status." The servants in the courtyard refuted him in unison. Hearing the words "not in line with status," Tu Peng's face darkened instantly, and he waved his hand impatiently. "Get lost. Who wants your service?" The servants in the courtyard looked at each other, and Qi Sheng ran out as soon as Tu Peng entered the door. "Master Tu, this is also the good intention of Master Lin. How can you refuse? This is not in line with your noble status." Qi Sheng's forehead was sweating. Chapter 29 Weird. Tu Peng is a man who doesn't follow the rules. He relies on his several tools to deal with ghosts and monsters, and he has always been rude to the servants of the Lin mansion. If Qi Sheng hadn't stopped him and persuaded him to find information to trigger the main line, Tu Peng would have rushed to Master Lin. After much persuasion, Qi Sheng persuaded Tu Peng to go back to the room. After closing the door, he whispered, "Brother Tu, have you found any clues?" Tu Peng was still sulking about what happened just now. After sitting down and drinking a pot of strong tea, he said in a rough voice, "I went to the armory. The servant who was guarding the door let me in. There were many weapons inside, and they looked very good. Damn it. It's a pity that I can't take items at will in this world. Otherwise, I would have to empty the Lin mansion." Qi Sheng laughed awkwardly. "This is normal. By the way, Brother Tu, let me introduce you to our new teammate, Master Lin." "Master Lin?" Hearing this word, Tu Peng glanced at Lin Qing with a teacup in his hand and almost laughed out loud. He pointed at Lin Qing and said to Tu Peng, "You said this little girl is a Taoist priest? Ha ha ha. With this little body, I can knock down 5 of them at once." Qi Sheng tried to maintain the atmosphere. "Ha ha ha. Miss Lin, don't mind. Brother Tu is a straightforward person. He may be blunt in some places, but he has a good heart." The couple on the bed next to him sneered. "That's not right. To put it nicely, it's called frankness. But to put it bluntly, it's called not being able to speak, which can easily offend people." With a bang, the teacup in Tu Peng's hand was thrown to the ground fiercely, and he said angrily, "What are you talking about? Bitch? Don't think that I dare not attack you just because your boyfriend is a bit powerful. If you have the guts, let's compete." Feng Shui also looked like he was protecting his wife. His face suddenly turned cold. "Tu Peng, do you have any brains? Is this the time to quarrel? Just now you almost failed to live up to your status, and were taken away by Butler Wang. If Qi Sheng hadn't cleaned up your mess, you might have been dead." Qi Sheng also hurriedly laughed. "Brother Tu, don't be angry. This is definitely not the time to quarrel. When we come back, we will see if there is anything we can find, and then we can discuss countermeasures." Tu Peng was so angry that he gritted his teeth, shook his arm, and turned his head and said, "Humph." Just then, the door of the room was knocked gently, and a gentle voice came from outside the door, "Brother Qi, I'm back. If you don't have any inconvenience, I'll come in." Qi Sheng said in surprise, "It's okay, Xiaoma. Everyone is here. Just go in directly." The next second, the door of the room was pushed open by a white and beautiful hand. A beautiful girl wearing a white cotton long skirt and long straight black hair raised her calf and crossed the threshold of the room. At this time, everyone's eyes fell on her at the same time. Some jealous, some admiring, some spying, some not caring. But it is admitted that this long-haired girl in a white skirt is the only eye-catching light even in the dark night. Ah! Everyone is here. Seeing the eyes of everyone, the girl nodded slightly and lowered her head shyly. She lifted a strand of hair that was blocking her forehead, and then looked over quietly. I'm the one who held everyone back. I was the last one to finish exploring the western courtyard. The girl turned around and closed the door gently. Her voice was gentle, like a lily at night. It seemed that even the night wind was much gentler, and even Lin Qing couldn't help but feel good about her. I felt that such a beautiful and gentle girl was worthy of forgiveness, no matter what she did. Qisheng rushed up first and said with understanding, Sister Xiaomao, don't say that. Exploring an unknown environment is a dangerous job. It's okay to progress slowly. Besides, you are just a weak girl. You shouldn't do this kind of thing. What if you get into danger? Next time I will go with you. It will be safer for two people. Xiaomao didn't dare to look into his eyes, and said softly, Brother Qi, don't say that. We are all players exploring the dungeon. Why can't I help? If I follow behind everyone, I will be uneasy. Hearing this, Meng Shan sneered, green tea bitch. You could only say that. Feng Shuo frowned involuntarily, obviously dissatisfied with her words. But Meng Shan didn't notice. Tu Peng crossed his arms and said, Let me tell you about your exploration experience first. What was the courtyard you entered for? Xiao Emo walked up to them and recalled. The courtyard I went to was an embroidery room. The embroiderers were working overtime to make embroidered clothes. I chatted with them for a few words. The embroiderers said that the reason why the master of the Lin family hosted a banquet for the guests in the past few days was that he wanted to personally choose a husband for Miss Lin from the family. Hearing this news, everyone in the room looked thoughtful. Lin Qing spoke first, in other words. The reason why the master of the Lin family hosted a banquet was to choose a husband for Miss Lin from the family. Xiaoma nodded. That's right. But you are? She looked hesitant, and looked at Qisheng with a look of help. Qisheng hurriedly explained, Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is also our companion, Master Lin. And he will explore with us later. So that's it. Xiaomao smiled at Lin Qing and nodded. Sister Lin, please take care of me. The girl's smile was gentle and pure, and seemed to be free of any malice, which was incompatible with this copy world. Lin Qing also smiled and said, Of course. Whether the main task can be triggered or not. I hope everyone will unite and survive this world. Yeah. Xiaomao nodded gently. Huh. Another one who was fascinated by a vixen. Meng Shan, who was not far away, was so angry that her teeth itched. Obviously, this world only needed her a great beauty. But who would have thought that a green tea bitch and a white lotus vixen would appear halfway? No matter who looked at her, there was a touch of tenderness in their eyes. Even Feng Shuo was no exception. She had discovered several times that Feng Shuo was secretly looking at that vixen. How shameless. Seducing others. Meng Shan spat fiercely again. Xiaomao's identity is a good friend of Miss Lin's family, and she came to visit specially. So Xiaomao's identity is actually very useful. Qisheng introduced Lin Qing enthusiastically. Xiaomao smiled shyly. It's nothing. It's better to help everyone. Lin Qing looked at the relatively harmonious scene in front of her, but she felt something strange out of thin air, until the evil repelling Peachwood sword was secretly suspended, and the tip of the sword secretly poked her lower back. Lin Qing suddenly understood the source of the weirdness. She secretly took out the hyena's nose to check the identity of the players present. The breath of the players, like a stream of data, attracted and implicated each other. But the strange thing is that there were 6 people including her present. But there were only 5 breaths of players. This means that one of them is not a player. Chapter 30 Beauty Zombie. In the room, only Xiaomao was standing, and there was no player's presence. At this time, Lin Qing realized something and looked at Xiaomao's wrist. There was no bracelet that belonged to players. Anyone with a little bit of brains would find this problem. But among the people present now, only Lin Qing realized this problem, excluding the fact that several other people wanted to deceive her together. It means that this is not a player's thing. At least it can tamper with people's memory and make it reasonable. What about players in other regional channels? It's just an excuse. Qisheng invited Lin Qing to join the team group. Lin Qing did not intend to use his real name, but just wrote Master Lin. At this time, Qisheng stood up. The gate is closed now, and the housekeeper Wang will not let us go out. Why don't we wait until tomorrow to continue exploring? Okay. I agree. Feng Shui carried Meng Shan out. Then let's go back to the room first. See you tomorrow. Qi Sheng looked at Xiaomo, scratched his head and said, Sister Xiaomo, how about? Before he finished speaking, he saw Xiaomo approach Lin Qing. Sister Lin, you and I will share a room tonight. I don't know if it's because they are both girls. Xiaomo seems to be very close to Lin Qing. Lin Qing said calmly, okay. Looking at the current situation, even if she said it, Qi Sheng might not accept the reality first, and might even alarm the enemy. Lin Qing had a plan in his heart. Tu Peng patted Qi Sheng's somewhat lost shoulder with his big hand. You kid will share a room with me today. Okay. Qi Sheng forced a smile. Then brother Qi. We're leaving too. Xiaomo and Lin Qing also went out. Looking at the two figures, Tu Peng comforted him. What's the big deal? It's just that we failed to become the flower protector. These are all small problems. Sister Lin, let's go to your room to rest. Or mine. After going out, Xiaomo sighed softly and tucked her hair behind her ears. Of course, Lin Qing would not choose her room, not knowing what traps there would be. Let's go to my room. My room is facing south, with good light and a large area. It's no problem for the two of us to sleep. Okay. Xiaomo nodded gently. If props were not used, even Lin Qing would find it difficult to find the problem. This really looks like just an ordinary player. By the way, Sister Lin, there is only one quilt in the room. It's cool here at night. I'll go and bring my quilt over. Well, go ahead. Lin Qing was eager to separate from her for a while at this time. But fortunately, he had this reason now. After Xiaomo left, Lin Qing quickly pushed the door open and checked if there were any dangerous items in the room. After a while, Lin Qing found an unopened wooden treasure chest in the closet. But it was empty. She disassembled the wooden treasure chest and put it away. She edited a message in the teen group. Master Lin, come to my door at midnight and wait. I found something. Everyone just needs to know it in their hearts. Don't say it out. Otherwise it will alert the enemy. Add Master 2. Bring your ghost-catching magic weapon. Mr. Qi was the first to reply. What's the situation? Is it dangerous? Can you handle it? Is Xiaomo okay? Master 2, I'll be there on time. Madam Ming and Master Feng, okay. Master Lin, Xiaomo is here too. I told her. Don't come and make a scene. Master 2, no problem. I'll keep an eye on this kid. After doing all this, and making sure everything was safe, Lin Qing waited for Xiaomo to arrive. Sorry. I kept you waiting. Two servants followed Xiaomo, each carrying a blanket. Lin Qing took the blanket with his long arms. It's okay. Give it to me. I'm not used to being served by others. I can do it myself. Although the two servants looked puzzled, they quickly closed the door and left. Xiaomo was moved. And before she could say thank you, she saw Lin Qing put the blanket on the beauty couch not far away and quickly made the bed. Xiaomo? Lin Qing shamelessly said to her, Sister Xiaomo, my waist is not very good. I am used to sleeping alone. So the bed belongs to me. Since you are small, it should not be a problem for you to sleep on a beauty couch. Xiaomo's expression dimmed for a moment, and she said aggrievedly, but sister, in this world, I am so scared to sleep alone. Lin Qing comforted her. Didn't you hear what Qi Sheng said? As long as it doesn't cause big problems, it will generally be fine. Besides, we are in the same room, and I can react quickly if there is anything. Xiaomo said a little disappointedly, okay. Not knowing what Xiaomo was thinking, the two extinguished the candles and prepared to rest. However, after Lin Qing lay on the bed, he quickly used invisibility to change his position to sleep. In the middle of the night, Xiaomo, who was originally lying quietly on the beauty couch, finally made some movements. As if sleepwalking, she tiptoed to the side of Lin Qing's bed, staring at the bulging human-shaped quilt. Sister Lin. She bit her index finger at an angle. Her pupils suddenly turned red, and she couldn't help simulating the action of chewing carefully in her mouth. You smell really good. I'll take a bite secretly. Okay. The cold wind lifted the bed curtains, swaying with the wind. Xiaomo's originally round and smooth fingertips slowly stretched and became an inch-long purple nail. The next second, the sharp index finger, like a knife, inserted into the quilt and thrust randomly. The cotton wool in the quilt flew everywhere. But there was no one under the quilt. Where is the person? Isn't it here? Why is it empty? At this time, Xiao Mo finally realized that something was wrong. Sister Xiao Mo, are you looking for me? At this time, Lin Qing suddenly appeared behind her. Faster than the sound, a cinnabar talisman paper flew out and hit Xiao Mo's head unexpectedly. Xiao Mo didn't have time to react, and flew out with a spit of blood, hitting the wall. At this time, the people squatting outside the door also heard the noise and soon appeared. Qi Sheng was the first to open the door and rushed up. Why did I hear Xiao Mo's voice? Is she injured? Tu Peng and the others followed into the room and saw Xiao Mo stuck on the wall. Qi Sheng asked blankly, Xiao Mo, why are you on the wall? Ming Shan couldn't help but curse, you idiot. Can't you tell that this is a female ghost? And the yellow talisman is still stuck behind her head. Ah? Feng Shui couldn't help but be surprised. Isn't she a player? How did she become a female ghost? Lin Qing listened to the discussion behind her, and she was a little speechless. She knew the effect of this yellow talisman, and it shouldn't last long. She immediately switched to the evil-repelling peach with sword and planned to try the effect. But at this moment, Xiao Mo suddenly moved. Tu Peng held a magic gourd in his hand, pushed Lin Qing aside and rushed forward, shouting, Hack it! Try my magic gourd to subdue demons. Chapter 31 Main Quest. Hee. Please don't. Brothers and sisters, Xiaomo is very timid. As the effect of the yellow talisman on the wall dissipated, Xiaomo, who was originally attached to the wall, suddenly turned 180 degrees. The girl's appearance was still weak and vulnerable, with a tender and loving look. Why do you want to hurt Xiaomo? Xiaomo is just a weak girl and doesn't want to hurt anyone at all. Don't be bewitched by her. Lin Qing shouted and cut her palm with a peachwood sword, staining it with a touch of blood red. Seeing that Tu Peng's treasure gourd didn't work, she raised her hand and threw out the peachwood sword, accurately stabbing Xiaomo's body. Xiaomo cried out in pain. Ah! Sister Lin, you are so cruel. Then, she let out a laugh and licked her lips. But your blood smells really good. Xiaomo will remember that. Then, with a pop, Xiaomo's whole body slowly deflated like a punctured balloon, and a somewhat damaged beauty's skin fell on the bed. Is this a substitute? This time, no system reminder was triggered. Lin Qing twisted the skin of the beauty drawn on the paper. A little disappointed, it seemed she escaped. Tu Peng also put away the magic gourd, cursing, damn it. How dare it play tricks on me? What the hell is this thing? How did it become our companion? Ming Shan laughed and laughed. That's right. You have to ask our Captain Qi. How did he recruit the cage team members? Even the female zombie sneaked in. No wonder there is an evil nature all over the body. It turns out to be this thing. Feng Shui was also thinking. Only Qi Sheng was still standing there, muttering, could it be a mistake? Xiaoma. She is such a beautiful and kind girl. How could she be a zombie that harms people? Damn. The evidence is in front of you, and you still don't believe it. If it weren't for this guy surnamed Lin, how long would this thing have been lurking in our team? What exactly does she want to do? Tu Peng picked him up like a chicken. If Feng Shui hadn't stopped him, his other fist would have been swung up fiercely. Didn't anyone see this? Xiao Qi was just blinded, so he didn't notice the accident. By the way, Taoist Lin, how did you see that there was something wrong with her? Feng Shui hugged Ming Shan and looked over lazily, with a look of scrutiny in his eyes. Lin Qing raised his wrist, without the bracelet. Do you dare to accept her based on just 1 or 2 words? Ask you? These are all said by this guy. Tu Peng saw Qi Sheng's confused look, and couldn't help but slap him twice. Qi Sheng had a big red palm print on one side of his face, and he seemed to finally wake up after being beaten. I can't remember clearly. Before I met you, it was Xiaomo who saved me. She told me and showed me her bracelet information, saying that she was a game player in another regional channel. We tried it, but we couldn't add each other as friends. So, you didn't pursue it later? Lin Qing took over his words and continued to talk. He understood the reason, probably because his memory was tampered with or something like that. However, this beautiful zombie was able to sneak into the team quietly, and it must have bad intentions. Lin Qing thought of what she said just now, and seemed to want to eat someone. If Qi Sheng was in the same room with Xiao Mo tonight, he might have been eaten. It seems that this kid is lucky. So, the rules of this dungeon world are not just what Qi Sheng told her. Since that's the case, let's not sleep in separate rooms tonight. Let's all sleep in the same room and see what kind of trouble this Lin mansion will have. Tu Ping threw Qi Sheng to the ground fiercely. Now there is such a big commotion in this room. But that damn housekeeper Wang doesn't care. And the servants in the yard are all dead. I think this matter will be related to them sooner or later. Soon. This broken beauty's face gradually turned into flying sand and disappeared in the air. Lin Qing nodded. Then we can only wait and see tomorrow. This night passed especially quickly. Originally, they planned to take turns on duty. But before one round came, the cocks crowed at dawn. Only Lin Qing took a short nap. And none of them fell asleep. Hey, it's strange. How come this night passed so quickly? Tu Peng shouted, looking at the time on the bracelet. It was only 2 hours. Feng Shui also noticed this phenomenon. It seems that the dungeon time is different from the actual time we use. I don't know what will happen during the day, so I'd better be more careful. Lin Qing looked out the window. It's already bright outside. If the master of the Lin mansion really has any tricks, he will come soon. As expected. Soon. Housekeeper Wang came with a group of servants. The servants' men came in all at once, carrying heavy boxes. Looking at the 5 people gathered together, Housekeeper Wang didn't seem to be surprised. Today the master is hosting a banquet, and I brought some clothes to dress up for the distinguished guests, because there is a young lady of marriageable age in my house. The master intends to choose a husband for the young lady. If the distinguished guests are interested, they can also participate. Originally, Xiao Imo also said this after exploring the Shiyuan embroidery room. The embroiderer said that the reason why the master of the Lin family hosted a banquet for the guests in the past few days was that he wanted to personally choose a husband for the young lady of the Lin family. It turned out that she was not lying to them. I don't know what the reason is. Xiao Mo's existence was originally creepy. But the invitation to the wedding banquet by the master of the Lin mansion was not a good thing to think about. Lin Qing thought that now half of the time has passed. Otherwise it will be over. At this moment, a system voice sounded from the bracelets of several players at the same time. Ding! The player team triggered the main plot of the Mountain Village Ghost Night Dungeon. Dungeon Mission 1. Explore the truth of Lin Mansion, not achieved. Dungeon Mission 2. Explore the reason for the strange change in the dungeon, not achieved. Dungeon Mission 1 Reward. The player who explores the most truth of Lin Mansion will increase his wisdom by 5. And the rest of the players will increase by +1. The wisdom panel will be open for those who have not opened it. Obtain 10 world currency, which will be distributed according to the exploration ratio. Dungeon Mission 2 Reward. The player will obtain the title of Dungeon World Explorer. After having the title, you will have a certain probability of encountering world merchants, who will provide you with excellent props. Note, this title is an upgradable title. The higher the level, the higher the probability of encountering world merchants selling high-level props. And you can have a certain discount value. Except for Lin Qing. The others seemed confused about the rewards of the task. However, they did not remain silent for a long time. After all, Steward Wang stood here motionlessly, waiting for their reply. If you want to complete Task 1, this seems to be an inevitable threshold. Chapter 32 Banquet. In the courtyard, Housekeeper Wang introduced expressionlessly, the master has ordered the servants to dress up for you. Someone will take you to the banquet in a while. As he spoke, the servants behind him filed out, and were about to escort the few people into their respective rooms. Lin Qing and the others exchanged glances, and understood each other's intentions, without any resistance. According to Housekeeper Wang, now no matter whether they accept the task or not, they have to participate in the banquet. Tu Peng cursed and went back to his room. Birds are always troublesome. Why dress up? In the team, Mrs. Meng and Master Feng, what do you think? Do you really want to let them dress up and attend the banquet? This Master Lin is not a good guy. He said he was choosing a son-in-law for his daughter. But in fact, he might do something weird. Master Qi, but if we don't attend the banquet, it will violate our status. Right? Housekeeper Wang is just outside the door. He won't let us go. Master Tu, damn it. I have to go and see. What is the banquet hosted by Master Lin? What kind of banquet is this? If all the people here are those ghosts, it would be even better. I will serve them all to them. Mrs. Meng and Master Feng, haha. You are so reckless. If you didn't rely on the gourd, you would have been eaten by the ghosts as snacks. Master Tu, Meng Shan. Are you a bitch? If you want to be beaten, just say it when we meet. Mrs. Meng and Master Feng, Tu Peng. If you say one more word, I will warn you one last time. Don't bully my wife. Lin Qing. They can still quarrel at this time. I really don't know if these people are bold or don't care about their lives. Master Qi at Master Lin. What do you think? I feel that the rewards this time are very rich. And they have a lot of personal bonuses? Taoist Lin, follow and see what happens. And run away if it doesn't work. This Lin mansion is a bit evil. Although the mission rewards are generous. You have to live to spend them. In the survival game, ensuring safety is the first priority. Mr. Qi, what Taoist Lin said makes sense. Master 2, little Taoist. Are you a rookie? You don't even dare to do the mission. What else do you dare to do? Don't affect your grandfather's upgrade path. Lin Qing just laughed at his words. As the old saying goes, it's hard to persuade a damn ghost with good words. She was too lazy to explain to such a person. The servants that Butler Wang brought this time were as expressionless as him. The two maids who dressed Lin Qing were like puppets with only one layer of makeup, crowning her hair in front of the bronze mirror. Lin Qing's identity is a wandering Taoist, so they only gave her a simple care. Just a little makeup. And she looked much more delicate. With a slim blue robe, she looked calm and composed, and really looked like a Taoist. Lin Qing touched his chin, looked at himself in the bronze mirror, and said to himself, the boss of the Lin mansion would not like cosplay. Right? He has both identity and character costumes. And the preparations are really thorough. Soon, the few people who had finished dressing up appeared in the courtyard. Qi Sheng was a young man, so he wore a long robe and a silk scarf, looking like a handsome young man. Meng Shan and Feng Shuo were a couple. Meng Shan had a bun and a woman's skirt, while Feng Shuo looked like a handsome young man. As for Tu Peng, he wore a wide-sleeved robe and looked unfriendly. This is too difficult to wear. We are just going to have a meal. Why do we do such a thing? Soon, the maid who took them to the banquet appeared. Along the way, the fog was lingering. Even in the daytime, the entire Lin mansion still seemed to be wrapped in a gray fog. But the lights were on, and the red light of lanterns was faintly scattered in the fog, which looked inexplicably ominous. It was clear that there were many people talking, but no one could be seen 10 steps away. This time, several people did not speak at the same time. This is the Hongxiu Tower where the host entertains guests. Please come in. Finally, the maid stopped. In front of them was an elegant and exquisite mahogany pavilion. Carved beams and painted buildings. Flying eaves and reverse buildings. Faintly, you can hear the faint sound of opera from the Hongxiu Tower. Following the maid's footsteps, they entered the Hongxiu Tower. In the middle is a high-rise with a high stage at the innermost. Many guests have already taken their seats. And men, women, old and young are smiling gently and respectfully. They are obviously cheerful, but they always feel that something is wrong. After Lin Qing sat down, he looked around. He found that there was also a small second floor opposite the stage, with a huge thin screen, and it looked like there was someone behind it. Tu Peng yelled in dissatisfaction. I've been asked to come here, but where is Master Lin? He won't play tricks on us. Will he? Qi Sheng also seemed to have come out of the shadow of a broken heart, and carefully analyzed the situation in front of him. Wait a little longer. It looks like it's about to start. Sure enough, after a while, the original troupe on the stage withdrew, and the long-lost housekeeper Wang appeared. He was very energetic, but still had no expression. Welcome all guests to attend my master's banquet. To be honest, my master has only one beloved daughter, because the young lady is about to get married. The master is reluctant to let the young lady marry far away, and wants to personally choose a husband for her. Some guests have come from afar, probably for this matter. Now my master and young lady are behind the screen on the second floor. You can drink to your heart's content. If the master and young lady choose a guest, they will send an invitation after the banquet. As soon as the voice fell, the guests in the full house rushed to applaud. Okay, I would like to congratulate Mr. Lin on choosing a good son-in-law. Mr. Lin is a great man in our area. We must support you in choosing a son-in-law for your young lady. I heard that Miss Lin is beautiful. If she is chosen, it will be a great honor. These guest NPCs all had big smiles on their faces, cheering for Mr. Lin, as if they were the ones who could get Miss Lin. Lin Qing looked at the scene in front of him and felt uncomfortable. It was like an exaggerated effect caused by AI running around, which was in line with the spooky atmosphere of the Lin mansion. She subconsciously looked at the second floor behind her again. And there were indeed two more shadows behind the screen. One looked thick and the other thin. And they should be the Master Lin and Miss Lin mentioned by Butler Wang. At this moment, the slender shadows seemed to cast a cold gaze, looking directly at Lin Qing's position across the screen. Lin Qing trembled and suddenly shuddered. She didn't dare to look at her again, for fear that she was possessed by some kind of demon like Qi Sheng. She complained in her heart. Oh my god! It's so cold just by a glance. What's so strange about this? At this time, on the stage, as the cheers of the guests faded, Butler Wang said again. This time, in order to find a good husband for the young lady, my master specially asked an expert to calculate the date. As long as the guest selected by the master today can get married that night. With this, I wish my young lady and her husband a happy and harmonious life together. Chapter 33 Female Ghost Choosing a Husband. Who would be so kind as to get married in the middle of the night? Only those things prefer this time of night. But the people around seem to agree with this idea. Mr. Lin is really good to the young lady. I wonder who is lucky enough to get married today. Ha ha ha. Miss Lin is only 28 years old. She must like handsome men. All the young and talented people here have hope. Who says not? Mr. Lin might also want a son-in-law who can achieve fame and honor in the future. The guests around were talking and drinking. Only the atmosphere at Lin Qing's table was stiff. No one was eating or drinking. Anyone with a little bit of brains would not touch things in this ghost place. It seemed that there was a vacuum membrane between them and the happy neighboring tables. In order to avoid leaking information, several people directly chatted in the group instead of talking. Fortunately, the brain connection technology of the bracelet is very mature. You can directly look at the panel without wasting time. Ming Shan frowned in dissatisfaction and complained in a low voice. This damn place is so noisy that my ears hurt. I thought I could see Mr. Lin, but I didn't expect to see even a ghost. Feng Shui pinched her earlobe and smiled. Dear, don't worry. What's so good about seeing an old man? I think Miss Lin has a lot of problems. Ming Shan snorted coldly. Feng Shui, don't be seduced by that female ghost. Butler Wang just said that everyone present has a chance. If she chooses you, don't do anything to let me down? Feng Shui kissed her. How could it be? Dear, the only person I love is you. Qi Sheng looked at the two people showing affection in front of him. His eyes darkened, and he couldn't help but hold the teacup on the table tightly. Tu Peng also sighed. This Mr. Lin is really grand. He just wants to find a husband for his daughter. How does he know if the person is suitable? Qi Sheng smiled bitterly. Who knows? Maybe he is just going through the process. The babbling sound on the stage sounded again, accompanied by music. And there were guests everywhere. There was really a lively atmosphere. Lin Qing was a little headache because of the noise. She felt that this Mr. Lin would definitely not let them go. As for who it was hard to say. The chosen people were not so lucky after all. As for the copy mission, what was the truth of the Lin mansion? Lin Qing felt that it was not so easy to investigate it clearly, according to the information she currently has. Among all the people she met in the Lin mansion, except for the players, they did not look like living people. It can only mean that the Lin mansion is a haunted house. The first copy mission is a very general question. If Lin Qing answers that it is a haunted house, that is part of the truth. It seems that if we want to really solve this problem, we have to find the root cause from the owner of the Lin mansion and Miss Lin. This involves how to get close to them, or who can be chosen by them. In addition, Lin Qing noticed that her prompt system seemed to be quieter than the previous two worlds. There was no encouraging or supportive attitude towards the main mission. This means that the difficulty of this mission may exceed her acceptance range. And even the system cannot judge. Are we just sitting here? Ming Shan was originally lying on the table and stretched her limbs. I can't eat or drink. Just sit and wait for people to die. This is really not a human thing. She pulled Feng Shui's arm and acted coquettishly. Shui, it's really annoying. Can we go out for a walk? It's better than staying in this ghost place all the time. It should be soon. Dear. Feng Shui kissed her forehead. Time passes quickly here. It shouldn't be a real day. Wait a little longer. Qi Sheng was also a little confused. I thought something would happen when they asked us to come here. But it turned out to be just playing house. Will the master of the Lin mansion let us go? Lin Qing shook her head, noticed the cold gaze behind her head, and sent a message in the group. Just now, I seem to have looked at that Miss Lin. She should be a ghost. Hee hee. Who is not a ghost? This place is so weird. It would be a problem if it's not a ghost. Ming Shan directly confronted her. It's different. There's still a big difference between ghosts marrying and people marrying. Qi Sheng also said. You mean? The breakthrough point will be Miss Lin? Lin Qing replied, yes. No matter who is chosen. There should be a breakthrough. This is the key to the mission. Tu Peng also thought of the key. In this way, we could also assign people to see where the master and the lady live. What kind of ghosts there are? Maybe we can find some secrets. Lin Qing nodded, yes. Soon, the banquet time passed quickly, and the sky outside darkened again. This only lasted for 2 hours in actual time. It was not until the banquet was about to end that the two figures behind the screen on the second floor moved. Soon, 3 servants of the Lin mansion ran down from the second floor. They all held an invitation in their hands, and it seemed that they were going to distribute it to the guests. Lin Qing's heart skipped a beat, and he had a vague feeling that something was wrong and not very good. As expected, the 3 servants ran directly to their table. They stood in a line and handed out the wedding invitation in their hands. The guests around seemed very interested and looked over with great interest. This place officially became the center and focus of all attention. They chattered, wow! What good luck! The son-in-law of the Lin family. Miss Lin's husband. The words of these people became louder and louder, and it seemed that they were about to resound in his mind. Qi Sheng was also surprised, looking at the invitation in front of him, and shook his head left and right. Ah! This is too careless. Ming Shan had a gloomy face and clenched her teeth. This damn ghost thing. Feng Shuo took an invitation calmly. It's just a task. What's there to worry about? But this number is indeed a bit strange. He looked at Tu Peng, then at Lin Qing, who was in deep thought, and hesitated. Master Lin, you should be a woman, right? Lin Qing also hesitated. I think so. Tu Peng took the wedding invitation in front of her. If you are, keep it. What are you doing? Lin Qing still looked a little confused and pointed at herself with her index finger. Ah, me? Tu Peng looked angry and put it in her arms. Yes. Keep it. Lin Qing was puzzled and put it away until she saw her name printed on the wedding invitation. Puzzled, he scratched his head. But I am a woman? Tu Peng had already gone out first. Qi Sheng saw the attitude of the servants in the Lin mansion. They would not let them leave unless they accepted the invitation. He hurriedly took it. When he saw his name, he didn't know whether he should breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 34 System Prompt. Lin Qing was holding the wedding invitation, and was also dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, this Mr. Lin was so open-minded that he gave Miss Lin 3 husbands in one go. There was no restriction on gender. This idea was really ahead of its time. At this time, Butler Wang also came over. His originally old-fashioned and serious face seemed to have a smile on it, which made him look even more weird. Congratulations to Master Lin, Master Qi and Master Feng. You have caught the eye of my master. I will ask the servants to prepare wedding clothes and dress up the 3 newlyweds. Lin Qing was full of black lines on his head. Wait. This Master Qi is still qualified. But Master Feng has a family. And my gender is also a big problem. How did your master choose a son-in-law? Butler Wang smiled. Didn't the guests come here to marry into my Lin family? As long as they are recognized by the master. They are all guests of the banquet. As long as the young lady likes it. My master will naturally agree. Please take a rest, and wait for me to arrange and prepare the wedding night for you. With that, he also left here. At this time, the maid who originally led them came forward. I will take the newlyweds back first and order people to dress up for you. The time is approaching, and there is no time to delay. Lin Qing looked behind the screen on the second floor, and felt that the 2 figures behind were still there. Especially Miss Lin's eyes seemed to still be fixed on this area. She agreed casually, okay. However, since we are newlyweds, Miss Lin has seen us, so we should also meet Miss Lin. Also, marriage is based on the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. At least we have to meet Mr. Lin. The maid said politely. It's unlucky for the newlyweds to meet before marriage, so it's better not to meet. At this time, a surprise cry suddenly came from behind the screen on the second floor. Ah! It's Ming Shan. She's gone! Feng Shuo only then realized that Ming Shan beside him had disappeared. Several people hurried to the stairs. Behind the screen, there were only 2 armchairs. On the chairs were 2 clay statues. 1 male and 1 female. The woman was wearing a cross-collared skirt, and the man was wearing brocade. Looking wealthy. Both of them had no facial features. Hey. This. I wanted to come up and see. This little vixen is not. Why do they look like this? Ming Shan was so scared that her legs went weak, and she fell to the ground, trembling with her fingers. Feng Shui's face turned cold, and he picked her up. What are you doing up here? Lin Qing's face also became serious. I didn't expect that behind the screen. It turned out to be like this. At this time, the maid led the servants of the Lin family to gather around. Please come downstairs. Don't disturb my master and young lady. Her words were much colder, with a gloomy chill. These are not human beings at all. With Feng Shui around, Ming Shan was much bolder and pointed at the two people. Feng Shui glared at her and said, "Shut up." Seeing the maid's face change and the servants around her getting ready to move, Lin Qing took the initiative to say, "Sorry. We are abrupt. We will leave here immediately." On the way back, there was still the strange fog when they came, and even the sky gradually darkened. This time, the maid took a group of servants and sent them back to the original courtyard, until they returned to the room and closed the door tightly. Ming Shan said nervously, "What was that just now? It can't be the real Master Lin and Miss Lin. What do they want to do?" Tu Peng was confused. "What Mr. Lin and Miss Lin? Have you seen them?" He was outside the door just now, and didn't know what happened. Qi Sheng told him again, and Tu Peng frowned. "What are you afraid of two clay statues? I can kick them to pieces with one kick. What ghosts are there? Just do it." He thought of the wedding invitation just now, and he looked even more angry. "I don't want to marry into this broken Lin mansion." Qi Sheng coughed lightly. "It doesn't matter whether I marry into the family or not. The key is how do we find the answer to the dungeon task. The entire Lin mansion, except for Miss Lin and Mr. Lin's residence, has basically been explored by us, and no clues have been found. The answer must be in Mr. Lin and Miss Lin. It means we have to accept it, and can only explore from Miss Lin," Feng Shui said. Lin Qing calmly thought about everything he encountered, from the ghost doll at the gate of Lin Mansion, to the slanted old man guarding the gate, to the female ghost in the abandoned well, to the beautiful zombie that controls people's hearts. The whole Lin Mansion looks completely dead. But I always feel that something is missing. Just then, a voice came from the prompt system. Ding. After system detection, there is a black building deep in the north of Lin Mansion, which contains the key props for passing the task. The danger is medium to high, and there are two fierce guards. Do you want to go and get it? Hearing the system voice, Lin Qing's eyes lit up immediately. This is really what you need. However, she seemed to have heard about the black building deep in Lin Mansion from Qi Sheng. Qi Sheng, you said you saw housekeeper Lin arresting people and locking them in the building. What color is that building? Qi Sheng recalled. The vision was a little unclear at that time. It seemed to be black. Or dark. Why do you ask this? Lin Qing explained to him frankly. Since it is a place where corpses are handled, it is impossible that there will be no traces left. I want to go over and take a look. There is also the embroidery room explored by Xiaoma. Maybe there are clues. Speaking of Xiaoma, Qi Sheng's eyes flashed with sadness. He nodded in a concealed way. Okay. However, you have to come back before midnight. If you are not seen, I don't know what that housekeeper Wang will do. Of course. Before leaving, she specifically reminded, I don't know if the previous female zombie will appear again. Before 12 o'clock, you must pay attention to safety. Qi Sheng's eyes evaded. Okay. This Lin Mansion's house looks bigger than it looks from the outside, especially with the large courtyard enclosing the small courtyard and the corridors overlapping. Lin Qing soon got lost. If I had known to bring Qi Sheng along, it would have been easier to find this small building. Just after sighing twice, I unexpectedly ran into an old acquaintance. The old man who used to look askance passed by with a lantern. When he saw Lin Qing, his face lit up instantly, and he came up to him. Hey, isn't this Taoist priest Lin? I heard that you got a great deal today, and can become the son-in-law of the Lin family. I hope you can take care of me in the future. At this time, when Lin Qing saw him, he felt like he had met an old acquaintance. Alas, aren't I just out for a walk? I originally vowed not to marry or buy a house, but I didn't expect to encounter such a troublesome thing. I wonder what the founder of this sect will think of me. The old man with the askance smiled flatteringly. Oh, Taoist priest Lin, you are joking. What's so good about being a Taoist priest? It's better to be a rich and idle family to eat wind and drink dew all day long. Chapter 35 Weird Building. After a while, the two chatted for a while, and Lin Qing suddenly asked, I heard that there is a small black building in the Lin mansion. What is it used for? The slanted-eyed old man looked around and saw that there was no one around. Then whispered, "Hush. Taoist Lin, please take it easy. This is not allowed to be said. My young lady is weak. And that is the place where my master built a blessing for her to ask for the blessings of the gods and Buddhas in heaven." Lin Qing frowned. "Oh, I would like to see it. It is also my specialty. And it is just right to ask for a blessing for my young lady," the slanted-eyed old man said. Then Taoist Lin is thoughtful. "Since that's the case, I will take you to have a look. But it's agreed that on weekdays, the master only allows us to enter the first floor. And the stairs are sealed above. So we are not allowed to go in." Lin Qing was happy, of course. Following him, Lin Qing soon came to the deepest part of the Lin mansion. The fog here was getting thicker. If it weren't for the red lantern in the old man's hand, she might not have found it. Even Qi Sheng might not remember the way. "Hey, Master Lin. This is it." The old man, with the slanted eyes, finally stopped and pointed to the completely dark door in front of him and said, "This is it. There are enough incense here." Master Lin set 3 incense sticks. "Which is thoughtful." Lin Qing nodded. "Okay." Once she entered the door, the cold air here was even thicker and more gloomy. She took 3 incense sticks from the table, lit them, and put them in the incense burner. After praying, she saw a painting of a woman hanging on the wall. Looking at the clothes and appearance of this person, it is exactly the same as the clay sculpture of Miss Lin seen on the 2nd floor today. There are no gods or Buddhas, only human figures. What kind of logic is this? Lin Qing muttered in her heart. At this time, the old man with slanted eyes began to urge her, "Master Lin, hurry up. If you are seen by others later, you can't explain it clearly." "Okay, I'll come right away." Lin Qing glanced around and saw the stairs hidden in the corner. And she had a clue in her heart. Soon after going out, Lin Qing used an excuse to separate from the old man with slanted eyes. She used the scales of a chameleon to sneak back. The 3 incense sticks were still burning, but the temperature on the ground floor was still very low. Lin Qing held the peachwood sword tightly and walked towards the stairs in the corner. Although her footsteps were very slow, there was still a creaking sound because it was a wooden staircase. Fortunately, there was no one else now. Otherwise, even if she hid her body, it would be easy to be caught. Going up to the 2nd floor, there was indeed nothing here. Only the corner staircase in the corner. This is almost the same as what Qi Sheng said. Lin Qing turned around and found that there was indeed no secret door or secret room. So he started to go up to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was still empty like the 4th floor. Strange. How could there be nothing here? Lin Qing wondered in his heart. The 4th floor seemed to be the top floor, and there was no staircase going up. Even the monster mentioned by the system did not appear. Lin Qing carefully recalled the process of coming in, and finally thought that the painting on the 1st floor was a little strange. He came to the 1st floor again and lifted the painting on the offering table. This time, Lin Qing finally found the mechanism. A square hole was dug out at the back, and a black Buddha was placed. Lin Qing reached out to take it, but it was indeed unmovable. She turned it again, and it showed signs of movement. This time, when she twisted the bodhisattva to a position where it could not be turned, she heard a rumbling sound coming from the roof. There is actually a mechanism. Lin Qing thought about it, and returned to the 4th floor again. This time, she saw a black iron door at the end of the 4th floor. Lin Qing tried to pull the black ring of the iron door, and opened the door easily. As soon as she stepped in here, Lin Qing instantly felt that the ground here was no longer a wooden board, but a hard rock. Could it be that the purpose of building the 4th floor is to connect to the nearby mountain? But there is no mountain near the Lin mansion. Lin Qing was a little confused, but it did not prevent her from moving forward. In the dark, with the help of vision, the walking speed was very slow. After walking in the dark for about 10 minutes, Lin Qing saw a glimmer of light. This time, she saw a naturally formed sunken cave in the mountain, which was spacious and open. Torches were burning on the rock wall, and there were thousands of candles. These light sources, with the help of the bronze mirror on the top of the cave, illuminated everything in the cave. But what shocked Lin Qing even more was that she saw 2 huge pools and a huge coffin in the middle of the pool. It was painted in gold and black, and it was heavy with yin energy. It was a great evil. It was a greater threat to her than the water ghost at the bottom of the well. At this moment, the 2 black pools next to the coffin suddenly moved. The water was gurgling. Something at the bottom of the water felt the arrival of the outsider, roared, waved its black hairy claws, and stood up from the bottom of the water. Those were two black-haired Zongzi. I wonder if they had been fed for a long time, and they carried a strong evil spirit. If they were bitten, they would definitely die. I wonder if zombies and zombies are the same group. If they were bitten, could the serum save her? It felt very uncertain. The two Zongzi smelled the human breath and came to the door of the passage. However, because Lin Qing was wearing a water ghost coat, they seemed not to be able to detect her breath, but followed the way she came and continued to walk towards the small building. Huh? Lin Qing's heart almost rose to his throat, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing them leave. It seemed that the two Zongzi were just watchdogs, and they were not very conscious, and they should not be able to come back for the time being. At this time, Lin Qing finally turned his attention to the golden Nama coffin. It was at least 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. I don't know what was inside, and it looked very heavy. It seems that the key props for the clearance task mentioned by the system are inside. Lin Qing took a deep breath. It was the first time she did such a thing, so she was still a little nervous. Fortunately, the coffin was not as heavy as she thought. Or rather, the people here had set up a special mechanism to open the coffin easily. Lin Qing pushed half of it open easily. The things inside? In addition to 2 bronze treasure chests soaked in water, there was also a body in a crystal coffin. However, this body should not be called a body, but a body part. He was like a piece of parts of some people. Eyes, ears, hair, neck, hands and feet. All parts of the body were displayed in the coffin in the well, and then sewn up with thin red thread, 1 stitch at a time. Seeing this, Lin Qing swallowed subconsciously. She thought she probably understood where the disappeared player was taken. This weird Lin mansion seemed to have an explanation. Chapter 36 Speculation. Not knowing when the 2 corpses that had just gone out would come back, Lin Qing planned to hurry up and open the box. At this time, the prompt system suddenly reminded, "Warning! There is a trapped treasure chest in the water, and on the left-hand side of the broken body is a treasure chest. It is recommended that the host do not open the trapped treasure chest. There is a group of blood-sucking corpse worms inside, which are extremely toxic. Good guy. It is indeed not a good sign to have 2 treasure chests appear at the same time." Lin Qing opened the treasure chest on the left-hand side, and inside was a string of Bodhi Buddha beads. She decomposed the bronze treasure chest, collected the materials, and then dug into the crystal coffin to see if there were any clues inside. The moment she pushed open the coffin, a rapidly spreading ice mark silently climbed onto her palm. Lin Qing was frozen. The closer she got to the crystal coffin, the heavier the coldness in her body felt. Lin Qing quickly checked and found that there was only a butterfly-shaped jade pendant on the broken body, which was worn on his chest, and it looked very precious. At this moment, a series of footsteps came from the passage again, and it sounded like the 2 corpses had returned. In a hurry, she grabbed the butterfly jade pendant and took another trapped treasure chest. As soon as she did this, the 2 corpses rushed over. Seeing the coffin opened, the 2 corpses were extremely angry and waved their black claws around the coffin. But Lin Qing had already hidden far away. Just when she wanted to take this opportunity to leave the cave through the original passage, she suddenly saw something more at the exit of the passage. It was the clay sculpture of Miss Lin that she saw on the 2nd floor of the theater. I don't know when the clay sculpture has come. Although she had no painted face, Lin Qing inexplicably felt a breath of anger and sadness from her. Then, a burst of operatic voices came from the inside of the clay sculpture, as if complaining about something in grief. No, there's something wrong with this voice. In the midst of the opera, she seemed to have a sudden dizziness. Seeing that there was no shelter around, she could only jump into the nearest pool. The sound weakened a lot in the water. However, a strange breath spread in the water. With the help of the water ghost's coat, Lin Qing quickly sank to the bottom. She found that there was a passage at the bottom of the pool, which should be the groundwater flowing between the mountains. Not knowing whether the 2 corpses behind would catch up, Lin Qing thought about it and swam towards the underwater passage. After Lin Qing jumped down, the clay sculpture of the original entrance of the passage stood by the pool. Her eyeless face stared at the pool, and seemed to crack a smile. After swimming out of the mountain passage, Lin Qing landed in a garden-like lotus pond. I didn't expect this place to be connected. She wrung out the water from her clothes, which were a little wet. Let's go back and change clothes. She entered the invisible state again, turned around twice, and confirmed the direction she came from. As soon as she entered the courtyard door, Lin Qing felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. What's wrong? She entered Qi Sheng's room and found that the faces of the people inside were not quite right. There was one person missing. Qi Sheng explained, it was Ming Shan. After you left, she and Feng Shuo had a quarrel about the ghost girl's marriage, and then ran away. I didn't expect that she never came back after running away. Tu Peng slammed the table heavily. Damn it. Isn't this just causing trouble? You're still running around in this ghost place. And you don't even know how you died. Lin Qing walked over and frowned. Feng Shuo looked the ugliest. What should I do? I looked everywhere, but couldn't find her. Now it's almost time for the appointment. Before he finished speaking, the maid with the sedan chair stopped outside the door. She glanced around and confirmed that there was no problem with the number of people. Please dress up and get on the sedan chair to enter the bridal chamber. The bright red wedding sedan was shaking. Soon, the sedan chair stopped steadily in a separate courtyard decorated with festive decorations. And Qi Sheng and Feng Shuo just now disappeared completely. Strange. Can this female ghost split herself? She didn't even kowtow to heaven and earth. It seems that she is in a hurry to get married. Lin Qing thought about it for a while. And this was slightly different from her plan. But it was not a big problem. The dark night was silent, and the wind was blowing. After Lin Qing opened the door, he took 2 steps inside, and saw the ghost bride sitting on the edge of the bed. She was wearing a bright red veil, a red wedding dress with phoenix patterns, and a pair of red embroidered shoes. Her fingertips were stained with red nail polish, and her white hands were folded between her knees, looking like she had been waiting for a long time. Lin Qing took out the evil-repelling peachwood sword, pointed at the bride on the bed, and sneered. Miss Lin, we should have met each other before, and there is no need to be mysterious. I have also guessed some of the truth about the Lin mansion and the purpose of your marriage. Really? Xiaoma? Or Lin Mo? As soon as Lin Qing finished speaking, suddenly, lightning and thunder suddenly flashed over the Lin mansion. The cold wind blew in the wedding room. The red gauze curtain fluttered, and the candle flame flickered. Hee. Sister Lin, how did you know it was me? The pair of fingers with red nails slowly lifted the blood-red veil, revealing a handsome and beautiful face of a familiar person. Her eyebrows were slightly frowned, and her pupils were like autumn water. Just sitting there, she looked like a painting of a beauty. This was the same as Lin Qing guessed. Xiao Mo was just a painted skin of a beauty. She heard her, but she didn't retaliate later. This was very surprising. Lin Qing didn't answer her, but asked, you do so many tricks, singing and getting married, just to collect the same items of someone. And all the parts of your body are made up of these people. It seems that it should be your lover. Hearing her words, Lin Mo unexpectedly raised her eyebrows and smiled. She crossed her legs and slowly swung her red embroidered shoes, looking calm. It's almost right. So what? With the peachwood sword in your hand, or the broken yellow talisman? You can't hurt me. This female zombie seems to have done more than just this one thing. And she handles everything with ease. Lin Qing also laughed. What if I destroy your almost assembled corpse? Hearing this, Lin Mo's face immediately changed. Her nails suddenly grew longer, and she appeared in front of Lin Qing. What did you do to him? Ding. Lin Qing clenched the peachwood sword, blocked the attack of the female zombie, and smiled slightly. Guess, this kind of insha practice by the dead needs to be properly preserved. But what if I put some food for living people in his mouth? The two of them fought with their weapons, and with the cooperation of the peachwood sword, one person and one zombie were more than enough to fight. I want to kill you! After hearing Lin Qing's words, Lin Mo went crazy instantly, like a boss mocked by hatred, and directly pulled up the full attack power. Soon, taking advantage of Lin Qing's failure to defend herself, Lin Mo slapped her against the wall. Lin Qing was hit hard on the back and vomited blood. Chapter 37 completed Mission 1. I wanted to keep you longer because you suit my taste. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. The female zombie clamped Lin Qing's neck with a pair of sharp claws and said viciously. Lin Qing suffocated and almost rolled her eyes. She took out the Bodhi bracelet and threw it at Lin Mo. In an instant, the female zombie's clothes were ignited with flames. Ah! Burned by the flames, Lin Mo screamed in pain and loosened her grip. Lin Qing immediately took the opportunity to escape, used the color-changing scales, and disappeared into the air. Damn it! Damn it! I'm going to kill you! The female zombie was burned violently by the tongue of fire transformed by the Bodhi bracelet. She tore her wedding dress in fear and tried to take it off. But the flames were like a thorn in her flesh, clinging to her body. Water? I want water! The female zombie ran out of the room in fear, trying to find the water source of the Lin mansion. But at this moment, the entire Lin mansion began to be filled with fire. Just as she stepped over the threshold, suddenly, a peachwood sword pierced straight through her back. This time, it was a real female zombie, not a painted skin. And Lin Qing felt relieved. She turned the tip of the sword, and Lin Mo howled heartbreakingly, and finally disappeared into the night sky accompanied by the blazing flames of the Lin mansion. Dungeon Mission 1. Explore the truth of the Lin mansion, achieved. Dungeon Mission 1 reward. Congratulations to the player who became rich overnight. The player who explored the most truth of the Lin mansion this time will increase the wisdom value by 5. And the rest of the players will increase by +1. Those who have not opened it will open the wisdom panel, get 5 world gold coins. And the remaining world gold coins will be distributed by the surviving players according to the exploration ratio. The system sounded on Lin Qing's bracelet. She frowned slightly, watching this illusory world slowly dissipate and shatter, until a dark red light flashed. She smelled the fragrance of the fresh air in the forest, and saw a glimpse of the rising sun. At this moment, she was standing on the top of a mountain, and the cold and whistling wind passed through the mountains. The mountains are stacked, and the green peaks are thousands of miles long, which is beautiful. Lin Qing touched her neck that was scratched and purple, and her back that was about to split in pain, and she grinned and shouted, "Hiss! It really hurts." She asked Tu Peng to set the fire in Lin's mansion. This kind of gloomy ghost house is most afraid of the most rigid and yang things, and fire is the best choice. So they escaped from that huge illusion. I don't know if the other few people are alive, but that's not what Lin Qing is worried about. Girl, what are you doing standing here? This mountain is filled with gloomy air. You should go home quickly. Suddenly, an old man herding cattle passed by. He rode on the back of a cow, followed by several calves, and seemed to be herding cattle. Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief when he saw a living person. Old man, I am from another place and accidentally came here. I wonder what this means. As she spoke, her stomach growled twice. She was a little hungry after staying up all night. Lin Qing took out a big steamed bun from her arms, broke off half, and handed it to him. We can talk while we eat. Looking at the fragrant and soft white steamed bun, the old man herding cattle swallowed his saliva and smiled. Since it is the girl's kindness, the old man will appreciate it. He introduced, our village is a branch that fled here because of natural disasters. Our family name is Lin. Our Lin family was originally a wealthy family, and the master at that time was a world-famous philanthropist. The only bad thing was that the master had only one daughter in his life. He was afraid that if he held her in his mouth, she would melt, and if he held her in his hands, she would fall. So he was reluctant to marry her to an outsider, and came up with a plan to recruit a son-in-law. But I didn't expect that the young lady already had someone in her heart. A poor scholar whom I met during the spring outing. The scholar promised that if the young lady married him, he would definitely pass the imperial examination and marry her. Unfortunately, the young lady believed his lies and felt that Master Lin had destroyed her happiness. After hearing about the recruitment of his son-in-law, she secretly married the scholar and left home. When Master Lin knew about this, the two had already fled thousands of miles away, and Master Lin died in depression. I didn't expect it to be such a cliché story. Lin Qing had already guessed what happened later. Later, the scholar was just attracted by the power of the Lin mansion. After hearing that Miss Lin had severed her relationship with her father, he was furious and sold her to a brothel. Alas, Miss Lin had a strong self-esteem. In order not to be humiliated, she hanged herself. The young lady's soul was still alive, and she felt guilty towards her loving father. So her soul returned to her hometown and saw the death of Master Lin. Love breeds resentment, and resentment breeds hatred. The young lady's hatred was so great that her body did not decay, but turned into a zombie. Later, the head of the Lin family, considering that she was a member of the Lin family, invited an old Taoist to seal the young lady's body in the ancestral land, and performed a full 9,981-day ritual to appease Miss Lin's resentment. But even so, Miss Lin would still appear from time to time because of her resentment. Lin Qing heard a question in the story and wondered, since Miss Lin turned into a zombie, why didn't she seek revenge on the scholar, but instead harm passers-by? The old man who herded cattle sighed, that's right. Miss Lin wanted to take revenge. But I heard that the scholar used the money from the sale to drink wine, and ended up falling into the lotus pond at night and drowned. Lin Qing felt a little sympathetic to Miss Lin. Not only did she fail to take revenge, but she also turned herself into a zombie. This was too unprofitable. Thank you for telling me, sir. To be honest, there are indeed some problems with this forest. Please pay more attention. The old man waved his hand. Nothing? These are things that people in the surrounding villages know about. It's nothing to tell you. But we have long been accustomed to living here, and only pedestrians, who are traveling at night, will be affected occasionally. I would also like to ask, where is the nearby village? I want to rest. Go down this mountain road and turn when you see a stream. Lin Qing walked down according to the route he said. The tall trees in the mountains blocked the sun, and there was still a chilly feeling. Looking at the time, there is still 1 hour before the end of the survival time. The door to her room hadn't appeared yet. Lin Qing decided to go to the village to see if there were any mountain products to take with her. She just found that after coming out of the illusion, her backpack space seemed to be able to be used normally except that she couldn't take out other items. Soon, she saw a clear stream and a village not far away. There were also thumb-sized fish swimming around in it. She felt a little itchy in her heart. It would be great if there was a fishing net. This kind of small fish is very delicious whether it is boiled in soup or fried. Just then, a peddler came along the mountain road with a load on his shoulder. When he saw Lin Qing, his eyes lit up. Sir, your forehead is black, which may be an ominous sign. Do you want to buy some magic tools to avoid disaster? Chapter 38 Ghost Village. The peddler wore a bamboo hat and a black mask on his face, revealing only 2 eyes. He looked very familiar. Seeing Lin Qing's defensive look, he chuckled and put down the 2 baskets of goods on his shoulders. I forgot to introduce my identity. I am what you players call a world merchant. I have a lot of good things. Do you want to see them? As he said that, he lifted the rags covering the bamboo basket and took out a puppet made of grass and sticks. He held it up to show her. This is a substitute puppet. It can bear a curse attack for you. It is a B-level item. 200 world gold coins. How about it? Lin Qing was full of black lines on his head and stretched out his hand to make a 200 gold coins. Why don't you go and rob it? The 3 world gold coins inherited from Rose Knight, plus the 5 obtained in this mission. She only has a total of 8 world gold coins. This is not enough even if she sells it. Is there a cheaper price in the single digits? The peddler scratched his ear, put the puppet back with a grin, and took out a piece of talisman paper. This is a defensive Vajra mantra, which can block attacks from ghosts for you. But because it is not finished, the defensiveness is much lower. There may be some problems, so I only sell it for 10 gold coins. Hearing this price, and the effect of the talisman paper, Lin Qing's heart moved, but she did not show it. Pretending to be calm and said, anything else? The peddler took the trouble to take out a pot of clear water from the box. This is holy water that has been blessed. Sprinkle it on the ghost, and the ghost will show its true form. Sell it for 15 gold coins. There are other more expensive ones. Would you like to take a look? Lin Qing, she couldn't afford them. She was actually a very poor person. Give me a 20% discount. I want that talisman paper. Do you have more? This is the confidence of the poor. They can sell it if they want. Unexpectedly, the peddler agreed. Okay. Deal. He then found the yellow talisman paper and handed it over. A total of 8 world gold coins. 1 hand for money and 1 hand for goods. Lin Qing, she doubted that the price of this talisman paper could be lowered. Oh no. It's too early to bargain. She took out the only 8 world gold coins she had with some pain and handed them to the peddler. The peddler weighed them in his hand, put them away with a smile. May the customer make a fortune and have a happy cooperation. As soon as the talisman paper came into her hand, she instantly felt a burning and strong feeling. This is indeed the real thing. The peddler did not lie to her. Lin Qing knew what was going on. At this time, the peddler took out a simple fishing net from the bamboo basket. As a new user, you can get a gift. My name is 007. If you want to buy props in the future, please come to me. There are many discounts. After that, he handed the net to Lin Qing and disappeared into the woods. I didn't expect this guy to slip away so quickly. as if he was afraid that someone would rob him. I don't know what the consequences would be if he was robbed. Thinking of the props he took out just now, Lin Qing was a little tempted. But it was just a thought in his mind. This kind of businessman must have a way to save his life. Otherwise, he would not show up so swaggeringly. However, it was good to get a net for free. At least Lin Qing could catch the small fish in the stream, which was worth the trip. After working for a while, there were basically no traces of small fish in the nearby water. Lin Qing wiped the sweat from his head, and a bunch of lively dried fish appeared in his space backpack. Why hasn't the room appeared yet? It's almost over. Lin Qing looked at the bracelet and found that there was still half an hour to the end. So she sighed. Just when she wanted to lie by the stream to endure this period of time. She didn't expect that the originally silent teen group suddenly moved. Master Qi, is everyone still alive? Master Tu, not dead. Master Lin, not bad. Master Qi, what about those two? Didn't they come out of the illusion? Mrs. Ming and Master Feng, I just dug my wife out of the grave. She seems to be poisoned. Her face doesn't look right. Does anyone have an antidote? I'm afraid she won't make it. Master Tu, the survival time is almost up. She won't die. Master Qi, there is a village nearby. Let's go and have a look. Maybe there is an antidote? Mrs. Ming and Master Feng, okay. The village is not far from here. Lin Qing hesitated a little. Should he go down and have a look? At this moment, the voice of the prompt system sounded again. Ding. After testing, the key figure of the second clue of the task appeared. The female ghost is not dead. Please pay attention. Host. Hearing this prompt, Lin Qing's heart skipped a beat. The female ghost is not dead. What does this mean? Didn't she kill her with her own hands? Task 1 is to find the truth about the Lin Mansion. And Task 2 is to find the reason for the distortion of the Ghost Knight copy of the mountain village. Lin Qing remembered these two tasks. Task 1 has been completed, which means that her speculation is correct. Lin Qing resorted out the logic. Lin Mansion is a mysterious fantasy built on the Lin family's ancestral tomb. It is inhabited by various evil ghosts and attracts passers-by to enter. Repeating the incident of Master Lin recruiting a son-in-law. Lin Mo in the ghost world is the boss, constantly using various corpses to form the appearance of a lover. However, combined with the explanation of the old man who herded cattle just now, Miss Lin hates the scholar very much. Could it be that this is not a loophole? Since the system gave a hint, Lin Qing also decided to go down and see. After walking for a while, she saw the road to the entrance of the village. There was a person squatting next to the firewood pile, drawing circles on the ground, and vaguely felt a little familiar. Looking closer, a blind old man was squatting on the ground, mumbling something crazily, and it was unclear what he was saying. He was so focused that he didn't even care about Lin Qing approaching. Isn't this the squinting old man who guards the Lin Mansion? The difference is only one blind eye and one squinting. Why is there another one here? Could it be that the game modeling was lazy and copied? Lin Qing muttered in his heart and walked towards this seemingly peaceful village. Soon, she saw Qi Sheng, Tu Peng, and Feng Shu, who was crying while holding Ming Shan. Ming Shan is dead, probably because of corpse poison, Qi Sheng told Lin Qing. And when he said this, his eyes dimmed for a moment. Damn it. This female zombie is so vicious. Tu Peng cursed at the air fiercely. Feng Shu's face was pale, and his ugly face was not much better than Ming Shan in his arms. He murmured, "What should I do?" Lin Qing could only comfort him. "My condolences." She remembered something, and asked with a probing look, "We separated just now. Where did you two go?" Qi Sheng touched the back of his head and said awkwardly, "I was arranged to go into a wedding room and saw a bride with a veil on her head. But before I could do anything, the Lin Mansion caught fire." Feng Shu said blankly, "I met Ming Shan. She was dressed as a bride. But at that time, she had been poisoned by corpse poison and wanted to attack me. Fortunately, the fire was set at the right time." Chapter 39 Speculations about Task 2. The two people's statements are similar to Lin Qing's experience. However, it was surprising that the bride Feng Shu met was Ming Shan. Lin Qing vaguely felt that something was wrong. At this moment, a strange wind blew, and it started to be cloudy. The sky above the mountain village was covered with dark clouds, and the sky suddenly became dark. It looks like it's going to rain. Isn't our survival time over? Why hasn't the original room appeared yet? Tu Peng complained. However, Lin Qing did not relax her vigilance. The prompt system said that the female ghost was not dead, and this copy had not ended, which meant that it was not safe here. She was about to remind them, but she didn't expect that Meng Shan in Feng Shui's arms suddenly woke up first. She opened her eyes like lightning, and her 5 fingers formed claws to dig into the heart of the man in front of her. Like a steel claw, a big hole was instantly stabbed in Feng Shui's chest. In a short time, Feng Shui seemed to have no idea what happened, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Meng Shan had a pale face with a slightly raised lip corner, smiling eyes, holding the hot heart in his hand. At the same time, Qi Sheng, who was originally next to Tu Peng, suddenly attacked him, but Tu Peng reacted quickly, and a piece of flesh was still torn off his arm, and blood was flowing. Tu Peng covered his wound in embarrassment and cursed. Qi Sheng, what the hell do you want to do? Qi Sheng also raised his lip corner slightly like Meng Shan. The game is about to end? What do you think I want to do? Tu Peng thought of something. His face suddenly darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You want to cheat the cheaters?" Qi Sheng smiled contemptuously. Then what you said is quite ugly. This is just the survival of the fittest. In the survival game, the winner is the king. Tu Peng sneered. You want to rob the thieves. But I am not the only teammate. Lin. He looked behind him, and his face changed instantly. Where is she? Qi Sheng laughed. Don't worry. You are all my prey. And that Lin will also be buried with you. Isn't it? Xiaomo? The moment the voice was not finished, a girl in red clothes and embroidered shoes sat on Tu Peng's shoulder. She had a half-red veil on her head, revealing a bright red lip, and held Tu Peng's head. Hee. She smiled slightly, and when Tu Peng wanted to react, she snapped and broke his neck. Hee. Qi Sheng, you did a good job. I will reward you. Oh my god! That Miss Lin was not dead. The moment Lin Qing found that the situation was not right, he immediately used the color-changing scales to enter the invisible state and wanted to find a house to hide. The villagers here had strange faces, and were coming out of the yard one after another. Their faces were dark blue, and they looked like they were being controlled. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo's voice suddenly came from not far away. It was sometimes close, and sometimes far away, floating and uncertain. Hee. Didn't expect that I didn't die. Lin Qing. Thank you so much for setting that big fire, and saving me from the seal. Ah. I've been trapped for too long. I even forgot so much of my memory. No wonder I did so many stupid things. Accompanied by the heavy rain and the strange voice of the female ghost, Lin Qing ran back to the village head and saw the blind old man squatting on the ground drawing circles. She suddenly understood what task 2 was. This was not the real Miss Lin. If Miss Lin turned into a zombie, was sealed in the haunted house of the Lin mansion, and kept repeating the act of getting married, then the person who dismembered the body was another Miss Lin. Because the real Miss Lin would not use corpse parts to make up the scholar she hated the most. Lin Qing vaguely touched the edge of task 2, squeezed the diamond talisman paper, and decided to take a gamble. She stopped, lifted the invisible state, and waited for the arrival of the female ghost. Under the dense dark clouds, soybean-sized raindrops kept falling. As expected, Lin Mo soon caught up here. She sat on the firewood pile that was a head taller than Lin Qing, kicking her calves lazily, and the raindrops fell, but did not wet her clothes. She lifted the red veil, but the face underneath made Lin Qing jump hard. Sure enough, it was the face assembled in the coffin. Lin Qing remembered very clearly that the face in the crystal coffin was completely assembled and broken, just like a figure made up of various characters in newspapers based on memory. But now, there is no trace of splicing at all. The face under the red mask is beautiful and charming, and the fox eyes are so charming that people can't help but be convinced. Lin Mo flicked her nails and raised her eyebrows. Hey, why don't you run? Are you unable to run? I still won this game. Lin Qing said helplessly. Yes, you won. But before I die, there are still some questions that I haven't thought about clearly. I want to verify the person involved. Lin Mo teleported in front of Lin Qing and raised her eyebrows. You said? Lin Qing said his inference. I guess you are not the real Miss Lin. The real Miss Lin is probably dead. What you occupy is just the shell of Miss Lin. Someone wants to seal you here and never let you out. Lin Mo raised her eyebrows. That's right. Lin Qing continued to calmly express his speculation. Originally, this copy should be relatively simple for ordinary players. As long as you avoid the ghosts in the Lin mansion, find the box, and survive for 24 hours, there will be no problem. But you change the rules here, so that most of the players who came to this world fell here and became your toys. You know that there are chat channels in other areas for players, which means that you are not an ordinary ghost. You were locked up here, so you hid among the game players and looked for clues to leave. Lin Mo smiled. It seems so, but I don't remember it clearly. Probably because it was too long ago. You said so much. It should be no problem for me to eat you. As she spoke, her slender 5 fingers turned into claws, trying to take out Lin Qing's heart. But at this moment, a golden light flashed in front of Lin Qing's chest, protecting her body. Instead, Lin Mo was thrown out fiercely. Originally, Lin Qing wanted to take out the Peachwood sword to resist, but she didn't expect that the Vajra mantra was so powerful. With more than 10 seconds left, Lin Qing watched with her own eyes as Lin Mo began to try again and again, gradually becoming angry and embarrassed. But no matter what method she used, she still couldn't break her body-protecting golden light. Lin Qing couldn't help but sigh. These 8 gold coins seemed to be worth spending. As the countdown ended, the door of the room appeared in front of Lin Qing. She waved to Lin Mo with satisfaction. Oh, I didn't expect this talisman to be so effective. It must be tiring to fight. It's a pity that I can't see it again. Chapter 40. Back to the room. Unexpectedly, just after saying this, the Vajra body protection mantra extinguished in a flash. Without this layer of protection, Lin Qing was instantly stuck, facing the evil spirit so close. The fierce and aggressive ghost energy seemed to coagulate the blood under the skin when it invaded the human body. The door of the room was within reach, but she was wrapped by the ghost energy and could not move. Only her 2 eyeballs could move and observe the surrounding situation. The evil repelling Peachwood sword also flew up out of thin air, trying to block the evil spirit in front of her. However, Lin Mo was too close to her, and the Peachwood sword did not dare to act rashly. The red-clothed evil spirit did not look crazy as before. He slightly adjusted Lin Qing's messy collar and patted her shoulder gently. He leaned close to her ear and said, "Speak. Why don't you continue?" This soft and casual talk was like a quick death warrant for Lin Qing. Her mind raced, and she laughed dryly. Oh, misunderstanding. All misunderstanding. I didn't expect my sister to be so strong. If I had known, I would have kowtowed to you and paid my respects to you. The female ghost snorted coldly. Seeing that she didn't object, Lin Qing continued to talk nonsense. Ha ha. My sister's face is really beautiful. The more you look at it, the more charming it is. No wonder my sister took so much effort to create this face. I also think it's beautiful. Otherwise, I always feel that I have seen it somewhere before. Hearing this, the female ghost's face suddenly changed slightly. Lin Qing caught this fleeting emotion and felt that there was a play. Sure enough, the female ghost said, "Have you seen this face?" Lin Qing blinked and replied, "Maybe. I have seen it in many people, so I may have mixed it up." Unexpectedly, Lin Mo covered her mouth with the back of her hand, raised her head and laughed. Ha ha. That's good. It seems that it's easy to get it. As soon as she finished speaking, her face suddenly changed color, and a strong hatred surged on her face. Since you know where this person is, bring him here. I want to kill this heartless man. Lin Qing immediately? What's going on? She was confused. Lin Mo said, "This person is the one who sealed me here. Although I have lost most of my memories, I have not forgotten his face. I pieced together his appearance bit by bit, just wanting to take revenge one day." Ah? Lin Qing's brain worked quickly and understood what she meant. This face pieced together by emotions is not Lin Mo's, but her enemy? No wonder they say hatred is deeper than love. Lin Qing finally learned it now. I can. Sister wants to find this person. I can help find him. As long as I experience enough worlds, I believe I can find him one day. Lin Qing was flexible and instantly found his own value. Just you? Lin Mo glanced at her and questioned. You are too weak. The level of this room is not high. I don't know how long I will wait for you. Lin Qing said confidently, looking at your current state. You can't leave this world. Why not give it a try? Hearing this, Lin Mo hesitated for a while, nodded slightly, and smiled at the corner of her lips. Okay, I can spare you. Before Lin Qing entered the room, a red string bracelet with a mandarin duck knot suddenly appeared on her hand. Then don't forget your promise. Dungeon task 2, Explore the reason for the strange change in the dungeon. Achieved. Dungeon Task 2 Reward. Players will be awarded the title of Dungeon World Explorer. After having the title, you will have a certain probability of meeting world merchants, who will provide you with excellent props. Note, this title is upgradable. The higher the level, the higher the chance of encountering world merchants selling high-level items, and you can get a certain discount value. Hearing the reward sound of the system, Lin Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. She slowly leaned against the door and sat down, holding a mandarin duck knot made of red thread in her hand. Congratulations to the player for killing the Dungeon Beauty Zombie boss and obtaining a random dropped item. Name, Red Thread Mandarin Duck Knot. Just now, Lin Mo let her go so easily. Lin Qing was a little unbelievable. I don't know what world's dungeon boss this Lin Mo is from, and she can actually take out such an S-level item. Who is this person who actually offended such a vengeful boss and can still remember his face after losing his memory? Thinking about the scene just now makes me scared. Lin Qing prayed silently. Don't encounter this dungeon world next time. It's better to come to a normal world. Otherwise it's too easy to lose your life. After returning to the room, the backpack space and the communication device of the bracelet returned to normal. Lin Qing didn't check the regional channel all night and found that there were already 99 plus messages. She looked at the team group formed in this world again. Of the original 5 avatars, only 2 were still lit. One was her, and the other was Qi Sheng. Unexpectedly, Qi Sheng had been pretending all along. Only this kind of person could cooperate with the dungeon boss and take advantage of his teammates' inattention to wait for an opportunity to attack. However, this also taught Lin Qing a lesson that she should not judge people by their appearance in the future. Otherwise, she would be the next to die. Lin Qing opened the space backpack again and counted the harvest this time. This time, the new items she harvested included the Water Ghost's coat and the Bodhi bracelet. There was also the Vidra body protection amulet that she spent 8 gold coins to buy. The little problem mentioned by the world merchant almost hurt her badly. As for the red thread mandarin duck knot, even if it is an S-level item, it's better not to mention it. Thinking of the conditions agreed to by the female ghost, Lin Qing had a headache. Let's take it one step at a time. The harvest of this exploration was 1 empty wooden treasure chest, 3 bronze treasure chests, one of which was a trapped treasure chest and could not be decomposed. Lin Qing could only put it in the backpack first and planned to find other ways to open it. In this way, the materials obtained by decomposition were only 2 wooden boards and 4 bronze ingots. Compared with the previous 2 worlds, it was pitifully small. Fortunately, she cut enough wood in the zombie world. Otherwise it would be a big problem to upgrade the room. Hey, what is this? Lin Qing suddenly found that there were some things in the space backpack that did not belong to her. 300 wooden boards, 50 bronze ingots, 99 stones, 46 black crystals, 55 copper, 22 world gold coins, and some world silver and copper coins. There are even some unopened cosmetics, as well as some supplementary supplies and small props. There is also a small note left. The extra supplies are for you. Find someone well. Don't be lazy. Lin Mo left. Lin Qing was stunned for a moment. When was this stuffed in? She didn't even notice it. Soon, Lin Qing realized that this was a benefit that a boss like Lin Mo gave to his younger brother. It is estimated that the source is those players who came to this world before. Chapter 41 Level 4 Room. Anyway, it was like she had found a big boss. This sudden wealth made Lin Qing a little dizzy. She didn't expect that this pie in the sky could fall on her head. Although this pie in the sky also came with the curse of the female ghost. However, Lin Qing still accepted it happily. No matter what, she had to survive first and think about the future later. Relatively speaking, Lin Qing was still an optimist. She opened her personal panel and checked the room upgrade information. Level 4 room upgrade conditions. Wood board 311/80. Bronze ingot 68/24. Nail 113 of 80. Stone 110/100. Black crystal 62/20. Among the 62 black crystals, 10 black crystals were given to her by a mouthful of food and a mouthful of water. And there were 6 black crystals for decomposing the black stone treasure chest, which added up to a lot. Do you choose to upgrade? Lin Qing chose yes. After all, the higher the level of the house, the safer it can give her. Soon, in a soft white light, the walls on all sides changed again. The originally rough industrial gray concrete masonry walls turned into a soft white, which looked like a layer of putty powder. And overall it was much more refined. The wooden floor also looked like it was covered with a layer of paraffin, which looked very textured. Even the incandescent lamp above the head was replaced with a larger round ceiling lamp, which illuminated the entire room. Even the cuckoo chicken hatching eggs in the corner clucked, wondering why such a big change had happened unexpectedly. Not bad. Lin Qing touched the cuckoo chicken's little head and comforted the frightened hen. Then he added some water and millet to the food bowl. He continued to check the changes in the room. This time, the bathroom was a little bigger, with matte dark gray tiles on the floor and walls, and a water heater, which looked like it could be used for taking a shower. For Lin Qing, this was rare good news. What surprised her even more was that there was an upward staircase next to the door this time. Lin Qing walked up and found that this was actually a planting area, with special spotlights to provide sunlight, and small grids of land divided into 1 square meter. There are currently 5 grids in the planting area, all of which can be used to grow vegetables. I didn't expect that I could grow vegetables. This function is great. Equivalent to self-sufficiency, Lin Qing said to herself excitedly. She had already started planting the land involuntarily, planning to grow vegetables. Grow some green leafy vegetables here, as well as fruits, potatoes, tomatoes, etc. After planting a circle, she found that there were no seeds in her hand. Embarrassing. Gulyalu. After working for so long, the pot of Odin she had originally eaten had long been digested. Lin Qing went downstairs and found A013's fully charged battery from the small storage room, and planned to cook. A013 was no different from before. Lin Qing was afraid that he had no strength left, so she found a piece of rotten meat of a zombie giant crocodile from her backpack. Although the introduction said that it attracted undead creatures, they were all zombies, so A013 didn't show any strange color on his face. After taking the meat, he swallowed it. She took out a piece of ordinary lizard meat, and A013 ate it without any strange color. It seems that I have to find some food for A013 in the future. Lin Qing instantly realized that the burden on her shoulders had become heavier. Now it was more important to fill her stomach. For dinner, she planned to make turkey noodles. She took water from the water purifier, put the noodles in after the water boiled, waited until the noodles were almost cooked, put in a soft-boiled egg, added the seasoning packet and stirred. It smells so good. Lin Qing praised her cooking skills, opened another can of ice Sprite, and a small cake to relieve the spiciness, and prepared to start eating. Of course, the daily dramas to watch while eating were gone, and browsing the chat channel became her only entertainment activity. As for the tablets she brought back from the zombie world, she still didn't know how to unlock them, which was equivalent to a brick to cover the instant noodles. First of all, the number of people in the conspicuous regional channel has become 460. Although Lin Qing felt that she had experienced a lot. In fact, after a careful calculation of the time, it had only been more than 5 days. Half of these people have been destroyed in the game world. This kind of competition for survival is really cruel. Individual survivors can only survive in the world outside the door by constantly upgrading the room and looking for supplies. Unless they are a couple like Ming Shan and Feng Shuo, who are lucky enough to meet in the first world, face difficulties together, and upgrade the room. But this is only an extremely rare example. This kind of close relationship is nothing short of a fantasy for strangers. Unless there is a real interest bond, or there is an organizational agreement like an alliance. Otherwise, once they turn against their teammates, it will be a big disaster. Just like Qi Sheng. He looked harmless in the beginning, but who would have thought that he would cooperate with the female ghost in the end and kill Tu Peng and Feng Shuo? It was just to seize the upgrade resources and materials of his teammates. Since the Black Mamba made this suggestion that day, it seems that many players in the same world had chosen to cooperate. Lin Qing found that at least 3 shouts below occurred in the regional channel. That 404. He clearly agreed to cooperate with me, but he dared to set his sights on me. You are just a fast runner. Don't let me meet you. I will just beat your grandson's head next time. Everyone, pay attention to the player named 404 in the future. Don't team up with him. Otherwise you will die without knowing how. Soon, a response message popped up in the channel. Good. This kind of scum should be exposed. Otherwise, who would dare to cooperate with them in the future if they always want to betray their teammates and pick up the leaked supplies? We should create a blacklist. Check it when we meet. And kill this kind of scum. This group of people should go to hell. Who knows if the villain complained first? If you say that this person ambushed you, what if the villain bites back first? Hee hee. Why do you look down on this kind of behavior? In fact, you all want to try it in your heart. But you are afraid of being stabbed in the back and dare not try it. 404. What can I say to this group of idiots? The world will become more and more difficult in the future. Whoever has the upgrade resources and more supplies and props will be more fortunate to survive. They are just talking. Another debate started in the channel. Lin Qin stopped looking because she didn't get any useful information. She opened her own trading mall to see how the cigarettes and alcohol she put up were selling. Cigarettes are sold one by one. 10 wood boards. Or 1 bronze ingot. Or 10 stone/nails. For ordinary beer, it can be sold for 30 wood boards. Or 10 bronze ingots. Or 20 stone/nails. The 1 pack of cigarettes and 5 bottles of beer she put on the shelves have been completely sold out. I didn't expect it to be quite profitable. I should have searched more convenience stores in the town earlier. Lin Qin couldn't help but sigh. This way, she can make money without doing anything. However, she has to keep the best liquor. On the one hand, it's the old man with the evil repelling peachwood sword. In addition, the liquor has a high alcohol content and can be used to disinfect wounds, which is also very useful. Chapter 42 World 4, Toy House World. Lin Qin put another pack of cigarettes and 5 bottles of wine on the shelves. Still at the original price. She didn't plan to put too many on the shelves. Looking at the current situation, there are not many players who put these 2 products on the shelves. And cigarettes and alcohol are in a scarce state. Before no other players put them on the shelves. She plans to use this progress to sell goods. After all, resources that have always been in a scarce state are the most precious things. Lin Qin continues to process information. A few days ago, she posted a request for help in the mall for a gas stove or an alcohol pot and received a response. A player said that he had an extra gas stove and 2 bottles of gas left, and asked Lin Qin if she wanted to buy it. The price he gave was 20 wooden boards and 10 bronze ingots to upgrade the room. Lin Qin regretfully refused. Now that she has zombie nuclear power generation, she can bring batteries and electric cookers to cook directly when she goes out. Things like gas stoves are no longer useful to her. However, Lin Qin still remembered to buy vegetable seeds. Since the planting area has been developed, it is better to try the planting effect. Unexpectedly, the familiar name popped up on the search page. It was Yikushiishui. When the two chatted before, he mentioned that he had a bag of vegetable seeds. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Lin Qin muttered and immediately sent him a message. Hey, little brother. I want to buy a bag of vegetable seeds. Do you still have them? Soon. Yikushiishui replied to her, Wow. It's the rich boss. Here. I haven't had a chance to use it yet. There is no land for growing vegetables in this small shabby house. But have you developed to the point of growing vegetables now? Well, after upgrading the room to level 4, a planting area can be opened. I want to try the planting effect. There is nothing to hide about this. Anyone who reaches the level 4 room will know this news. Lin Qin felt good about this player, so he didn't plan to hide it from him. Ah, level 4 room. Your speed is amazing. I'm only level 2 now. I can't even compare to you. In the level 2 room, Lu Yan envied with tears in his eyes. You know, a level 3 room alone requires 40 planks, 12 bronze ingots, 40 nails, and 50 stones. Because he was in an abandoned quarry, he gathered 50 stones. But there are still many gaps in nails and planks. These 2 resources are generally obtained by opening boxes and decomposing. 1 wooden treasure box can only be decomposed into 2 planks. And 40 planks are 20 wooden treasure boxes. Even if he ran his legs off to find boxes, he currently only has 20 planks and 19 nails, which is a big gap from upgrading to level 3. Lin Qin understood what he meant and took the initiative to say, I can offer 10 planks and 5 nails. More than that is not cost-effective. After all, the emergence of the planting area means that there will be opportunities to produce seeds in the future. I am not in a hurry for this. She was speaking from the heart. Anyway, there is enough food and drink, and growing vegetables can be regarded as cultivating sentiment and adjusting life. Unexpectedly, a mouthful of food and a mouthful of water quickly replied, Okay. I can accept the price of the big boss. I will put it up in my personal store now. You can bid directly. Lu Yen has also been lurking in the regional channel and knows the importance of room upgrades. The higher the room that can be upgraded, the higher the risk that can be avoided. Just like the guy who encountered the migrating elephants. Because the wall of his wooden house was trampled, he encountered a pack of hunting wolves at night. As a result, because of the damaged outer wall, he didn't survive that night. If it was a level 3 stone house, the defense against danger would definitely be higher. At least, he wouldn't be killed by the destruction of the room. So now in the player mall, most of the items sold need to be paid for by upgrading the resources of the room. Everyone is scrambling to upgrade the room level to add an extra layer of protection for themselves. After the two finished the transaction, Lin Qing got the bag of vegetable seeds. There were 3 kinds of lettuce, potatoes and carrots. According to the planting instructions, Lin Qing buried the seeds of these 3 vegetables in the 3 grids of the planting area according to the depth and distance. Then wait for them to grow up. The next morning, the sound of the reminder system sounded on time. Ding! The world outside the host's door has been updated. Ding! After system detection, the world outside the door is now a toy house world. The difficulty is medium. But because the copy is a special type, the mortality rate is extremely high. So it is recommended that the host explore with caution. Affected by the copy type, the moment the door is open to accept the world outside the door, the host's room will be assimilated into the toy house state, and the host will also be assimilated into the puppet mode. The puppet can move freely and explore, looking for treasure chests to replenish supplies until night falls, and the host can return to normal. But please note that there are evil monsters outside the toy house. If you encounter monsters, there is a certain risk of tearing. If the puppet is broken, the player will also die. The toy house formed by the room has a protective effect on the player. If you encounter danger, please be sure to return to the safe house in time. In addition, other players in the same area have appeared in the world where the host is located. It is recommended that the host be vigilant. This time, the system prompt is obviously more specific and comprehensive than before. Compared with the last Mountain Village Ghost Night, there is no obvious restriction on the use of props, which makes Lin Qing slightly relieved. However, turning into a puppet? This obviously has many restrictions. Lin Qing wrote down these rules and read them carefully. You will turn into a puppet during the day and return to normal at night. Does it mean that you can't replenish food during the day? Saturation is obviously real. If it is due to low satiety, that leads to weakness. Will it affect the normal state during the day and reduce the degree of exploration? Moreover, there are monsters in this world. When the doll dies, the player who is transformed into a doll will also die. The room can ensure the safety of the doll. So her current level 4 room seems to be much safer. Thinking of this, Lin Qing has a little more confidence. At least the existence of the safe house can ensure her absolute safety. This is not a big problem. As for the players in the same area, Lin Qing has already habitually accepted it. If she can cooperate, she will cooperate. If she doesn't cooperate, she can be a lone ranger. After analyzing, Lin Qing has been relieved. Isn't the danger level of the Ghost Knight of the Mountain Village a medium to high level? She survived it. It shouldn't be a problem to survive in this toy house world according to the rules. As for the world selection black card in her hand, it still doesn't exist as a retreat. She just experienced the Ghost Knight of the Mountain Village, and she doesn't want to face Lin Mo, the evil ghost, for the time being. As for the Vampire Manor and the abandoned space station, Lin Qing doesn't want to go there for the time being. The brother who chose the black card in the world at that time did not choose those 3 worlds when he was short of food and clothing. At least in Lin Qing's eyes, the Vampire Manor and the abandoned space station have been regarded as dangerous worlds of the same level as the Ghost Knight of the Mountain Village. Then how about trying this world? Chapter 43 Qifeng Zhan. The world outside the door has been updated, and the 48-hour countdown has been opened. Please enjoy exploring. Note, room assimilation has been opened. The current room level of the player represents the defense level of the world outside the door. Good luck to the players. It is still the countdown sound of the brief introduction. Just listening to these 2 sentences of introduction, it is no different from the previous worlds. Who would have thought that after the door is opened, the room will become a toy house? Lin Qing sighed and began to prepare for the world outside the door. First of all, solve the problem of personal hygiene. Eat enough food, and ensure that the satiety is maintained at a certain level. For this breakfast, Lin Qing ate 2 large chicken legs, a sandwich and a glass of milk. Adequate calories and fat can ensure that her physical strength will not be overconsumed and maintain appropriate physical strength during the day. Seeing that the satiety on the system panel has increased from 77 to 100, Lin Qing has a certain confidence. Then, she checked her weapons and props to ensure that they were placed in a reasonable position in the space backpack and could be used at any time. Lin Qing wore important handheld items, such as the fine steel saber and pistol. In this state, she would not deliberately hide her strength. Even if some weapons were exposed to the eyes of other players, it would form a certain deterrent. This just fits her principle of going it alone. As usual, before going out, Lin Qing added water and food to the cuckoo chicken, and replaced the cat litter in the cat litter box with new cat litter. Not to mention, the hygiene of the cuckoo chicken impressed Lin Qing. It has learned to bury its excrement in the cat litter, waiting for Lin Qing to scoop up the shit. As for the sand brought back from the deserted island world, it has become a bathtub for the cuckoo chicken. In the interval between hatching eggs, Lin Qing saw her jumping into the sand and flapping her wings to take a beautiful bath several times. And her feathers were fluffy and neat when she got into the incubator. At this time, suddenly several messages popped up on the regional channel of the bracelet. Lin Qing vaguely saw the words about Qin Fengzhan. Subconsciously raised his hand and clicked in. Everyone, I am now in a world similar to a doll. And my body has also become a doll. This is like a huge luxury dollhouse display warehouse, with all kinds of intricate streets and rooms. If there are players who have entered this world, we can consider cooperation. It turned out to be Qin Fengzhan. You actually shared your world location. Are you facing any problems now? What? Isn't Qin Fengzhan already level 3 in the room? Generally, there should be no problem staying in the room? Fuck. That means there is no way to return to the room. Boss King Fengzhan described it in such detail. Could it be that he is asking for help? My god. Even Boss King Fengzhan in the 3rd level room has begun to seek cooperation. What kind of world is this? Boss King Fengzhan not only has a high level room, but also has super strength. I remember he said that he escaped from a 3-meter tall brown bear and could use bows and arrows. A boss with such strong martial arts value. I am so curious about what kind of world this is. Seeing these discussions, Lin Qing's eyelids jumped fiercely. In the regional rankings, King Fengzhan is second only to her, proving that this person is indeed powerful. If he were to work with him, Lin Qing would have to think about it carefully. After all, judging from the content of the regional chat, this person is very willing to share some experience and analyze problems for newbies. It is quite consistent with his online name, which is upright and chivalrous. However, this is not necessarily true. After all, you can't know a person's heart by looking at his face. Who can predict whether he is a cunning teammate like Qi Sheng through a network cable? This time when he went out, Lin Qing opened the storage room and took A013, who was in a daze. Put on a suit, a black mask and a hat for A013. And it was completely impossible to tell that it was a zombie. Come on. A013. Take you out to warm up and see if your strength has declined. Lin Qing snapped his fingers at him, motioning him to follow. A013 nodded expressionlessly and followed Lin Qing's footsteps. Not to mention, Lin Qing felt that having a bodyguard following behind him, let alone safety, at least the strength was there. She took a deep breath and opened the door of the room. In a dazzling light, Lin Qing subconsciously raised her hand to cover her eyes. When her eyes adjusted to the brightness here, Lin Qing noticed that the metal handle of the room's iron door had turned into a smooth, hard and rounded feeling. This material, Lin Qing murmured, looking down at the door handle and the complete shape of the room behind her. Her entire room has become a single-family villa with a full sense of plastic. The villa is mainly sky blue, with pink and yellow decorative windows and doors, just like the doll room where kindergarten children play on the patchwork carpet. Lin Qing looked into the room, and even the cuckoo chicken and everything in her room had become various plastic textured house toys. Fuck. One hack was not enough. Lin Qing saw that A013, who originally looked like a zombie, had also turned into a toy doll of the same proportion, similar to BJD, wearing a hat, a black mask, and a faint trace of stitches on the neck due to the sutured wound. From the bathroom mirror, Lin Qing also saw her appearance clearly. It was a female BJD doll with a ponytail and casual sportswear. The face was delicate and white, The facial features were perfectly proportioned, and there was a pair of delicate round glass eyes that revealed amber. The slightly raised eyebrows contained a hint of heroism. Unexpectedly, she turned into this. Lin Qing was almost scared by herself in the mirror. She touched her skin and seemed to have lost the sensory nervous system. There was no sense of touch. It looked like a soft resin. In addition to the changes in appearance, the joints can move by themselves, and I can speak. As for the force value, Lin Qing tried to punch forward and felt that the strength value should not be reduced. In this case, it looks okay. At least it can deal with threats from the outside world. Lin Qing made an evaluative judgment on his new body. However, how much power it can exert depends on what kind of monster it can deal with. After all, this is also the place where Qi Fengzhan can be trapped. A013. Let's go! Lin Qing gave an order to A013, and one person and one zombie walked out of the door and began to explore. But where should I start? Lin Qing glanced at the surrounding environment. Outside, it seemed to be a huge room with no boundaries. Rows of dollhouse display racks were neatly and orderly displayed on the ground, which was more exaggerated than the library bookshelves she had seen. In addition to single villas like hers, there are all kinds of strange doll houses. Chapter 44 Exploration. Lin Qing was at the top of a row of display racks. On each display rack, there were 2 rows of doll houses, facing each other, with the doors facing outward. There were also landscapes and streets in front. It looked like it could be displayed very well. Lin Qing was dazzled by the sight of everything. Just as she was thinking about how to explore, the voice of the prompt system sounded. Host can explore the house on the right, and there is a chance to get wooden and bronze treasure chests. Next to the bronze treasure chest, there is a monster guarding, which is somewhat dangerous, but killing the monster will drop a toy core, and it is recommended that the host go to get it. Toy core. What kind of prop does it sound like? Lin Qing had a clue in her mind, and took A013 to the toy house on the right and began to explore. The small villa a few steps away from her was pink ballet style and 3 stories high. The exterior walls and arched metal fences are decorated with snow-white lace bows, and there are spiral stairs inside, which looks like a doll's princess room. Compared with Lin Qing's small second floor, it is simply a world apart. It looks quite girly, and feels quite expensive. Even though Lin Qing usually doesn't pay attention to the circle of doll houses, he knows that this kind of exquisite and gorgeous doll villa is also worth a lot of money. However, as a little person, walking in is really a unique experience. If you ignore the dangers of the toy house world, it's not bad to take it as a visit. Lin Qing raised his hand and pushed open the pink door and went in, followed by A013. What came into view was a pink sofa, a pink and white coffee table, a high-hanging crystal wall lamp, and a light-colored carpet. Let's search separately. A013. You go to the second floor, and I'll search the first and third floors. Lin Qing gave A013 an order. A013 nodded and automatically walked to the stairs on the second floor. Lin Qing checked the first floor, which was basically a living room, kitchen and dining room. The furniture here is basically made of plastic, and the sofa cushions are filled with soft cotton, and the fabric is also velvet. She hugged the pillow. Although she couldn't feel its soft fabric, she could see how soft it was. I don't know if this can be moved into my room. It would be nice if the room could be decorated and filled with some furniture. Lin Qing sighed in her heart, and then tried to put the pillow into the space backpack. Sure enough, the system prompted that it failed to be put in. It seems that in this abnormal world, you can't just move things into the room casually. Lin Qing put down the pillow and felt relieved. Just like the ghost world, she couldn't take things out of the Lin mansion at will. She reasonably speculated that even if she brought this pillow back to the room, it would disappear in some form, because this world is abnormal. Her room is normal. After checking the first floor and not finding any treasure chests, Lin Qing went straight to the third floor. The third floor is mainly a bedroom and a balcony with a view, as well as an activity room. Lin Qing found a wooden treasure chest under the princess bed in a bedroom. After opening it, there was a bunch of ripe purple grapes inside. Strangely, this bunch of purple grapes also looked like they were made of toy plastic. It seems that the items in the treasure chest have also been assimilated by this world. I can only wait until I return to the room at night to check again. Lin Qing put away the 2 items, decomposed the treasure chest, and continued to explore other rooms. Soon, She found another wooden treasure chest in the corner of the viewing balcony. Inside was a can of dried insects and a world silver coin. Silver coins can be found in a wooden treasure chest. Lin Qing was amazed. She thought that only a bag of supplies could be found in a wooden treasure chest. After checking the third floor, Lin Qing went down to the second floor and happened to meet A013 dragging two wooden treasure chests. He shook his head at Lin Qing, and Lin Qing quickly understood what he meant. The second route had been checked, and there were no other treasure chests. Well done! Lin Qing praised him, and opened the two wooden treasure chests. Obtained a bag of salt, 2 bottles of mineral water, and a roll of toilet paper. After putting the supplies and decomposed wooden boards into the space backpack, and confirming that there were no supplies in this villa, Lin Qing left the doll house. One person and one zombie continued to explore along the street. With the help of A013, Lin Qing's exploration speed has increased a lot. But the harvest is not very big. After searching several doll houses, only 2 wooden treasure chests were found. Not as much as the first doll house. Strange. Didn't the system say that there is another bronze treasure chest? Why hasn't it appeared yet? Lin Qing muttered a few words, and finally set his sights on this street, which is the end of the display stand. There is a doll house with a dark exterior and a Gothic-style pointed castle shape. Isn't it there? Lin Qing narrowed his eyes slightly and said to A013 behind him, "Let's go over and take a look." With a creak, Lin Qing pushed open the bronze door of the castle courtyard. In the courtyard, there are neatly trimmed green lawns, flower beds, fountains, water lilies, and white plaster statues. It looks so exquisite. Except for the occasional plastic texture in some details. It is exactly the same as the medieval castle in the real world. Lin Qing can only sigh with poor words such as beautiful. Really beautiful. Soon, she came to the entrance of the castle. The hall on the first floor was very dark, with decorative white branch candles hanging on the walls, and diamond-shaped rose windows on all 4 sides, reflecting blurred shadows. It looks very dark. In order not to alert the enemy, Lin Qing did not use a flashlight, until her eyes slightly adapted to the dark environment. She raised her feet and walked deeper. At the same time, in order to save time, she signaled A013 to explore upstairs. One person and one zombie acted separately. In this dark situation, Lin Qing's vigilance was required to be much higher. She carefully identified the dark environment, reduced the amplitude of her movements, and avoided making noise. Soon, Lin Qing found a secret door leading to the underground floor. She reached out and pulled the pull ring of the wooden door, and the door was gently pushed open. Lin Qing held the color-changing scales to make sure her figure was hidden in the darkness, and then walked down the stairs step by step, until the end of the stairs. The torchlight on the wall suddenly became brighter, stinging Lin Qing's eyes. She raised her hand to cover her eyes, and then gradually saw everything in the basement. In the center of the basement, there was a bronze treasure chest. Next to it was a black 3-headed vicious dog tied with a chain. At this time, its 2 heads were lying on the ground sleeping, while the other head was opening its eyes, drooling, and looked alert to the surroundings. A hellhound guarding the door. Unexpectedly, this bronze treasure chest actually used 3 evil dogs to guard the door. Judging from the appearance of this evil dog, it is not easy to deal with. This is a bit beyond Lin Qing's expectations. She touched the pistol and the fine steel saber. The lethality of these 2 weapons is limited. She is not sure of a one-shot kill. To save time, let's try the chainsaw. Anyway, it's a doll world, so it's just right for her to try whether the power of the weapon has been weakened. Chapter 45 Hellhound. The moment she took out the chainsaw, Lin Qing's eyes immediately turned blood red. She pulled the saw cord, and the buzzing saw gears began to turn. As the huge saw made a sound, the head of the vicious dog that was originally responsible for vigilance opened its mouth instantly, trying to alert the other 2 heads. However, Lin Qing was very close to them. At the moment the saw was running, she swung the saw handle hard and chopped at the awake dog head. At the moment of contact with the dog head, it felt a little paused. However, due to the powerful cutting force of the saw, Lin Qing's saw quickly drew a smooth cutting line. A dog head was thrown high up, and finally fell to the ground and rolled twice. Not surprisingly, this 3-headed vicious dog that looked very real was also a doll. No blood was spilled at the cutting site, but a few cotton balls fell out and landed on Lin Qing's head. Sure enough, Lin Qing realized this and planned to make a quick decision. But unexpectedly, the two dog heads that were originally sleeping slowly opened their blood-red eyes under the huge movement. The place where the first head was originally was now empty, and the original dog head was lying on the ground with its eyes open. The other two dog heads immediately became angry. One dog head barked angrily at Lin Qing, and the second dog head angrily bit Lin Qing's arm fiercely. Everything happened in a flash. Lin Qing immediately felt something was wrong and began to retreat. But it was still a second late. A sharp pain came over Lin Qing, and she instantly felt that the arm bitten by the hellhound seemed to be broken, and the hard teeth were stuck in the flesh. She almost threw away the chainsaw in her hand. Beast! Lin Qing's face turned cold, and she took the chainsaw with her other hand and chopped at the dog head fiercely. Unexpectedly, the two dog heads cooperated very well. The other dog head that was originally howling also bit her chainsaw with its sharp teeth. The chainsaw slowly moved forward under the huge power. Lin Qing swept her arm and cut off half of the dog head along the mouth. Seeing this situation, the dog head that originally bit Lin Qing's forearm also bit his hand angrily. It pounced with its powerful limbs, trying to rely on its huge physique to crush the prey under its body. However, Lin Qing was not a vegetarian. She kicked her feet, ignored her bitten right hand, and directly chopped at the body of the hellhound with all her strength. The buzzing sound of the chainsaw rang violently, and soon, the leather-like body was cut open, revealing the snow-white cotton inside. Instantly, the last head of the hellhound showed a look of pain in its eyes, and shook its head in panic. Seeing that the other hand was loosened, Lin Qing immediately turned back and retreated, while cutting off the last dog head. The cotton in the hellhound's body was cut to the ground, floating in the air like cotton wool. Lin Qing stabilized his mind a little, and then came back to his senses from this fierce battle, and put away the chainsaw of the murderer. I didn't expect it to hurt so much. Don't you have a sensory system? Lin Qing grinned, holding his bitten forearm, and could even see the bones inside that were used as a support. It looked like the arm had been bitten off. I was careless. I didn't expect to fall into this bronze treasure chest. Lin Qing regretted it a little. She underestimated the enemy. I thought it was just an ordinary bronze treasure chest, and it was a toy world. It seemed that the successful treasure hunt just now gave her a very safe state. It seems that I still have to be vigilant. Lin Qing summed it up, but did not regret coming to the basement. Since it is an adventure treasure hunt, there will always be some accidents, and it is normal to get injured. She found a roll of gauze from the space backpack, bandaged it simply, and then looked at the dead body of the hellhound on the ground. However, it was not a corpse. At most it was just a torn doll. But Lin Qing chopped off two dog heads, which looked more miserable. Hey, what is this? Lin Qing noticed that there was a red rose-shaped core flashing in the broken cotton body of the hellhound. Lin Qing picked it up and saw its introduction. Congratulations to the player for killing a dungeon hellhound and obtaining an item dropped. Name, Toy Core. After reading the introduction of this item, Lin Qing understood its function. It is the toy core mentioned by the prompt system. Can toys be activated? It sounds interesting, but it would be fine if it is like this hellhound. The destructive power is indeed very strong. Lin Qing weighed the heavy core and thought, then am I also a doll? If I use this toy core, what kind of changes will happen? But this is just a thought. Lin Qing put away the red rose core and planned to give it to A013 for a try after he met up with him. After doing all this, Lin Qing finally opened the bronze treasure chest and said to himself, I fought the hellhound for so long and was injured so badly. Don't let me down. In the bronze treasure chest, there were several nails and stones, as well as a black briefcase-like weapon. Lin Qing's eyes lit up, and he opened the briefcase and saw the instructions for the things inside. Name, Frozen Shooter. Seeing the introduction of this frozen shooter, Lin Qing's face was happy, and he instantly realized what a powerful weapon it was. After it was assembled, it was about half a meter long, easy to move, and there was also a supplementary energy chamber ammunition next to it. What a good weapon. Lin Qing couldn't help but sigh, holding this heavy weapon in the palm of his hand. It is easy to take down even a boss like the hellhound. Just then, Lin Qing heard A013's warning voice to her. Chapter 46 Lian Ling. There is danger. Lin Qing's first reaction was to leave the basement and reunite with A013 as soon as possible. Soon, she found A013's alert person in a piano room on the third floor. It was a doll girl holding a dagger in both hands. She was wearing a waist-length silver dance dress, light gold and slightly curly long hair, and a pearl veil on her face, revealing a pair of watery blue eyes like the sea, looking pitiful. Originally, she was frightened by A013's threat, and Lin Qing's arrival made her wave the dagger in her hand at a loss. What do you want to do? My companion is coming soon. He is very powerful. Seeing the threat of the pearl veil doll, A013 also made an attacking move. Wait, A013. Lin Qing hurriedly stopped him. This was not because she was so kind, but because the voice of the prompt system just appeared. Ding. A key figure of the main quest is detected nearby. It is recommended that the host can get along well with the doll, so that the main quest can be triggered as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, the main quest of this world has been settled so quickly. Lin Qing was not surprised to hear this news. In her opinion, turning into a doll and being in such a weird environment is already weird enough. This shows that survival is a big problem. Then the main quest that is triggered so early will not be that simple. However, even if the prompt system does not remind her, this doll girl is the first doll she has met, and she will try her best to get along well with her and get information. Now, with the halo of a key figure, Lin Qing smiled more kindly. A013 retreated. Lin Qing put away the freezing gun, raised his hands and stepped forward, indicating that he was not a threat. We are just exploring this castle, and we have no other ideas. This is also my companion. He is a little impatient. I hope he didn't hurt you. The curtain doll was hesitant and cautious. Seeing that Lin Qing was indeed not in an attacking state, he relaxed his vigilance a little, but did not put away the dagger. Really? You didn't lie to me. The curtain doll looked at A013 again warily. Why is he wearing a mask? What if he is from the evil doll's side? Lin Qing, I didn't expect A013 to do her a disservice. She waved her hand and asked A013 to take off the mask to show the curtain doll. Well, A013 is a pet zombie doll. He wears a mask because he is afraid of scaring people. But he is very well behaved. A013 took off the mask. His eyes were blood red. His teeth looked extremely sharp. His face was pale blue, and there were faint black bags under his eyes. The doll with a face curtain reached out and touched him, then touched Lin Qing's hand, and was obviously relieved. Great. There is no such polluted smell. It is not an evil doll. The doll with a face curtain put away the dagger, and seemed a little uneasy, and looked at the two curiously. Why have I never seen you before? Lin Qing coughed lightly and avoided her inquiry. I don't know how I got here. But why are there toy houses and dolls here? What's going on? After hearing her words, the doll with a face curtain suddenly realized, I know. You are dolls from the outside world. No wonder you are so reckless, barging in the doll house. And you don't know anything. You? Lin Qing grasped this key word and immediately asked, are there many puppets from the outside world here? Yes. The curtain doll nodded briskly. They claim to be players. Helped us a lot. Drove away many monsters. And are also our companions. Speaking of what happened here, the curtain doll showed a trace of fear in his eyes. There are evil dolls in this world. They hide in the darkness of the doll house during the day and come out at night. They will destroy our core and tear our bodies apart. It's so scary. My brother is in a coma because he was scratched by a monster. So I want to find a magic potion for him. Speaking of this, the curtain doll seemed to be in a lingering fear, patted his chest and said, by the way, my name is Lianling. Since you are our companion. That's great. Lianling blinked her blue eyes, looking very innocent and easy to deceive. Yes, I am your companion. Lin Qing agreed without thinking. My name is Lin Qing. This is A013. My companion? Lianling nodded. Hello, Lin Qing. And A013. Unexpectedly, this doll girl revealed important information so quickly, which saved Lin Qing a lot of trouble. What about your other companions? Aren't they with you? Lianling shook her head. Because the dollhouse we are in will change its position every once in a while, and I accidentally got separated from them. The dollhouse will change its position? Lin Qing's face suddenly changed when he accidentally learned this information. How often does the dollhouse change its position? Lianling thought for a moment. Maybe half a day. Sometimes not necessarily. Because of the change of the dollhouse's location and the existence of monsters, everyone will often get separated. So we will try to live together now. And we can also fight monsters together. Half a day, if calculated according to normal time, is 6 hours. But Lin Qing is not sure whether the time the doll said is the same as the time she knows. Then you can't find your original companions now? Lian Ling nodded. For now. But I have this. It may take some time to go back. She took out a bottle of crystal-colored powder from the flower-shaped bag she carried across her body and introduced. This is magic powder, which can guide me home. Lin Qing? Is this still a world with magic? But unfortunately, one of my wings is broken. And now I can't fly in the sky. The nearby dollhouse will also change frequently. Well, I got lost. Lian Ling touched the tip of her nose and said guiltily. Lin Qing, I can see that you are most likely a naive person. She said generously, no problem. Leave it to me. I have a car, and can definitely take you home. Hearing this, Lian Ling looked grateful with starry eyes. Wow. Lin Qing, you are such a good person. Ha ha ha. We are all dolls. Lin Qing laughed. Is there any limit to the use of your magic powder? Because I don't want to leave my doll house. It would be bad if I get lost. No problem. I'll give you some. Wait until I find my companion. She is a wizard and can make new magic potions. Soon, with the help of Lian Ling, Lin Qing mastered the method of using magic potions. She decided to take it back to the hut to try, in case she couldn't get out. After walking out of the castle, Lian Ling was a little confused. Lin Qing, where is your bike? Lin Qing took out a bicycle from his space backpack and patted the back seat and said, come on. I'll carry you. Lian Ling? Is this the bike you were talking about? That's right. A bicycle is also a bike. It saves effort and exercises the body, killing two birds with one stone. Lian Ling hesitated for a moment, but still sat sideways on the back seat. Okay. Chapter 47 The Prophet. Lin Qing rode back with Lian Ling in his arms. A 013 followed the car diligently and trotted along. At this moment, Lin Qing realized that she was used to being rough, and a delicate doll like Lian Ling should be equipped with fairy wings and a luxury car. This was totally out of place with the broken car, and it was like a princess sitting on a flatbed truck. It lowered the level. However, Lin Qing did not have time to feel guilty for too long, as the road under his feet suddenly sank, causing Lin Qing to shudder. Before he could ask what was going on, Lian Ling behind him suddenly said, Oh no! It's time! The dollhouse nearby will soon change, and we have to hide quickly. What? Soon? Lin Qing understood what she meant. The dollhouse on the street and the road nearby were wrapped in a dark vortex, just like a lift on a stage, and the dollhouse and street scene began to slowly sink. Below was a bottomless dark abyss, and a shadow crawling out of the black vortex. Those were black armored soldiers holding swords and halberds. They seemed to have noticed the three people on the street and wanted to capture them. Lian Ling exclaimed, Oh no! It's the black armored soldiers. They will capture us. Seeing that his cabin was just a dozen steps away, Lin Qing gripped the handlebars and immediately increased the speed. Hold on. Let's rush over. Lin Qing seized the opportunity, avoided the two tentacles, and finally rushed into his room with Lian Ling before the small villa completely sank into the vortex. Huh? Finally safe. Seeing the familiar scene, although it had become a toy house-like texture, it was his own safe house after all. So Lin Qing was still relieved. A 013 was agile and rushed in, and finally closed the door. There seemed to be no other movement outside. Is this your dollhouse? It feels different from ours? Lian Ling looked at the room curiously, and the hen hatching eggs in the corner, which looked very novel. Lin Qing, ha ha. Yes, this is the style of our world. We prefer a simple style. It looks different from your customs here. After about 3 minutes, the toy house villa finally stopped shaking. It should be completed. The black armored soldiers will only appear when the dollhouse is transformed. It should be safe now, Lian Ling explained. She opened the door and observed the dollhouse and the road outside. It was indeed as Lian Ling said. In just a few tens of seconds, the nearby dollhouse display racks had undergone major changes. Many new dollhouses that had never been seen appeared in Lin Qing's field of vision. In particular, the street dollhouses that Lin Qing had explored on his right-hand side were completely changed to other appearances. Looks like it's done, Lian Ling said, taking out the potion powder from the small flower bud again and blowing it. Soon, the sparkling powder floated in the air, forming a winding path like a ribbon. Great! No need to jump over the display stand. They are on this floor. She looked happy. Lin Qing also tried the potion in her hand and roughly understood its use. Lianling really didn't lie to her. Let's ride the bike. It's faster this way. Seeing the bicycle again, Lianling was still stunned for a moment, but still chose to sit on it. Soon, under the effect of the magic powder, Lin Qing saw an extremely beautiful and luxurious castle doll house at the end of the display stand. That's it, Lianling said in surprise. At this moment, a group of black monsters suddenly rushed out of the nearby doll house. This is a group of black toads, as tall as dolls, with big mouths, covering the road, looking very cruel. These are monsters. Let's find a room to hide, Lianling urged anxiously. They will eat us. A 013. Protect her. Lin Qing was not in a hurry, and calmly took out the freezing gun from the space backpack. When the group of toads jumped over, Lin Qing seized the opportunity and shot at them. Soon, this group of black shameless toads were sealed in ice one by one. Lianling watched Lin Qing's actions in shock, until she finished beating the last toad. Then she came to her senses and said, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. If it were you, our prophet would not have been captured by the enemy. What prophet? Lin Qing was confused. Lianling sighed. In fact, my companions have been looking for a way to rescue the prophet. The prophet helped us to avoid the monster's attack. The evil doll group suffered heavy losses, and could not use our core to replenish their abilities. In order to retaliate against us, they took our prophet away in the chaos. My companions and I didn't know what to do. So we split up and looked for smart heroes to find a solution. Brave man, are you willing to help us? Lianling blinked and said pitifully. Lin Qing? At this moment, Lianling's accomplices not far away also discovered what was happening nearby. A group of various little people rushed out of the castle in the distance. They were holding various weapons and looked extremely well prepared. Seeing Lianling in front of her, a female hunter puppet with a bow and arrow immediately ran over. Her face was obviously alert. Lianling, what's going on? Why did you bring an outsider home? Hearing this, the group of little people behind the hunter puppet also looked solemn, staring at Lin Qing, the powerful weapon in her hand, and the frozen toad with extreme vigilance. Lianling immediately explained, Sophia, don't worry. This is the brave man who helped me come back. Just now, she saw these toad monsters that wanted to eat us. After hearing Lianling's words, Sophia's face eased a little, but she did not put down the bow and arrow in her hand. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Are you sure? Our companions found that some players were not mentally stable. They said that they were not dolls, could not eat, and said all kinds of words that we could not understand. Maybe they were specially created by those evil dolls to confuse us. Lianling shook her head. Sophia, don't worry too much. I have seen that the person who helped me did not have any evil aura. They said that he was from the outside world, and was probably in the same world as the prophet. Think about it. The prophet said that he was also a player and would help us, and asked us to treat his companions well. Now the prophet was captured by those evil dolls for us. But how can we let the prophet down? After hearing her words, Sophia's face changed obviously, and she put down the bow and arrow in her hand. Lianling, you are right. However, those players are indeed a little strange. As for where the strangeness is, you come and see, and then make a decision. Before turning around, Sophia looked at Lin Qing deeply, with obvious confusion. Lin Qing was confused and did not understand what she meant. She pulled Lianling and said, Your prophet is a player? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Chapter 48 Main Quest. Ding. The player triggers the main storyline of the Toy House world. Dungeon Quest 1. Help the puppets rescue their prophet, not achieved. Dungeon Quest 2. Successfully survive a night in the Toy House world, not achieved. Dungeon Quest 1 Reward. 10 World Gold Coins. A mysterious item. Dungeon Quest 2 Reward. 1 chance to remove the puppet state. Hearing the sound of the survival system, Lin Qing instantly became motivated. This mission seems to be simple and clear, and the difficulty of the mission is not high. There is actually a chance to get a mysterious item. How can I refuse it? Isn't it just playing a hero? She is good at this. However, what Lianling said just now made Lin Qing have to pay attention. You said your prophet is called Qi Fengzhan? That's right. This is the code name that the prophet said he left for his companions. As long as you know this name, You can find him. Lianling first took her to a medical room. Lin Qing's hand was injured, and Lianling also pulled her here, saying that she was applying medicine to her. Inside, some puppets were already helping to treat the wounds of some injured companions, and they looked very serious. Lin Qing was very curious about how these puppets could heal themselves when they couldn't eat or drink. Soon, she saw a doll dressed as a nurse holding a bottle of magic potion and dripping it on the injured puppets. It was visible to the naked eye that the scars on the injured places began to disappear and became normal. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Qing opened the chat channel of the bracelet and started adding friends. No wonder King Fengshan left a message in the channel's speech to cooperate at that time. It turned out that he was really trapped. Since she knew the mission was to save Qing Fengshan, she could just ask him where he was. This would be much simpler. However, Qing Fengshan did not reply to her message immediately. While waiting, Lin Qing took the opportunity to search for information about the doll world. Unexpectedly, there was a post complaining, "Family, you must solve your physiological problems before you go out. I also entered a world similar to a doll house. But I didn't expect that after opening the door, I became a doll that can't eat, drink, defecate or urinate. I just wanted to go out to solve my physiological problems. But now I don't know when I can turn back, let alone explore and find boxes. What should I do?" Soon, someone responded, "Doll? Isn't this the world mentioned by King Fengshan? Try to contact him and see if there are any rules in this world. Brother, you haven't upgraded your room to level 3 yet. There are simple toilets in level 3 rooms, which can be used at least. Don't always think that upgrading the room is useless. What should I do when I encounter such a world? What the above said is right. This has sounded the alarm for us. We have never considered this issue. We must work hard to find materials to upgrade the room in the future. I'm crying. What should I do? I'm in a hurry to pee, but I can't solve it. God, kill me." Unexpectedly, there are really unlucky people who fell into the trap. But no one could imagine what the world outside the door was like. It was clear that the world ahead might be a forest or a desert. It was fine to solve physiological problems. But who would have thought that there would be such a strange world? Lin Qing was once again extremely grateful that he had made sufficient preparations. Soon, when it was Lin Qing's turn, Lianling helped her untie the bandage on her hand and also dripped a drop of magic potion. She immediately felt that the pain in the place where the hellhound had bitten her became much lighter, and there was no stinging pain from the fracture. After a while, Lin Qing was surprised to find that the bite wound had also disappeared. She tried to move her arm, and it was exactly the same as before. "Okay, then let's go and see the other players." I don't know why Sophia said that. She is usually a very good person, and is also trying to protect everyone. Lianling frowned sadly, and walked out with Lin Qing to explain the problem just now. Soon, Lin Qing saw Sophia just now, and the player dolls they mentioned in another room. Compared with the NPCs in the doll world, the difference between the players can indeed be seen. This player was lying on the bed with his breath dying, wearing big shorts and a white vest, with a very ordinary uncle face. And these dolls, whether in makeup, hair, clothes or appearance, are extremely delicate, and can be seen to be different from the players. This is what our companion encountered outside. He was holding a wooden box, and was chased by a group of monsters. He was also shouting that he wanted to eat. But when would we eat? Only those evil guys would do such a thing. The hunter-dressed female doll snorted coldly, obviously not trusting this guy. However, Lin Qing understood what she meant. In the world of these dolls, eating would not happen. They have their own cores, and can move freely. Only those evil dolls that have red rose cores and have fallen would hunt, because they need to hunt other dolls and use their cores to replenish their energy. So, this Sophia girl is so afraid. Do you need to eat? Lianling carefully observed the player and didn't see any difference. After all, for them, eating is an unnecessary existence. But Lin Qing could feel that the uncle lying on the bed was so hungry that he almost rolled his eyes. It is estimated that this is also a player who came out to find a box to replenish resources. He didn't expect that it would be like this outside, and he was directly starved to death. According to the system's prompt, only at night can the puppet mode be lifted and turned back into a normal human. And then you can eat freely. Judging from the time, it should be almost night. This poor old man can only fight for a while. Lin Qing sighed. This kind of survival game, if you are not careful, you will be eliminated. if there is no prompt system, so that she is fully prepared. Lin Qing will also imagine her miserable situation. At this time, the bracelet's prompt system suddenly sent a message. Qi Fengzhan has passed your friend request. Lin Qing's eyes lit up. I immediately sent him a message. Hi, Qi Feng. I'm also in the doll world. Where are you? What problems did you encounter? Qi Fengzhan on the opposite side was stunned for a moment, almost thinking he had seen it wrong. I quickly replied, get rich overnight. You are also in this world? Yes. My main quest is related to you. I have to rescue you. These dolls said you are their prophet. What's going on? What a coincidence. This is my main quest. I need to play the role of a prophet and provide shelter for these dolls. But there are some problems in this world. The players who come here are more or less not very adaptable to the situation. I also have a small problem and am trapped. If you come, I will send you a coordinate location. You come here. Chapter 49 Rescue. With a map given by Qi Fengzhan, Lin Qing roughly estimated the distance and found it was quite far from the small castle. However, the location of the toy house will change over time, and the next location change may be at any time. Just like Lian Ling. Even if she roughly knew the location of her companions, if she did not rush back before the location of the toy house changed, she would still be left outside and face the threat of survival. Therefore, Lin Qing decided to set off immediately and launch a rescue operation. However, before leaving, Lin Qing still told Lian Ling about this. This was a task she triggered alone, and Lin Qing did not intend to tell other players. The players here are of relatively low levels, and there will be more dangers after nightfall, and survival will be difficult. This kind of task is only dangerous for them. Lin Qing plans to go alone. In order to enter the invisible state, she does not intend to bring A013. As night falls, the whole world is shrouded in darkness. Her body gradually changes from doll form to normal state. However, she is still the same height as the doll, and has not returned to her normal body shape. Is this because of something special in the world? Lin Qing confirmed that his body had fully recovered. After the night fell, the boundless room seemed to be completely dark, and the display shelves filled with doll houses were faintly revealed in the darkness. Fortunately, some toy houses and landscape streets still had some electricity, and the small lamps faintly revealed a little weak light. But that was enough. Lin Qing confirmed the direction again, and took out the giant crocodile whip and color-changing scales from the space backpack. After ensuring complete invisibility, she threw the whip at the nearby attachment, and then fell to the lower level of the display stand with the help of the power of flying. Her goal was directly the ground where the display stands were displayed. These doll houses and streets were now placed on the display stands. The roads on the display stands were intricate, and she planned to find the way directly on the spacious ground. The huge display stands, like rows of tall trees, stretched across Lin Qing's eyes. In the dark shadows, there were countless weird monsters twisting, and there were screams from somewhere from time to time. It was hard to tell whether they were these dolls or players who came to this world. Fortunately, the IQ of these monsters was not high, and Lin Qing was not discovered by these things with the help of the power of invisibility. After about 20 minutes, Lin Qing finally ran to another part of the room. The display cabinet stacked in rows here looked more solid and luxurious than what she had seen before. Soon, guided by the map, she saw Qi Fengzhan and his group trapped in the sky. On the second floor of a display cabinet, there were about 4 or 5 of them, tied up in a huge cylindrical glass bottle. It seemed that they were trying to escape by various means, but because the outer wall of the glass bottle was extremely smooth, they soon slid down again for various reasons. Now that they have found the person, it will be much easier. Lin Qing sent him a message directly. I'm here. Is there any danger nearby? Soon. Qi Fengzhan, who is trapped on the 3rd floor, responded. Every once in a while, a giant will appear nearby, and the player will be unable to move after being seen by him. He should be here soon. You must be careful about this. Okay. Got it. Lin Qing turned off the message and observed the surrounding environment. Even on this display cabinet, there are many black monsters patrolling, and the number is nearly twice as much as before. She must be extremely careful to avoid being discovered by them. This time, Lin Qing decided to climb up by herself. After about half an hour, Lin Qing finally climbed to the 2nd floor of the display cabinet. Perhaps because there is a light band next to this cylindrical glass column, There are fewer monsters on this floor. Lin Qing arrived next to the glass column, and finally saw clearly that there were a total of 5 people in the glass column. 3 men and 2 women. Perhaps Qing Fengjian had already told them about the rescue. So he stopped trying, and was carefully alert to the surroundings. Lin Qing sent him a message. You gather together, and make way to the side. I will try to break this glass from the outside. Among the 5 people, a calm-looking young man nodded, and lowered his head to send a message to Lin Qing. Okay. Have you arrived yet? He glanced around the glass column, and saw no one else. Just then, a fierce cutting buzzing sound came from the air. Along with this huge noise, a faint fine line appeared on the originally flawless glass surface. King Feng's hand frowned slightly, and sent a message to Lin Qing. We have tried it. Unless it is shattered with a powerful weapon, this kind of cutting will not work. The glass column will recover soon. What worries him more is that the huge noise has attracted the attention of the monsters in the dark. If they come, maybe even the sudden wealth will be lost. However, Lin Qing didn't care about his news at all. She used an electric saw to quickly cut a circle of irregular oval gaps. When the glass surface was quietly recovering, she quickly took out the freezing gun and shot it, using the ice layer to slow down its recovery speed. The next second, Lin Qing kicked the cut oval, and the huge glass fell to the ground. Okay, come out. She lifted the invisible state and urged inside. The original King Fengjian and his group were completely shocked by Lin Qing's actions. Unexpectedly, this rescue was so rough and simple. The black monsters around saw the movement here, and they all approached this direction with weapons in their hands. Even the monsters on other layers gathered here like a black tide. King Fengjian was the first to react. Quick! Let's leave here. Soon. The 2 girls, a thin man and a fat man wearing glasses, also came out of the glass gap one after another. The moment the last person came out, the ice layer at the gap could no longer be maintained, and the glass jar was restored again. And it seemed that there was no sign of damage. Let's go. Let's leave here first. King Fengjian also took out some props from the space backpack and stuck them on several people. Just when these monsters were about to arrive, these players disappeared instantly. In another display cabinet, at this time, in a log-colored forest villa, several players appeared again. There should be no monsters chasing us. We can take a break. King Fengjian glanced at the window and found no signs of those monsters chasing us. These monsters are not strong individually, but if they are entangled, it will take some effort to get away. Oh my god! I finally escaped. The thin man with glasses who followed him out was relieved. Chapter 50 Giant. Hello. I'm King Fengjian. These players are my companions. They were also captured with me. Fortunately, you came to rescue us. Otherwise it's hard to say what will happen next. In a hurry just now. King Fengjian didn't see the rescuer clearly. After seeing it clearly now, he was stunned for a moment. You just got rich overnight? The mysterious player who was in the limelight in the regional communication group, but always insisted on not speaking, was actually a very young woman. Lin Qing nodded and admitted his identity. Yes, it's me. King Fengjian's appearance is similar to his ID. He is a young man with a refined face and looks quite gentle. Lin Qing glanced at the rescued players. Why are you trapped in that cylindrical glass all the time? What happened here? The story has to start from when I entered this world. Speaking of this, King Fengjian sighed. The worlds I experienced before were all relatively real worlds. But I didn't expect this world to be so weird. You should also know that we players are no exception. Whether it is the room or the body, it will become a toy and be subject to many restrictions. Fortunately, I triggered the main task and helped the persecuted puppets here solve some problems. So I got the task reward and met several players in this world. We did the task together. Speaking of this, he paused. However, soon, our actions were spotted by other hostile forces of these puppets. They attacked our safe house while we were not paying attention and brought us here. It's probably what you see now, combined with Lian Ling's words before. What Qing Fengjian said was pretty much the same. Lin Qing nodded and believed his words for the time being. However, she still had a question. I saw you tried to break from the inside just now, but failed. Is it also the limitation of this world? Qing Fengjian nodded, yes. Most of the props or weapons we used in the cylindrical tank are ineffective, so we can only use the most primitive method to climb out. But it's really weird here. Often when we are almost halfway, there is a mysterious force blocking us from getting out. Lin Qing understood the situation. just like an ant trapped in a glass bottle, unable to get out because it limits their abilities. Hello. My name is Yuan Peng, and I am also a survival player. The fat man who came out last walked up to Lin Qing in a familiar manner. Thank you very much, big brother. I didn't expect that. Although this world is extremely dangerous, I didn't expect to meet two big brothers at once. Really? The thin guy also walked up to her and put his arm around the fat guy's shoulders, looking like a good brother. With two big guys leading us this time, it seems stable. Lin Qing just nodded slightly. The other two girls, who didn't seem to be in the same group as them, were discussing something in the corner, looking over here from time to time. However, Lin Qing didn't care. It was just one of her tasks. When rescuing Qing Fengjian, they were also taken along. Soon, the two girls seemed to have come to a conclusion, and took the initiative to walk up to Qing Fengjian and said, Big brother Qing Feng, we plan to quit this mission and return to our room. It's too dangerous here. After becoming a puppet, you can't eat or drink. You are very restricted. Even if you can find a treasure chest, you have to guard against the monster's attack. It's better to stay in your room for 2 nights. Wait for this period of time, and then go out to explore the next world. After hearing the girl's words, Qing Fengjian didn't look surprised. He nodded slightly. Okay, I respect your decision. I said at the time that if you regret it, you can quit at any time. The two girls looked relieved. Great. Then we hide in this toy house for 1 night and go back tomorrow. Lin Qing didn't pay much attention to the agreement between them. Since the mission was completed, she also planned to separate from this group of people. Just then, outside the 2-story cabin, a strange sound of music suddenly sounded, getting closer and closer to them. When Qing Fengjian heard this sound, his face sank, and he signaled the people in the house not to speak. However, this didn't seem to be of much use. This strange drum music sounded as if it was coming towards them, and the drum beats became more and more dense, almost ringing in their ears. The players in the house hid behind the cover instantly, looking terrified. No, that group of monsters found us. What should we do? How did they know our location? How did it leak? Oh my god. What can we do? Boss Qing Feng, do you have any other transfer props? Can you take us to another place? The two girls also looked pale, and their eyes seemed full of fear. Lin Qing didn't speak either. Seeing the situation around him, he sent him a message alone like everyone else. What are you going to do now? The transfer item just now was used 6 times at a time. It looked extremely precious. It should be a task reward, and it was very restrictive. Otherwise, the monsters would not be able to catch up with them so easily. But King Feng's hand might not have it in his hand. Seeing that this person was still a good match, Lin Qing asked him politely. However, the other players brought by King Feng's hand did not seem to buy it at all. Brother Qing Feng, you must save us. We are all doing the task together. You can't leave us and escape alone. As the sound approached, King Feng's hand's expression became more and more tense. Don't panic. They may not find it this time. At this moment, the drumming team was completely attached to the wall, almost right next to the window on the wall. Everyone in the room covered their ears. The huge noise soon shattered all the glass in the wooden house. The glass on the window poured down and sprinkled all over the ground. Hee hee. A little doll? At this time, Lin Qing noticed that there was a huge eye on the window outside, in front of the curtain floating in the breeze. The originally transparent glass was completely shattered. The eye was motionlessly watching the players hiding on the 2nd floor, with a faint greedy smile. Little man. A little man. His lips moved, and a huge voice shook the ears of the players. No. It's a giant in this toy world. When King Feng's hand saw this eyeball, his expression suddenly changed. Let's get out of here quickly. When the others fled in a hurry, Lin Qing had already prepared for it and entered the invisible state. The next second, the roof of the 2nd floor of the cabin was lifted up by a pair of huge hands, revealing everything in the house. At the same time, there was also a huge round-faced giant looking in. Chapter 51 Complete Task 1. When they saw this face, the other players wanted to escape immediately. But the giant above was faster. He randomly grabbed 2 escaping players and laughed with his broad lips. Live villains can be eaten. As he said that, he held the 2 tightly, as if observing which one to eat first. The 2 players, one was the girl just now, and the other was the thin man with glasses. They couldn't dodge, and were firmly caught in the fat and powerful hands and struggled. They kept calling for help, help. However, soon, their limbs stopped moving and became stiff, looking like a straight puppet. Soon, the round-faced giant determined the person he chose. He. It would be bad if they died. Let's eat them together. He opened his mouth and stuffed the two players in his hand into his mouth. The two players were terrified, and could only watch the big mouth getting closer and closer. Liang Huan, while fleeing in panic. The girl who had agreed to go back to the room with another girl couldn't help but scream and wanted to run back. The fat man was also trembling all over. He grabbed her and panted, "Let's go! We can't go back!" The giant hand that just passed by him seemed to be the claws of the god of death, capturing the thin man next to him. The shadow of death still loomed over the players. Qi Fengzhan looked up at the giant above his head. The two were tightly grasped by the giant and rolled their eyes. He shook his head. They are doomed. Let's go! No! The surviving girl didn't want to give up. She was so anxious that tears were about to flow out. She is my good friend. We agreed to survive together. Brother Qifeng, you are a big man ranked in the top of the district. You must have some props. Save her. King Feng's hand firmly refused her. Going back now is to die. And everyone's life will be in danger. The best way is to leave here quickly and avoid the giant's pursuit. The fat man next to him also persuaded anxiously. Girl, you are confused. This is a survival game, not a playhouse. But the girl could no longer listen to the two people's words. Her face changed and she shook off the fat man's hand. Forget it if you don't save them. I will save them myself. As she said, she ran away alone. It seems that she took out a prop from the space backpack and wanted to climb onto the giant to save them. The fat man was sweating profusely. Oh, my God. Isn't this looking for death? He had seen the giant in the toy house last night, and he could easily tear the doll in his hand into pieces. So King Feng's hand was not watching the death without saving. But this boss was really beyond the ability of these players. It's fine if the boss is willing to take him to do the task together. But who would agree to let him risk his life to save people? While the two of them were running away on the display stand, the giant was swallowing happily. Soon, he caught another girl who climbed onto his body and smiled weirdly again. He. Naughty little man. Eat it too. He just used his thick fingers to easily flick the props out of the girl's hand. Then easily twisted her head, smacked his lips, and sent it down his throat. After eating this, the giant seemed a little unsatisfied. He opened his mouth wide, revealing his sharp teeth, and licked his lips with his tongue. Not enough. Not enough. I want to eat little men. Delicious little men. As soon as he finished speaking, shadows floated around him, and dense drumbeats sounded again. Lin Qing hid in the giant's blind spot, trying not to be affected by his gaze. Then, he saw the group of little monsters coming out of the black vortex. They were a group of ceremonial guards wearing top hats. However, unlike usual, their eyes now had two sewn black buttons, and they were painted with strange red lips and makeup. And their dresses were tattered. Unlike some ordinary monsters, they could walk in the air with neat steps. As the giant gave orders, the group of little people beating drums seemed to be frantically agitated, urging neat steps, following the traces to search in the direction of Qi Fengzhan and the others' escape. Of course, there was another group of little people, even heading in the direction of Lin Qing. Lin Qing had an idea in his heart. It seems that this group of ceremonial guards has some tracking ability, and we have to leave here first. Soon, she used the whip as a flying aid and quickly landed on the ground again. The giant in this room is very tall, and the dollhouses on the display stand are all visible, so it is an obstacle for the lower part. But the group of ceremonial guards beating drums still followed her, like some kind of ghost. In the shadows, other nearby monsters followed. If this continues, Lin Qing will be caught up by them sooner or later. Fortunately, however, the giant seemed to be more interested in the other side, and went directly to chase Qi Fengzhan and the others. This gave Lin Qing an opportunity. While running away, she would pause at a certain position, and use the freezing gun to freeze the ceremonial guards chasing her. The IQ of the ceremonial guards did not seem to be high, and they did not know fear. Even though more and more soldiers were frozen by Lin Qing, they did not give up the idea of chasing. In this way, Lin Qing finally got rid of the last ceremonial guard who was beating the drum. This is really exhausting. She exhaled lightly. As the ceremonial guards were frozen, the drumbeats disappeared, and in the invisible state, the monsters in the nearby shadows no longer followed her. The crisis was temporarily resolved, except for the players, who were caught and voluntarily ran back. Lin Qing was not worried about Qin Fengzhan. He must have many ways to save his life, and getting rid of the giant should not be a big deal. Since he was rescued, the mission was completed. Sure enough, the system's voice sounded again. Dungeon Mission 1. Help the puppets rescue their prophet. Achieved. Dungeon Mission 1 reward. 10 world gold coins. A mysterious item. Sent to the backpack. Hearing that the system reward had arrived, Lin Qing was relieved. However, the outside world is not safe. I don't know if the group of weird ceremonial guards have caught up with Qin Fengzhan. If the giant gets angry and chases her in return, it will be bad. In addition, it was unknown how many giants there were in this room, and whether they appeared in the dark. Qin Fengzhan came earlier than her, and seemed to know something. Lin Qing sent him a message and asked about the situation. For this reason, Lin Qing did not plan to return to the castle where Lian Ling and the others were. If she returned to her room, if she used the magic powder to guide the way, she might expose her position. She decided to find a place to hide for a night. After observing the display racks on all sides and the surrounding doll houses for a while, Lin Qing chose the display rack on the middle layer. There happened to be an inconspicuous small villa there. That's it. Chapter 52 Mysterious Props. After entering the villa, Lin Qing checked the doll house and got rid of a lurking moth. There was nothing wrong with the rest. She carefully closed the door and windows of the villa and pulled the heavy blackout curtains. Lin Qing had not forgotten that the second task was to survive in this toy world for a whole night. Although she didn't know what the props in the second task were for, she didn't want to be hunted. What's more, the giant, who was taller than the display stand, although his IQ seemed a bit problematic, had a high force value and could control nearby monsters. If he got entangled with her, she would definitely be in big trouble. After making a plan, she stretched her back. Okay, let's rest here for a night. The giant should leave tomorrow. I'll go find Lianling and the others, and then go back to my room. At this time, Lin Qing realized that she had a sore back and waist from running all day, and her wrists and legs were also sore and swollen. She lay on the sofa on the first floor, hammered her almost broken legs, and missed the small motorcycle in the zombie world. It would be great if there was a prop like flying, so I wouldn't have to do acrobatics. However, I can't rely on props in the future, and I have to exercise more. It just so happens that the zombie world also brought a few barbells, so I can do muscle building and strength training in the future. Lin Qing reflected on her actions. At that time, she was still held in the hand of the giant, who suddenly appeared. To be honest, she was not sure she could escape. She saw with her own eyes that the two captured players tried to use props to break free from his hands. But the giant's wrist was at least 1,000 pounds of strength. When it was tightly clenched, it was estimated that even their bones were crushed. In that situation, Lian King Fengzhan did not care about other players, and his first thought was to escape. If I meet him next time, I can't fight him head-on. Lin Qing touched his chin and said. At this point, she remembered that the task reward mentioned by the system just now, in addition to the world gold, the mysterious item actually had no introduction information. Don't know what it is? This time, she flipped through the space backpack, and finally took out a small black box the size of a palm that she had never seen before in a small corner. Lin Qing lightly tapped the lid of the box. It seems that this is the mysterious item. She opened the box and found that what was lying inside was actually a lucky clover necklace. This green four-leaf clover seemed to be made of green gems, emitting a faint green light, and looked very valuable. It also had a cold texture to the touch. Name: Lucky Four-Leaf Clover. This time the item explanation was normal. However, there were actually 3 good luck chances, which seemed to improve her luck. Lin Qing's face lit up. This trip was not in vain, and it seemed that the reward was still very generous. She took out a dagger and cut a small hole on her index finger, and a drop of blood dripped into the center of the four-leaf clover necklace. Soon, this drop of blood quickly penetrated into the interior of the four-leaf clover gem, and the color of the gem seemed to be a little richer. However, there was no change in Lin Qing's body. It seems that it should be a prop that is triggered randomly, and I don't know when it will work. Lin Qing put the four-leaf clover necklace on her neck, tidied her clothes, and hid it under the cloth. although she didn't know whether other people recognized this item. If someone with ulterior motives found it, they might be suspicious. So, she still planned to cut off this threat at the beginning. After running all day, she was a little hungry. Fortunately, there was a lot of food stored in the space backpack, which was just right for now. However, this time Lin Qing did not start a fire to cook, but simply ate some compressed biscuits and mineral water to fill her stomach and replenish her energy. After all, she didn't know whether the monsters outside were sensitive to smell. Before she knew the exact situation, she would not take such a dangerous action. At this time, King Fengtian sent her a message, Baofu. How are you? Have you escaped? Lin Qing nodded and replied to him, safe. Currently in a toy house. No threat at the moment. How are you? Fatty and I are fine. But the giant is chasing us a little too closely. We spent a lot of effort to get rid of him. Now the giant seems to be enraged and started to smash the nearby shells. I don't know if you are nearby. Or pay attention to safety. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. As for the problem of this giant, I haven't had time to tell you. He also came the night before. But we were sealed in the jar at that time. He just lay in front of the jar and looked at us. And didn't have time to do anything else. However, there is more than one giant in this toy house world. This is just one of the giants who came yesterday. There is also a thinner giant who likes to rummage through toy houses, trying to find those dolls. Yesterday, many toy houses were destroyed, and many dolls hiding inside were found and torn into pieces by him. You should also pay attention to safety. After hearing this news, Lin Qing looked thoughtful. It turned out that there was more than one giant. Okay. Thank you. I will pay attention. You guys take care of yourself too. Yeah. However, don't stay in the toy house on the display cabinet for too long. It's best to change the location within a period of time. Some monsters will also break into the room to search for other dolls. I tried it. And the best way is to hide in your own room. Because our room seems to be unique. Okay. I understand. After hearing his words, Lin Qing also looked serious. She knew the danger. If it was not safe to stay outside, it meant that she had to go back to her room. Just then, outside the toy house, there was a sudden sound of huge footsteps, and the sound of the collapse and destruction of the shelf not far away. The toy house on the shelf was swept to the ground by a big hand, making a huge noise. The small villa where she was also began to shake with the shaking of the shelf. Not only the front and back, left and right, but also the up and down shaking, as if there was a strong earthquake. Oh no! It's probably another giant coming. I have to get out quickly. Otherwise, if the shelf falls, I will be crushed into meat paste. Lin Qing's face changed, and she immediately stabilized her body and tried to find a solution. She took out the whip and the color-changing scales and hit her body again. Chapter 53 Escape. When Lin Qing left the room, the giant had already come to the display stand. He was a giant with a long face, thick eyebrows, and a sinister expression. At this time, he was chasing some dolls that ran out of the doll house. And a strange laugh came out of the corners of his mouth. Hee. Catch them! Catch them! Catch them! This time, a circle of circus performers surrounded the giant in the air, with crazy and excited expressions, responding to the giant's words in unison. They formed an oval team, some riding unicycles, some crossing fire rings, and there were also little people wearing black tuxedos. And a group of white doves flew out of their hats like magic. The group of puppets fleeing in front were trembling, and their limbs looked stiff. They were soon surrounded by the group of circus performers. At this time, the long-faced giant leaned down, smiled and grabbed the group of puppets in his palm. Can't run away. Hee. Can't run away. He squeezed the puppets hard, breaking their limbs and bodies at once. And the heads and limbs of the puppets fell to the ground. Hee. The long-faced giant smiled sinisterly, as if stimulated by the previous action, and his actions became more crazy. He waved his hand and ran quickly, brushing off many toy houses, which fell to the ground with a bang. Continue. The crazy giant seemed to have completely released the shackles, and more circus figures crawled out of the shadows, surrounded him, and responded with weird and crazy laughter. Continue. Lin Qing hid behind a doll house in a display cabinet at the back. I was also shocked by this scene. Unexpectedly, this giant is even crazier than the round-faced giant just now. She has to leave here. At this time, Lin Qing finally realized that the seemingly simple task 2 is actually more difficult than task 1. I don't know if there will be other giants tonight. According to the system and King Feng's hand, it is safer to stay in my room. I have to hurry back. At this moment, a circle of unicycle clowns moving in the air suddenly found her for some reason. They threw the flaming fire rings in their hands, as if they wanted to drive Lin Qing out. She was obviously in an invisible state, but the position they threw was extremely accurate, and it seemed that she was sure she was here. Not good. Lin Qing jumped up and dodged their attack. Soon, the group of unicycle clowns didn't get angry when they saw that it didn't work. Instead, they summoned more fire rings from the darkness, like a group of fire rain, and smashed towards her. Fuck. Why are you still coming? Lin Qing turned her head and saw the scene. She didn't care about dodging anymore and ran forward. She finally figured out that she was discovered twice. The invisibility effect is useless for this group of puppets. Her invisibility is to hide in the environment by using the color change effect, which is optical invisibility. But they don't use sight to capture the enemy, so it's useless to them. The movement here is relatively loud, with sparks and smashing, which quickly attracted the attention of the long-faced giant. Hee. There are strange little people. He found Lin Qing. He seemed very interested and commanded all the puppets nearby to come over, wanting to use the advantage of the sea of people to surround her. At the same time, he stretched out his giant hand, trying to sweep away the obstacles on the display stand and ambush her in advance. However, how could Lin Qing do as he wished? She immediately took out the freezing gun, found the right time, and a ray of ice blue light flew out and hit the giant's big hand directly. The giant screamed, and at the moment he was hit by the ray, dense ice patterns immediately appeared on his huge hand, sticking him to the board of the display stand. Seeing that the freezing ray successfully stopped the giant, Lin Qing's face was happy. At the same time, she used the giant crocodile whip to swing hard at the clown on the unicycle that was chasing her. The group of clowns were attacked and quickly thrown out of the unicycle, falling to the ground one after another, and couldn't stand up again. Seeing that the attack was effective, Lin Qing immediately changed his escape route. He jumped to the lower level of the display stand, climbed down to the lowest level one after another, and then ran with the help of the shadow of the bottom layer, running to a farther display stand. Soon, Lin Qing heard the angry voice of the giant, and the ground that was shaking continuously because of his heavy running. It seems that the effect of the freezing gun is limited, and the giant got rid of it. Lin Qing had anticipated this situation long ago, so she chose to escape from the bottom. In this way, the group of puppets in the air would not be able to use air superiority to threaten her. Hearing the loud sound of display cabinets falling to the ground one after another behind her, Lin Qing had no intention of stopping. However, she took the opportunity to take out the magic powder for guidance, and chanted the spell using the method taught to her by Lian Ling. Soon, the magic powder for guidance flew in the air, and the shiny powder guided her back to the room. Under the effect of the magic powder for guidance, Lin Qing fled according to its instructions, and after a while, she came to a familiar display cabinet. Lin Qing swung the whip, wrapped it around the attachments on the display stand, and quickly climbed up with the help of inertia. When she returned to her room and closed the door, she realized that she was sweating all over. It was so thrilling. Lin Qing couldn't help but sigh. However, as to whether the room could block the group of giants, Lin Qing had not tried it. Before she was sure it was completely safe, she still raised her vigilance and paid attention to the movement outside the door. After she climbed up, the other monsters did not catch up, so it was quiet outside the door. But the angry roar of the giant came from farther away. After a while, Lin Qing saw the round-faced giant she met for the first time passing by through the crack in the door. The little guard beside him beat the small drum and cleared the way for him in the air. The round-faced giant was bored and seemed to have lost interest. He only squatted down occasionally to look into the door or window of the dollhouse to see if there was anything inside. Soon, he was getting closer and closer to the room where Lin Qing was. Lin Qing's heart immediately rose to her throat. She was afraid that after she opened the door, the giant would stare at her. The round-faced giant did stay at her door for a moment, but raised his hand to open the roof of a small villa next to her. After seeing that there were no puppets, he wanted to see inside. The round-faced giant threw the roof out and left uninterested. Hearing the sound of the group of ceremonial guards going away and the heavy footsteps of the giant going away, Lin Qing was relieved at this time. She was almost discovered. It was really thrilling. After closing the door tightly, Lin Qing confirmed that the giant would not suddenly lift her roof. And then she felt relieved. Chapter 54 completed Task 2. It was nighttime now. Although her room looked like a toy house, it was back to normal inside. Even the cuckoo chicken jumped out of the incubator when Lin Qing came back, stretched its wings, combed its feathers, and then drank water and ate in big gulps. It looked very hungry. After all, it was a whole day without being able to move. And even the cuckoo chicken couldn't stand it. Lin Qing also gulped down a bottle of water to replenish the water consumed. Now that she calmed down, she found that her clothes were all wet. After a simple shower, Lin Qing regained her alive state. But thinking back to the time when she was chased by the giant, she was still a little scared. She was very nervous all night, and she didn't feel sleepy at all now. She opened the bracelet and saw that her conversation with Qin Fengzhan was still stuck at that moment. It seemed that he was not calm either. When Lin Qing scanned the chat area, he saw the fat man chatting not long ago. Family, you don't know? I am actually in a doll-like world with Qin Fengzhan. This is the world I least want to stay in. It's too scary. Here, not only will we become dolls during the day, but we can't eat or drink to solve physiological problems. At night, we will be chased by giants. And if we are late, we will be eaten or torn into pieces. Oh my god. How can there be such a world? It's too weird. This is true. Just now I saw with my own eyes that 2 players were eaten by giants. That scene. I dare not recall it. It's like a nightmare scene. I remember it. Not long ago, a buddy was also talking about this world. It seems that there are quite a few players who have entered it. That's right. I was online at that time. That buddy was so miserable. I don't know if he is still alive now. Brother, it's too scary to hear you say that. Do you have any suggestions? I can prepare in advance. Well, I would like to advise you that if you come to this world in the future and upgrade to a level 3 room or above, stay in your room and don't go out. Above level 3 rooms, there is a high probability that you will not be discovered by giants. Okay. Thank you. Woo woo woo. What if it is a level 2 room? Will there be any danger? If it is below level 3, you can only hope for the best. Or before night falls, you must find materials to upgrade to level 3. Level 2 rooms do not seem to have this risk avoidance function. Players around me have been found and eaten. No more. No more. Listening to the sound. The giant is chasing again. Just like a sticky candy that can't be shaken off. After saying this, the fat man also hurriedly logged off. Lin Qing was thankful again that she had upgraded to a superior room. That night, she thought she would not fall asleep. But unexpectedly, she fell asleep unknowingly after a while. The next day, Lin Qing set an alarm and woke up early. She finished her breakfast at a fast speed to make sure she was not too full, and then prepared before turning into a doll. Guguji also seemed very smart. She did not rest that night. She worked hard all night, and the cat litter box was filled with a lot of feces. Lin Qing cleaned it up, then looked at the bald eagle egg in the incubator. It still looked the same. It's not bad, is it? Lin Qing took out the egg and shone it against the light. He could vaguely see the outline of a bird inside. It looked like it had taken shape. Fortunately, at least it's not a bad egg. Lin Qing put the egg back. She was originally worried that the cuckoo chicken and the egg were of different species and might not hatch successfully. At this time, she remembered that she found a can of dried insects in the treasure chest yesterday, and poured some out for the cuckoo chicken. When the cuckoo chicken saw the dried insects, its small black eyes instantly became straight. Then it was bang bang. Lin Qing went upstairs again and looked at the vegetables that had been planted. There were still 5 black lumps of soil. After a night, there seemed to be no change. I wonder when I can eat vegetables. Lin Qing was still looking forward to it. Soon, at dawn, the announcement at the door sounded. Dungeon Mission 2, successfully survived a night in the Toy House world, achieved. Dungeon Mission 2 reward, 1 chance to remove the puppet state. Hearing this news, she breathed a sigh of relief. At least both missions were successfully completed. However, the reward for this mission made her a little happier. 1 chance to remove the puppet state. Sounds good for Lin Qing. After becoming a puppet, except for not being able to eat, drink, defecate or urinate, Everything else can be adapted. She pushed open the door and saw the display racks outside standing in rows, intact, without any signs of damage. The original giant also disappeared. It seemed that the existence of some kind of power restored everything here. The nearby dollhouses were all things that Lin Qing had never seen before. It seemed that the situation of the nearby dollhouses had been reset again. It was safer during the day. So Lin Qing's main task today was to take A013 back and find the treasure chest by the way. Soon, Lin Qing took out the magic powder for guiding the way. This bottle of sparkling powder flowed in the glass bottle, looking like some kind of fine glitter. Fortunately, there was this bottle of magic powder for guiding the way given by Lian Ling. Otherwise Lin Qing would not be able to find his room quickly among so many shelves. The magic powder for guiding the way was like a ribbon in the air, drawing a faint path in the air. And this time, it extended to a farther display shelf. It seems that this time it is quite far. Lin Qing was a little regretful. However, she quickly cheered up. Just treat it as a visit. Anyway, the monsters basically hide in the dark during the day. Now her force is not a problem to deal with some monsters. Soon, Lin Qing slid down from the upper floor with the help of a whip. The magic powder of the guide floated in front of her eyes. I wonder if Lian Ling and the others are safe after making such a big noise last night. And if Qin Fengzhan and the others have returned to their rooms. And A013, who was left outside for a night, should have been freed from the zombie state by then. And I wonder how he is doing. Thinking of this, Lin Qing took out her bicycle from the space. At this time, it's not bad to have a tool to travel. Lin Qing is in a good mood. At this moment, the prompt system in her mind suddenly sounded. Ding! A black stone treasure chest is detected on the third layer display shelf nearby. There is a prop in the treasure chest that can increase speed, and there is a monster guarding it. The danger is medium. It is recommended that the host go to get it. A prop that increases speed. When Lin Qing heard this, her eyes lit up. The scene of being chased last night was still vivid, and she must get this prop. Chapter 55 Miniature Amusement Park. Lin Qing still climbed up to the third level of the nearby display stand with the help of a whip. When he was on the ground, Lin Qing didn't see the things on it clearly. After coming up, he found that what was placed here was not a dollhouse, but a fence wall. Between the fences, there was a big door with a broken wooden board on it, with the 5 characters Dream Amusement Park written on it. Lin Qing just stood at the door and saw some simple amusement facilities inside. For example, the colorful triangular flags fluttering at the door, the carousel with colorful lights not far away, the Ferris wheel that can be seen at a glance, the roller coaster, and the wishing fountain, etc. However, unlike the display stand next to it, these amusement facilities are very old. It looks like a specially placed old miniature model. It obviously looks very abnormal. Lin Qing stood at the door and gave an evaluation. If he encountered it normally, Lin Qing would definitely not go in. But she was obviously here to find a treasure chest. And there were props that attracted her. So she certainly wouldn't give up. Lin Qing checked her weapon again before walking in. Welcome to Dreamland Amusement Park. Please show your ticket. As soon as Lin Qing walked into the gate, she heard a creaking mechanical sound coming from the small room at the ticket checkpoint next to her. She immediately raised her gun and shouted, "Who's there?" However, after that voice sounded, there was no response. Lin Qing slowly walked in with her gun raised, walked around the counter at the ticket office, and saw an old smart speaker placed there, making a crackling sound. She checked it over and found nothing wrong here, nor was there any hidden treasure chest. She breathed a sigh of relief. Huh. It turned out to be a sensor speaker. It seems that it made a sound when it sensed my coming in. She knew that this kind of facility would be available in many stores, specifically to remind the store that a customer was coming. However, it was the first time she saw it at the entrance of the amusement park. At this moment, with a squeak, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the bottom of the counter and got out from under Lin Qing's feet. Fuck. Lin Qing couldn't dodge in time, and subconsciously fired a shot at the black shadow. The black shadow was condensed into a ball of blue ice when the freezing ray touched it, and rolled on the ground. Lin Qing walked over and found that what was sealed inside was actually a gray mechanical mouse. You can also see the mechanical spring at its tail. Why did it suddenly start to turn? Who wound it up? This is too weird. The strings in Lin Qing's mind were instantly tense. However, She soon comforted herself that since the prompt system said the danger level was medium, as long as she pays more attention, there shouldn't be any problem. At this moment, Lin Qing noticed that the colorful lights of the nearby carousel suddenly lit up, and the various carousel horses also started to spin. The lights of the nearby bumper cars lit up, and there was a slowly spinning Ferris wheel in the distance, and a swinging pendulum. It seemed that someone turned on the switch of the amusement park, and in an instant, the miniature models of the entire amusement park started to spin. What's going on? Lin Qing's eyelids jumped, and he always felt something was wrong. However, this amusement park that reveals weirdness everywhere would be really scary if nothing happened. I don't know where the Blackstone treasure chest is, and what the monster is. Forget it. Let's take our time to find it. Lin Qing glanced around and decided to look for the carousel that he could see at the door. Just then, a tall black figure suddenly came over from a distance. It was holding 3 or 5 deflated animal balloons, pulling the strings of the balloons, and looked slow and leisurely. Is it a monster? Lin Qing clenched the freezing gun. At this time, as the black figure got closer and closer, Lin Qing unexpectedly discovered that it was actually a teddy bear taller than her. Or, it was like a human wearing a teddy bear's leather suit. Hello, guests entering the park. I am the guide bear of the Dream Amusement Park. Welcome to play here. Can I be your exclusive guide? The brown bear raised his bear paw, which was bigger than Lin Qing's head, and tried to pass a balloon in his hand. Seeing that Lin Qing didn't take it, its hand paused for a moment, and asked hesitantly, Guest, don't you like my company? Lin Qing looked at the stuffed bear in front of her. There were many damaged places on its brown fur, and the cotton stuffing inside could be seen. What surprised her even more was that the heart of the stuffed bear was also greatly damaged, and a rose-red light could be vaguely seen from inside. This is a doll with a red rose core, just like the 3-headed dog of hell she encountered. An evil toy. Lin Qing was a little surprised, but she didn't know what it was selling, so she decided to wait and see. She pretended not to notice, and took a deflated rabbit-shaped balloon from the worn and dirty bear paw. Thank you. Although this white rabbit balloon seemed to be deflated in the next second, the little bear looked very happy, shook his chubby head, and said naively, I like it. It stretched out another hand. Let's go play together. I will plan the route for the guests. If you want to get the ultimate prize in the park, you need to visit all the routes. Only wooden treasure chests are scattered around the park. It spoke in a brisk tone, as if it knew why Lin Qing came. It didn't know what medicine this teddy bear monster was selling, but it obviously didn't show any aggressiveness, which made Lin Qing a little confused. During her silence, the little bear's round head tilted again, and it kept stretching its hand motionless. Looking very confused, Lin Qing raised her eyebrows and put her hand on it. Let's go! Anyway, her purpose was to search for treasure chests, and since it looked okay, she would just follow it. The first stop is the carousel. The little bear walked slowly, holding her hand, and the two came to the carousel. Please enjoy your visit. Lin Qing understood its meaning a little bit. This monster didn't seem to want to attack, but just wanted to be a guide. Just then, she found a wooden treasure chest under a white carousel. Okay, let me see which one is more suitable for me. Lin Qing agreed to it casually, jumped onto the platform of the carousel, turned half a circle on the platform, and put away the wooden treasure chest with the help of the blind spot of the teddy bear's vision. The guide bear didn't seem to notice it either, and stayed quietly in place. Okay, I'll choose this pony. Lin Qing randomly chose one nearby and sat on a rainbow-colored pony. Chapter 56 Blackstone Treasure Chest. Accompanied by cheerful singing, the rotating ponies rose and fell, and began to circle around the pillars. Soon, a circle was over, and Lin Qing jumped down from the platform. The guide bear seemed very happy. Guest, how was the fun? Lin Qing nodded. Very good. Not bad. Next. The second stop. Bumper cars. This time, the guide bear took her hand and walked to the bumper car area. However, this time in the bumper car area, Lin Qing did not see any treasure chests. She played a few games casually and ended it. The bear seemed to see her perfunctory, and looked a little confused, but did not say it. Continue in a light tone. Next stop. The haunted house. If the guests are scared, they can hug the bear. The monsters in the amusement park are all prepared for children, and the horror elements are not big. As for the haunted house, it is just some small plastic toys. Lin Qing still walked this section without changing his face. After coming out, the toy bear seemed a little disappointed, and his tone was a little low. The next stop is the roller coaster. The bear guide provides full-time companionship, so guests don't have to be afraid. The bear will also accompany you on the ride. Lin Qing, she is not afraid of swinging with a whip. So why is she afraid of this roller coaster that is only 2 heads taller than her? However, the bear still looks very excited. Lin Qing guessed that it couldn't hold it back anymore and was about to start. However, after a round of the roller coaster, it was very different from the real experience. Lin Qing had no problem. On the contrary, the cotton of the guide bear was thrown out a lot. And it was because it used its paw to protect the rose core on its chest that it didn't fall off. It stuffed cotton into the gap. And this time, there was a hint of frustration in its tone. It was like it was sad for not completing the task. Lin Qing didn't know how to read the emotion from this expressionless toy head. However, she was worried about the black stone treasure chest. What about the next stop? Is it almost over? After saying this, the little bear seemed a little happy. Yes. Yes. The next stop is the rapids. In this way, Lin Qing followed it to complete another project. If you ignore these obviously broken equipment, there is also this inexplicably enthusiastic teddy bear. Lin Qing thought she was out to play with normal friends. But as the time for playing the project passed, although the toy bear monster had not made a move, she found 3 wooden treasure chests. These few times, she put away the wooden chest and did not specifically avoid the bear, but in front of this guide bear. Even if Lin Qing opened a treasure chest and put it in her backpack, it acted as if it had found nothing. So Lin Qing was still confused. But it took a lot of time, and she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. After all, she had almost finished a circle, and she didn't even see the appearance of the black stone treasure chest. So after playing the project this time, she asked directly, there are still a few projects to come. Where's the black stone treasure chest? After hearing her words, the little bear was obviously stunned for a moment. He lowered his head. There is one last project, which is the Ferris wheel over there. Okay. Lin Qing urged it, and walked directly over there. Let's go quickly. This Ferris wheel looks even older. Even the box is green. And because a lot of paint has fallen off, the rusty iron sheet underneath is exposed. Lin Qing was very skeptical whether this old Ferris wheel could really last a full lap. After all, it sounded creaky, as if even the screws could loosen at any time. And it was hard to doubt whether these Ferris wheel boxes would fall down. As the box they were sitting in rose up, they came to the highest point of the Ferris wheel. Lin Qing felt that if she stood up and stretched out her hand, she could even touch the board shelf of the upper display shelf. Okay. Since I have accompanied you to complete these projects, then tell me the location of the black stone treasure chest. Lin Qing looked at the broken little bear and said to it earnestly. These projects were obviously what the little bear wanted to ride more, compared with its expected appearance. Lin Qing felt that she was more like a tour guide who came here to work. If the location of the black stone treasure chest this time was not difficult to find, she would have frozen and tortured this little monster who deliberately consumed her time. However, Lin Qing's intuition told her that compared with the little monsters guarding the treasure chests she had encountered before, this little bear was more special. Even if she threatened it, the toy bear might not tell her the location of the black stone treasure chest. Okay. Okay. The bear rubbed its paws awkwardly, looking very embarrassed. After sitting down, the cotton on its legs was exposed again, so it quickly stuffed it back. But, can I make another request? The bear looked very shy. What request? Don't be too much, Lin Qing said subconsciously. No. No. It's not too much. The bear waved his hands hurriedly and shook his head. Lin Qing looked at it. Since he was here, he might as well see what this little monster was doing. You say. I want to see your human form. It will satisfy me in just a moment. As he said that, he hurriedly added, I can take you to see the black stone treasure chest first, and then you decide whether to agree or not. This time, Lin Qing unexpectedly raised his eyebrows. Let's see if it's true. You said that you would take me to find the treasure chest after completing a round of projects. You can't go back on your word. Having come this far, how could she still be controlled by a doll? Okay. Okay. The little bear said more awkwardly. After getting off the Ferris wheel, Lin Qing followed it to a rest garden for tourists. Next to the garden seat, in the green vegetation covered by the trash can, The little bear dragged out a black stone treasure chest with some effort. Lin Qing checked it, and it was indeed a black stone treasure chest. In the treasure chest, there were 3 bottles of plant nutrients and a silver-gray longboard-like speed prop. Lin Qing checked its contents. Name, Speed Flight. Seeing this explanation, compared to the other props, it was quite standard. Lin Qing collected the materials from the black stone treasure box, proving that it was also a real prop, and then looked at the stuffed bear standing next to him. It seemed that it had already developed its own consciousness, and it looked significantly different from the other monsters. Seeing that it still did not attack, Lin Qing believed that it had no ill intentions, but still asked curiously, "Why do you want to see the human form?" Chapter 57 Bomb Bear. Lin Qing stood in front of the bear, still feeling puzzled by its request. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through her mind. She could remove the doll status, and the human form would be more beneficial to her. But if it was wasted in this place, wouldn't it be a pity? Anyway, the black stone treasure box and the props were in hand, so she might as well run away now. Besides, this little bear monster doesn't look scary. Is it a disguise? However, when Lin Qing looked up, she finally felt guilty at the pitiful and expected little bear. The little bear thought about it and told her, "I once promised the master to come to the amusement park with him, but we accidentally separated. I haven't seen the master for a long time and miss him very much. The master is a human, and you also have the unique breath of humans, so I want to hug you." The little bear told her seriously. Lin Qing, "Oh no. I became a substitute." However, for the sake of the black stone treasure box, she didn't have any objections. She nodded slightly, and a few steps away from the little bear, she removed the doll state. She held a freezing gun and waved at it. "Come here." As long as the little bear took off its disguise and had the intention to kill her, she would freeze it into a lump of ice without hesitation. The little bear took off its doll hat, and its round brown glass eyes seemed to reveal a sparkling smile. It walked over gently, and with Lin Qing leaning against its head, the little bear gently raised its bare paw and gave Lin Qing a big hug. It leaned on her shoulder and squinted happily. "Well, it smells like the master." Lin Qing's heart seemed to be in his throat, and he tightly grasped the gun, as if sensing Lin Qing's nervousness. The little bear did not maintain this action for long. Soon, it took a few steps back and bowed politely to Lin Qing. "Thank you, dear player. Is that the end?" Lin Qing looked puzzled. Unexpectedly, the condition for obtaining the black stone treasure chest was just to follow the requirements. At this moment, countless squeaking sounds suddenly sounded in the shadow of this display stand. Lin Qing vaguely felt that this sound was very familiar. Soon, she knew what it was. It was countless mechanical mice. They were so numerous that they formed a tide of mice, and they rushed towards the amusement park at a very fast speed, not only on the ground, but also on the top, with crackling falling in the amusement park. It was like a rain of mice. The mice falling from the sky were very fast. They gnawed the facilities of the amusement park, and a few climbed onto the head of the toy bear and began to gnaw and bite it. Lin Qing was also shocked, and casually hit a mouse that ran in front of her. "Oh no! It's a monster! Isn't it daytime? How come they appear? Could it be that the monster boss here is not this little bear, but this group of mice?" This dense group of mice made Lin Qing's scalp tingle. It seems that leaving here is not that easy. The little bear next to him didn't say anything, but tried to brush off the foreign objects on his head with his broad palm. Lin Qing took out the giant crocodile whip, waved it casually, and activated the group attack skill, forcing back the group of provocative mechanical mice in front of him. But more and more mechanical mice crawled out of the shadows. They gnawed the pillars of the carousel, the arms of the Ferris wheel, and the passage of the rapids. Soon, these dilapidated facilities began to collapse. At this moment, another mouse ran to her feet and bit Lin Qing hard. Lin Qing kicked the mouse away with pain in her calf. "Oh my god! Little bear, you are an undercover sent by these mice," Lin Qing complained casually. However, the little bear was also harassed by mice. They got into the little bear's body and bit out the cotton inside it, making it all over the floor. The little bear covered the rose core on his chest with one hand while driving away the mice on his body, which made it look more broken. Faced with more and more mice coming out, she planned to use speed to fly and tried to leave the area by flying at low altitude. At this moment, the facilities in the amusement park began to explode one after another. Bang, bang, bang. As if there were mines buried nearby. All the amusement equipment began to explode one after another. The rats that were originally lying on the equipment and gnawing at it were also blown away one after another, and their bodies were scattered all over the ground. Oh my god! What's going on? Lin Qing was surprised. Soon, as the sound of the equipment explosion became stronger and stronger, the number of rats pouring in suddenly decreased, and the pressure Lin Qing had to face also decreased suddenly. Soon, she used a whip and a freezing gun to clear an area. The little bear covered his chest and ran in front of Lin Qing, ignoring the risk of being gnawed, and used his body to drive away the rats. Lin Qing was shocked. Unexpectedly, this little bear was actually helping her. Soon, with the help of the little bear and the explosion that happened to sound, Lin Qing used props to drive away the rats and went out of the amusement park. As long as she ran a few more steps forward, she could jump down this floor and stay away from the danger here. However, at this moment, she turned around and looked at the bitten and tattered little bear and the amusement park that had completely become a ruin, and finally chose to stay for a moment. This explosion in the amusement park seemed to be deliberately designed by someone. In addition to her, there was only this little bear present. It seems that this little bear who claimed to be a guide was indeed the little boss guarding the Blackstone treasure chest. But for some reason, it awakened some consciousness and did these things spontaneously. The hole in the heart of the little bear became bigger, and its big palm could hardly cover it. The broken red rose core fell out of the chest, and was soon bitten away by the rat on the ground. The little bear looked at it blankly, without any resistance. Lin Qing drove away the rats in front of it, and walked in front of it. At this moment, a system voice suddenly sounded on her wrist. Congratulations to the player for triggering the special boss of the Toy House world. Bomb Bear. Bomb Bear is extremely resentful of this world because of his master's abandonment. If someone does not follow the rules and visits the park with him, they will be randomly injured by the bomb facilities in the amusement park. But if you follow the instructions of the bear and fulfill his wish, you will only be attacked by rats. And the bear will take the initiative to drive away the rats for you and help you leave the dream park smoothly. Special Boss Reward of the Toy House World, Bomb Bear. Chapter 58 Special Boss Reward. I didn't expect that this was a special item. Fortunately, she made the right choice. Lin Qing was delighted. She moved quickly and immediately put the tattered bear that had lost its mind into the backpack space. Then, using the short-distance flying props, she jumped down the display stand on the 3rd floor and was about to land successfully on the ground. At this moment, the system notification that she thought was over sounded again. Region-wide channel notification. Player ID, get rich overnight, receive the first special boss reward in the region. The Death Toy House Dream Amusement Park copy. The copy cannot be opened again. A-level Bomb Bear has been triggered. Congratulations to the player for getting rich overnight and achieving the first trigger achievement in the region. First trigger special boss reward, 20 world gold coins. The prize has been distributed to the backpack. Please check it carefully. When Lin Qing fell to the ground, she almost stumbled and was startled by this voice. What? Another district-wide announcement? She remembered the last district-wide announcement was when she was in the deserted island dungeon. Unexpectedly, this time, it was also a district-wide reward. This district-wide announcement quickly attracted a lot of players' attention. Oh my god! What's the triggering of special boss rewards? What the hell is this? Are there special bosses? Death Toy House? Isn't this the dungeon world described by Qi Fengzhan? Wait, it's not Qi Fengzhan. It's another overnight rich? Why is it him again? I remember when we were in the first world. A player took advantage of us sleeping at night and secretly went out to kill the boss. It seems to be called Overnight Rich. Is it him? I'm so jealous and envious. How come this person has triggered the special task again and is rewarded with 20 world gold coins? That's the universal currency in the survival world. If you meet a world merchant, you can buy special items. Yes, it's him. A few days ago, there was a reward for a hate hunt. I remember that this person also accepted it and successfully killed the crazy player who lost his mind. Is this a relative of the survival game? How can he be so lucky? Don't be jealous. It's not just luck. It also requires strong psychological quality and force. Didn't you see the channel rankings? The score of this overnight rich man has always been firmly in the first place, which shows that his force is super strong. If ordinary players dare to do this? Yes, I just took a look. The room level of this rich man has been upgraded to level 4. Even King Fengshan's room. It's only level 3. We've only been here for a few days, and they've already upgraded. It turned out to be this big guy. Thanks to my family for popularizing science. I've been playing around these days, and feel like I've missed a lot of key information. It seems that I have to study hard to trigger the main quest, and work hard to get props to upgrade the room. Upgrade materials are so hard to get. A wooden box can only decompose 2 wooden boards. And a bronze treasure box can only decompose 2 bronze ingots. But the materials for upgrading the room are growing exponentially. Who can afford it? I summarized that the upgrade materials for the second level room require 20 wooden boards for bronze ingots and 20 nails. When it comes to the third level room, it's 40 wooden boards, 12 bronze ingots, 40 nails, and 50 stones, which is almost doubled. Who can afford it in a short time? Ha! You don't understand. There is a gap between Europe and Africa. If you fall into a world rich in resources, you can still rely on your liver to obtain materials, which is much simpler. As a player once said, the most basic material, wood, can be obtained by processing after logging. Oh my god. This is too dark. I didn't expect there is such a relationship. It's over. I usually draw cards in the game. It seems that it's over. Don't panic. Didn't the boss King Fengshan just upgrade to the third level room? It seems that there are still very few European emperors. After all, even the boss can only accumulate resources little by little to upgrade. But in addition to obtaining wood planks by decomposing wooden treasure chests and cutting down trees, nails can actually be obtained by collecting iron ore and then processing them on the workbench. You can try this method. I'm going to advertise. I'm in an abandoned mine world now. I've spent a lot of time there and got a lot of iron ore, which can be used to make nails. If you need it, you can contact me. There are discounts for large quantities. Why does that ID above look so familiar? Isn't this the Black Storm? I remember that he was the one who successfully upgraded the room to level 2 after he upgraded the wooden planks. It seems to be him. Yes, it's me. Don't be envious. Although I may not be as capable as the other big guys. I haven't seen many boss kills and special props. But I'm lucky. The worlds I encounter are all resource-based worlds. Ha ha ha. I just simply upgrade successfully. Get lost. Show off your whole family. Boss Blackstorm. I have sent you a private message. Asking for nails. Oh my god. Brother. Your idea is good. Although I can envy the experience of the bosses. This can also be regarded as a good idea. Others who have the conditions can try it. Lin Qing didn't know that another discussion had started in the channel. With the help of the magic powder, she quickly came to the small castle where Lian Ling and the others were. But at this time, the sky began to darken again. It's been almost a whole day, and the prophet has not been found. And even Miss Brave has no news. Lian Ling was very worried. But Sophia beside her looked thoughtful. It's almost night now. Not only will there be monsters outside, but our bodies will also be subject to certain restrictions. Lian Ling, have you forgotten? How did your brother get injured? It was because his body was stiff at night, and he couldn't move. Those monsters pierced his heart and took away his core. So, at night we can only hide in the dollhouse, and can't go anywhere. After hearing this, Lian Ling's eyes flashed a trace of sadness, and she pursed her lips. After a moment, she said, I won't hold you back. I will save Arnold too. At that time, Arnold came out to attract the attention of those monsters in order to save me. The prophet was also captured by them. And now there is no news of the hero. I can't be a cowardly person because of fear, and can only hide in a dark room. Speaking of this, the blonde girl's eyes were already firm. Sophia, Layla once told me a way. If you can take the magic potion made of the red rose core, you can stop the hardening process at night. I want to try this method. Sophia was completely shocked by Lian Ling's words. She was stunned. But swallowing the red rose core is very dangerous. Chapter 59 The Night of Depravity. Just then, Lin Qing heard what they said and walked in. Your prophet hasn't come back yet? Lian Ling saw Lin Qing. Her eyes lit up for a moment. The hero is back. Sophia also looked over, and was obviously surprised for a moment. Lin Qing nodded. I have rescued the prophet. But we were in danger later, and accidentally separated. She glanced at the chat channel, and saw that Qi Fengzhan's ID was still on, proving that he was not offline. However, he and the fat man had not spoken in the channel. Maybe they didn't have time to read the message. Thinking of the miniature amusement park encounter today, Lin Qing thought of a possibility. They are not in danger of life for the time being, but they may encounter some difficulties, and cannot contact the outside world for the time being. That's good. Lianling looked relieved. And Sophia was also relieved. If Lianling really insisted on swallowing the magic potion made of the red rose core, she really didn't know how to stop it. However, as the sky outside had fallen into darkness again, Sophia's eyes also revealed a trace of worry. Last night, their castle was attacked by monsters again, and many companions were lost. Will it be safe again tonight? In the castle, the other dolls also looked nervous. Lin Qing saw that all of them were basically fully armed, ready to deal with the giants that came in the dark night, and the monsters that came out of the darkness. Looking at these poor little guys, they worked hard day and night, and their bodies would be torn apart by the giants at night, and they would return to normal under the care of their companions during the day. It was like a vicious cycle of death and rebirth. Lin Qing was powerless to do anything about this situation. This dungeon was set up like this, and she could only protect herself as much as possible. So after receiving A013, she was about to leave here. After all, when night falls, those giants will appear again. She didn't want to be worried all night. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Qi Fengzhan suddenly came back with Yuan Peng. The dolls in the castle were extremely excited. The fat man next to him saw Lin Qing and waved happily. "Rich boss. You are here too. That's great." Seeing Lin Qing here, he was still surprised for a moment and nodded at her. "Is it okay last night?" "It's okay. There's no big danger." Lin Qing passed by vaguely. Qi Fengzhan didn't care. But when he saw Sophia and Lianling were there, his face suddenly became serious. Tonight is unusual. Something big is going to happen. What big thing? When Lin Qing heard this, he instantly became interested and wanted to listen before leaving. Qi Fengzhan explained, "Last night, Fatty and I accidentally entered the end of this huge room. There is a huge door and a notice from the toy house. According to the notice, there will be a fallen night tonight." "Falling night? What does that mean?" Lianling asked with a puzzled look on her face. She looked at Sophia, but Sophia also spread her hands, indicating that she didn't know. So Qi Fengzhan continued to explain, "Falling night means that all toys will fall into the evil toys, and will have strong attack power, and even kill each other until death. But for players, it can be considered good news. At that time, there will be treasure chests randomly dropped from the sky." After hearing this explanation, Lin Qing's eyes lit up. Isn't this good news? But for these dolls, it is a disaster. It can be said to be a mixed blessing. Lianling's eyes flashed with incredible shock. Even us? Qi Fengzhan looked at her for a long time and gave a positive answer. How could it be? We are normal dolls. Only those monsters will kill us. They are the bad guys. A male doll in armor stood up and spoke for the dolls. But how many memories do you have? I guess your furthest memory is only 3 days ago. Do you remember what happened 3 days ago? King Fengzhan shook his head and gave them a cruel truth. For 3 days, this dollhouse world is a reincarnation. At the end of the reincarnation night, all the dolls will lose their minds, kill each other, and their limbs will be broken. At the same time, a large number of treasure chests will be refreshed on this night. As long as a player finds the hint at the end of the room, it will be difficult not to be tempted by the numerous treasure chests. When a new reincarnation begins, the dolls with memories begin to repeat the previous actions, and there is a new round of killing and torture by the giant. Impossible. I won't believe it. The male doll dressed in armor was furious. I still remember that my fiancée Catherine was killed by those monsters. If I had tried harder at that time, she would not have been torn to pieces without even a core left. Sophia was also full of disbelief. We have fought against the evil dolls together for such a long time. How could we become like them? We are completely different. King Fengzhan looked at Lianling, the beautiful doll with a veil. Lianling, what do you think? Lianling shook her head, lowered her head, and murmured, I don't know. I remember that Arnold stood in front of me and took the blow for me. So he has been unconscious. He was lying in the room upstairs, but he lost his core. How could it be fake? And the witch Layla. She gave me the magic powder to guide me and taught me many things. She just went to a distant place to collect potions. How could it be fake? King Fengzhan sighed, I know that this truth is too heavy for you, but I won't hide it from you deliberately. After all, when the night of the fall begins, this toy world will become full of dangers for us players. So, I don't want to hide it from you. Lin Qing was also shocked after hearing the explanation. If this explanation is followed, it would be too cruel for these dolls. Everything is a false memory. Everything they thought they were holding on to was just a bunch of data stuffed into their brains. However, just as Qing Fengzhan said, these dolls also have the right to know. At that time, as long as the players see the treasure chests start to fall, they will definitely not just hide in the room, and may even start to pick them up frantically. All the toys will fall into the evil side, which will also be a huge challenge. Just then, suddenly outside the castle, there was a slight sound of bells. It sounded very small, but it was very clear in the silent night. Soon, Lin Qing saw that the originally black sky suddenly turned into a blood-red fog, with layers of vortexes and strange waves. Chapter 60, Dropping a Treasure Box. The next second, a colorful balloon suddenly fell from the slowly rotating red mist vortex, with a wooden treasure box tied to it, swaying and falling to the ground at a low speed. With the appearance of this balloon, dozens of treasure boxes soon appeared in the red vortex. This time, there were not only wooden treasure boxes, but also several bronze treasure boxes. Lin Qing even saw boxes of other colors. Fuck. The fat man next to him was shocked, pulling Lin Qing's thoughts back to reality. This is not a dream. Some players have already run out and are ready to pick up treasure boxes in a suitable place. Lin Qing's eyes also lit up, and he flew at a high speed, ready to participate in this wave of big purchases. What is more exciting than buying for 0 yuan is free shopping. It is really hard not to go crazy with so many treasure boxes. However, Qing Fengzhan next to him did not take any action. He looked relatively calm and sighed at the dolls. When the red vortex appeared, the faces of some of the dolls began to change, becoming extremely stiff, and even their eyes became unfamiliar. Lianling held her brother, a doll in a hospital gown, and walked down the stairs. But seeing this scene in the hall, even Sophia staggered and raised her bow and arrow, as if she wanted to shoot at her. But soon, Sophia shook her head violently and cut herself with the arrow. And then she saw the doll standing in front of her. She shouted, "Lianling, go!" She only now realized that all this was actually true. But even at this time, she still didn't want to hurt her friend. But at this moment, in Lianling's arms, her brother suddenly turned his head. The little boy, about 7 or 8 years old, was pale and indifferent. He twisted his body and seemed to want to stand up by himself. Lianling looked at him. Tears seemed to be in her eyes. "Arnold, are you awake?" The little boy did not answer her, but suddenly bit her arm fiercely, as if he wanted to tear her whole arm off. Lianling smiled at him. "Be good, brother. Don't play with your sister. Sister has something to do now. The bad guys are coming. Sister must stand up bravely like a brave man and a prophet to protect everyone." As she said that, she used a hairband to twist his hands and tied the little boy, who had completely lost his mind, to the stairs, trying to stop him from hurting people. However, this was almost useless. In the hall, it seemed that a fight had begun. Her former companions were hostile to each other, using the most cruel methods to tear each other to pieces. Even Sophia had completely lost her mind. At this time, she saw the prophet standing in front of her, and hesitantly said, "Lianling, you are the most unique one among these dolls. So what is your choice?" Along with the red vortex, there are dozens of tall giants. They began to run wildly in the aisles between the display racks. Some dolls that had been polluted into evil came out of the toy houses of the hiders. The balloon treasure box falling from the sky attracted their attention. Panic and madness surrounded everything. It was not only the dolls that were affected by this crazy atmosphere. There were also some players hiding in the toy house. They came out of the room one after another, as if they were fascinated by the red mist, and wanted to snatch the treasure chests falling from the sky. The giants laughed when they saw the little people snatching the treasure chests, and then caught these little people with flesh and blood accurately like catching grasshoppers, and stuffed them into their mouths. Warning! Warning! The source of corruption is a polluting existence. The host should not be bewitched by this atmosphere. Warning! Warning! Although the system's warning sound hovered in his mind, Lin Qing seemed to automatically block this sound, and was almost infected by this atmosphere. But soon, a burning pain in her heart suddenly woke her up, and saw everything in front of her clearly. There were several treasure chests landing where she was originally running. But 3 giants were lying on the ground, as if they were thinking about waiting for the little people to come. Lin Qing immediately used speed to fly and changed the direction of advance. He was relieved until he left this area. Oh my god. I didn't expect that this atmosphere would also affect the players. She was almost possessed by the devil. After flying a short distance, she saw Chi Feng slashing a fat man with a knife on a display stand not far away, knocking him unconscious. When he saw Lin Qing, his face was also very serious, and he said, "Go back to the room quickly. And don't be affected. This night of depravity will not only affect the puppets, but also the players." Okay. Lin Qing understood what he meant instantly. If the players are obsessed with collecting boxes here, they will either be torn to pieces by these giants or evil puppets, or they will get lost here. If they don't return to the room as scheduled, the players will stay here forever. Lin Qing was instantly shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. At that time, even the system's prompts had no effect. Fortunately, she had the lucky clover necklace, which woke her up in time. However, now with the blessing of the lucky clover necklace, she can be like a fish in water in this world and collect treasure chests at will. However, this time, Lin Qing did not completely lose her mind. She took out the magic powder for guiding the way, and saw the way back to the room according to the guidance of the magic for guiding the way. She decided to collect as many treasure chests as possible on the way back to the room. As for other places, no matter how far away they are, they will not go. After all, it is unknown how long the lucky clover necklace can last. At this time, a group of circus monsters walking in the air found her. Lin Qing waved the whip and repelled the group of monsters. Then he picked up a bronze treasure chest surrounded by them in the center. Lin Qing did not linger in the battle, holding the box in her arms, and then used props to move forward at a high speed. Her target was the black stone treasure chest that fell with a balloon tied to it in front of her. High-level items can often be found in black stone treasure chests. Lin Qing was delighted. It seems that my luck is not bad. Suddenly, a black vulture swooped down from the sky and came towards the treasure chest in front of Lin Qing. It looked like another monster. Lin Qing took the giant crocodile whip and swung it at the black vulture. Soon, before the vulture arrived, Lin Qing's whip hooked the treasure chest first. In an instant, the treasure chest was put into Lin Qing's pocket. The black vulture turned impatiently when it saw the treasure chest being robbed, and pounced on her with hatred. She moved her body, narrowly passing by the high-speed flying black vulture, and pulled the trigger. The freezing gun emitted a blue light, freezing the monster into a ball, and then fell to the ground. Soon, Lin Qing saw her room, the familiar dollhouse. But at the same time, she saw a player standing not far away. He stood here calmly with his hands in his pockets. He seemed to see Lin Qing coming in this direction, and was waiting for Lin Qing to come here. Hey, I see you have strong fighting skills. Do you want to cooperate with me? Chapter 61 Counterattack. The man was wearing a gray-black suit, a hat of the same color, and a red silk tie with an exquisite badge on his chest. Seeing this man, he did not chase the fallen treasure chest like others, but stood near her room as if nothing had happened. Lin Qing immediately became alert. It seemed that he was not friendly. She stopped a few steps away from the man and refused directly. No, I don't need a partner. The man raised his eyebrows, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Oh, there are so many fallen treasure chests outside now. After decomposition, there are a lot of materials, enough to meet the needs of upgrading several rooms. I saw your performance just now. If we work together, we will definitely get a lot. You are not tempted? While speaking, he carefully examined Lin Qing, as if he thought this was just an excuse for her, and wanted to see the clues from her face. But after looking for a long time, this is just a very ordinary female player. She was dressed casually, with her ponytail tied up casually, and her delicate eyebrows slightly raised, revealing a hint of impatience. Lin Qing said with a fake smile, no matter how many resources you have to live to spend them. The red mist emitted from the vortex above your head seems to be able to affect people's minds. If you fall into madness like others, you will lose your life instead, which is not worth the loss. The man in the suit froze for a moment, and then laughed again. Haha. You are indeed a capable player. You know this? The greater the temptation, the greater the risk. Sometimes it is not a problem to be a little timid, but to be cautious. Those who are in the limelight are often those newcomers who know nothing. Yes, just like over there. He pointed to the upper level of a display stand in the distance, where a bronze treasure chest and 3 or 5 wooden boxes were floating down. Several players were scrambling to get there, as if they wanted to be the first to grab the treasure chest. However, the terrifying thing was that under the display stand over there, a giant was squatting, and he looked like a hunter, waiting for the prey to come to him automatically. Lin Qing curled his lips indifferently, not commenting on his words. The male player seemed to feel that his words touched Lin Qing, so he further tried, "You and I are both smart people, and we should unite to maximize our own interests tonight. We are players in the same channel. My points rank 10th, and my ID is 404. Now you believe my sincerity, right? My room was lost because of the dollhouse change. I know your room is nearby. You can hide in it when you encounter danger, so I invite you to cooperate and pick up nearby treasure chests." 404 looked confident, thinking that since he showed his ranking and said so much information sincerely, Lin Qing would definitely accept his invitation. However, Lin Qing still rejected him, and was not tempted by him at all. "No. Use as much strength as you can. I don't need so many treasure chests." Unexpectedly, Lin Qing rejected him again. The man in the suit named 404 suddenly looked very unhappy, and laughed coldly. "I invited you to give you face. Don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit." Seeing the flaw in the man in front of him, Lin Qing also sneered and turned the prop gun in his hand. "Try it." She finally understood why she disliked this nagging man. This guy seemed to be asking for cooperation, but in fact, he was full of threats and had evil intentions. Seeing Lin Qing's tough refusal, the man in the suit couldn't hold back. He was such a handsome man with such strong strength, but he couldn't handle a woman. Could it be that this female player really had some background? However, he just saw the props in her hand. A gun that could emit freezing rays and a skateboard that could fly in the air for a short time, which were two good things. Maybe there were other props in the space backpack. After seeing these two things, 404 decided to show up and talk about cooperation with her. Since this female player was so unkind, it was no wonder that he was. He laughed and pretended to take 2 steps back to make way. "I offended you." Lin Qing saw his little movements behind him, and was of course on guard. When she passed by, he immediately raised his gun and shot. Unexpectedly, the man in the suit was so fast that he dodged in a second before being hit, leaving only a thin shadow. It seems that he used some kind of prop. "Uh-huh. My friend, you just don't leave me a way out? Even if the deal doesn't work out, at least don't rush to do it. Uh-huh. If I don't do it, then I will be the one to die." Lin Qing also sneered like him. It seems that he is really good. Then, it is even more impossible for her to let this man go. After all, Lin Qing is not a person who is used to leaving trouble for herself. A 013. At this moment, a 013, who had been following her from a distance and lurking on the next floor, suddenly popped up. Now the man in the suit is teleporting to the edge of the display stand. After receiving Lin Qing's order, a 013 stretched out his hand to clamp one of his ankles, and pulled hard, and the man fell to the ground. Now the bottom floor is full of monsters constantly emerging. The man in the suit was shocked. While holding on to the board layer, he took out a lighter-like prop to fight back, but A013 reacted more flexibly. At the moment the man took out the prop, he took advantage of the force to fly. When falling to the ground, he instantly hit the man's fragile neck with his knee, and with a bang, he pressed him down hard and slid for a distance. The whole set of actions was clean and neat, and even Lin Qing was surprised to see it. Unexpectedly, a 013 is so good. This strength, a 013 did not hold back. The man's fragile neck was seriously injured, and his limbs lost control instantly. Only a pair of eyes remained, staring fiercely at Lin Qing, who was walking slowly. "You are so shameless. And you actually have a helper below. You are sneak attacking." Lin Qing smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. It's just a give and take. You just wanted to lead me to sneak attack and use other props. Otherwise I might be the one who died. Right? You are quibbling." Seeing that the man in the suit was still stubborn and refused to admit it, Lin Qing raised his chin, narrowed his eyes slightly, and smiled at him dangerously. A 013. This man talks too much nonsense. Get rid of him. Before he finished speaking, accompanied by a click. A 013 squeezed his neck tightly, and the man fainted instantly. This neat and tidy method is as easy as crushing the cervical vertebrae of the experimental mouse. It is worthy of being a zombie boss. It seems that the force value is bursting. Lin Qing nodded with satisfaction. As the man in the suit died, the supplies and several items in his space backpack also fell out. It looks like there are still a lot of things. Lin Qing had no psychological burden and waved his hand to collect the player's supplies. Chapter 62 Activate the Bear. After dealing with this player, Lin Qing confirmed that there was no threat around before opening the door. This toy house world is now the most dangerous moment, and it may be polluted by the red fog again. Even though there are many coveted treasure chests falling, Lin Qing still chooses to return to the room. After all, this kind of red fog is hard to guard against. It was fortunate that the lucky clover necklace saved her life and awakened her from the infection. A room full of monsters and giants, and treasure chests that lured players and caused them to be used without life. If it is the next time, I may not be so lucky. After returning to her room, Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the familiar layout and decorations, her violently beating heart calmed down. No matter what happened outside, her room was very safe. At this moment, a message suddenly popped up in Lin Qing's bracelet chat channel. Bao Fu, how are you? Are you back? It was a message sent to her by Qing Fengzhan. Lin Qing replied to him, it's okay. I'm back to my room. How about you guys? Well, Fatty and I have returned to our respective rooms, and we are safe for now. King Fengzhan sent another message, however. On the way back, I saw other players being bewitched by the red fog and wanting to go out and grab treasure chests. It seems that this night of depravity has a great impact on the players. Speaking of this, Lin Qing sighed in her heart. She thought of the doll girl. Is it really impossible to save Lianling and the others now? King Fengzhan sighed. Alas, before I left a revelation for Lianling, which can be regarded as a system task. But she needs to voluntarily swallow the potion made of the red rose core. If Lianling makes this choice, it may change their fate. But it is not certain. Qing Fengzhan only received a small part of the system task and could not see the overall situation. He could only try his best to complete his survival task while helping them. Lin Qing understood what he meant. Although she stayed in this world for less than 2 days and only had contact with this doll girl a few times, but she also subconsciously felt that this reset process was too cruel for these little dolls. But she was just a player and could do nothing about this situation. She could only sigh. After exchanging a few words with Qing Fengzhan, Lin Qing ended the chat with him. Then he took a look at the regional chat group. The number of people online in the regional channel in the upper left corner dropped significantly again. Now there are only about 300 people. It seems that for some players, the pressure of survival has not decreased, but has become heavier. It's like the room survival game is deliberately screening players. What if even the 300 people in this area channel are consumed? For Lin Qing, this is just 4 worlds, and such a big change has taken place. With so many people missing, even the chat channel seems to be quieter than before. Lin Qing saw a familiar ID, and it seemed that the fat man was speaking. Family, Qi Feng and I just escaped from the toy house world, and I have a piece of advice for you who come here. At night, you must be careful when going out. There are hidden challenges on this last day of TM. Boss Fatty, what hidden challenges are there? Hold on, I'll give you some advice. In this world, there is a chaotic night when the toy house is reset, called the Fallen Night. On this night, a red vortex will appear in the sky, and there will be a strange red fog. Even the normal toy dolls will go crazy and choose to attack the players. Oh, and there are giants here, who will lure the players out by dropping treasure chests in the red vortex. It's great to have a treasure chest drop. Isn't that great? Bullshit. The red fog that lures the normal toys crazy seems to affect the players outside. And I don't know if it will affect the players in the room in the toy house world yet. But basically all the players that can be seen outside have started to go crazy. In order to grab the treasure chest, they ignore the giants and monsters nearby. And finally, then, he was swallowed and torn to pieces. I am grateful to Brother Qifeng. Otherwise, I would have been almost caught. Unless there is a prop to block this red fog. It's game over. Thanks to Brother Fatty for sharing. Oh my god. Is it so dangerous? How long have we entered this game? How come we have encountered such a weird world? Alas, I finally understand. The world refreshed outside the door is really up to Europe and Africa. It may be difficult or easy. If you really encounter it, you can only stay in the room to survive. But it will randomly drop a survival treasure chest, which is really attractive. Unfortunately, it is too dangerous to say that. For rookies like us, it is really a hell disaster. Lin Qing watched them chat for a while, and simply flipped up to see if there was any useful information. However, she also found out a story about the system notifying her of the triggering of a special boss. Under this honor, a discussion was triggered in the channel. Most people expressed envy, but a small number of people still had mixed opinions about Lin Qing. However, with the reward in hand, Lin Qing didn't care about these. She then remembered the exploding bear that she had hurriedly put into the backpack space. Looking at the explanation of the props, this seems to sound quite interesting. The way to activate it again is to put a new toy core in it. Lin Qing remembered that she had also got one from the three-headed dog of hell. Now I take it out and use it for the little bear. I don't know if the red rose core is suitable, but looking at the previous situation, it also has a red core placed in its chest. So for the little bear, it seems that there is no problem. After Lin Qing took out the little bear that was bitten and a little tattered, it was still as big as her whole body height, and the room suddenly seemed much smaller. The little bear now had a dull look on his face, and it seemed that he had completely lost his mind after dropping the toy core. She gently put the red rose core in her hand into the little bear through the hole. The moment the red rose core came into contact with the brown bear, a red light appeared in the eyes. Seeing this, Lin Qing subconsciously took a step back. She had not forgotten that the red rose core was a kind of evil toy. Although the note only said to inject a new rose core, Lin Qing was still sweating in his hands. Soon, the red light in the little bear's eyes dissipated. Its huge body began to tremble. The little bear moved its body, stretched its limbs, and blinked its glass-colored eyes at Lin Qing, seemingly full of confusion. It asked curiously, "Are you my new owner?" Chapter 63 Inventory of Supplies. Facing the innocent little bear, Lin Qing also blinked. She stretched out a hand. "Yes, I am your new owner." However, she still had a question. "Do you remember who you are?" The little bear handed over its paw and gently covered the palm of Lin Qing's hand. Smiling knowingly, the little bear doesn't know. The little bear only knows that the little bear has a new owner. Lin Qing pondered for a while, and it seemed that the little bear did not lie. It looked quite normal as a prop. However, I always felt that the prop transformed from a monster was still the kind that could speak, which always felt strange. At this moment, the little bear who was originally watching her quietly suddenly asked a question, "Master, will you abandon me?" When it said this, it was suddenly startled by itself. Lin Qing didn't know if it was his subconscious mind playing tricks on him, so he raised the corners of his lips. "No." The little bear, who was originally embarrassed by himself, suddenly looked happy after hearing this, and his curved bare mouth cracked open, revealing a big smile. "Thank you, Master. The little bear will protect you well in the future." Lin Qing nodded lightly. "Yeah. Work hard in the future." She remembered something. "By the way, how did you process the bomb?" "Processing bombs?" The little bear touched the back of his head. "Master said that it is to give the items the ability to become bombs. Master can take out an item at random, and after I touch it, it can be transformed into a bomb." "Random items? Anything will do?" Lin Qing suddenly became interested and grabbed a cup and handed it to it. "Is this okay?" "No problem." The little bear took the cup, put his palms together, hugged the transparent glass cup, and closed his eyes. Soon, the little bear opened his eyes and handed the glass cup over. "Master, it's ready." "It's ready?" Lin Qing watched such a simple process, carefully observed the glass cup in his hand, and didn't see any changes. Seemingly seeing Lin Qing's doubts, the little bear tilted his head. "This bomb can be controlled as you wish, and it will explode after throwing it out." Hearing this explanation, Lin Qing suddenly realized that this is how it is used. Aren't there ready-made conditions outside? Lin Qing opened the door and happened to see a passing gorilla-like monster not far away. At this time, it was walking away with its back to Lin Qing. Lin Qing shook her arms and threw the glass cup at the monster like throwing a grenade. At the moment when the two came into contact, she silently said, "Explode." Instantly, there was a loud bang, and the original glass cup exploded, as if a white light flashed. The gorilla-like monster was instantly blown apart. Rags flew everywhere, and cotton was scattered all over the ground. Hey, it looks quite powerful. Lin Qing's face lit up, and she was very satisfied with the effect. She glanced at the bomb bear, because a lot of cotton had fallen off his body when he drove away the mechanical mice not long ago. It looks like he should fill it up and repair it. Otherwise, it would be a pity to have a big hole in his chest. While there was no danger near the toy house, Lin Qing decisively ran over and hugged it back. It was all cotton, just right to fill the bear's body. Seeing Lin Qing holding a ball of cotton back, the little bear was also surprised. This is for you. Fill your body, Lin Qing told it. I still have needles and thread here. I can sew the wound. You see, my craftsmanship is not bad. I sewed the head of the zombie. She pointed to A013 standing there. The little bear blinked, followed her line of sight, and turned back, as if smiling. Yeah. After filling the little bear with cotton and suturing the wound, Lin Qing was busy with one thing. After consuming so much energy for a day, she planned to reward herself today. After looking through her food storage, Lin Qing took out a bunch of grapes, cooked a pot of oden, and heated up a big chicken drumstick. For drinks, she would still pair it with sparkling water. While heating, she planned to count the supplies she had just seized from the man in a suit named 404 to see what they were used for. If it is useless, she plans to sell it in her personal store, to save her space. First of all, the first item is a lighter-like prop. It is gray-blue in color, shiny and looks very delicate. At that time, 404 wanted to use it to launch a sneak attack, but fortunately Lin Qing was faster than him and failed. Lin Qing checked the introduction of the lighter. Name, Flame Lighter. It looks good and is a powerful offensive prop. Lin Qing put it away and checked 404's second prop. It is the dark silver peregrine falcon badge on his chest. Name, Teleport Badge. Lin Qing. She thinks this note makes sense. Just like the unlucky 404. Who would have thought that he would teleport to the location of A013? Otherwise, he would not be captured so easily. It seems that this teleport badge should be used carefully in the future. At least when you are in danger. You can't use it as the only way to save your life. Finally, Lin Qing's eyes fell on a prop decorated like a silver cross. Name, Blessing of the Virgin Mary. Chapter 64. Open the box and upgrade the room. Seeing this, Lin Qing's eyes lit up and she sighed. What a good thing. No wonder 404 dared to chat with her outside for so long just now. It turned out that he relied on these props. In addition to these three props, there are some animal meat, some drinking water, and food in his space backpack. The room upgrade materials dropped include 80 wooden boards, 22 bronze ingots, 66 nails, 140 stones, 10 black crystals, and 3 world gold coins. I don't know where he collected so much, but Lin Qing still accepted it happily. After all, it was also her harvest. By the way, she opened the 5 wooden treasure chests, 1 bronze treasure chest, and 1 black stone treasure chest she had harvested on the road. Among the 5 wooden treasure chests, there was an empty box, and the remaining items were 2 bottles of mineral water, 3 bags of bread, and disinfectant alcohol. A total of 10 wooden boards were decomposed. An iron sword was opened in the bronze treasure chest, but it was just a simple item, not a prop. Like her fine steel saber, it was a cold weapon. This was of no use to her. After all, she was used to using fine steel sabers, and was not used to using other weapons. As for the last black stone treasure chest, Lin Qing was still looking forward to it, hoping to get a useful item. After opening it, what she saw was equipment and supplies. A full box of refill magazines for the frozen gun, as well as AK-47 automatic rifles and matching spare magazines. Lin Qing's eyes lit up, raised his hand to fish out the AK, and pulled the bolt. Wow! Cool! This shiny smoothbore and heavy mechanical feel look full of force. There is also a set of black tactical clothing inside, which looks just right for Lin Qing's physique. Not bad. I can wear it if I encounter a dangerous world. Lin Qing muttered to himself, took out the things inside, decomposed the black stone treasure chest, and got 6 black crystals. This time, the trip to the toy house harvested a total of 15 wooden treasure chests, 2 bronze treasure chests, 3 black stone treasure chests, 33 world gold coins, and 1 world silver coin. The materials that can be decomposed are 30 wooden boards, 4 bronze ingots, and 18 black crystals. There are also some materials from several other wooden treasure chests, plus the gains from the seizure of 404. A total of 144 wooden boards, 26 bronze ingots, 70 nails, 150 stones, and 20 black crystals. It looks like a good harvest. After Lin Qing upgraded the level 4 room before, there were a lot of materials left, and there are still a lot of them added up. I wonder if I can upgrade the level 5 room. While thinking about this, she opened her personal panel again to check the materials needed for the upgrade. Level 5 room upgrade conditions: wood planks 375/160, bronze ingots 70/48, nails 103/160, stones 150/200, black crystals 70/40, copper 55/10. Unexpectedly, this time the nails and stones were not enough. Lin Qing's heart tightened suddenly, and she had a strong sense of crisis. These room upgrade materials have increased exponentially. It seems that the next time the room is upgraded to level 6, it will be doubled again on this basis. Unexpectedly, she was stumped by these simple materials. The pretense she had just shown to 400 and forgave her another boomerang invisibly. How miserable it is. In the zombie world, she and A013 did cut some wood, which could be processed into wood using a workbench. But what she lacks now is not wood. I hope I can also go to a world with abundant resources. It's too uncomfortable to upgrade with this material block. Lin Qing sighed speechlessly. She had to make the pickaxe quickly. Maybe she could open a resource world someday, which would allow her to upgrade while lying down. Thinking of this, she almost couldn't suppress her impulse and wanted to try her luck outside the door. Maybe she wouldn't be hit and could pick up some boxes. However, Lin Qing quickly gave up this idea. In order to upgrade the room, it's too unprofitable. After all, the purpose of upgrading the room is to better protect yourself. Otherwise, it's too much of a loss. At this time, Lin Qing suddenly thought that some of the cigarettes and alcohol she had posted on her personal mall some time ago seemed to have been sold. I wonder if these would be enough. Thinking of this, Lin Qing opened her personal mall, and the goods posted on it were indeed sold out. The balance of the personal mall showed that there were some materials piled up and could be extracted. There were 240 wooden boards, 28 bronze ingots, 200 stones, and 100 nails. Wow! I didn't expect selling things to be so profitable. Lin Qing exclaimed in shock. These upgrade materials are enough. Lin Qing extracted the materials from the personal mall. At this time, the room upgrade system on the personal panel showed that it could be upgraded. Lin Qing decisively chose to agree. Upgrade? This time, a soft white light still emerged from the wall of the room, and it seemed that the upgrade and decoration were being carried out. This time, Lin Qing had experience. She ate Odin slowly and drank sparkling water, waiting for the room upgrade to be completed. She also took the opportunity to go upstairs and watered the plants on the 3 plots of land with the plant growth liquid she had obtained, hoping that this would accelerate their growth as soon as possible so that she could eat fresh vegetables as soon as possible. Lin Qing also collected the grape seeds left over from eating grapes and planted them in the soil, trying to harvest some fruits. I don't know if this will work. I hope it can grow into a great plant so that I can eat grapes as soon as possible. Finally, Lin Qing watered the fruits and vegetables with enough water, hoping that they would grow up as soon as possible. Soon, the room upgrade was completed with a shake, and the white light dissipated. This time, Lin Qing's room was much more refined. Not only did the room have warm-colored wallpaper, the solid wood floor became smoother and more precious, and even the bathroom became brand new. More importantly, on one wall of this room, there was actually a fireplace that could burn wood for heating. It seems that there is also a special vent outside. Of course, Lin Qing didn't need to climb up to see that it was definitely like a socket without wires. There was no ventilation hole, and it disappeared naturally. It was just a decoration. At this time, Lin Qing noticed that there was a screen-like device at the door of the originally plain room. She curiously checked it, but unexpectedly, it was a device for setting up an outdoor defense system. Fuck! It can actually install a room defense system. This function is great, Lin Qing exclaimed. She slid the screen by the door and saw that the current devices only had some simple expulsion weapons. But this was enough to meet her needs. It greatly improved her sense of security. It's great. It seems that as the room level increases in the future, this defense system will also be upgraded. Lin Qing realized this phenomenon and understood the importance of upgrading the room. If you encounter a dangerous world, you can resist the danger without going out. Chapter 65 Inventory. Lin Qing checked other places that had changed. I found that there were 2 more grids in the planting area on the 2nd floor. It seems that more food can be grown. At present, Lin Qing has sufficient food reserves. But it does not prevent her from wanting to improve her life and grow some fruits and vegetables for herself. If there are more, maybe she can sell them to supplement her material consumption. Unfortunately, in this world, except for the grape seeds left by the bunch of grapes, there are still no seeds for planting. I hope that in the next world, there will be something to plant, Lin Qing muttered. Although there are regrets. But not much. After all, people should not be too greedy. She has now upgraded to a level 5 room. Far more than other players. Which is enough. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Qing hurried to make a pickaxe. The pickaxe blueprint shows that the materials needed are 1 wooden stick, 2 nails, and 1 iron block and bronze ingot. She first took out 1 piece of wood that was originally cut in the zombie world and processed it into 1 wooden stick using a workbench. After the wooden stick was processed, 2 nails and 1 bronze ingot were added to process the pickaxe. The workbench now shows that it will take 15 minutes to process the pickaxe. It seems that she will have to wait a little longer. Lin Qing took the opportunity to read the notes on the pickaxe drawing again. The pickaxe made has a certain number of uses. After use, the quality will be damaged, reducing the efficiency of excavating stones. It seems that I have to pay attention to the pickaxe drawings in the future. After all, it is a consumable item, so it is better to prepare more. The more the better. Maybe she will encounter a mine world someday and be able to excavate stones. Thinking of this, Lin Qing clicked on her personal panel to check it out. Speed, 8 out of 10. Except for the change in the wisdom column. She gained 5 points in the copy world of Mountain Village Ghost Knight. And the other attributes basically did not change much. Lin Qing realized how important it was for her to have the opportunity to gain points in the physical attribute in her first world. I don't know if there will be such an opportunity in the future world. Although she has obtained a lot of props in the zombie world, Mountain Village Ghost Knight, and this toy house world. But Lin Qing also knows that these are all external things. Once she loses the opportunity to use props, such as Mountain Village Ghost Knight, which restricts the use of props, she becomes too passive. Even in the toy house world, when facing the giants, she knows that there is no absolute opportunity to challenge the giants. So she is more limited to these bosses. In addition to the fact that the giants are not affected by some props, it is also because she personally has no chance to fight these giants with her physique and strength alone. Lin Qing's face obviously became serious, and he said to himself, "It seems that I have to pay more attention to the news in this regard. Speaking of which, I now have a lot of world gold coins. I wonder if I can exchange some similar items. But I haven't met any world merchants." She opened the mall and searched, and found that there were still very few items for exchange. She basically had everything shown. The only thing missing was an item that increased physical fitness. That's true. If there were items that increased physical fitness, players would definitely add them to themselves first. After all, the body is also the basis for exploring the world. Only with a higher physical fitness can you have the opportunity to survive longer in the world outside the door. Lin Qing frowned, and suddenly remembered that she seemed to have obtained a similar title. At this time, she clicked on the title column of the personal panel. In addition to the title of a second-level zombie controller, there is indeed a World Explorer. The introduction on the second title shows, players will obtain the title of Dungeon World Explorer. After having the title, you will have a certain probability of encountering a world merchant who will provide you with excellent props. This title is an upgradable title. The higher the level, the higher the probability of encountering a world merchant selling high-level props. And you can have a certain discount value. After seeing this explanation, Lin Qing realized that having this title is just a certain probability of encountering a world merchant. Not 100%. It seems that she was able to encounter a world merchant in the Mountain Village Ghost Knight dungeon at that time. It was really purely a matter of chance. Lin Qing sighed silently. She clicked on her weapons and props column again. Weapons, iron dagger, savage bow and arrow, machete, pistol, steel saber, iron sword, AK automatic rifle, Ice shooter. Items: boxing gloves, discarded. World selection black card. Warm seal skin. Chameleon scales. Killer's chainsaw. Evil repelling peach with sword. Warm mother core. Hyena's nose, discarded. Giant crocodile whip. Water ghost's coat. Red thread mandarin duck knot. Speed flight. Explosive bear. Lucky four-leaf clover. Flame lighter. Teleport badge. Blessing of the Virgin Mary. In this toy house world, she got a total of 6 items. Speed flight. Explosive bear and lucky four-leaf clover are quest rewards and obtained by opening boxes. The remaining 3 items are dropped by 404. Overall, the harvest this time was pretty good. However, when it comes to 404, Lin Qing felt vaguely familiar. As if she had seen him somewhere before? She opened the channel chat and searched for the name again. And a chat message popped up. That 404. We agreed to work together. But he dared to hit me. You are just a fast runner. Don't let me run into you. I will just beat your grandson's head next time. Everyone, pay attention to the player named 404 in the future. Don't team up with him. Otherwise you will die without knowing how. Amid the condemnation and doubts of a group of players, 404 actually responded. Hee hee. Why do you look down on this kind of behavior? In fact, you all want to try it in your heart. But you are afraid of being poked in the back and dare not try it. That's right. Lin Qing herself has also seen this conversation. But she didn't even like the name. After searching the player's name again, even the 3 fonts of 404 turned gray. Lin Qing had a clue in his heart. It seemed that he was dead. After all, the snapping sound of A013's broken spine was not fake. And the supplies in 404's space backpack also fell into her hands. That's what she deserved. Unexpectedly, this guy actually showed up and teamed up with her openly. And he was really not afraid of being hunted down. I don't know how many players' supplies he robbed. Lin Qing killed him, which was also a harm to the people. I felt more at ease. At this moment, Lin Qing suddenly found that some new messages were refreshed in the chat channel. It was sent by the player named Black Mamba. Lin Qing was very impressed with him because he suggested that people choose to gather in the same room to explore the world outside the door together and obtain supplies to achieve the goal of upgrading the room as soon as possible. Chapter 66 Black Mamba Channel Chat. This person obviously has bad intentions. The suggestions he made seem to be taking advantage of the room survival game. In fact, only the room owner has the dominant power. Lin Qing later figured it out. This person wanted to use this information to attract dependents to achieve the purpose of upgrading the room. Once someone who is not willing to think about it steps into the trap and is in the same room with him, there is a high probability that he will become dependent on this person named Black Mamba. To put it nicely, he is a younger brother. But to put it bluntly, he is a slave. At that time, once this person becomes the dominant one and has no other strong constraints, he will definitely intensify the exploitation of other players. And even do whatever he wants, and do things with a lower bottom line. Although they have never met, Lin Qing's impression of him has become worse. At this time, she slowly slid the screen and saw the long message he sent. I am Black Mamba, who has been in the toy house world these days. If anyone can provide information, I will reward you greatly. Black Mamba. What's wrong with you? Why are you asking this suddenly? I remember that Chi Feng has been to the toy house world. Black Mamba. Can you ask him? Can you get a reward for providing this information? Of course. Add me as a friend later, and I will send it to you privately. Let me explain. I have a brother named 404. He has been in the toy house world these days. Suddenly I saw his ID turn gray. I don't know what happened there. So I want to ask someone. So that's it. But even the players there may not know how 404 died. Right? After all, everyone is not necessarily in the same area. So I want to ask someone. If anyone has seen it, they can also collect the body for my brother, which can be regarded as an explanation. Wow. Black Mamba is very good and really loyal. Black Mamba. We'll put it here first. If anyone can provide a complete list of players, I will definitely reward him handsomely. But if someone harms him, I will not let the culprit go. Oh my god. From what Black Mamba said, is there someone who specifically targeted your brother? There seem to be quite a few players who went to the toy house world. So the chances of finding someone should be quite high. Wait, I checked 404. Didn't this guy rob other players before? I almost fell into 404's hands. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect him to die. He really deserves it. As the saying goes, God will do the right thing. Reincarnation. Retribution is inevitable. Ha ha ha. So it was this person. 404's reputation in our channel has long been bad. It seems that he deserved this fate. Hee hee. It seems that the truth has come out. Maybe a player was robbed by 404 and then hurt him. Or asked relatives and friends to teach him a lesson. It seems normal. Disband? Disperse? This Black Mamba is not a good person. The infamous proposal that several players should find materials to upgrade a room was made by him. I wonder how many people in the channel chose to do it. This person has a vicious heart. And the 404 he is associated with is not a good person either. It seems that they are snakes and rats in the same nest. And they are not good birds. I agree with the above statement. There are actually people who call him boss. This person does not deserve it. Oh my god. Someone revealed that Qi Feng was in the toy house world. Is Qi Feng in danger? At King Feng's Inn. You must pay more attention to this person. I wonder if he will use any despicable means. The betrayer deserves death. Oh my god. Is this the beginning of a declaration of war? The top players in the rankings are actually starting a civil war because of this kind of thing? Calm down. Guys, don't be impulsive. Don't panic. Didn't I say before that a lot of players have gone to the toy house world recently? And they may not be King Feng's Inn. Anyway, I feel the storm is coming. I am a bystander. And I don't know how long I will live anyway. So let the storm come more violently. Black Mamba. I want to ask you. Report. When I was in the toy house world, I seemed to hear the name of Baofu De Lao. He seemed to be in that world too. You can also ask him. Oh my god. Is it the player who got rich overnight? The number 1 player. I remember that 404's latest ranking seemed to be 10th. At present, it seems that among the top 10 players in the scoreboard, only Baofu and Qi Feng De Lao are in that world. Things seem to be getting more interesting. Fuck. Are you hinting at something above? Delete it. Fuck. The above is provoking a fight. For a rookie who vaguely knows the truth. It's really scary to think about it. At Baofu De Lao. Come and clarify it. Wait. Family members. What did I find? Next to the ID of Baofu, there is a level 5 room. Oh my god. What? Level 5 room? Wow. The newbie who worked so hard to upgrade to level 3 room was envious. Oh my god. It seems that King Feng's Inn is only in level 3 room. Is there such a big difference between the first and second place? Now that the topic has turned to this, I can't sit still anymore. I have sent a private message to Baofu De Lao to ask him how he upgraded so quickly. At one night, Baofu De Lao, please give me a guide. Please give me information about the materials for upgrading later. I want to save materials in advance to upgrade the room. Family, look what I found again. I am in level 3 room now. And I can see the upgrade information of level 4 room. Level 3 room requires 40 planks, 12 bronze ingots, 40 nails, and 50 stones, while level 4 room requires 80 planks, 24 bronze ingots, 80 nails, 100 stones, and 30 black crystals. The number of rooms between level 3 and level 4 is almost double. Oh my god. So the level 5 room will double in size? My eyes went dark when I saw the chat here. How long will it take to collect enough materials? The number of nails and stones alone makes me discouraged. Excuse me. Why haven't you seen the last upgrade material before? Is the black stone also decomposed from the treasure chest? Yes. But let me correct you. It is black crystal. It is a room upgrade material decomposed from the black stone treasure chest. I have seen it in the previous world. But because the monsters harvested near the black stone treasure chest are too strong and my firepower is too weak, I was almost killed by the monsters and could only leave with regret. But with such a strong guardian monster, there must be a lot of good things in the black stone treasure chest. I have learned a lot. It turns out that there is a black stone treasure chest. It seems that the black stone treasure chest is above the bronze treasure chest. Seeing this, a sneer flashed in the eyes of Black Mamba. Rich Overnight and Qin Feng Zhan. I will remember you. Chapter 67 Counterattack. At the same time, Lin Qing also saw the chat messages of everyone in the channel. The chat atmosphere became more and more tense and serious. Some players spoke for Black Mamba and 404. Some questioned them. And some defended Qi Fengzhan and her. As for those who defended her, you don't need to look to know that there is a mouthful of food and a mouthful of water. It turns out that 404 and Black Mamba are in the same group. Lin Qing touched his chin and figured out what Black Storm meant. Regardless of whether he really wanted to avenge 404 or deliberately targeted her or Qi Fengzhan, his goal has been achieved now. The players in the channel have already recognized that they have made enemies with Black Mamba. If you meet a player with a low bottom line and are in the same world as her, it is easy to be tempted to reveal the news of the two to Black Mamba, or do some tricks in secret. Although she is now at the highest level in the room and has a lot of props, it would be bad if she capsized in the gutter. As for Qi Fengzhan, Lin Qing had contact with him twice. He had good feelings and strong abilities. He was a friend worth making friends with. Although Lin Qing didn't want to cause trouble, if he encountered trouble and took the initiative to come to the door, he would definitely not be afraid of trouble. Haha. You want to launch a mass attack to surround me? It seems very smart. Lin Qing smiled. But she also knew this method. So when everyone was chatting, Lin Qing took the initiative to speak. Yes, I killed 404. This person had ill intentions and wanted to rob me. It was purely a legitimate counterattack. Fuck. What did I see? The rich boss is so tough. I was still guessing whether it was Qi Feng boss or rich boss. But I didn't expect the rich boss to jump out directly. See, 404's luck has already collapsed in the channel. He has committed many murders and robberies. But this time he hit a hard wall. I remember that the rich boss once avenged Rose Knight and killed the exploding Willow War. I didn't expect that he would also eliminate harm for the people this time. He did a great job. The rich boss is awesome. This kind of person deserves to die. Lin Qing continued to speak. Seeing that everyone is asking about the strategy for upgrading the room, I would like to share it with you. The room upgrade does double the resources. The level 4 room has 30 more black crystals, and the level 5 room has 10 more coppers. The previous player is right. As far as I know, black crystals are obtained by decomposing black stone treasure chests, and can also be obtained in worlds such as mines. As for copper, I also got it by chance, and I haven't encountered the relevant treasure chest yet. Wow. Thank you for your advice, boss. Point. Thank you for sharing for free. I accept this way of winning people's hearts. However, although the upgrade materials are demanding, there will be many benefits after upgrading the room. Level 4 rooms have more showers and planting areas, where you can take a shower and grow your own vegetables. But the current planting area is only 5 grids x 1 square meters, and the planting area is limited. My god. I didn't expect the level 4 room to be so good. I haven't taken a good shower since I came to this world. It turns out that only high-level rooms can enjoy this function. Can you grow vegetables? I finally have some hope. I'm almost running out of vitamin C from eating bread all day. And eating fresh fruits and vegetables is a big problem. Even if some players don't know how to sell, it's still very difficult to get them from opening boxes. Wait for the upgrade rewards of the level 5 room. Rookies also need to paint a big picture for the future. Well, for a level 5 room, the planting area will be expanded by 5 grids, and there will be a fireplace for heating in the room. The most important thing is that the room has a defense system, and the equipment can be controlled in the room. So even if you don't go out, you can drive away the enemies outside the door. What did I hear? Defense system. Wow. Cool. There is actually a defense system. So doesn't it mean that I can hide in the room and wait for monsters to come? I dreamed that after upgrading to a level 5 room, monsters came to my door, and I must kill them hard to vent my anger. Wow. The rich boss is so gentle and powerful. Please support me. Please support me. Get out of the way upstairs. Don't pollute the boss's eyes here. Family. I understand. No wonder the rich boss is so tough. It turns out that the level 5 room is so awesome. Oh my god. Now the rich boss is publicly. Are you showing off your strength and declaring war on Black Mamba by sending messages to the room? I am not afraid if I have the strength. Black Mamba is obviously not a good guy. I support the rich boss to fight. Looking at the screen swiping, Lin Qing saw that his goal was achieved and sent another message. It seems that Black Mamba is offering a reward to me just now. So I will also send a message to offer a reward to Black Mamba. If anyone can reveal his whereabouts or tell me about him, I will also reward him heavily, whether it is room upgrade resources or weapons. If the information is important and true, I will reward a prop. First come first served. If you don't give it, you can expose me in the channel. Oh my! He is indeed a rich boss. So arrogant that he even gives props. The props are so rare. And the rich boss actually gives props. Woo woo woo. I just want to upgrade my resources. It would be great if I could meet Black Mamba. Don't make trouble upstairs. Black Mamba must be a secretive person. It's even harder to contact him now. If he is really a ruthless person, it will be a death if you meet him. Ha ha ha. No matter what. The trick of the rich boss is powerful. Now let's see how Black Mamba responds. Ha ha ha. Since the rich boss came out, Black Mamba has not spoken. Is he scared? Black Mamba wanted to plot against the rich boss, but he didn't expect the rich boss to turn the situation around overnight. Awesome. Ha ha ha. Black Mamba failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice. His reputation has been ruined. Black Mamba has indeed not responded. But Lin Qing's goal has been achieved. As long as the wind is spread, there must be someone willing to give out the news of Black Mamba for the sake of profit. So Black Mamba wants to surround her with the human sea tactics. And the same is true in reverse. Now, it's a matter of who gets the news from the other party first. It seems that in the future world, I have to pay attention to the players around me. As Lin Qing thought about this, he suddenly received a message from Qin Fengzhan. I'm so rich. I didn't expect that it was you who really killed 404. Well, 404 wanted to ambush me and even occupy the room. But I solved it first. Lin Qing still explained to Qin Fengzhan. Well done. I support you too. Keeping such people will cause endless trouble. But Black Mamba is quite powerful. If he really wants to avenge 404, he may kill him in the future. You should pay more attention to safety. Okay. I understand. After finishing the chat with Qin Fengzhan, Lin Qing was also a little tired. It seems that in a few hours, the world outside the door will change again. She has to conserve her energy and prepare for tomorrow. Chapter 68 World 5, Parasitic Dormitory. When Lin Qing woke up in the morning, his mind was much clearer. Then he heard the voice of the prompt system. Ding. The world outside the host's door has been updated. Ding. After system detection, the world outside the door is now a parasitic world. The difficulty is medium to high. But because the dungeon is of a special type, the mortality rate is extremely high. So it is recommended that the host explore with caution. The name of this dungeon is Parasitic Dormitory. Due to strange changes in the school dormitory, the students have turned into parasitic monsters that thirst for blood and eat flesh. Here, you will play a normal student, trying to survive and explore the truth in a dangerous and treacherous dormitory. In addition, other players in the same area appear in the world where the host is located. So it is recommended that the host be vigilant. Parasitic Dormitory? Lin Qing silently recited the name of the dungeon, and his heart suddenly tightened. And he was vigilant about the world outside the door. It sounds a bit like the zombie world. But since the danger level is medium to high, it means that this world is not safe. So it is better to be careful. However, this time there are still players entering this world. And I don't know how many. And the casualty rate must be high. According to the system, the world outside the door has been occupied by monsters that parasitize humans. Once the players are unprepared and mistake them for normal NPCs, the players who lack props will inevitably die. No wonder it is said to be above average. It seems that a group of people will be eliminated when leaving the room. I don't know how smart the parasitic monsters are. Will they break into the room? Lin Qing frowned and analyzed. According to the experience of the Toy House world, the higher the level of the room, the higher the safety, and the higher the defense value. The good news for her now is that she now has the expulsion system outside the door, as well as weapons and props in hand. So her defense is pretty stable. However, she can't let her guard down. After all, she once suffered a loss when fighting against the three-headed dog in the Toy House world. Besides, she and the Black Mamba have a grudge. And if his people are in this world, it will be bad. Thinking of this, Lin Qing cooked a bowl of noodles for herself, added the poached eggs that Gugu chicken laid yesterday, and then ate a chicken sandwich. Only with sufficient satiety can you maintain your physical strength and fight against the monsters outside the door. At this moment, Lin Qing saw the little bear sitting in the corner. It sat there quietly, neither disturbing nor making trouble. Just like a real teddy bear. Lin Qing waved at it. Little bear, come here. The little bear heard Lin Qing's voice, swayed its huge cotton body and stood up. Walked to Lin Qing. Master, what's wrong? Lin Qing looked at the little bear, and the deflated place had been refilled. The wounds on his body were basically sutured, but there were a dozen needle marks left, which looked a bit rough. Lin Qing asked, can you make bombs now? The little bear nodded, yes. Master, according to the current level, how many bombs can you make? The little bear lowered his head and counted his fingers, and stretched out a palm to her. I can make 5 bombs. Master. Lin Qing nodded. The level of the bomb little bear was indeed 5. She took out 5 small items from the space, and waited for the little bear to make bombs. Since the little bear can be designated to make bombs, she has to pay attention in the future and prepare more items for it from outside. After all, a large part of the supplies she has now were collected from the small shops in the zombie world. And the supplies she brought back were all useful. It would be a pity to waste them. While thinking this, the little bear had already held the items in his palms one by one, and then returned them to Lin Qing. Lin Qing put the 5 things back into the space backpack, ready to take them out when there was danger. Then, Lin Qing added food and shoveled shit for the cuckoo chicken, watered the vegetables in the planting area on the 2nd floor, and completed a series of tasks in the morning as usual, and then heard the original survival system task. The radio by the door suddenly vibrated, and a magnetic female voice came out. The world outside the door has been updated, and the 48-hour countdown has been turned on. Please enjoy exploring. Note, room assimilation has been turned on. The current room level of the player represents the defense level of the world outside the door. Good luck to the players. The prompts are still the same as the previous world, making it hard to tell whether the world outside is good or bad. However, when Lin Qing walked to the door, he seemed to hear a burst of hurried footsteps and screams for help in the corridor outside the door, and then ran farther and farther away. Sure enough, the world outside the door has long been occupied by those parasitic creatures, so we have to be careful. However, since this is a school dormitory, if other players are here, it seems that they will be in a dormitory in the dormitory building, and the chances of meeting each other will increase significantly. Lin Qing made a guess based on the movement and noise. However, the world outside the door soon returned to peace again, and it seemed that the danger was temporarily lifted. In this case, a 013. You come out with me. Lin Qing opened the door of the storage room next to him, and snapped his fingers at A013, who was sitting in the corner. A013 looked up and nodded at her when he heard Lin Qing's voice. Then he followed behind Lin Qing. Lin Qing looked at him, still with a cold look, thinking of the parasitic monster outside the door, and suddenly had a sudden thought. If the parasitic monster outside the door can parasitize humans, then can zombies also parasitize? This should not belong to the human race. However, we still have to be vigilant. I only have A013 as a helper now. If I am controlled by those parasitic creatures, it will be bad. Thinking of this, Lin Qing decisively found a helmet for A013 to wear. In addition to covering his non-human appearance, it might also prevent the parasitic creatures outside the door from invading the brain. All black, with a black helmet. Well, it looks pretty good. The defense value is also full. Lin Qing nodded to him with satisfaction. She herself was wearing a set of camouflage tactical clothes that she opened from the Blackstone treasure chest last night. The boots, clothes and helmet were all a set. She had an AK on her chest, a dagger, a fine steel saber, and a freezing gun, as well as 5 small bombs made by Bomb Bear that were easy to carry. It looks like the firepower value is full. Okay, let's go! At this time, Lin Qing also pulled down the glass cover of the helmet of the tactical uniform, then held the door handle of the room and slowly turned it. With a creak, the door in front of her was gently opened, and then she walked out a few steps. She saw everything in the corridor. In the field of vision was a dim corridor. Many dark yellow dormitory wooden doors, shaking overhead, flickering incandescent lights, and large patches of undried blood and broken pieces of meat on the white walls. It seemed that a massacre had happened here. Lin Qing's face suddenly darkened. Chapter 69 Qinjun. Lin Qing saw that a female corpse hanging by the neck was dangling on the opposite door a few steps away from her. She was wearing a white shirt and a black and blue checkered knee-length skirt. Her hands were stiff and hanging on both sides. Her black hair was long to her chest, covering her face vaguely, making it difficult to see her expression. What was shocking was that a big hole was cut open in her abdomen, and her internal organs and intestines fell to the ground, and blood was dripping all over. It was as if something had drilled out of her stomach. Lin Qing thought, "Is this the parasite?" However, it seems that this is an abandoned parasite. Where did the parasitic monster go? She scanned the surrounding environment and saw that there was indeed a long blood stain on the ground. But it disappeared quickly. It looks like it ran away. Could it be that these parasitic monsters also run away? Lin Qing did not understand the logic for the time being, but it did not affect her actions. Her room was right here, and the female corpse was hanging near the door, which always felt a bit unlucky. Lin Qing swung his long knife and cut off the thin rope on the head of the female corpse. With a bang, the female corpse fell stiffly to the ground. Lin Qing held the AK and observed the female corpse that fell to the ground for a while from a few steps away. Seeing that there was indeed no strange creature crawling out of it, she breathed a sigh of relief. There should be no residue. At this time, she picked up the thin rope on the ground and handed it to A013 behind her. "Pull this corpse and follow behind me. We will move her farther away." A013 nodded through the helmet to show that he understood. At this time, Lin Qing planned to continue exploring. However, there are almost identical dormitory doors nearby, and there may be several floors. So, which direction should she go? At this time, the prompt system suddenly sounded. The host is currently on the second floor of the dormitory building. The probability of obtaining a treasure chest is extremely low. It is recommended to explore the upper floors first. There is a certain chance of obtaining wooden and bronze treasure chests on the third floor, but they are guarded by parasitic monsters. There is a black stone treasure chest on the fourth floor, but it is a treasure chest that has been opened and contaminated by parasites. It is not recommended for the host to obtain it. There is a copper treasure chest on the fifth floor, but it is still guarded by a parasite. You can try to obtain it. In addition, there is a dormitory administrator guarding the first floor of the dormitory. It is not recommended to conflict with him for the time being. Hearing this voice, Lin Qing's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, the prompt given by the system this time was so clear. It saved her a lot of effort. It seems that the first floor cannot be reached for the time being, so find the stairs to the upper floor. Lin Qing glanced at the nameplate of her room and silently memorized the dormitory floor number. 208. It seems that the door of the room will not change again this time. She must not get lost and forget where the room is. After all, the room is her safest guarantee. Lin Qing was cautious and moved forward slowly, while being alert to the monsters that suddenly appeared in the corner. Just after walking a few steps forward, a dormitory door was suddenly opened, and a strong smell of blood wafted out. Lin Qing shuddered all over and almost shot at it, and then heard a cold female voice suddenly coming from the dormitory door. "Don't shoot. I'm also a player." Hearing this voice, Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief, but did not let down his guard. After all, it is still unknown whether these monsters will parasitize the players. "Come out first. I will make a decision. Otherwise I will throw a bomb inside." At the same time, she pointed the muzzle of the gun at the door of the room, intending to shoot if something went wrong. There was a silence inside. After a while, she said softly, "Okay, don't be nervous. I just saw that you have good equipment, and it seems that you can form a team. So I want to get to know you." Soon, Lin Qing saw a tall woman coming out of the dark door. She had a neat short haircut, sharp eyebrows and eyes, and a temperament of being intimidating without anger. She was wearing a black sports vest and trousers, and her powerful hands held two ancient knives with black gold patterns. Now blood is slowly oozing out of the blade, and there are also some black flesh fragments, which looks like she has killed a monster. It is indeed a normal person. If he can come out with equipment, it is impossible for him to be an NPC in this dungeon. Lin Qing's eyes lit up. As a player who also uses a knife, she can see that this player is much stronger than her. At least, he is a martial artist. Lin Qing nodded to her. "Hello." Chen Jun also nodded to her. "Hello. I'm Chen Jun." When the woman saw Lin Qing's outfit, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. After all, even for players, Lin Qing's outfit was too exaggerated. Tactical camouflage, helmet, AK. Those who don't know would think she came back from a battlefield. However, the essence of survival games is survival and obtaining resources. This girl's equipment is so good. It must be opened from a very precious box. This is not only luck, but also requires strength. Therefore, this is why Qinjun intends to cooperate with her. This world does not look like a normal world. It seems that there is a monster that we need to be vigilant against. Qinjun pointed to the room that had just come out. And I just saw a group of players in another building. They relied on their strength and directly robbed the equipment of a player who had just come out. They looked very difficult to deal with. So, for now, cooperation is a better choice. Lin Qing understood what she meant. The number of floors in this dormitory building may be limited, and players will definitely meet and compete with each other. If you want to get the treasure chest and keep the resources in your hands, fighting alone is not a good choice. So she will look for companions. However, Lin Qing asked, "You said there is another group of people. Do you know who they are?" Qinjun shook his head. "I hid in the dark and didn't hear their conversation clearly." Lin Qing was thoughtful, and inexplicably thought of the matter of the Black Mamba. Will it be related to this? After all, in the world outside the door, it is still useful to have one more friend. If this person is not the other party's eyeliner, then it is a bait. Sooner or later, Lin Qing will confront this group of people. So it is better to face it calmly. So Lin Qing nodded and held out his bracelet. "My name is Lin Qing. Let's add friends. If there is anything, you can contact me at any time." Qinjun also held out his bracelet. After the two added friends, Qinjun saw the ID name that popped up, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "You are the overnight rich?" "Yes." This time, Lin Qing did not hide and decisively admitted it. Qinjun was only surprised for a moment, and soon her face returned to calm. After all, for her, the stronger the teammate's strength, the safer it means. The overnight rich has a good reputation in the regional channel, and it is not the same as the Black Mamba, which is also good news for her. So she took the initiative to say, "I have basically explored most of this floor. The room is basically empty. Or there is a black tentacle-like monster, and there is basically no treasure chest." Lin Qing knew that there was no treasure chest on this floor. So he nodded, then continued to explore upstairs. Chapter 70 Exploration. However, Qinjun still looked hesitant and looked at the man behind her who was dragging a female corpse. "Who is behind you?" Lin Qing almost forgot that A013 also came out this time. After all, his movements were silent, and it was easy for people to ignore his existence. "This is my companion, A013. Lin Qing briefly introduced him, and did not intend to say more. After all, no one would have thought that she would bring a zombie with her. If A013's identity was exposed, it would not be good for her. Through the helmet, Qinjun only vaguely saw that this was a man. She vaguely had a guess. "I didn't expect that he would become rich overnight and form a room with other players." She just thought that the relationship between the two was ambiguous, and the man was the kind of indifferent and taciturn. So she was very tactful, and did not ask any more questions. Soon, the two found the stairwell to the third floor at the end of the corridor. However, although the window in the stairwell was there, Lin Qing tried it, and the door and window were sealed, and could not be pushed open by hand. There was also a vast white fog outside. It seemed that the player could not escape. Lin Qing had an idea in his heart. Qinjun beside him also looked thoughtful. Through the dim stairwell, the two came to the third floor. Lin Qing found an empty room and asked A013 to throw the dragged female corpse into it, which was considered to be the end of the corpse. Qinjun's face obviously flashed a little strange, but she did not show it in front of Lin Qing. She coughed lightly and explained, "My room is 302 on the third floor. I was chased down by a parasite just now, so the third floor has not been explored yet. We can start from here." "Okay." Lin Qing nodded, and she looked around. "Now that the group hasn't appeared, we can explore separately, which will be faster. As for the method, I suggest that each person stays on one side, and stays 3 to 5 rooms away, so that they can be together not far away. And if there is danger, they can help each other." "Okay." Qinjun also nodded briskly. After all, both of them are strong enough to deal with these monsters, and exploring separately can also speed up the exploration progress. And there is no need to argue about the distribution of treasure chests. It is a good suggestion. "Okay. I'll start from the dormitory room here." Lin Qing chose the room on the right, and Shinjun also chose the dormitory he liked. The two pushed open the door of the dormitory one after another. A 013 was responsible for guarding the door, and Lin Qing walked into the room. The view in this dormitory room is still dim, and you can vaguely see the upper and lower tables, the toilet and wash basin at the door, and the open balcony farther away. Without trying this time, Lin Qing knew that the door on the balcony would definitely not be pushed open. There was no one in this dormitory, and it looked like a place where 4 people lived. The bedding on the upper bed was neatly folded, and on the desk below, there were piles of textbooks and homework books, as if the students had just gone to class and had not returned yet. There is no one in this room. Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little surprised. So where did the people in the dormitory go? After a simple check, Lin Qing found nothing. He tried to put some small items on the desk into the backpack space, and this time he put them in easily. She decisively collected some small items that she could carry with her, intending to save them for making bombs for the little bear. In the other dormitory next door, the layout was still the same, and the vision was dim. The difference this time was that she saw the wooden treasure chest in the middle of the dormitory at a glance. But this time, she did not choose to put away the box immediately, because unlike the previous dormitory, this time, there was a slight sobbing and crying sound in the bathroom, and there was a faint sound of water. The scalp of the person who heard it was numb, which was not a good sign. After the change, are there still normal people in this dormitory building? Lin Qing muttered and knocked on the bathroom door cautiously. It was quiet inside for a while, and soon there was a faint question from a girl. Who is it? Who is outside? Is the rescue team here? The person inside asked in a low voice, sticking to the door. The voice sounded normal. However, Lin Qing subconsciously stepped back 2 steps and hid in the blind spot of the bathroom door. Soon, there was a rustling sound from inside, and the person inside asked several times, "Is it really the rescue team outside? Don't scare me. I'm scared. Or is it the dormitory manager? Woo. Auntie, I won't go out. Don't punish me." After these 2 sentences, there was silence for a while, and soon Lin Qing heard a creaking sound, and the wooden door of the bathroom that had been fumigated by water vapor for a long time was opened from the inside. She was surprised to see the face of the girl in front of her. Her face was blue and purple, and her body was fat, and it seemed that she had been swollen for a long time. The blue veins on her skin were visible to the naked eye, as if something was bulging and was about to break out of her body. There was even a faint rotten smell coming from her body. Oh my god! What on earth is this? Is this considered a human? A trace of doubt flashed through Lin Qing's heart. But if it is a parasite, it looks completely different from the female corpse she had seen before. What's going on? Lin Qing just slightly exposed her body, and the girl in the bathroom seemed to have discovered it. She slowly moved her dead fish eyes, and slowly moved her eyes towards Lin Qing. You? Who are you? No, not a student of this school. Lin Qing would certainly not admit that she was not. So she explained, "Of course I am a student of this school, but I just took some precautions. I just came back from outside the school, and I found that there was no one in the dormitory building. Where did they go? The number of students here is obviously not enough, and it looks quite strange. Although this girl looks even weirder, she is at least a little rational." Lin Qing decided to start with her and ask her, "What happened?" The fat and swollen girl moved slowly, lowered her head, and hugged her body. I don't seem to know what happened. Where did everyone go? Why did they leave me alone? I'm so scared." Her eyes, which were originally rolling, were narrowed, and a string of tears flowed out, looking very sad. However, this was not Lin Qing's original intention. She planned to increase the dosage. "What's wrong with you? Why are you hiding in the bathroom and not going out? Why don't you go out with your classmates? Or are you staying in the dormitory because you are sick?" As soon as Lin Qing said this, it seemed to have some effect, and a certain word touched the girl's nerves. She said intermittently, "Woo. I'm sick. I'm hiding in the bathroom because I'm sick. Woo. I seem to be sick. My stomach is inexplicably getting bigger for some reason. Woo. My classmates are all out. It seems that they were called away by the dormitory aunt to do something. I'm hiding in the bathroom because I'm sick and don't want to go out. The dormitory aunt didn't find it." Chapter 71 Parasites. After listening to the words of the girl in front of her, Lin Qing had some guesses in her heart. It seems that the students here have been invaded by parasitic monsters for a long time. And this girl is one of the earliest ones. However, because she had the strongest reaction to being parasitized, she did not follow the normal instructions of the dormitory manager and hid in the bathroom out of fear. So, what about other students? Looking at the situation in the dormitory corridor, it seems that there was an escape, followed by a massacre. It should be that many students hurriedly left the dormitory room and were attacked by some creatures. Is it those parasitic creatures? So where did most of the parasitized students go? Will they leave this dormitory building? Lin Qing has many questions in his heart. I don't know if these questions are related to the main line of this dungeon mission. Just when she wanted to ask about other situations, the girl in front of her suddenly showed pain on her face, holding her stomach and screaming in pain. My stomach hurts. Before she finished speaking, with a bang, she seemed to have lost consciousness, fell heavily to the ground, and knocked open the wooden door of the bathroom behind her. As the wooden door was knocked open, a corner of the bronze treasure chest was vaguely seen, and there was a female corpse that was no longer in human form sitting in the corner. It seemed that even the blood had been drained, and many parts of the body had been torn and bitten. Lin Qing's eyes became fierce, and she immediately shot at the girl lying on the ground without hesitation. As she fired, the girl who was originally lying on the ground suddenly bulged her abdomen, and a black and slippery tentacle emerged at a speed invisible to the naked eye, attacking Lin Qing. Bang, 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 bang. With a burst of gunfire, the black tentacle was full of holes, trembling rapidly, and soon fell down. Lin Qing did not stop, and continued to shoot at the position where the monster came out. Soon, the second and third tentacles were crushed by the powerful firepower before they broke out of the body, and the danger was extinguished in the belly. Lin Qing took out the military knife and poked the parasite with the blade. Finding that there was indeed no danger, he carefully opened the clothes on her abdomen and saw what was underneath. A group of unknown monsters that were still slowly wriggling, like tentacles and leeches, were curled up in her abdomen. Obviously, it was smashed to pieces by bullets, but the broken limb seemed to still move slowly, as if it was devouring the girl's flesh and blood bit by bit, and slowly resurrecting. Fuck. This is the parasitic monster. I didn't expect that its vitality was so tenacious. Can it still not be killed like this? Lin Qing looked at this thing in shock, not knowing what words to use to describe it. Pure physical attacks only broke their bodies, but the monster's instincts were still going on, healing their wounds and reorganizing their bodies. It seemed that even if they were blown into pieces by bombs, they would be resurrected as long as they were given enough time. TSK. So strong? Lin Qing looked at it carefully for a while, and thought of a good idea. She took out the flame lighter from her space backpack and planned to try the effect. With a puff, the flame lighter sprayed a blue tail flame, burning the black monster. This leech-like monster seemed to be roasted by the fire, and soon twisted in pain, making a posture that wanted to attack. But this blue flame seemed like a thorn in the flesh, spreading rapidly along the monster's body until it reached the girl's body, quickly burning her to ashes. The female corpse hiding in the bathroom was also burning, with the sound of crackling. Another broken corpse half sitting inside also burned up, and countless dense black fine wool-like things immediately emerged from it, as if they wanted to escape from it, but were quickly burned to ashes by the blazing flames. Lin Qing's scalp was tingling with excitement at this scene, and it seemed that even intensive phobia was about to occur. Unexpectedly, there was something in the seemingly broken body. If she ignored the danger and walked in for the bronze treasure chest inside, would she be parasitized by the group of smaller monsters? Lin Qing simply couldn't imagine the consequences. Her heart was hairy. After a struggle in her heart, she still walked into the bathroom and opened the bronze treasure chest. After all, it was a waste of effort, and it would be a waste if she didn't open it. This bronze treasure chest contains 10 nails, 10 planks, and a supply of guns and ammunition. Seeing this, Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no food. Otherwise she would not know how to deal with it. After all, even if you know that the items in the treasure chest are generally not affected by the outside world, it is difficult to accept that the treasure chest has been with such disgusting things. Well, except for upgrading resources and ammunition supplies. After decomposing the bronze treasure chest, Lin Qing also collected the wooden treasure chest in the dormitory. However, there are medical supplies in it. Lin Qing continued to explore the dormitory behind and found 3 wooden treasure chests and a bronze treasure chest. With the first experience, it was easy to deal with the parasites near the treasure chest. After exploring the room on her side, Lin Qing stopped to think and waited for Chen Jun in the dormitory on the left. The two basically agreed to go one by one. So Lin Qing did not bother her. It seems that there is enough ammunition in this copy, and players are even encouraged to upgrade the room, Lin Qing thought. After all, the first 2 bronze treasure chests are ammunition supplies, and the 3 wooden treasure chests at the end also open some stone and nail resources, which look slightly different from the previous world. But it is also very consistent with this copy. Lin Qing had a hunch that in this copy, sufficient force and high-level rooms are needed to survive. Soon, Chen Jun also walked out of the last dormitory. When she saw Lin Qing, her face relaxed for a while, and there was sweat on her forehead. And it seemed that she had also experienced a fierce battle. Chen Jun said briskly, "How was the harvest?" Lin Qing nodded. "Not bad. I replenished some ammunition." Chen Jun, "Me too. I feel that there are a lot more weapons in the treasure chest here. And I even opened a grenade." It seems that Chen Jun's harvest is also good. Shall we continue to go up? Chen Jun's eyes fell on the stairwell not far away. It seems that the harvest here makes her full of confidence, and she is eager to explore the upper floors. Lin Qing also followed her line of sight, and fell on the gray cement steps that were exposed. The 4th floor is above. However, the prompt system said that there is a black stone treasure chest on the 4th floor, but it is not recommended for her to obtain it. What does that mean? Is there something more dangerous on the 4th floor? Lin Qing was thoughtful. However, the system has clearly stated that it is not recommended to explore the 1st floor for the time being. The 2nd and 3rd floors have been explored by Chen Jun and her, and there is basically nothing. Then we can only look at the 4th floor and above. Chapter 72 Player Gang. This time, in the stairwell leading to the 4th floor, Lin Qing heard faint quarreling sounds. It seemed that there was a fierce dispute between the players, and it was indeed coming from the 4th floor. This stairwell only reached the 4th floor. Going up, the stairwell door leading to the 5th floor dormitory was locked, and it seemed that tools were needed to open it. Going up, there were no stairs. It seemed that this dormitory building had only 5 floors at most. Chen Jun listened to the sound and frowned. It seems a little familiar. It feels like the group of players I met before. I'll go over and check it out. As she said, she walked towards the door of the stairwell on the 4th floor. After a while, she flashed back, her face slightly relieved. It seems that this group of people is in trouble. What happened? Chen Jun explained. It sounds like this group of people is overbearing and has provoked a group of players who are even more difficult to deal with. One of the teammates of this group accidentally discovered that there was a black stone treasure chest in a water room, but it was also guarded by monsters. So he called his teammates to come over and planned to fight together. But he didn't expect that after calling people over, he met another group of people looking for treasure chests. So the 2 groups had a dispute. 2 more people went later, and it seems that they also came to explore the 4th floor. They didn't conflict with the 2 groups for the time being, but the situation became more and more tense. So that's it. Lin Qing nodded. Now that all 3 groups have found the black stone treasure chest, it seems that we don't have any chance. Chen Jun also showed regret, but he didn't intend to give up. The stairwell door on the 5th floor is locked, and the key must be on the 4th floor. If we want to go to the 5th floor, we must go to the 4th floor. On the 1st floor, I see there is an iron gate blocking it, and it looks locked. Why don't we go downstairs and try? Lin Qing shook her head. On the 1st floor, it's better not to go first. Chen Jun looked puzzled, but didn't say much. Players who enter the survival game will get some props more or less. Props are all kinds of strange, and it is not impossible to detect danger. She tried. Why don't we go over there to join in the fun and see if we can get a bargain? Lin Qing knew that the place she was referring to was the 4th floor. After all, with them, they would enter the 4th group of forces. It seems that there are more players in this dungeon world than she imagined. It sounds interesting. Okay, let's go over there to join in the fun. Lin Qing nodded. After all, she was also very curious about what was inside the black stone treasure chest that could not be obtained. I tell you, I was the first person to discover the black stone treasure chest. It belongs to me. Do you understand the rule of first come first served? I don't understand. This treasure chest originally belongs to an ownerless thing. Anyone can get it. You say it is yours. You call it, and it will respond? That's right. Our team had arranged the plan to lure out the monster inside and kill it. Who knows that a group of people suddenly jumped out from somewhere and said that the monster was discovered by you. Maybe you saw our team's tactics and knew that there were good things inside. So you made up a bunch of nonsense to steal the results. You are talking nonsense. If I hadn't seen the black stone treasure chest inside and there were monsters guarding it, I would have run back to call for help. How could you have gotten there first? Maybe you saw me and reported back. And then you saw the black stone treasure box. You're talking nonsense. Lin Qing saw from a distance that the three groups were standing in different positions. Two of the groups were arguing, and the other group was watching the excitement. Although the two groups were arguing fiercely, they were also alert to the two people in the third party. They just said it, and didn't dare to act easily, for fear of being caught by the mantis and the oriole. At this moment, the three parties saw Lin Qing and the other two coming over, and they also put down their quarrels at the same time, turned their heads together, and looked at them gloomily. TSK. Why are there three more people? It seems that there are quite a few players in this world. A young man wearing earrings and leaning against the wall in a lazy manner spoke first, and then spit out a bubble of chewing gum. You are not allowed to come. This is our territory. The man who was originally arguing with a loud voice spoke again. Are you here to rob things again? Damn it. If you can't do it, just kill the newcomers first. The other burly man who was arguing also said. However, although he said so, it was just bluffing. The teammates behind him, and the two groups standing in place also had no intention of taking action. After all, there were three people coming. Two of them were wearing masks and helmets, and they looked very powerful. One of them was wearing tactical camouflage and carrying an AK, and she was obviously not afraid of anything. And the other woman, tall and strong, with two black ancient swords on her back, looked very difficult to mess with. Hee hee. Lin Qing chuckled. She lifted the glass mask. This dungeon world is so big, and there are only so many places to explore. The floors are originally unowned lands, and anyone can come to explore. Are you the administrator of the dungeon world? You are so nosy. Seeing Lin Qing's face, the sturdy man who was arguing sneered. I didn't expect it was a woman. I was scared. Another man also said, hee. They are just two yellow-haired girls. What strength can they have? You are quite eloquent. I don't know if your strength matches your mouth. The young man with earrings also sneered. It seems that he is not easy to mess with. Lin Qing looked calm. He stopped a dozen steps away from them, glanced at their faces, and finally his eyes fell on the water room not far away. Don't panic, everyone. We two sisters just cleaned the lower floor and wanted to see what is on this floor. Since you don't welcome us, we will leave. However, before leaving, we have to find a key to the 5th floor. What key or no key? We didn't see it, one of the quarreling men said viciously. However, a player behind him pulled his clothes. Brother Wang. It seems to be. I saw it outside the bathroom. What are you looking at? The player named Brother Wang's face darkened, and he scolded fiercely. The others also shook their heads, looking like they were crying because of their teammates' stupidity. Sure enough, it's there. It looks like we don't need to look for it. Lin Qing smiled. The strength she just revealed intentionally or unintentionally. The other three groups did not dare to act rashly. After all, for them, this woman said that the two of them had cleared the 2 floors below, and it seemed that they were not someone to be trifled with. If you have a conflict with such a person, it is not worth it now. After all, there are 4 groups of forces, but there is only one Blackstone treasure chest. Chapter 73 Blackstone Treasure Box. Do you really just want the key? In this quiet and strange atmosphere, the player named Brother Wang suddenly spoke, although he was very reluctant. After all, it was extremely difficult to encounter a Blackstone treasure box, and it might not be even on the 5th floor. It was just giving them the key to the 5th floor, so it didn't matter. There were 5 people on their side, and there were 2 other forces. After the door of the stairwell on the 5th floor was opened, could the 3 of them defend it? Haha. It was nice to think about it. So he pretended to agree. Okay. I can promise to give you the key to the stairwell on the 5th floor, but you have to promise that you will watch during this period and not attack us. Lin Qing agreed immediately. Okay. She glanced at the people around her with a smile. Do you have any opinions? although the other two teams around looked unfriendly. Especially the young man with earrings snorted coldly. They didn't say anything, obviously tacitly agreeing. After all, they were naturally happy to have one less person competing for the Blackstone treasure box. The three groups seemed to have agreed to enter the water room together and open the Blackstone treasure chest. After all, when it is opened, whoever has the strength can grab the props inside. If more time is wasted, more players may come. Lin Qing and Chen Jun stood a dozen steps away from the water room and watched. This position can see what is happening inside through the glass on the side. And if there is any problem, it will not be affected. Seeing that Lin Qing did not show interest in the Blackstone treasure chest, although Chen Jun was puzzled in his heart, he did not say much. After all, no matter what this kind of boss does, he has his own reasons. Since he has formed an alliance with her, Chen Jun still trusts her very much. The three forces each sent one person to enter the water room together and walk towards the Blackstone treasure chest placed in the center. Lin Qing narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at the items in the dim water room. A 1-meter-high iron water boiler, 3 public washing machines, a shoe washing machine, a row of sinks, and several hair dryers hanging on the wall. Soon, she found that under the hair dryers, there seemed to be a layer of black hair, like hair that fell accidentally. What is that? Chen Jun followed her line of sight and also found obvious abnormalities. What is what? The man named Brother Wang came over, fearing that the three people here would do something small. So he did not go in personally, and only sent a younger brother from the team. The other forces also sent only their own men. The young man with earrings also stayed outside. Are you sure you killed the monster guarding the Blackstone treasure chest? Chen Jun frowned as he looked at the black squirming hair. Of course. I killed it myself. At this time, Brother Wang sneered. We spent a lot of effort on this guy. Otherwise, we wouldn't have let the bluffing people get the advantage. Another strong man named Lan Ting immediately fought back. Who told you to do it? If the messenger hadn't left you to take advantage of the opportunity, we could have solved this monster. The two wanted to argue. But at this moment, the person inside was opening the treasure chest. And the black hair-like creature in the corner suddenly started to move. It swam quickly along the wall and pounced on the three people next to the Blackstone treasure chest at lightning speed. Oh no! It's a monster. There are actually 2 monsters. Brother Wang's eyes became fierce, and he immediately rushed in with his weapon. But it was too late. Among the 3 people, only the teammate with the earring youth reacted the fastest. He ducked, rolled to the side quickly, and took out his pistol to shoot. The other 2 were entangled by the black silk monster. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the black hair pierced the player's body and tried to drill into the body through the 7 orifices. The man who fired the gun did not shy away and shot directly at the 2 people. Bang, bang, bang. Unexpectedly, this black silk monster like water was very flexible, and the bullet easily drilled through the monster's body without hurting the monster at all. Damn it! The player quickly dodged and left, and saw Brother Wang rushing in with a machine gun. Cursing, fuck! You hurt my brother. Damn it! The bullets poured out like water, but they only shot holes in the 2 unlucky players. The black-haired monster still occupied the body, with a few strands of hair scattered, as if provoking Brother Wang. When seeing this scene, Lin Qing had an idea in her mind. Could it be that this more advanced parasitic monster already has its own thoughts? She was a little uncertain, but in this world, anything can happen, so she had to be more careful. Brother Wang, use fire. At this time, Brother Wang knew that ordinary weapons were useless against monsters, so he also chose to use gasoline. At the same time, another team member threw out a lit match, and a raging fire immediately ignited. The monster that got into the human body was burned, and immediately curled up its body. The black silk thread stained with gasoline and flames rolled into a ball, rolled on the ground, and then got into the sewer under the pool. Is it running away? Chen Jun frowned at the scene, always feeling a bad premonition. The monsters she had encountered before were all those who acted only on instinct. As long as they were cut off, there was nothing to worry about. Unexpectedly, this monster would actually run away. The other 2 groups of forces were obviously not friendly. If the monster had wisdom and could hide in the sewer, it would be impossible for them to defend against it. Be careful. I'll go in and take a look. Lan Ting explained to his subordinates with a dark face, and also went in. This time, the 2 opened the Blackstone treasure chest together. Unexpectedly, the bottom of the box was actually densely packed with black water eggs floating in it. Damn! What is this? When he opened it, Brother Wang's pupils shrank fiercely. He didn't expect that after so much effort, he would get this result. Lan Ting's face turned pale. This can't be the prop of the black stone treasure chest. It seems that the black stone treasure chest has been opened by someone, and the monsters here have made a nest. Seeing this scene, the young man with earrings sneered. I thought it was something good, but it turned out to be a monster nest. It's really boring. Liao Han. Let's go! As he said, he seemed to be really bored and left with his companions. At this time, the bosses of the two forces looked at each other at the same time, not knowing what to do with this treasure chest. Finally, one of them gritted his teeth and said, Burn all these monster eggs. At least take down the room upgrade materials. Soon, under the intense burning of gasoline and flames, these black monster eggs were burned clean. Chapter 74 Exploring the 5th Floor. After decomposing the black stone treasure chest, the two men each got 3 black crystals. But after all, one of them died, and the two bosses looked unhappy. At this moment, one of Brother Wang's men suddenly said, Brother Wang, where is the key to the water room? Brother Wang took a look. As expected, the key to the 5th floor was taken away. It was the accomplice of the young man with earrings who had just entered. I didn't expect that he could take the key in the chaos under the monster attack. The hand speed must be fast. The 3 people standing outside the water room disappeared. He kicked the water tank hard. Damn! I didn't expect that I would make waiting clothes for others after all the hard work. Lan Ting reacted the fastest and quickly called his men. Let's go to the 5th floor. The corridor door is locked up there. Maybe there are some good things. However, at this moment, a rustling sound suddenly sounded in the water room again. Brother Wang subconsciously looked at the water tank he had kicked, and suddenly thought of something. His face suddenly changed, and he rushed to the door frantically. Let's run! However, before he finished speaking, the dense monsters hiding in the water pipes had been awakened. They jumped out of the pipes one by one, like jellyfish on the beach, and jumped to the ground one by one. However, unlike the dead jellyfish, this monster has extremely strong vitality and speed. When it saw the human body, it was like a hyena smelling blood in the wild, and it pounced on it frantically. At this time, Lin Qing and others were standing in the stairwell on the 5th floor. Screams were heard from the 4th floor from time to time. Then came the sound of bullets, and the chaotic footsteps of 2 groups of people running frantically in the corridor. Lin Qing thought, no wonder the system didn't recommend her to get this box. So this is what happened. They are really 2 groups of idiots. There is obviously a nest made by parasitic monsters there, and they don't run quickly. Aren't they going to die? Not far away. Zhongqi looked disdainful, spit out a bubble from his mouth, and took the key in the stairwell on the 5th floor and turned it in circles with his index finger. He glanced at Lin Qing and the other 2. You are alert. You retreated immediately when you saw something wrong, and you knew that I followed with the key in my hand, which seems like a smart person. Qin Jun glanced at him and said, as long as you are not a fool, you can always see your little movements, which is not difficult. Stop talking nonsense. Open the door quickly. I don't know if that group of people will come here. At this time, Zhongqi slowly inserted the key into the keyhole. With a click, the rusty iron lock was opened. Instantly, the stuffy and humid air on the 5th floor that had not been blown for a long time came out, with a faint smell of mold. Zhongqi stepped back and frowned, fanned the air from his nose with his hand, and complained, it smells so bad. How long has it been since the door was opened? Is there still value in exploring inside? His companion was relatively silent, just walked into the corridor on the 5th floor silently, whispering, no danger. Then, Lin Qing took off his mask and walked in with Qin Jun. This floor has the same layout as the 3 floors below, and there is no difference. It seems that we can only explore 1 room at a time. We are 2 teams. 1 person on each side is not too much, Zhongqi suggested directly. Qin Jun didn't have any objections, but she still glanced at Lin Qing. She nodded at him. I'm fine too. Lin Qing always felt that there was always something strange about the 5th floor that he couldn't explain. Being cautious is not a bad thing. In this way, the 2 teams began to explore the room as usual. But Lin Qing and Qin Jun searched alternately to prevent any danger, and could not recruit reinforcements at any time. After exploring one room after another, Lin Qing found 2 wooden treasure chests. Qin Jun's harvest did not seem to be very big. The closer he got to the end of the 5th floor, the more anxious he became. What's going on? There is not even a bronze treasure chest here. It seems to have been plundered. This is too clean. Zhongqi and Liao Han on the other side also came out. Especially Zhongqi, who looked ugly, as if he had suffered a great loss. Have you two really never explored the 5th floor? I suspect that the lock here is just a cover, he said with suspicion. How is that possible? We might as well go back to our rooms and take a rest if we have the time. Qin Jun also frowned and said, not only you have no gains, we also have no gains. Who knows why? At this time, Lin Qing suddenly said, don't worry. Isn't there one last dormitory that has not been explored? Her sight fell on 534 at the end. When on the 4th floor. This location was originally a water room, but now it is shown as a dormitory. Zhongqi snorted coldly, and didn't hold much hope. Qin Jun nodded and said, let's go over and take a look. Maybe we will get something. She took the initiative to walk over and tried to turn the door handle, but it didn't open. Is the door locked? Lin Qing thought. Let Liao Han do it. Zhongqi pushed Qin Jun away and asked Liao Han to do it. This man, who looked very taciturn, stood at the door and suddenly kicked the door handle hard. With a loud bang, the dormitory door fell directly to the ground. Dust spread and scattered. The 4 people immediately prepared themselves and looked inside. However, as their sights refocused in the darkness, there was no expected monster attacking this dormitory 534. No monster? Qin Jun was also obviously stunned. The remaining few people were also confused. Lin Qing frowned. Be careful. Don't let your guard down. She found a flashlight and shone it inside. At this moment, she vaguely saw a blurry figure in the dormitory, who seemed to be sitting sideways at the desk with a bed above and a table below, and turned his head to look outside the door. The person inside made a sound. A faint but trembling female voice. Who is outside? After saying this, her back froze, as if she was afraid to move because of the light. The 4 people outside the door looked at each other instantly, and Lin Qing took the initiative to stand up and said, we are from the rescue team. We heard that an accident happened here, so we came here to rescue. Zhongqi also said, yes. We are here to rescue people. How are you? Are you okay? Qin Jun quickly understood what they meant, so he followed and said, we have no ill intentions. Just want to see if there are any living people in the dormitory. If you need rescue, we can take you out. Liao Han still did not speak. After a while, the girl seemed to make a rustling sound, as if she had knocked over something. You? Wait a moment. I'll be out soon. She stood up with her hands and feet on the table and slowly walked out of the darkness. Chapter 75 Parasite. This is a pretty girl. She looks like she has been hungry for a long time. She is thin and skinny, and her clothes are loose, like a skinny monkey. However, her eyes are very bright. After seeing Lin Qing and the others, her eyes roll around, and she looks very excited. She asked carefully, are you really a rescue team? At the same time, Lin Qing was also observing the girl in front of him, compared with the person she found downstairs. This girl is a little thinner, but her appearance is obviously normal. Is this also a parasite? Lin Qing was thoughtful, and looked at the people around him. Obviously, they didn't trust the human in front of them. After all, in this world, the existence of a normal person is more terrifying than the appearance of a parasitic monster. Normal is precisely the biggest abnormality. So Lin Qing nodded and continued to make up a story. Well, the outside world has fallen. We are a spontaneous rescue team. We suddenly received a distress signal nearby, so we came to take a look. Qin Jun also nodded. That's right. Zhongqi took 2 steps back, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and looked like he was watching the fun. Liao Han beside him was alert and obviously had a lot of vigilance against the girl in front of him. At this time, the girl continued to speak. She looked pitiful, with tears in her eyes. She wiped away the big crystal tears with the back of her hand. Woo woo woo. It's great. Since the strange thing happened, I have been hiding in the dormitory and dare not go out. The classmates in the dormitory building seem to have died. Only the aunt who manages the dormitory will come. I dare not speak, because the classmates who went out with her have never come back. Listening to her words, It was no different from what the girl downstairs said. However, the three people outside the door were all veterans. If an ordinary person appeared in this world, according to the nature of the system, it would be more likely to trigger the main task. But now the survival system is silent, which makes the girl in front of him more suspicious. So the question is, if this girl is really a parasite, what does she want to do by disguising herself as a human? Chen Jun winked at Lin Qing, took a tentative step forward and said, "Don't be afraid. The parasites around have been cleaned up by us. And it's safe now. Are you the only one in the room? Do you know if there are any other survivors?" The girl shook her head and choked up and said, "No. I have survived until now by relying on the snacks I stockpiled. If no one comes to save me, I will starve to death." The speech is normal. The thinking is clear. And there is no problem at all. At this moment, Lin Qing suddenly spoke, with a trace of inquiry in her eyes. "Is there anything unusual in the dormitory bathroom? Is there any impact on daily water use?" The girl hesitated for a while and shook her head. "I don't eat much. These are fine." She seemed to suddenly remember something and said vigilantly, "It should be almost night now. You don't want to explore anymore. You should hide inside first. The dormitory manager will be here soon." "What dormitory manager?" Chen Jun asked, following her train of thought. The girl shook her head, as if she thought of some terrifying scene. "She will come at night. If she finds the students, she will use a machete to chop the dormitory door to pieces and drag the students out of the dormitory. It's so scary." As she spoke, the girl seemed to have determined that they were good people. She stretched out her hand to grab Chen Jun without any defense and wanted to invite them in. At this moment, Chen Jun decisively drew her knife and chopped the girl's arm that was about to touch her. At this moment, Lin Qing also decisively fired. With a scream, the girl with a delicate face in front of her flashed back to the dormitory, holding the broken arm and the abdomen where the bullet had made a wound, and began to wail, "Why are you doing this? Why do you do this? I just want to invite you in. Do you need to hurt me?" Her tone also became weird and distorted, as if she had changed into a different person. She didn't open her mouth, but it seemed to come from inside her body. Lin Qing's eyes were sharp. As expected, Chen Jun's face was also serious. It is indeed a parasite. However, the girls in the dormitory refused to admit it. "What parasite? What are you talking about? I am not a monster. I just want to survive." "What's wrong with surviving?" Lin Qing sneered. "You are not wrong to survive. But do you know how to survive?" The girl screamed madly. "I survived on the food in the dormitory. I am right. It's just that sometimes I want to sleep." "That's just sleepy. There is nothing wrong with me. I am a human being." The girl wanted to prove it madly, but it just proved Lin Qing's speculation that this person had a problem. "Then do you remember how long the strange thing happened? This 5th floor is empty. There is not even a parasitic monster, and it is locked outside. And the dormitory manager downstairs can't come up at all. How can I remember how long it took? I slept most of the time. I was so hungry. When I was hungry, I would dream. There would be a lot of delicious food in my dreams. I ate something. I won't die." The girl looked dazed. Her mouth didn't move at all. All the sounds came from her chest and abdomen, as if another person lived in her body. From her excited expression, there was no sign of lying. If it weren't for the mouth, there would be nothing wrong. However, as the blood flowed out of the bullet hole gradually slowed down, and the broken limbs grew back from the place where Chen Jun cut them off, the girl's voice gradually became smaller, and her eyes looked blurred. "What's going on? Am I still dreaming? I must be having a nightmare. Otherwise, how could I dream that rescuers came and attacked me? My body must not become so strange. Yes, it must be." The people outside the door were alert, because while the girl was talking, her broken palm suddenly stretched out dense black silk threads, trying to restore the girl's arm. "What is this?" Chen Jun murmured. This was too surprising. After all, the reality was in front of him. This girl was indeed a parasite. But the difference was that she completely retained human thinking, and did not think that she was a parasitic monster. Lin Qing did not relax his vigilance. Even if it was a monster that retained human thinking, it might not be an enemy to them. At this moment, the girl changed again. She seemed to be in a dream state. Her eyes were blurry, and her limbs were in an extremely relaxed state. As long as you fall asleep, there will be no danger, and all the unpleasant things will disappear. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly collapsed. Chapter 76 Night Falls. Copper Treasure Box. A humanoid monster formed by a group of black filaments stood in the dark dormitory, looking at them with hatred. Kill! Kill! The next second, it was about to rush in front of them. Qin acted decisively, and two ancient knives cut the monster's body, cutting off a lot of filaments. However, when he chopped down again, the blade seemed to be stuck in a soft quagmire, and he didn't cut anything at all. Not good. She quickly retreated, and then saw Lin Qing shooting, and the bullets poured into the monster like water. This action slowed down the monster's attack speed, and it staggered a few steps. Liao Han behind it suddenly took out a heavy iron hammer from the space and hammered it fiercely at the black line monster. The iron hammer, with a flame-like tail flame, hammered in front of the monster. The monster roared again, and the black silk thread turned soft, trying to surround Liao Han and the iron hammer. Liao Han, retreat! At this moment, Zhongqi also took decisive action, spitting out bubbles from the chewing gum in his mouth, flying towards the monster and sinking into the black line monster. With a bang, white light exploded, and the black line monster was torn apart by a violent energy, almost flashing everyone's eyes. Soon, Qin was the first to react. How is it? Is the monster dead? It should be dead. Lin Qing glanced at the interior of the dormitory and could not see anything left, because a big hole had been blown out of the room. It was like a battlefield ruins. How is it? I did a good job. Zhongqi continued to chew his chewing gum, showing off proudly. Look at this monster. It's really difficult to deal with. If you don't have a brain, you might really get caught. Not bad. Lin Qing praised him casually, and roughly figured out the nature of this player. He is obviously a brat who likes to show off. Then, she walked into the dormitory and saw a treasure chest hidden inside. It was a dark purple box, which looked very low-key and luxurious, and looked precious. What treasure chest is this? Qin and Zhongqi also walked in, obviously surprised. Copper treasure chest. Lin Qing gave a positive answer, realizing that there was no danger in the box. She opened the box and saw the items that jumped out of it. Upgraded wooden boards, bronze ingots, nails, stones, black crystals, 3 protective props, and weapons and equipment. Oh my! I didn't expect this to be a copper treasure chest. It looks more advanced than the black stone treasure chest. Zhongqi was obviously shocked. He had seen the black stone treasure chest, which was already very surprising, but he didn't expect the copper treasure chest to have a more generous reward. Qin was also surprised, but he seemed calm. He looked at Lin Qing and said, "How do we distribute these supplies?" Lin Qing smiled. "There are about 3 rooms among us, so how about distributing them according to the number of rooms? That being said, there are 5 of them in total, and 3 rooms sounds reasonable." Qin nodded. "Okay, I have no objection." Although Zhongqi had some complaints, he also understood that this way of dividing them equally was much better than the snatching downstairs. He hummed, glanced at Lin Qing, and then looked at Liao Han. "Okay, no objection." Soon, after dividing up the supplies in the copper treasure chest, and the 12 pieces of materials decomposed from the treasure chest, several people planned to leave this place. Lin Qing suddenly had a question. "How did you get to the 4th floor? I didn't see you downstairs. So how did you suddenly appear?" Zhongqi rolled his eyes and explained. "Ha! This building is connected by a corridor, and we came from another male dormitory building. After Lan Ting and Wang Ge and their people looted the supplies in that building, they found a corridor leading to this side. Although it was blocked, it was not a problem for the time being, so they broke a hole there and came over." No wonder. Lin Qing thought for a while. So that's what happened. This building has only 5 floors, and the first floor is temporarily inaccessible, so the place to explore is indeed limited. She was also wondering why this group of people suddenly appeared. Just then, in the originally silent corridor, the alarm suddenly rang loudly, as if someone suddenly turned on the radio button, and a crackling noise came from inside. "What's going on?" Qin immediately became alert. Lin Qing was also startled by the sudden sound that penetrated her ears. However, she quickly realized. "Is it night time?" Zhongqi glanced at the time. "Yes. I've been out for almost 12 hours. Lin Qing's heart trembled. The intelligent parasitic monster just said that the dormitory manager will come after night falls. I'm afraid he is not lying to us. When night falls, according to the management, the manager will come out to check the room. I also met a parasite who was confused downstairs before. And she also mentioned this person. Chen Jun also looked serious. So what you mean is that the manager of this dormitory is coming out? Lin Qing nodded and took the lead to run back with A013. After all, she had already learned in the toy house world how dangerous it would be if she didn't hide in the room as required. Not to mention this world with parasites. Go back to the room quickly. Your own room is the safest. When Chen Jun and the other two saw Lin Qing start to run, they immediately followed him, along with the sound of them running in the corridor. The sound of the broadcast in the corridor suddenly quieted down, as if someone's heavy breathing could be heard. Huff, huff, huff. Classmates, night has fallen, and it's time for the dormitory administrator to check the rooms. Let me see if there are any cuties still outside, and have it returned to their rooms. The dormitory ant will take a good inventory. Recently, there seem to be fewer students in the dormitory. But it doesn't matter. The ant has submitted an application to the principal, and brought back many new students. Now there are so many more people in the empty dormitory building. You must be very happy. Accompanied by this terrifying female voice with stereo echo. Zhong Qi and Liao Han have already flown back to the 4th floor, intending to return to their original rooms through the corridor. Next was Chen Jun, who was in 302 and easily hid inside. At this time, she called Lin Qing. I don't know if the administrator has gone up to the 2nd floor. It would be bad if she saw you. Do you want to come in and hide? No need. Lin Qing directly rejected her, and quickly disappeared from Chen Jun's sight, and disappeared in the stairwell. Regardless of whether Chen Jun was kind or malicious, Lin Qing still thought it was safer to return to her room. After all, according to the nature of this survival game, it would never allow people to use such a simple bug. Soon, she heard the iron gate creak and open in the stairwell on the 1st floor. Chapter 77 Dormitory Manager Main Mission. Lin Qing's room is in 208, not far from the stairwell. When she ran down, she vaguely saw a shadow cast on the wall under the light. It was a fat and tall woman, who seemed to be carrying something heavy on her back. Looking vaguely, it looked like a machete. Without thinking much, Lin Qing rushed into 208 at lightning speed and closed the door tightly. And at the moment she closed the door, accompanied by heavy footsteps and the sound of iron sliding on the concrete floor, a woman's figure went up to the 2nd floor. Lin Qing leaned against the door and ran down sweating. But after all, she was in her own room, so she was a little relieved. Then, she vaguely saw the dormitory manager in the distance through the defense system panel next to her. This person was fat, almost 7 or 8 times as fat as Lin Qing, and it seemed that he was going to occupy the not-so-spacious corridor tightly, leaving only some vague gaps. Its eyes narrowed into a slit, and the corners of its mouth were wide open, looking like a weird smile, although its lips were not moving. The beautiful female voice in the corridor still sounded. Now, students, welcome the dormitory ants inspection. Everyone's door must be opened. Auntie will check if there are any taboo items in your room. Otherwise, you will be punished by Auntie and locked up in the confinement room. As the broadcast sounded, the monster like a meat mountain was also moving slowly, step by step forward. But with every step, the shabby wall of the dormitory next to it fell off, and it seemed like a layer of gray snow fell on the ground. Lin Qing's room was also affected. Trembling slightly, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect this dormitory manager to be like this. Feeling the force of the wall shaking, Lin Qing knew without thinking what would happen if she fell outside. As for whether to open the door, as the monster requested, Lin Qing of course chose to refuse. Just kidding. If this thing was allowed to come in, it would be a question of how to die. And according to her current room level, even if the monster attacked, she had great confidence that she could resist it. At this moment, the main task of the survival system triggered a reminder. Ding! The player triggered the main plot of the parasitic dormitory dungeon. Dungeon Task 1, Before Dawn. Survive the attack of the dormitory manager for 1 night, not achieved. Dungeon Task 2, Explore the 1st floor of the dormitory and kill the parasitic mother, not achieved. Dungeon Task 1 Reward. Players have a chance to upgrade their existing B-level items once. Dungeon Task 2 Reward the speed, strength and agility values of the player's personal panel. a total of 8 points, which can be freely combined and allocated. Get daily exercise rewards. Players exercise for 20 minutes every day and can get 1 to 5 numerical allocations: speed, strength, agility, with a minimum of 1 point. When Lin Qing heard the triggering of the main task, her eyes lit up. In addition to the B-level item upgrade mentioned by the system, what interested her more was the personal physique points. Exercise for 20 minutes every day. You can get 1 point, which is allocated to speed, strength, and agility. This is exactly the problem she needs to solve now. She has to think carefully about how to complete task 2. In just a short while, Lin Qing had noticed that the dormitory manager was getting closer and closer to her room. But at this moment, he suddenly stopped moving. What's going on? Lin Qing was puzzled and took the initiative to observe the screen on the panel again. The dormitory room not far from Lin Qing, where the female corpse was hung early in the morning, returned to a closed state, and the door was intact. And at this moment, it was suddenly opened from the inside. What's going on? Aren't there no living people there? Soon, Lin Qing realized another possibility. That is, the room refresh time is not fixed. And now other players are refreshed here. This unlucky player. As expected, Lin Qing saw a young man who looked like a player poking his head out of the room. Hey, what's going on? Why is there no one outside? What's the smell outside? Why is it so bad? As if it has been damp for a long time. He muttered and planned to go out to explore. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned his head, he found a weird woman occupying the entire aisle section, and had a deep look at her weird face. I wipe. He was so frightened that he almost jumped up, and subconsciously closed the door to block the terrifying sight. But the problem was that his door opened inwards, and the dormitory manager just took out a finger to block it, and easily blocked the door. The dormitory manager slightly bent his head, looked inside through the crack of the door, and said with a smile, "Student, the auntie wants to check the dormitory. Come out quickly." The player was so scared that he almost peed his pants, shook his head frantically, and tried his best to hold the door. Who are you? I don't need you. In a hurry, he didn't know what props or weapons he took out. And suddenly with a bang, he knocked the palm against the door away. This time, he successfully pushed the door. Unexpectedly, just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he heard a furious roar from outside. Disobedient. There are disobedient classmates who dare to hurt Auntie. Auntie will punish you, take you to the confinement room, and let you have a good meal. The sound was like thunder, overlapping the stereo broadcast in the corridor. The player was so scared that his hands and feet were shaking, and he hurriedly sent a message to the regional channel. Is there anyone who is in a similar horror dormitory? Damn. I just refreshed this world, and there was a weird-looking woman outside the door who wanted to check my dormitory. I almost fell into her hands. What happened? Horror dormitory? Can you describe what the situation is like? It feels a bit like my current world. Damn. I only took a glance and didn't see much. It was similar to a dormitory building in a school. There seemed to be dormitory rooms one by one, and the atmosphere was very depressing. As soon as he finished the sentence, he heard a loud bang and chopped on his door. He was instantly scared. Fuck. Oh. My family? Now that weird woman is chopping the door. What should I do? Go. I guess you encountered a monster riot. Just go up and kill him. Kill him. According to your description, the situation is not good. I guess you are in the same world as me. I am also a dormitory building here. I just heard the broadcast and returned to my room. The broadcast just now sounded, which means that the boss of the dormitory manager is checking the room. I guess you just ran into the gun. Chapter 78 Defense System. Yes, I am also in this world. But I guess I am not on the same floor as you. This world is occupied by parasitic monsters. There are no normal people anymore. The dormitory manager is probably also a parasite. I can only tell you that monsters are afraid of fire, and then you can only wish for the best. What parasite? The player was confused, but it did not prevent him from realizing the horror of this dormitory manager. The woman seemed to be chopping the door with a wide machete. With the sound of chopping the door, the room also shook violently. The player took out his weapons and props, and was a few steps away from the door, so he could only plan to give it a try. At the same time, he comforted himself in his heart. This is already a level 3 room. The defense should not be so weak. The monster may not come in. Naughty children must be punished. And students who do not obey management must be severely punished. The monster who claimed to be the dormitory manager was swinging the wide and heavy machete again and again, trying to break the wooden door and break in. Soon, under the effect of violently breaking the door, it cut a big hole, saw the trembling player hiding inside, reached in and turned the door handle. Then the angry face calmed down a little. The naughty child must be punished. He must be punished. Lin Qing saw everything outside through the panel, and was also shocked. It actually broke into the door. Soon after the monster went in. I don't know what props the player used to slow down its speed, but it still didn't work. After a while, it came out dragging the player's head, and seemed to be relieved all of a sudden. Hee. I caught it. What's the next one? Which one is the naughty kid? Its slightly narrowed eyes were patrolling like a patrol plane, as if it wanted to lock on to the next target. At the same time, Lin Qing also saw the group of people who were blocked by the monster before. They all looked like ordinary people. Pale, panic-stricken, wearing ill-fitting loose school uniforms, like a group of sheep in a pen, while the dormitory manager was chopping the door. They fled in fear and ran into the nearby dormitories. Some people even tried to open Lin Qing's door. After several unsuccessful attempts, they finally chose to give up and ran to other rooms. Only then did Lin Qing realize that these NPCs were probably the students that the dormitory manager was clamoring to add to the dormitory. I don't know what its purpose was to bring these people here. Lin Qing's face became serious. At this moment, the dormitory administrator, who was originally selecting a target, ignoring the student running behind him, suddenly set his eyes on Lin Qing's door and said softly, "Hey, this room seems to have been closed all the time, and the door has never been opened." It stepped heavily and suddenly stopped in front of Lin Qing's door, squinting its eyes, as if it wanted to use the cat's eye on the door to observe what was inside. Strange. Really strange. Where did the student go? As he said that, the dormitory administrator began to knock on the door. "Student, open the door quickly. Andy wants to check the dormitory." At first, Lin Qing did not respond, just to see what it wanted to do. The knocking sound was getting more and more urgent, and it was like a violent storm, which made people feel headache. It seemed to be sure that there was someone behind the door, and even waved the machete, wanting to repeat the action just now. At this time, Lin Qing behind the door suddenly said, "Auntie, it's too late for you to check the dormitory. I'm already asleep. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Hearing the sound inside, the dormitory manager's action of knocking on the door paused for a moment, and soon said excitedly, "Student, open the door quickly. Even if you are asleep, you have to get up and open the door. Auntie wants to go in to check. Otherwise, Auntie will deduct your dormitory points." After hearing this strange answer, Lin Qing's heart sank. As expected, this seemingly abnormal monster actually has its own thinking ability. Obviously, there were no surviving students before, so it should be very clear. But why does it patrol the dormitory again and again? These seemingly normal students it brought with it are obviously not normal. Although the dormitory manager was not ready to take action, he was obviously getting more and more impatient. "Classmate, open the door. Open the door for Auntie. If you are naughty and don't open the door, Auntie can only cut your door to come in." Lin Qing slid the weapon device on the panel and laughed. "But Auntie, it is not in accordance with the rules to cut the door. My door has a school defense device. Auntie, you will be punished for doing this." "What defense device? Auntie has never seen it." "Open the door quickly. Auntie wants to check your room." The monster didn't believe it, and repeated the reason just now, eager to stretch out the machete. At this moment, some kind of device suddenly appeared on the door, and a blue line shot towards its arm. The next second, the monster howled, and the machete in its hand also fell to the ground with a clang. There was still no trace of flesh and blood on its broken limbs, but a monster with black tentacles tried to stick out. Lin Qing's eyes were sharp, and he pressed the command to fire the laser again, firing the second beam of light at it. After the first lesson, the dormitory manager seemed to have some fear. It wanted to take a step back, but its body was there, and its second arm was also cut off. The monster seemed to be enraged. "Bad student. Bad student. Auntie will report to the building manager. You will be punished." After hearing what it said, Lin Qing laughed. Then the third blue laser was fired. This time, It directly hit the monster's body. It was pierced by the scorching light, and there was a burnt smell on its body, which did not look very good. Lin Qing had the experience of encountering monsters before, and knew that this kind of monster was more afraid of fire weapons. And once it was hurt, it needed a certain recovery ability to heal the wound. So she was not surprised by the scene. She continued to remind kindly, "Auntie, I reminded you that there are weapons for defense here, and you said you didn't listen. So you can't blame me. If you are a good aunt and check the dormitory, you can only bring a few keys and records at most. What's wrong with you holding a machete? This is a threat to the safety of students. Although the monster can heal its wounds, it knows that it will take up a lot of time to torture it like this." The dormitory administrator was so angry that he trembled all over. "You hurt the dormitory administrator. You wait for me. Wait for me. I will check other dormitories first, and then I will deal with you." Chapter 79, Counting the Spoils. Unexpectedly, the dormitory manager turned around and left after making a harsh remark. Seeing the monster leave, Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had a defense system that could temporarily contain the boss, if it insisted on staying outside the door, even Lin Qing would have a headache. Fortunately, she had been exploring for so long and finally had a good rest. At this moment, the channel chat became lively again. "Where is my friend from before? Why is he silent? Offline over. Even his nickname has turned gray. Is the lunchbox so quick to get? What kind of world is this? How can people encounter such a thing as soon as they go out?" That's right. According to the information revealed by the player just now, it's just that he ran into the boss. A moment of silence. This unlucky child. May the gods bless us all, and don't go to such a high-risk world. Where is the player boss from before? Can you tell me what's going on in this world? Well, I'm not a boss, but I can tell you about my current situation. In the world where we are, it is similar to the dormitory building of the school, and the dormitories inside are basically empty. Even if there are students, they are basically parasitized by a kind of black silk monster. This kind of monster basically parasitizes the abdomen, and when it breaks out of the chest, it is extremely fast. So you must not be soft-hearted with them. Once the player takes them lightly, it is very likely to be attacked by that kind of monster. They are extremely fast, which is not good. Hearing what you said, it is indeed very dangerous. After all, we need to go out to find treasure chests. If we are accidentally entangled by monsters, we will die. Okay, big brother, take out your notebook and write it down. Anything else? The dormitory administrator will come to check the room at night. Before that, a broadcast will be issued. So you must return to your room before the monster arrives. Oh no! I won't talk about it first. It seems to have come to my floor. I will be alert and stop chatting. Okay. Okay. Thank you, big brother. Damn it. Someone actually dared to jump out of this world. A few players did not follow the rules. While my brother and I were opening the treasure chest, they stole my keys to other floors, causing me to lose a lot of people. I'm going to make a promise here. If we meet, we will fight to the death. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that one wave would not settle before another wave came. There is excitement to watch again. What's going on? Why did someone suddenly declare war again? Ha ha ha. Who knows? I feel like a lunatic. Ha ha ha. That's right. Under the torture of this highly tense world, who wouldn't go crazy? In order to check if there was any new news, Lin Qing watched the regional channel for a while. I vaguely feel that the tone of the spokesperson is a bit familiar, and it feels a bit like Chen Jun. Her ID name is Wu Jiang? Lin Qing scratched his head. And she also looked like a very strange woman, with Chen Jun's martial arts value. Lin Qing felt that there was no need to worry about her surviving the night. As for the other person, I don't know if it was Brother Wang or Lan Ting from the two gangs. It seems that they did lose a lot of manpower. But in that situation, any normal person would think it was abnormal. It was only because they refused to give up the decomposition materials of the black stone treasure chest that they were attacked by the parasitic monster. Anyway, they are not good people. However, it seems that I should try not to meet these people tomorrow. They have suffered such a big loss. They will definitely not give up and want to find someone to vent their anger. Just when she was about to close the chat channel, she suddenly found a new private message in the chat box. It showed that it was a person named Killing the Heart. And Lin Qing curiously clicked it. Big rich man. I am a man under Black Mamba. called killing the heart. He has a man named Brother Wang under him. In that dormitory world, he seems to have heard about you and knows that you are there. So I will reveal it to you. Unexpectedly, it was a person who tipped off. Lin Qing narrowed her eyes slightly, not knowing whether this person was sincere or false. She said this in the channel because she wanted to know the whereabouts of Black Mamba. This person came to remind her, seemingly for her safety. But how did he know that she was in this world? She thought about it. When she went out, she was wrapped tightly, and there were not many obvious features. Except for Chen Jun, who knew that she was here. No one else would know. Could it be that Chen Jun betrayed her? Lin Qing frowned, thinking that this person would not be so. Or did this person deliberately set a smoke bomb for her according to the instructions of Black Mamba, wanting her to expose herself? Lin Qing was not sure for the time being. Although she was not afraid of these people, she was also worried that someone would do something dirty to her. In short, it was not a bad thing to be cautious. So she did not reply to his message, and planned to wait and see tomorrow. Then, Lin Qing took the opportunity to count the supplies she had harvested. Today's exploration. She harvested a total of 6 wooden treasure chests, 2 bronze treasure chests, and an additional copper treasure chest. The room upgrade materials obtained by decomposition are 12 wooden boards, 4 bronze ingots, and 4 extra copper. There are also some materials from the treasure chest. And more importantly, the copper treasure chest. Even after being divided among the 3 people, the number is much larger than before. Although it is still far less than the resources for upgrading the level 6 room. It is progress after all. She is still very happy. What Lin Qing cares more about is the protective gear obtained by sharing. This is a vest-like clothing. Light and comfortable, with exquisite workmanship. It looks like a wearable prop. A bit like a bulletproof vest. Lin Qing checked its information. Name, protective vest. Can resist a fatal attack for the player. Lin Qing carefully put away the vest, which looks like a good prop. I didn't expect to get a small reward this time. So it's not bad. I was tired all day today. Although the dormitory manager just left. I don't know if it will come back. So Lin Qing seized the time and made herself a bucket of bone soup flavored instant noodles. Added braised eggs and grilled sausages. As a supper. After all, time was tight. And she didn't know how long she could rest. So she had to fight for every minute and every second to win more time for herself to survive. However, this time when Lin Qing was eating, she saw the cuckoo chicken suddenly flap its wings and fly up, and brought out several flax-colored chicken feathers from the chicken coop made of the incubator. What's wrong? Cuckoo chicken. Chapter 80 The Broken Egg. Lin Qing touched its curious little head, and pulled out a few noodles from the instant noodle bucket for it. The cuckoo chicken ate the noodles in 3 or 5 bites, and began to cuckoo, then walked left and right on the floor, looking very proud. Lin Qing didn't know what it meant at first, until a slight cry came from the incubator, and Lin Qing opened her eyes wide in surprise. The egg she had been waiting for a long time finally broke the shell. Lin Qing squatted in front of the incubator, looking at the chick-like little guy in surprise. Its eyes were not open yet. It was gray, and its hair was wet and sparse, and it looked very sloppy. The egg was originally much larger, and its body was larger than that of an ordinary chick, and its cry sounded like chirping. No wonder the cuckoo chicken, which was originally brooding, jumped out. I didn't expect that she actually hatched the bald eagle's egg. Lin Qing didn't have much hope at first. After all, there is a chance that a hen will fail when incubating eggs. Not to mention that they are not of the same species. Lin Qing couldn't suppress the joy on her face, and gave the cuckoo chicken a thumbs up. Cuckoo chicken, you did a good job. I'll give you some dried fish as a reward. She caught a lot of small grass carps in the world of the mountain village, and originally wanted to make fish soup, but she hadn't made it yet. So she just gave it to the cuckoo chicken and the little eagle. Lin Qing didn't know much about the bald eagle. She only remembered that it was a ferocious bird that was used to hunting on the seashore. When it grew up, it would be more than 2 meters long after spreading its wings. Tall and mighty. And it would definitely be a good hunter in the future. So for this carnivorous bird of prey, it shouldn't matter if it was fed some dried fish. Thinking of this, Lin Qing gave Cuckoo Chicken a few serious instructions. Ahem. Cuckoo Chicken, although you have done a great job, you will have to take care of the baby later. You have to take good care of it until the little sea eagle grows up. Cuckoo Chicken raised its head high, looking very proud. and clucked twice perfunctorily, apparently knowing it. Then it continued to peck at the dried insects and small fish in the food bowl. For this little hen with strong nesting ability, Lin Qing showed great tolerance for her excellent workability. After all, such an excellent employee is not easy to get. In order to keep the little sea eagle warmer, Lin Qing found some clothes and built a nest for it. This creature is more afraid of cold when it is young, so that cuckoo chicken will not be cold enough when it comes out to eat. Such good news calmed Lin Qing's nervous heart in this world and added a lot of joy. After all, when you see a new life, you always have some hope. At the same time, while Lin Qing was safely in the room, the players in other dormitories began to panic, especially Brother Wang's dormitory. Brother Wang, what should we do? What if the dormitory manager comes? Yes, Brother Wang. Didn't you see the message in the group? That player's room has been upgraded to level 3. And the dormitory manager easily broke into it. Our room is also level 3. And we may be attacked at any time. One of Brother Wang's men kept pacing on the ground, looking very anxious. Another one lay in front of Brother Wang, looking very collapsed. Brother Wang, what should we do? I didn't expect that even the third brother was parasitized by that thing. How can we live without the third brother? Shut up. Who the hell wants to come to this world? If I hadn't brought you with me, would you have survived in the last world? You would have died a long time ago. Brother Wang was sitting on the bed smoking a cigarette, exhaling a puff of white smoke. After hearing this, he slapped him on the head twice. What happened to Lao San? Lao San and his men died. But I am still here. If you hadn't insisted on saying that you had found a black stone treasure chest and urged us to go and grab the chest, maybe it would not be us who suffered heavy casualties, but Lan Ting and his group. Damn. I am so unlucky. I found a useless person like you as my younger brother. Not only did I not find much, but I also lost many of my brothers. After hearing this, the original younger brother burst into tears. Brother Wang, I really didn't mean it. I just wanted to upgrade our room quickly like everyone else, and work hard to raise the level. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and guard the door for me. If the dormitory manager breaks in, I will be the first to throw you out. Brother Wang was so angry that he wanted to kill him first. But after all, survival is not easy, and having more people can help more. So Brother Wang just cursed a few words and didn't do much. He originally joined Black Mamba. According to Black Mamba, as long as they can absorb the majority of players, they can quickly upgrade. And by then, more people will definitely survive. But who would have thought that there would be more things to do when there are more people in a room? Although Brother Wang can control the situation, he can't stand the weakness of the people under his command. This caused trouble for him and cost him a lot of manpower. Originally, he was looking forward to this world. Black Mamba assigned him a task, saying that there was a high probability of becoming rich overnight in this world, and asked him to pay attention to the movement. After all, life and death were at stake. Who could still think about whether the task was completed or not? But at this moment, a message suddenly popped up on Brother Wang's bracelet. It showed that it was a letter from Black Mamba. Originally, Brother Wang looked gloomy, but he didn't expect that after seeing the message. His eyes lit up. It said, "How is the mission completed? Did you find anyone?" Wang immediately complained to him, "Boss Black Mamba, you know that the world we live in is not easy. There are parasitic monsters, and many of my good brothers have died. Tell me how I can carry out my mission." After receiving Wang's reply, Black Mamba was silent for a while. Wang was afraid that he would lose his temper, so he hurriedly explained, "Boss, you also know that we have few props and low combat power. We rely on the resources and information you give us. Otherwise, can you reveal it now?" After a while, Black Mamba replied to him, "As for props, I will give it to you. But you got rich overnight today. But you didn't notice it. How stupid." Seeing that he was speaking loosely, Brother Wang smiled and said, "Boss, you are wise. I will definitely work hard. But I got rich overnight today. How could I not know? Oh, I remember that I did meet a lot of people today. One team even robbed our Blackstone treasure chest. We almost had a fight. The leader is very suspicious. There are also groups of 2 and 3 people. I am deeply impressed by the 2 players wearing helmets and masks. They look very powerful. Boss, are you talking about the people in here?" Chapter 81 Cooperation. Yes, it's that group of people. You observe carefully and find out the situation to see who has become rich overnight. Okay, big brother. But you have to give my props to me. Otherwise we might be wiped out. Brother Wang was thinking in his heart that no matter what, he had to get some benefits from Black Mamba. Right? Not long after the message was sent out, Black Mamba sent him a message. The props are listed in your personal mall. Just take a picture. Brother Wang's face was happy. Thank you, big brother. I will definitely find out the real news for you. He opened Black Mamba's personal mall. And as expected, he found the protective prop. After a while, a prop like an amulet appeared in front of him. When the others in the room saw it, they immediately rushed up. Brother Wang, are we saved? Brother Wang snorted coldly and hung the prop on the door, of course. Survive the first night. This is the boss's prop. Help us complete the main task. There is absolutely no problem. At the same time, Lin Qing wanted to take a nap. But she was woken up by the screams around her. Soon, she realized what was going on. It was the ordinary NPC brought by the dormitory manager. They hid in the nearby rooms during the chaos. But they didn't know that the various pipes in the dormitory were full of parasitic monsters that would wander around. The monster must be very excited to see a living person coming in, and was busy looking for a host. Lin Qing frowned. Is this the student who supplemented the dormitory building as the dormitory manager said? It looks more like prey for the parasitic monsters wandering in the dormitory building. The dormitory building provides them with a place to hunt and eat. Sure enough, he didn't have any good intentions. At this moment, Lin Qing's door was also knocked, and someone was crying for help outside. Woo 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 woo. Is there anyone inside? Save me. Lin Qing walked over and checked through the screen beside the door. It was a boy with blood all over his face, and a black filament-like monster wrapped around his back, who was banging the door frantically at this time. Through his back, you can see several people not far away who seemed to be scared silly. They looked terrified, and shuttled frantically in the corridors and dormitories, as if trying to get rid of the monsters following closely behind them. But those parasitic monsters were extremely fast, sticking to the walls with black silk threads, or pounced on the faces of those people, trying to get in through their mouths and noses. This scene fell into Lin Qing's eyes, and it was no different from purgatory. She looked cold. This was simply a one-sided hunt of humans by this kind of monster. If the player still had the room to shelter and the weapons collected to resist, then ordinary NPCs would be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, and they would have no power to fight back under the monsters. At this moment, Chen Jun suddenly sent her a message. Lin Qing, how is the situation over there? Lin Qing replied to her, I'm fine here. The dormitory administrator wanted to break the door, but I beat him back. How is your situation? Chen Jun told her. The dormitory administrator also came. I used some tricks to prevent the monster from coming in, although it suffered some minor injuries. It's not serious. Lin Qing, that's good. It seems that if it encounters fierce resistance, it will choose to escape. This is also a weakness of the dormitory administrator. Yeah. Indeed. It seems that it has gone to patrol other floors again. But the dormitory manager brought a lot of people up, and now there are screams outside my room. Lin Qing, alas. I am the same here. Originally, I thought that the miserable situation in the corridor was caused by the outbreak of parasitic monsters. I didn't expect that there was another possibility. Chen Jun was silent for a while and sighed. If this is a game world, these scenes are too real to make people feel uncomfortable. She did have some thoughts to save these poor people. However, so many parasitic monsters go out collectively at night, and they are as familiar with the dormitory building as their own nests. It is absolutely impossible for her to succeed alone, even if other players help. There are great risks, and others may not agree. Chen Jun can only give up this idea. After all, this kind of world has the possibility of being reset and looped. She saved once, and she certainly can't save a second time. At this time, Lin Qing sent her another message. What is your second task? If we are the same, we can consider working together. After all, the system reminded her not to go to the first floor for the time being, which means that the first floor is extremely dangerous. If you can have more partners, you can have more protection. Chen Jun, the parasitic monster mother on the first floor? Lin Qing nodded. Yes. Chen Jun said again, but I have a question. Does the first floor refer to the dormitory building where we are? Zhong Qi and the others are in another dormitory building. Maybe there will also be a first floor, if their mission is also to kill the parasitic mother boss. It may not be easy to do. Lin Qing understood what she meant. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I'll go check it out tomorrow. If it doesn't work, I'll go to another dormitory building. Shinjun, okay. After finishing the chat with Shinjun, the noise outside gradually became quieter, but there were a lot of inexplicable chewing sounds, which sounded creepy. Lin Qing lay back on the bed again, thinking about what happened just now. Her intuition told her that it might not be Shinjun who exposed her information. It was Black Mamba. If he had some kind of person-finding prop in his hand, it would be very likely. After all, in this survival game, she had a hyena's nose, which could identify the player's information. If she could find someone, it would not be impossible. I don't know how the prop works. In addition, in the previous worlds, she had been cautious. Even in the teen book of the Mountain Village Ghost Knight, she just used a pseudonym. Even Shi Sheng, who survived, might not necessarily associate her with overnight wealth. As for the Toy House world, it is a bit hard to say. There are many players who have entered that world. Maybe someone will remember her physical signs. Lin Qing's eyes were sharp. No matter what, she would not be afraid of trouble. If necessary, she would also take the initiative. The next day, when she woke up in the morning, it was already past 8 o'clock. At this time, Lin Qing heard the system broadcast from the bracelet. Dungeon Task 1, before dawn. Survive the attack of the dormitory manager for 1 night, achieved. Dungeon Task 1 reward. The player has a chance to upgrade the current B-level props once. Lin Qing breathed a sigh of relief. The completion of the task means that she successfully survived the night. Yesterday's situation was vivid in her mind. It seemed that the dormitory manager really made a harsh statement and did not come to find her. In any case, the dangerous night was finally over. As for the upgrade opportunity of B-level props, Lin Qing hesitated. Chapter 82 Item Upgrade. At present, Lin Qing does have several B-level items in her hands, including Killer's Chainsaw, Frozen Gun, Flame Lighter, Teleport Badge. After checking the introduction of these B-level items again, she found that there were more or less some minor problems in the notes of the items. It seems harmless, but if there is a problem, it will be a headache. For example, there is a time limit for using the Killer's Chainsaw. The Frozen Gun has the problem of injuring the owner. The button position of the Flame Lighter is unstable, and the Teleport Badge with a death notice is attached. If she chooses one to upgrade to a level, Lin Qing is indeed a little difficult to choose. If possible, she wants to choose all of them. After all, A-level items are much more reliable, and there are not so many risks if they are used. But after all, she can only choose one, so she has to think about it carefully. At present, for this parasitic world, only the Flame Lighter and the Speed Badge are useful to her. The former can completely destroy these monsters with self-healing ability, and the latter can improve her emergency response speed and avoid being entangled by monsters like administrators. Lin Qing pondered for a while, and finally chose the Flame Lighter. She still agrees with the saying that the best defense is offense. For humans, all fears are due to insufficient firepower. Only when the weapons in your hands are powerful can you have more chances of survival. She didn't believe that she couldn't kill the mother of those monsters in this way. After confirming the choice of the Flame Lighter, Lin Qing saw that it was gray-blue all over, wrapped in a ball of white light, and emitting a shining luster. It seems to be upgrading. Not knowing how long it would take to upgrade the Flame Lighter, Lin Qing planned to start eating first. At this time, she suddenly sniffed and vaguely smelled the aroma of porridge. Lin Qing? Is she dreaming? Following the smell of porridge, her eyes fell on the little bear, who was wearing a white chef hat and cooking not far away. The smell seemed to come from the rice cooker in front of it. Lin Qing walked over curiously and found that the little bear was indeed cooking. I don't know how it holds the spoon and the lid with its big bare paws, but the magical thing is that there are indeed sticky rice grains, vegetable leaves, and some meat grains rolling in the soup pot. It looks like vegetable and lean meat porridge. Lin Qing was shocked. I didn't expect a teddy bear to cook, and it looks like it's doing it well. At least it's much better than her casual trick. Seeing Lin Qing coming over, the little bear also curled up his mouth happily and introduced to her enthusiastically, "Master, you get up? The porridge is ready, and I have heated up the sandwiches for you. What do you want to eat?" Lin Qing blinked, almost thinking that the survival game had changed, and she had traveled to other types of games. She tried to drink a mouthful of hot porridge with a spoon, and it tasted very delicious. Lin Qing decisively gave the little bear a thumbs up. Chef Bear, you did a good job. The little bear smiled shyly, lowered his head, and scratched the back of his head. It's all right. The little bear can cook a lot of meals, and can cook for the master. Lin Qing smiled so hard that her mouth could hardly close. She didn't expect that she really picked up a treasure. However, when she saw the green leaves, she was still a little confused. Did I save any green leaves? This looked like it was just picked. The little bear pointed to the second floor and said nervously, Master, the vegetables in the planting area are ready to eat. I pulled a handful down from above. You won't blame me, will you? After listening to the little bear, Lin Qing went up and took a look. Sure enough, there was movement in the planting area. The 3 plots where she had originally sowed lettuce, potato, and carrot seeds all seemed to have changed and had grown lush green leaves. Lin Qing's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, something could really be grown. It seemed that the 3 plots grew so fast because the 3 bottles of plant nutrient solution played a role. Although she had no shortage of food and clothing now, she relied on fresh green food to supplement vitamins. It must be good to be able to eat fresh green food. She went downstairs and praised the little bear again. Well done. Of course. The little bear continued to recommend himself. Master, I can also take care of your 2 chickens. Feeding and cleaning the poop is no problem. Lin Qing was shocked. Is this little bear, whose main job is to make bombs, so versatile? She touched the little bear's head and planned to see if the cuckoo chicken was not very averse to the little bear, so she could let it try. After all, it is good to free up both hands. At this time, Lin Qing's prop upgrade suddenly popped up a message, indicating that the prop upgrade has been completed. Lin Qing opened the interface, still curious about what the flame lighter would look like after upgrading. In the space, it was displayed as a silver-white gun-like prop. The gun body was streamlined, with flame-shaped patterns, and it looked very delicate. Name, Flame Silver Gun. Lin Qing's face instantly brightened when he saw the introduction of the Flame Silver Gun. At least it's much better than the flame lighter, with a limited number of uses. Although the lighter has been upgraded to the shape of a gun, it still gives Lin Qing a very familiar feeling. Then she remembered that it was a bit like the cheap lighters sold in street shops, which were specially used to trick young people to show off in small groups. It felt like the cigarette in her mouth would come up in the next second. No wonder it was a sloppy work of a master. Suppressing the weird feeling in her heart, Lin Qing finished breakfast and planned to go out. This time, she didn't plan to bring A013. Instead, she planned to let him guard the room. After all, the scene last night was vivid, and maybe some monsters would be refreshed today. What she cared about more was whether the Black Mamba's men would suddenly attack if they found this place. Lin Qing took all these into consideration, and this was also the purpose of her plan to keep A013. A013. Guard this door. Don't let anyone else in except me. After putting on the mask, A013 nodded and accepted the order to guard the door. Lin Qing then put on her equipment and left the room with confidence. After all, it was her rear base, so she had to guard it well. At this moment, Lin Qing received a message from Qin Jun on her bracelet. I'm ready. Meet up in the stairwell. Okay. I'll be there soon. After replying to Qin Jun, Lin Qing was alert to the surroundings. Standing in the corridor, it seemed no different from the first day she arrived. But it felt different. The feeling of being spied on was stronger, and it seemed that she could hear rustling sounds. Lin Qing frowned and thought of another possibility. Could it be that after feeding these parasitic monsters, their strength has also increased? Chapter 83. Exploring the first floor. Lin Qing's face instantly turned ugly when she realized this possibility. This means that the danger level of the dormitory building has been upgraded, and the danger of exploring the dormitory rooms has also greatly increased. For players, this is really not good. She was right. When she walked to the stairwell, Lin Qing encountered a total of 3 waves of parasitic monster attacks. This batch was much faster than before. Fortunately, she was quick-eyed and quick-handed. At the moment when these monsters pounced, the AK in her hand swept over and broke directly to the ground. About half a minute later, Lin Qing met Qin Jun, who was fully armed. In the stairwell, she covered the lower half of her face with a piece of black cloth, covering her mouth and nose, and her eyebrows were sharp. At this time, she was leaning against the window, wiping the undried blood on the blade. There were also more protective gear on vulnerable parts, such as arms and necks. It seems that after yesterday's experience, she also upgraded her defense. After all, one more layer of protection is equivalent to one more layer of safety. Therefore, in addition to wearing yesterday's tactical uniform, Lin Qing also put on an extra protective vest inside. Noticing Lin Qing's arrival, Qin Jun put away the black knife in his hand and nodded to her. Neither of them likes to talk nonsense. After understanding each other's meaning, they immediately went downstairs to explore. Since the survival system has issued a task, it means that the ultimate boss is on the first floor, and the environment on the first floor is even more unpredictable. So when Lin Qing went downstairs, he habitually used the color-changing scales and entered the invisible mode. Qin Jun also used a similar ability and lurked in the shadows. Now in front of the two people is an iron gate on the staircase. The handle of the fence door was locked with a circle of iron chains. The lock core was small, and no one knew how the dormitory manager opened it. At this time, Qin Jun got a thin iron wire from somewhere and drilled it into the keyhole. With a crisp sound, the iron chain lock was opened. This series of smooth and fluent actions made people look at it with admiration. Lin Qing was quite satisfied with his partner. Okay, let's keep going forward. Qin Jun untied all the chains wrapped around the door, put them into the space backpack, and then made a gesture to Lin Qing to keep going forward. Lin Qing nodded and followed her actions. To the surprise of the two, the first floor was not as they thought. Like other floors, the vision was dim, and there were various traces of fighting with monsters. The walls of the first floor were very flat and smooth, and there were white tiles on the floor. It looked like someone was cleaning it all the time. However, the scene outside the window was still foggy, and the scenery outside could not be seen. Neither of them spoke, but they could see the doubt in each other's eyes. The two of them had a tacit understanding and continued to turn the corner and walk towards the exit of the first floor hall. This time, Lin Qing saw the boss that appeared at night in the dormitory manager's duty room. At this time, it was lying on the bed with its legs spread out, snoring. However, Lin Qing did not see the player it took away. Since the man was dragged away by it, he has not returned. It is very likely that he was killed. Just as Lin Qing wanted to observe carefully, he suddenly received a signal from Qin Jun. Qin Jun sneaked into the cleaning room opposite the corridor, which usually had some sundries piled up. Lin Qing followed and saw Qin Jun standing at the door. Qin Jun shook his head at her and pointed to a corner of the pile of junk. Seeing the man in the corner, Lin Qing's eyelids jumped violently. The person lying there was the player who was dragged away by the dormitory manager last night. At this time, he looked like he was asleep, curled up in the corner, with a long breath in his trachea, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly. Lin Qing remembered that this person had been grayed out and could not be alive. That was the only other possibility. The parasitic monster had controlled him. There is something wrong with this person. Retreat first. Lin Qing was about to remind Qin Jun, but he didn't expect that the boy who had closed his eyes suddenly opened his eyes, revealing great black eyes. He stood up gently, ignoring the surprised expressions of the two, and ran to the balcony outside, disappearing in the gray fog. A cold wind wrapped in thick gray fog drifted from the balcony into the room. If the two of them were not wearing masks, they would smell a strong and stinking smell, which was disgusting. The strangeness of the first floor was beyond their expectations. However, the two of them walked around the first floor and did not see any traces of the parasitic mother. Could it be that the first floor did not refer to their building? When Lin Qing was a little suspicious, she suddenly heard a gentle break sound outside. Then, a brisk sound of high heels knocking on the ground came, and with a clatter, the chain door of the dormitory building was opened. Hearing the sound, the dormitory manager, who was originally sleeping in bed, immediately flew up and sat up. His huge body made the flesh on his body and the nearby walls tremble anxiously twice. Who is it? Who dares to break into the dormitory? It was furious, and looked like someone who hadn't woken up and had his good dream disturbed. However, as the mist outside the door dissipated, a pair of thin and delicate hands pushed open the two heavy glass doors. A bright and dazzling woman wearing a pair of golden glasses stood at the door in the mist, and the mist that poured down like flowing water brushed her hair. The woman's bright red lips slowly curled up, and after taking off her gold-rimmed glasses, she pinched and rubbed her eyebrows with her thumb and index finger. Xiao Hong, don't you even recognize me? When he saw this face, the dormitory manager, who was originally in an irritable state, immediately changed his expression, full of flattery, and wanted to drag his fat body to hug him. Hey, it turns out to be Teacher Yi. You are back from the meeting. Did the superiors give you any special instructions this time? The superiors praised you for completing the task well. As for the details, I will tell you later. Let's not talk about it first. After all, you have to rest after such a long business trip, the woman said with a smile, and stretched her hands dragging the suitcase. Okay. Teacher Yi, you rest first. I will definitely keep an eye on the gate of this building for you, the dormitory manager said with a smile, and sent Teacher Yi away with a smile. Everything seemed to be just an ordinary conversation, but in the eyes of Lin Qing and Chen Jun, this was obviously a problem. The dormitory manager looked inhuman, and normal people would have been scared by it long ago. So how could they chat with a pleasant face? There are only these two people on the first floor, and they are most likely the target of the mission. At this time, Lin Qing and Chen Jun were standing outside the dormitory door of the teacher named Yi. They had just checked here, and did not find any problems. Chapter 84 Parasitic Matrix. Lin Qing still remembered that this room was quite unique, and looked like a temporary dormitory for teachers. However, at this moment, a pleasant female voice suddenly came from the dormitory door. Two students. You have been standing outside for a long time. Why don't you come in and take a rest? Teacher Yi will chat with you. Hearing this, Lin Qing immediately realized that the two had been discovered. Sure enough, before Teacher Yi finished speaking, a rustling sound came from the pipe next door. It seemed that countless monsters surrounded this place. Chen Jun drew out the knife. His eyes were extremely sharp, and he was in a defensive posture. Is it a trap? Lin Qing shook his head, and when he walked in front of her, he lowered his voice and said, Don't do it first. I'll go in and take a look. Chen Jun thought for a while, and nodded, Okay. Pay attention to safety, and retreat if it doesn't work. After all, even if the reward for task 2 is very attractive, it is not worth it if you risk your life. After the two of them came to the first floor, they didn't even see the shadow of the parasitic mother. And now there is such a strange teacher. However, Lin Qing should have her own ideas, and Chen Jun still plans to take a look. Her eyes were heavy, and she watched Lin Qing's back walk in. In the dormitory, Lin Qing and Chen Jun have explored this room once. It is a simple modification of one bedroom, one living room and one bathroom, which looks like a small single room in a teacher's apartment. At the moment, the Teacher Yi mentioned by the dormitory manager is sitting in front of the coffee table, slowly brewing a pot of tea. Looking at her skillful technique, the process of brewing tea is already very skilled, as if it has been practiced thousands of times. Sit wherever you want. Seeing Lin Qing coming in, Teacher Yi nodded slightly, and raised the corners of his lips slightly. I didn't expect that you were so bold that you dare to face me alone. Although Lin Qing was alert, she was still stunned for a moment when she saw this scene. She had never seen such a boss, who could sit down and chat with players calmly. Isn't he afraid that the players will take out some props from their pockets to blow her into pieces? As if seeing the doubts in Lin Qing's eyes, Teacher Yi smiled again. Don't worry. I just want to sit down and chat with you. And I don't have any bad intentions. Only ghosts believe this set of rhetoric. Lin Qing complained in his heart, but still sat on the cushion opposite to Eiji, wanting to see what this boss meant. After all, the surface work still needs to be done well. She laughed. Teacher Yi, what do you want to talk about? I'm a dull and boring person. Nothing interesting. Teacher Yi handed over a cup of white porcelain tea, smiled and nodded. Nothing. Just chatting casually. At this time, in another dormitory building, the group of Wang Gu and his group collided with Lan Ting and his group again. Wang Gu was furious. Damn it. You are addicted to robbing things. Right? We came to the first floor first, and we broke the fence door. In terms of completing the task, our group should come first. Lan Ting and his group were not much to be outdone. They rolled up their sleeves to show their strong and muscular lines, and seemed to be fighting with them. What do you mean by yours? Is the dormitory building yours? You are so nosy. Everyone's second task is this. It is clearly explained to eliminate the parasitic mother on the first floor, since it is a public task. Don't get in my way. Zhong Qi and Liao Han were standing nearby. Zhong Qi was obviously looking forward to the show, while Liao Han was always silent. Liao Han, Guess which of the two teams can complete the goal of Mission 2? Liao Han shook his head. I don't know, Master. Zhongqi continued to spit out bubbles of chewing gum, as if he was watching a good show, glancing over there from time to time. Then guess again. Is there a parasitic mother in this building? Liao Han scratched his head. Why do you ask that, Master? Zhongqi glanced at the people who continued to make noise, sneered and said, a bunch of idiots. If there really was a parasitic mother on the first floor of this building, it would have been attracted by the voices of these idiots, and they wouldn't have the chance to roll up their sleeves and spit here, he said meaningfully. There is a first floor above this building. But don't forget, the dormitories in our building are. The dormitory building is connected to another dormitory building, which also has a first floor. After listening to Zhongqi's explanation, Liao Han seemed to understand something. Master, you mean that the parasitic mother body may also be on the other side? This time, Zhongqi nodded. At most 10 minutes. Let's see what's going on here. If the parasitic mother body doesn't appear, it means that the direction here is wrong, and we have to change positions quickly. Liao Han remembered something. But Master, there seem to be players in that building. Will they get there first? Get there first? Zhongqi lowered his eyes and sneered. You mean those two women? And the weird guy who doesn't talk? With just them, they may not be able to kill the parasitic mother body. Liao Han nodded slightly. At this time, the two teams of Brother Wang and Lan Ting suddenly reconciled. The reason was that someone in the team suggested that they explore the first floor together now. As long as they find the parasitic mother and complete the task, the reward can naturally be divided equally among everyone. The total number of people in these two groups is as many as 8 or 9. Soon, this group of strong men searched the first floor of this dormitory building completely. In addition to the increasingly brutal parasitic monsters that repeatedly entangled them and attacked them, causing them to lose a few people, they only found 2 wooden treasure chests, and did not see the rest. Hey, this is weird. Isn't this the first floor? Could it be that the parasitic mother body has grown legs and ran away? Brother Wang took a puff of his cigarette anxiously, and when he saw his subordinates squatting at his feet, he was furious. You sneaky guy. Go find it. The subordinates also said aggrievedly, Brother Wang, you have found everything you asked us to find. But it's not there. Yes, Brother Wang. Didn't you notice that since we burned those parasitic eggs last night, those monsters have been attacking us day and night? And they still won't stop now. What can we do? The parasitic mother body has not been found. We are going to lose our lives here. At this time, Lan Ting's team was discussing. Brother Ting, didn't we go to another dormitory building through the sky corridor? Our side is for boys, and the other side is for girls. The dormitory building over there also has a floor. Maybe the parasitic mother body is on their side. This is possible. I think so too. The 2 sneaky guys who followed us just now disappeared. I wonder if they saw that there was nothing here and left first. Chapter 85 Life. What do you think is the truth of life? Teacher Yi elegantly picked up the teacup and looked at the shadowy figure in the mist. The weak prey on the strong, and the fittest survive by constantly evolving. Some creatures are born to stand at the top of the food chain, enjoying all the abundant resources, and can do whatever they want. And some creatures can only be used as food, and they are born with the only right to be eaten. Lin Qing looked at this mysterious Teacher Yi. He said he was just chatting casually, but the topic he talked about was a heavy topic like life. It seems that this chat is not casual. It seems that it is the same type of race as A013. If it regains consciousness, the two may be able to chat together. Lin Qing nodded perfunctorily, while looking for the weakness of this Teacher Yi. Since he can stand in front of her calmly, there is a high probability that he is not afraid of her close physical attack. But Lin Qing always feels a little itchy, so he plans to find an opportunity to try. That's true. Teacher Yi didn't seem to mind Lin Qing's perfunctory response, and continued to smile. It seems that this student is very interested in this aspect, and the teacher is very pleased. She continued to persuade, the life family evolves strong people, and the strong people crush everything. If the students agree with my point of view, you might as well join our family, and maybe you will usher in a better evolution. After hearing this brainwashing, Lin Qing blinked and pretended not to understand. Teacher, what are you talking about? Are we talking about life? Teacher Yi still maintained a kind smile. This student, you are very smart. You should understand what the teacher means. Now, Lin Qing originally wanted to hear what the boss had to say, but now all his cards were revealed to her. He looked like a very wise boss. Lin Qing waved her hand and refused. No need for that. I'm living well now. And I don't need any evolution. Oh, really? Teacher Yi blew away a piece of tea on the edge of the teacup and raised his eyebrows. It seems that my sincerity was not enough and failed to impress the students. What if I say that as long as you agree to my request? The copper treasure chest, black stone treasure chest, and some bronze treasure chests, and wooden treasure chests in this dormitory building will all belong to you. The subsequent upgrade of players is very resource intensive. Joining our clan, with the subsequent treasure chest refresh, can provide you with a steady stream of subsequent resources. After hearing these big promises, Lin Qing was also very tempted. However, the condition was to agree to the life clan mentioned by Teacher Yi. Lin Qing knew what this meant without thinking. If you have a life to spend but don't have a life to spend, you don't know if you are still a human being in the end. Just like the student on the 5th floor, who has become a parasite, but still thinks he is a human being. A typical case of cognitive fuzziness. Lin Qing pretended to be distressed. Teacher Yi, what if it fails? I have seen several parasites upstairs, and their appearance has deviated from the human form. I can't accept this. Teacher Yi seemed to sense Lin Qing's loose tone and enthusiastically promoted his own concept. These people are too undetermined, timid, and easily lose their minds. But classmate is different. I find that your potential value is very large. If you are willing to accept, I can select the best one from the little ones I feed to combine with you. After several rounds of competition and fighting, only the strongest individual will survive. Lin Qing stared at her. What about the girl on the 5th floor? Teacher Yi smiled contemptuously. As for the girl on the 5th floor, she is just a failed experiment. This time, I will definitely be able to cultivate an excellent combination. Sure enough, Lin Qing's guess was right. The original students here, as well as the ordinary people who were thrown in, are just nutrients for feeding parasitic monsters. They rely on the human body to reproduce, survive and evolve. So for the dormitory building, this is their perfect incubator and growth place. As for the dormitory manager, he has long become a monster in human skin. It can only imitate human form, but some subtle details can still show a big difference. Is this the purpose of this monster? Lin Qing felt that the time was almost up, so he stood up and said goodbye to her. I'm sorry, Teacher Yi. Although your proposal is very tempting, I still have to think carefully before making a decision. Also, your tea is too cold. Not much heat. Not suitable for dealing with people. Teacher Yi was stunned for a moment. Really? At this moment, Lin Qing took out the AK from the space backpack and started firing at it. A row of bullets shot over, but it seemed to break a delicate air bag, and there was nothing inside. It was like a paper straw man, falling lightly to the ground. Oh my god! Although it was almost the same as she guessed. Lin Qing still showed some surprise in his eyes, and turned around to run outside. At the moment she moved, the ground where she was standing was sprayed with a sulfuric acid-like foamy liquid. Then, a shadowy figure like Teacher Yi floated vaguely in the air, and a voice was heard by Lin Qing. Student, this is all the teacher's good intentions. Why don't you accept it? Stay. Other players will be here soon. You will never die. Isn't it good to be my child? Let's go! The moment Lin Qing opened the door, Chen Jun knew that the two had broken down. She was not surprised, and used props to catch up quickly. However, when she rushed over, she saw that she was throwing forks and some strange objects, with the explosions coming from behind the two people, and some gray mucus-like liquid. Chen Jun realized that she was throwing bombs to block the monster's attack. At the same time, the two were attacked by hair-like parasitic monsters that fell from various pipes from time to time, faster than yesterday. Fortunately, the two had strong firepower. Chen Jun was responsible for wielding a knife to harvest, while Lin Qing was responsible for fire suppression. The two cooperated well. You saw it. Is this the parasitic mother? Chen Jun asked. I tried it. It's just a shell. Lin Qing explained simply. Where did the parasitic mother go? As the wall shook, the original dormitory manager was also awakened. It looked excited, as if it had been looking forward to it for a long time. Hee. There are disobedient children. Let the dormitory and teach you a lesson. Although it couldn't see the two, it easily blocked the aisle like a meat mountain based on the hair-like parasitic monster chasing traces. Not good. Chin Jun's face sank. The distance was too close. The bomb would hurt them. If it was an ordinary bullet, it would probably just pierce the monster's skin. And behind it was the parasitic monster chasing. At this moment, Lin Qing suddenly stretched out a hand to her. Hold me tight. Chapter 86 Hidden Mission. Okay. The situation was urgent. And Chin Jun put his hand up without thinking. Just as the two collided with the dormitory manager and were about to be crushed into a meat pie, they suddenly disappeared together. This was Lin Qing using the ability of the teleportation badge in a hurry. This time, the two were pulled to a space full of gray fog. There were countless rustling sounds that seemed to linger in the ears, making people irritable and uneasy. Where is this? Chin Jun hadn't finished speaking when she suddenly saw Lin Qing's face suddenly change. No. It was teleported outside the dormitory. Her intuition told her that the things in the gray fog seemed to be more terrifying. However, the distance of the teleportation badge was only 10 meters, so it must not have been far away. Lin Qing carefully identified the direction and quickly found the solid dormitory wall. Lin Qing raised his gun and shot. And as expected, he broke a glass window and jumped into a dormitory. Chin Jun followed closely. However, the two finally escaped from danger. This dormitory, which looked like no one had lived there for a long time, was exactly the one they had checked before. Fortunately, both of them covered their mouths and noses, so they didn't get a noseful of dust. However, it seemed that they were still on the first floor and were not out of danger of being hunted by the parasite. At this time, a prompt sound suddenly came from Lin Qing's bracelet. Ding! The player became rich overnight, triggering the hidden task of the parasitic dormitory dungeon, and exploring the truth of the dormitory building. Dungeon all members task progress, 90%. Dungeon hidden task reward. The first person to complete the decryption will receive a rich world gold reward. S-level mysterious props. Complete the task of killing the dungeon boss. Get double the treasure chest reward. This time, it was not just Lin Qing's bracelet that rang. The same task sound popped up on Chin Jun's bracelet next to him. Hearing this sound, Lin Qing's heart tightened instantly. Chin Jun immediately clicked on the chat channel on the bracelet to check, frowned and said, "Not good. It's a public task in the dungeon world, and it was publicly announced in the regional channel, which means that everyone can do it. And it seems that players in another dormitory building can also get involved." Lin Qing also realized the urgency of the current situation. Under the announcement of this broken system, not only her identity was exposed, but also all the military forces were attracted here. Now there is no news about the parasitic mother body claiming to be Teacher Yi. The situation is simply terrible. However, compared to their current urgency, the regional channel is another lively scene. Fuck. What's going on? Am I dazzled? Has the rich boss triggered a hidden mission again? Oh my god. Good luck. I also want to trigger a special mission. The rewards here sound really good. That's right. S-level items. I am satisfied with an A-level item. I didn't expect that the reward for this mission is directly S-level. Wait. The parasitic dormitory. Isn't that the world that the unlucky glass-wiping player has been to? It looks like the mission is difficult and dangerous. I didn't expect that the boss still has time to trigger a hidden mission. I really admire him. Ah ha ha ha. Forget it. Compared to going to a survival copy in a high-risk world, I am still more suitable for playing in the rainforest. I love playing in the mud. Playing in the mud makes me happy. Ha ha ha. Another one went crazy. But this time, the notice seems to have made people who spoke in our regional channel come out and make it more lively. I still like this atmosphere. Take a good look upstairs. The number of people in the upper left corner has dropped to 211. It's not that people don't want to speak, but because they have been exhausted by the survival world and just want to take a break. No wonder. I said it was so quiet these 2 days. I haven't seen Qifeng Boss speak recently. How is it King Feng's hand boss? I guess King Feng's hand boss is busy trying to survive and has no time to deal with us now. Alas, these days, even the bosses have a hard time. It's really too difficult. At the same time, people like Wang Ge and Lan Ting also received this notice. Especially Wang Ge, who was very angry after seeing the content. Damn it. I knew it. These girls got there first. If you hadn't been stopping us, how could our exploration speed on the first floor of the dormitory be so slow? Lan Ting was also very annoyed, and glared at him fiercely. Am I stopping you? It's obvious that you have set your sights on the task rewards on the first floor, and you want to secretly take them, and then waste time. Brother Wang saw his face, and his teeth itched with hatred, but he finally grew some brains. But it's not too late now. This notice has not only been sent to the regional channel, but also to all of us in this dungeon world, which means that everyone has a chance to get the reward. That's right. That's the S-level mysterious prop and double the treasure chest reward. We can't give it to those outsiders no matter what. Lan Ting's eyes also flashed with a trace of greed. Brothers, now is the time to show our strength. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. As long as we can decipher the truth before other players, we can get these rewards. We will have delicious food and drinks all day long. At this point, Lan Ting's men also showed an expression of excitement that could not be suppressed. Brother Ting, we all listen to you. They are all people who choose to merge into one room in the survival world, relying on their large numbers and sufficient weapons. Whether it is robbery or missions, they can always go much more smoothly than others. So in this world, they will also feel that quantity is everything. After listening to their words, Brother Wang just sneered. Yesterday, they ran faster and had better casualties than him. It's not like they only had 3 people left and lost a quarter in momentum. But Brother Wang is also very confident. What he holds in his hand is the life-saving prop given by the Black Mamba boss. Number is nothing. The real thing in hand is the real thing. He sneered disdainfully and called the 2 younger brothers behind him. Come on, brothers. Let's follow them. Don't let them pick up the things. At the same time, Zhong Qi and Liao Han, who were originally rushing to another building, also encountered some troubles. But fortunately, it was not a big deal, and they quickly solved these problems. When the sound on the bracelet sounded, Zhong Qi saw the content of the task and showed a rare surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect that they really found the parasitic mother body and triggered a new hidden copy task. It seems that the current commotion was caused by the parasitic mother body. I don't know what the current scene is like, but now is the right time for us to go. He gently spit out a bubble gum from his mouth. Come on, Liao Han. Let's follow and see. Chapter 87 The Truth. What's going on? Didn't the system task say that the parasitic mother is on the first floor? How could it be a fake shell? Chen Jun was confused. It was not that she doubted Lin Qing, but now they were all on the first floor, and they hadn't even seen the shadow of the parasitic mother. Although Lin Qing's current position had been exposed to other players, it was actually not. But there were so many dormitory rooms on the first floor, and the dormitory they were in was temporarily safer. Besides, there were all kinds of parasitic monsters wandering in various pipes in the corridor, as well as dormitory managers. Presumably, even if they used all kinds of means, it would take some time. Now the question is, where is the parasitic mother? Lin Qing looked at the dormitory room on the first floor. It looked like a collective student dormitory, and the layout was almost exactly the same as the room upstairs. Even the wiring pipes were very similar. A trace of clues flashed through her mind. At this moment, Lin Qing heard the voice of the prompt system again. Ding. After the system's detection, the parasitic mother is close to the horizon, far away, and near the host. However, the difficulty of completing Task 2 is relatively high. It is recommended that the host should focus on safety. The player's room can protect the host's safety. Lin Qing was stunned for a moment, and was a little shocked by the words of the prompt system. Unexpectedly, even the prompt system advised her to focus on safety. It seems that Task 2 is not as easy to complete as in the previous world. So where is the parasitic mother? In this case, should she give up the task and go back to the room directly? Lin Qing hesitated. At this moment, Chen Jun suddenly called her. Lin Qing, I heard the sound of fighting outside. Are other players here? Ah? Lin Qing recovered and listened carefully for a while. She did hear the sound of gunfire. She nodded. It should be them. Chen Jun's face was solemn. Then if we go out now, we will have to face them. But since they came for the reward of the hidden mission, they must be just to explore the truth and will not attack us. However, this time Lin Qing stared at the wall in a daze, and did not answer her. Lin Qing? Chen Jun called her again, took a step back, and looked at her back vigilantly with a weapon. Although Lin Qing was well protected, it would be bad if she was parasitized by a parasite. But this time, Lin Qing replied to her and said slowly, Chen Jun, what do you think is in front of us now? After hearing Lin Qing speak normally, Qin Jun breathed a sigh of relief and put down his weapon. However, Lin Qing seemed to be in a state of confusion. She replied casually, "What we are facing now is just a wall of the dormitory." "Right? Yes. There is a sink and a toilet next to it." "Wait. What do you mean?" Qin Jun noticed something and looked at her with a slightly open mouth. She felt that Lin Qing's idea was too bold and scary. Lin Qing turned around and told her about Teacher Yi. The parasitic mother body claimed to be Teacher Yi and a member of the Life Clan. She regarded these two male and female dormitory buildings as nests for raising monsters. Those monsters that live in the pipes during the day and hunt at night are her children. So, why is the mother body not this dormitory building? Qin Jun was a little unbelievable. On the contrary, Lin Qing was much calmer. She took out her AK, faced the wall, and emptied the magazine. A large pit suddenly appeared in front of the two. Seeing the scene inside, Qin Jun's face changed instantly. Dense, black silk threads like spider silk. Soft and slippery tentacles like leeches. Entangled in the wall. Pulsating slowly like blood vessels. Because of Lin Qing's shooting, many black silk threads were damaged. But they soon started to wriggle again and recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the voice that originally belonged to Teacher Yi seemed to come from the wall. I didn't expect that the two students' inference ability is really strong. But there is no prize for guessing correctly. Then from now on, you can't stop running. The teacher will definitely catch you." Before the voice fell, the things inside wanted to crawl out of the wall. Seeing this, Lin Qing directly took out the freezing gun and fired 3 bullets at the big hole. The ability of the freezing gun was indeed powerful, and it quickly turned the big hole into a blue ice wall. Qin Jun's face was originally alert, but now it showed a bit of strangeness. Lin Qing took a deep breath and shouted, "Go back to the dormitory." She ignored the parasitic monsters outside and the dormitory manager in the corridor, and ran out. Qin Jun followed immediately. The next second after the two left the place, the originally intact wall suddenly exploded, and the flesh wall formed by the monsters suddenly bulged and squeezed inwards, breaking the rubble on the ground. Hearing the sound of collapse behind them, the two ran out without thinking, facing the black-silk monsters that were surging like a tide. Lin Qing didn't care about keeping any backup plans. He used his speed to fly low and glided, and threw the bombs in his space backpack directly forward. He used the freezing gun and the flame silver gun alternately to maintain the stability of the walls on both sides, and to deal with the traps that might appear above his head and under his feet. Qin Jun followed closely behind with his strange body movements, and 2 black long swords ignited golden red flames, clearing the monsters in front of her while Lin Qing switched props. Although in a difficult situation, Lin Qing had to admit that she chose a very awesome teammate. Be careful. At this time, the two had already arrived at the dormitory hall and the dormitory administrator's duty room. Unexpectedly, the dormitory administrator seemed to have grasped the opportunity and jumped out from the nearby open space. Its 2 giant hands were in an attacking state, and it stood in front fearlessly. This time, Lin Qing did not hesitate, and bye-bye twice at it, firing 2 freezing shells. Soon, the ice quickly solidified on it, and soon froze it into an ice sculpture. Lin Qing kicked it, and the ice fell heavily to the ground, breaking many monsters behind it, and revealing the passage leading to the stairwell behind it. She saw 2 familiar faces. Zhong Qi and Liao Han were also surrounded by monsters. Zhong Qi's bomb bubbles spit out from his mouth, clearing the area above, while Liao Han swung his huge hammer and smashed it to the ground with gravity. And soon the parasitic monsters were read into a pool of meat paste. This power is not to be underestimated, but the monsters seemed to be endless. Not to mention that the walls of the entire dormitory building were shaking now. Even if the two were brave, it was extremely difficult to get away. Seeing Lin Qing and Qin Jun, Zhong Qi could no longer remain calm and said anxiously, "What are you two doing? Why did so many parasitic monsters suddenly appear?" Chapter 88 Escape. Lin Qing and Qin Jun had already rushed to Zhong Qi. Lin Qing simply answered his question. "I didn't do anything. I just wanted to investigate the truth. And then the parasitic matrix rioted. And it became like this. Since the two were still teammates," she kindly told him. "Now the whole building has become a parasitic matrix. You better go back to the room quickly. Otherwise you won't be able to leave." Zhong Qi's face was full of disbelief. You just triggered a hidden task, and the whole building became a parasitic matrix. Who would believe it? Lin Qing cleared the monsters in front of him. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Anyway, we are leaving now. You can continue to stay to find the matrix. Or you can knock the ice and ask the dormitory manager inside. Although Zhongqi said he didn't believe it, his body was very honest. And his hands didn't stop moving, clearing the monsters that were coming. He glanced at the corridor that was about to be closed, gritted his teeth, and finally gave up. Okay, Liao Han. Let's give up this time. As they spoke, the four of them had already cleared the corridor leading to the stairwell. Unexpectedly, they met the group of people they least wanted to see here. Brother Wang used a sickle-like prop to harvest the monsters attacking nearby. Just now, another subordinate was parasitized by a monster, and he had to kill him. Now there is only one subordinate, who was also frightened to insanity by the situation in front of him, and trembled while holding a piece of armor to resist. Seeing this scene, Brother Wang felt a pain in his liver. He originally had 5 subordinates, but he was almost a commander without troops, because the trapped treasure chest in the water room on the 4th floor was attacked by a monster yesterday. All this is because of the 5 people yesterday, and Lan Ting's group. Although 2 brothers died, there are still 2 left, and their faces are also very ugly. Now the 2 parties are deadlocked here, especially seeing Lin Qing and Zhongqi and others. They are so angry that their teeth itch. You just want to get rich overnight? Not only did you kill my brother yesterday, but now you also made the scene. Are you looking for death? Lin Qing looked at the people in front of her, who were inexplicably targeting her, feeling a little puzzled. You are crazy. I didn't get involved in the water room incident yesterday. It was you who made the trapped treasure chest for the decomposition materials of the black stone treasure chest. As for now, I just triggered the hidden task. What does it have to do with you? Who broke the corridor partition and ran here? Lin Qing was also very angry. Who is this person? He ran to her and spoke nonsense, as if he would never stop until death. He didn't come here for the reward of the hidden task. Seeing Lin Qing piercing his face, Brother Wang's face became even darker. No wonder Black Mamba wants you wanted. I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Don't blame me for being rude, he said, raising his hand to do something. But Lin Qing was faster than him. With a flick of his finger, the freezing gun shot his arm, and the icicles spread and were about to cover the rest of his body. Lan Ting and his men wanted to say some harsh words, but they didn't expect this man to be so straightforward. So they were stuck. Then, they saw Lin Qing's face was gloomy, and he said in a sharp tone, "Who wants to be frozen into a popsicle like him and stay here? I can fulfill his wish. Step back now. We choose to give up the hidden mission reward and return to our room. If anyone is willing to continue the mission, wait until we leave." As you wish. Those people froze and subconsciously retreated to the stairwell on the upper floor, while Lin Qing and his group forced them back while clearing the parasitic monsters attacking nearby. Only when they entered the 2nd floor did Lan Ting and his group hurried to the 1st floor. It seems that they don't want to conflict with Lin Qing, but it doesn't prevent this desperate guy from giving up the tempting hidden reward and wanting to fight. But Lin Qing understands that as long as they see the truth of the meat wall, they will definitely give up immediately, quickly escape from the building, and return to their room. At this time, the wall on the 2nd floor also began to shake rapidly. It seems that the chain reaction this time is integrated, and the parasitic mother body has also sensed it here. Seeing this, Zhongqi and Liao Han have hurried back. Chen Jun also said goodbye to her. I'm going back to the 3rd floor too. I'm leaving first. Okay. Take care. Lin Qing also nodded to her, and turned back to the room. However, the parasitic mother seemed to be entangled with her, and the voice of Teacher Yi kept approaching her from the wall, the ground, the top of her head, and all directions. Hello, classmate. Welcome to join our life group. Help us complete evolution, and you will also complete eternal life. Classmate, classmate. It kept bewitching her, forcing him, oppressing her, causing her mental breakdown, and then stopped to complete the so-called fusion parasitism. The aisle between the walls became more and more crowded, almost close to a distance where only one person could pass. Lin Qing was afraid that the power of the flaming silver spear would hurt herself, so she could only choose the freezing gun to fix the surrounding walls, and use the ice layer to move forward. However, according to the number of energy blocks in her hand, It is estimated that it is a bit difficult to reach the distance of 208. This is also the reason why she can only kill the chicken to scare the monkey. If she wastes too much on the provocative players in front, it will be difficult to move forward when encountering such a situation. And they have props on them. Even if they can successfully pass, it will take a lot of time. It is better to kill the chicken to scare the monkey and force them to retreat directly. As for the awakening of the parasitic mother, if a player enters the first floor to explore and starts to advance the progress of task 2, it is inevitable that the awakening of the parasitic mother will not be avoided. It is everywhere, observing and imitating humans, and complacently evolving. It must have taken many players for experiments. There is no way now. She can only carry on. But the voice seems to be everywhere, bewitching on all sides, like whispering, constantly drilling into her mind. Lin Qing has cold sweat on her forehead. She has to admit that this is indeed very oppressive to the spirit. At this moment, Lin Qing heard the voice of the prompt system again. Ding! A turning point is detected. The host can observe the surroundings. There is a real teacher Yi. Hearing the system voice, Lin Qing's mind was instantly clear, as if she was reborn. The real teacher Yi? She murmured, observing the 4 walls that she had frozen. Sure enough, she soon found that there was something different above her head. And there was a vague human figure. A woman wearing golden glasses, with her eyes slightly closed. Looked like she was sleeping. It looks a bit like Teacher Yi? Lin Qing frowned slightly. What was going on? And at this moment, the originally fragile ice layer broke. And the teacher Yi who was hanging on it also opened his eyes. She opened her lips slightly, as if saying, "Quick! Kill me!" Chapter 89 Teacher Yi. Yi Tao didn't know when she became strange. Or, it seemed that it started with a big explosion that night when she was hiking with the group. Some members found that the explosion was not far from the mountain road and suggested going over to have a look. There, everyone found a big pit in the mountain and some strange debris. Later, something seemed to crawl out from the bottom of the pit, which made everyone panic and flee frantically. In the chaos, it was night, and she couldn't see the road clearly. Yi Tao accidentally fell and rolled down the hillside. And then she knew nothing. The mysterious explosion that night was quickly suppressed by the authorities. Yi Tao was the only survivor. Now she is lying in the hospital ward, facing the repeated inquiries of the officials. Her answer can only be I don't know. Her memory stayed at the moment of escaping in the chaos. The doctor's examination proved that it was traumatic amnesia. The officials did not gain anything, and could only release her. Yi Tao returned to school. She is a teacher in the school's logistics department. Because of the shortage of rooms in the teacher's apartment, she now lives in a student dormitory building. However, at this time, she suddenly realized that sometimes she began to be abnormal. For example, she began to temporarily forget some things that her superiors told her to do. Some colleagues said that her personality had changed. Even the dormitory manager, Teacher Hong, who had always taken care of her, said that she had changed a lot recently. Yi Tao didn't know what the problem was. She thought it was the change caused by the trauma. So she secretly went to the hospital for a checkup. But the results of the examination were still normal. The doctor comforted her. It may just be the sequelae of that trauma. It is normal to have psychological changes. I will prescribe some tranquilizers for you. Don't think too much. However, Yi Tao couldn't help but think too much. That night, she seemed to find something like black silk in the pool in her dormitory room. It looked like her long hair that she accidentally dropped. But it was gathered together and gently swayed with the water flow. And it looked like some kind of jellyfish-like creature. Yi Tao's heart tightened. And when she wanted to find a tool to fish it out and take a look, she didn't expect that when she turned around, the things in the pool disappeared in an instant. Was she dazzled? Or was she hallucinating? Yi Tao was a little uncertain. However, in the next few days, this kind of illusion appeared not only in the pool, but also in the bathroom, on the table, and even when she woke up in the morning, she found that there was such a thing on the quilt. But it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yi Tao thought it was still the sequelae of trauma and didn't tell anyone. At the same time, her sleep time seemed to be getting longer and longer, as if she opened her eyes and did nothing. And the day was dark. But when Yi Tao was afraid of delaying work and explained to her boss and colleagues, they seemed very surprised and said, the work was completed very well. Teacher Yi, did you forget it because of your bad memory? Or are you joking? Yes, Teacher Yi. Didn't we go to the cafeteria to eat together at noon? Hearing this, Yi Tao was even more confused. Could it be that there was another her who came out to work? She was confused and consulted the school's psychological teacher. The psychological teacher told her tactfully, "It may be that mental trauma caused schizophrenia. It is recommended that you go to a professional hospital for a checkup." Yi Tao planned to follow the advice of the psychology teacher and go for a checkup on the weekend. However, at this time, strange things happened one after another in the school. First, the students in the dormitory building she managed suddenly became manic and angry, and fights broke out one after another. Then some students were unwell, and the school hospital was frequently full, but the cause was still unknown. What was even more surprising was that teacher Hong, the dormitory manager who had a good relationship with her, had a body that was like a balloon that had been blown up, and she swelled up rapidly. Her originally healthy body became like a mountain. This is a private boarding school, and the principal suppressed the matter for fear of affecting the school's reputation. The school was in a panic. However, just when everyone was worried, even the city seemed to have strange things happen. After that, a mysterious gray fog swept the entire city. Even in such a bizarre environment, Yi Tao felt heavy and drowsy, until one day when she woke up. A student she had met once looked terrified and begged her, "Teacher Yi, don't eat me." The ground was covered with blood and fragments. Yi Tao went to the bathroom in a daze and saw herself in the mirror. She became a monster. No, to be exact, she became part of the monster. Since then, Yi Tao was sometimes awake and sometimes asleep. She was asleep most of the time. But even so, she heard countless people's painful voices, terrified voices, fleeing voices, and weird voices. Face after face, strange or familiar, all had the same pale expression. That is fear. Yi Tao also gradually understood that they were afraid of themselves and the monsters that parasitize the human body. Monsters are the root of everything. If there were no monsters, there would be nothing at all. But the monster was too strong. It had learned to imitate humans ingeniously. It was extremely cunning, had no weaknesses, and was everywhere. However, until one day, she suddenly sensed from her deep sleep that the monster that could not be killed could also be killed, turned into ashes, and could not be restored. She took advantage of the time when she could wake up and stood up in human form. Then she said to the girl with a wary face, "Then please kill me." Lin Qing looked at Teacher Yi standing in front of her in horror. Who would believe that the parasitic mother body would also automatically seek death? However, the hand formed by the monster's limbs took the initiative to put it on the muzzle of her flaming silver gun. "I know your flame can kill it. I can't control it for too long. And I can only control this part for now. Now there won't be other children rushing to put out the fire." Teacher Yi's sad eyes were smiling. "Since I can't save the students, then avenge them. At least this one can be solved." At this moment, Lin Qing seemed to understand what she meant, adjusted the energy level of the flaming silver gun to the highest level, and then took the initiative to pull the trigger. Bang! A ball of silver light shot into the monster's body. In a ball of extremely hot flames, the monster exploded, and then the fire attached to the bones spread wildly along the countless black silk-like contacts. This dormitory soon turned into a sea of fire. The ice began to melt dripping. And at this moment, Lin Qing took the opportunity to run to room 208. She saw A013 and Little Bear standing at the door, and opened the door of the room. When the monsters on all sides rushed in frantically, Lin Qing jumped and crashed into the room. The door of the room was tightly closed, isolating the scorching heat outside. Chapter 90 Mission completed. Fuck. That matrix is actually the entire dormitory building. When Lan Ting saw the truth on the first floor, it was indeed as expected by Lin Qing, and he ran back frantically with his little brother. While running, he was still talking. The truth of this world is not something that normal people can think of. No wonder that group of people gave up mission 2. Who can solve such a big monster? Brother Ting, I'm afraid we have to use nuclear bombs to bomb it. Don't we have some explosives? Do you want to try? Several younger brothers rushed to give him advice while running away. But soon someone found out. Brother Ting, why is the second floor on fire? The fire is quite fierce. Oh my god. Run. This flame is weird. Why is it chasing us? It's not just the second floor. The flames are spreading wildly to other floors. The arsonist is probably going to destroy this dormitory building. What kind of prop is this? Why is it so evil? Third floor. Fourth floor. Corridor. Male dormitory building. The white flames burned everything, including the walls of the dormitory and the monsters in the pipes. Someone fell down and could never get up again, and was caught up by the fleeing flames and parasitic monsters. It was not until Lan Ting used a speed-up item that he managed to return to the room, wiped the black dust off his face, and began to curse. Who the hell is this? He is so ruthless. In order to complete the second task, he doesn't even leave the players a chance to survive. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Qing took off his dirty tactical uniform and took a shower in the bathroom. When he came out, the system voice on the bracelet suddenly sounded. Dungeon Mission 2. Explore the first floor of the dormitory and kill the parasitic mother completed. Dungeon Mission 2 rewards, speed, strength and agility values of the player's personal panel. A total of 8 points. Can be freely combined and allocated. Get daily exercise rewards. Players exercise for 20 minutes every day. Can get 1 to 5 values speed, strength, agility. Guaranteed to be 1 point. Task 2 reward system has been added to the player's panel. Region notification and task-related personnel notification. Parasitic dormitory dungeon hidden task. Explore the truth of the dormitory building has been completed. Dungeon all members task progress, 100%. Dungeon hidden task reward. The first to complete the decryptor will become rich overnight, and will receive 20 world gold coins and S-level mysterious props. Players become rich overnight. Complete the task of killing the dungeon boss, and can get double treasure chest drop rewards. Task rewards have been distributed to players' backpacks. The treasure chest double reward drop has begun. After testing, the player has the treasure chest capture props. Do you want to start using it? After hearing a series of system reward sounds, Lin Qing came out of her previous depressed mood. The truth of things is often so cruel. In the toy house world, Lin Qing knew himself and failed to help Lian Ling. But now that he can help teach her, you get rid of it. It is a good thing. I just don't know if this world will repeat itself behind other players' doors. The depressed mood was gradually filled up by the system's notification sound. After hearing a series of system broadcasts and reward sounds, she finally recovered, and her tired body, that suddenly ended the crisis, began to be full of strength again. A treasure chest capture item? Is it a mysterious S-level item? Lin Qing thought for a moment, and took out the newly rewarded item from his space backpack. A golden item that looks like a butterfly catching net. Name, treasure chest catcher. Number of times it can be used. Once function, using the treasure chest catcher. You can capture various treasure chests in the world, where the room is located. Low-level room survival players can capture 60 to 70% of the treasure chests in the world. Mid-level room survival players can capture 80 to 90% of the treasure chests in the world. High-level room survival players can capture 90 to 100% of the treasure chests in the world. When she saw the introduction, even Lin Qing's heart skipped a beat. She widened her eyes in surprise, feeling a little unbelievable. Even the introduction of this item says that it is a bug-type item, which shows how amazing its function is. This is an item that can harvest treasure chests while lying down. In terms of functional design, it is a blessing for players. She couldn't imagine how much it would be admired and even fought over by players if it was discovered by other players. It was a pity that it could only be used once. Lin Qing was a little unsatisfied, and she stroked the item, reluctant to part with it. But now there was a sea of fire outside the door, and she didn't know what was going on. She still said to the system, confirmed to use the treasure chest to capture the item. Confirmed. S-level item treasure chest catcher is in use. The treasure chest automatically searches and captures. Capture successful. As the system finished speaking, a wooden treasure chest suddenly appeared out of thin air at Lin Qing's door. Afterwards, it was as if a treasure chest rained down in the room. Lin Qing was afraid that it would hit him, so he quickly cleared the nearby debris, as well as the nearby A013 and the bear, and then left enough space for the treasure chests. Then he sat on the bed, marveling at the rain of treasure chests falling. Wooden treasure chests, bronze treasure chests, black stone treasure chests, and even copper treasure chests. Various treasure chests appeared out of thin air in the air, and then fell to the ground, piling up like a small mountain. Lin Qing had only seen this scene at the express delivery station where express delivery was sorted, and he was simply stunned. No wonder the treasure chest catcher is an S-level item. With this effect, no one would not be confused. No wonder it can only be used once. If the number of uses is not limited, even brainless players can survive in various worlds. Hearing this huge noise, The cuckoo chicken in the incubator seemed to be frightened, with its head standing high, its wings spread, and a warning sound coming from its throat, as if it was about to fight. At the same time, the feathers exploded, tightly protecting the anxious little sea eagle under its belly. Lin Qing looked at the treasure chest that was still falling, and her mouth was almost unable to close with joy. She teased the cuckoo chicken and comforted it. These are all good things. Our future survival depends on not only my food and equipment, but also your food, and the big food under you. Maybe they can all be opened from these treasure chests. After listening to Lin Qing's words, the cuckoo chicken seemed to be much less vigilant, but it seemed a little uneasy, and rubbed Lin Qing's palm with its coxcomb. Lin Qing touched it with his backhand, and the cuckoo chicken squatted down, shaking its head left and right, curiously looking at the pile of treasure chests at the door. At this time, the little bear also came over and asked Lin Qing curiously, "Master, will our room change again?"